Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger! It got a tiger!
It did it!
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. Hello, comrades. Happy Sunday. We have so much more exciting Company of Heroes 2 coming your way today. If you thought yesterday was a long day, today might be longer. We might have to push some games back because there's a lot. We're getting into the good stuff, guys. And before I get any farther, we've got a double whammy shoutcasting gift for you. We not only have Midgeman, we also have Greyshot. Greyshot, go ahead and say hello.
Hello, everyone. This is Greyshot17 from Greyshot Productions. Happy to join Skippy in this awesome tournament and cast this great game today.
Awesome. There we go. So, 2 casters, actually 3. I mean, I'll be in there, but I'm going to let the guys take the lead on this next batch of games as almost a gift because I know that this series is fantastic. It's going to be Daka versus Majors Privates. Before we get started, though, let's just recap where we are in the tournament. So yesterday, throughout Saturday, we casted Winners Bracket Round 1. All of those games are complete. So now we're moving on to Winners Bracket Round 2. And what that means is the winners of the next 4 games are moving on to the playoffs. They are secure, not at risk of being knocked out, but the losers of this next game have to go compete in the losers bracket and try to fight for their survival in the tournament. So there's a lot on the line here. I suspect the pressure will be on a lot more than the round 1 because it's a bit more forgiving. So it'll be interesting to see how the teams react under that pressure. Daka is the faction pick for this next game, and that makes Majors Privates the map pick. So, you guys have any commentary before we jump into the game? Should we go ahead and load up?
No, I'm doing well right now. I'm excited to see how both players do, and excited to have a not just one but 2 co-casters with me today. So that's awesome.
It should be.
I'm very excited for this matchup. We've got, these 2 teams. I was very impressed with Daka's playing in the previous day. And then Majors Privates absolutely destroyed in their first game. So much so, I now see them as the true enemy of the tournament. They are the bad guys that need to be taken down a peg. So I hope Daka can pull that through today.
That is funny. Yeah, the last game we ended on yesterday was Majors Privates, and they got a little comfortable on Port of Hamburg, and they busted out several Goliaths, putting away Clown Company, who was the team that got in for free based on one of the dropouts. So they had a glimmer of hope, but they were shut down. So yeah, that is funny. It'll be interesting to see if Majors Privates maybe has a little too much of their confidence might be a little too high based on that last game, because they actually had the biggest stomp of the tournament so far. So that'll be something to watch out for. I'm going to go ahead and load in. Daka did choose Axis, and Majors Privates chose Hill 400, which I am excited about. First time in the tournament so far. I'm loading up the replay now.
I am slightly disappointed that we have not seen Sittard Summer. I really was hoping the team would pick that map, but
that's not even in the option list. That's probably why we won't be seeing it.
What, you don't want a map that's all bridges? I mean, that's also that literally lags your game probably down to about 10 FPS because of all the terrain and buildings. It's a fan favorite, I believe.
We'll have to put a poll out there to confirm that. All right, guys, I'm loading up. I'll let you know as soon as we're live. Final bullets being slotted in. All right, and we are live. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Midge and Greyshot, go ahead and take it away.
All right,
Will
so
do.
I'll be looking at Axis to start with. You look at allies, Greyshot, is that right?
Got you covered.
Cool. What are
right.
you seeing on your end? Yeah.
So right now, automatically, Major Bones going Armor Company. All right. Let's see. And also, we got Penslip going with Mechanized Support Tactics, Blazing Fury as well. And Truppen on the Allied side have yet to pick anything.
Yeah,
But-
on the Axis, we've only got one lock-in from Grand Offensive with one of the OKW players. Dragon is playing that, and we've had the two Wehrmacht players tech into the infantry company, getting those MG42s out nice and early.
Already, we got Stern Pioneers on left, trying to get after Major Bones' rear echelons that were putting down a nice piece of cover right there, but alas, they were pushed back by the British and the rear echelons finishing up. He's pulling back, most likely wait for reinforcements before engaging again. But nice thing is, if the Allies can take over this location, they'll at least have a decent hold on their fuel. How's the other fuel looking?
The other fuel is looking relatively uncontested right now, with the Allies being able to push in, but there is a large amount of Axis infantry on the way over. It's looking to start heating up over here. We've got a Pioneer squad almost going down to some USF riflemen and rear echelons, but he's got a flank coming in from a group of Grenadiers, which I don't think has been seen yet.
No, not yet. And good thing is he's pulling back. He's keeping his distance, going into some heavy cover. Again, survivability is key in these early engagements. You want to make sure your units are alive so you can take that key piece of territory to help you out long game. But back on the left, the Stern Pioneers right now trying to flank those riflemen. But alas, an MG's in a building suppressing them. Looks like going to push them back with ease.
Yeah. Interesting to see that nobody, until, well, right now, has capped munitions. It seems that people have tried to go for the fuel early, and but doing so, we actually haven't seen the fuel capped at all, because both teams have tried to head the other team off on the fuel and just met a brick wall of fire.
No, definitely. But now it looks like actually the Axis, if they can pull this off, might be able to gain double munitions for a period of time, though that MG that is pushed so far up is going to be pushed back because of riflemen and British infantry section coming in from two different angles. They're going to pull on back. Grenadiers pulling back to heavy cover, stopping the cap. Although, Volk squads on the far side are actually managing to decap the VP point, which even if the Major with his rear echelons captures the fuel, that's going to cut it off. So no Allied fuel for right now. What about the other side? Axis fuel?
Yeah, well, the Axis aren't capping the fuel, but they are going for the VP, and we're about to have triple cap VP for the Axis. We've also had a couple other commander lock-ins. The other OKW player has locked in Overwatch Doctrine, and one of the Wehrmacht players has locked in Jaeger Armor Doctrine. Looking to get those elephants out later, maybe.
No, definitely. Blazing Fury has also picked tactical support companies, so that means Calliope's inbound along with a lot of other nice long-range fare. We got strafing runs, LMGs, and some nice recon, so he's looking pretty sweet. Meanwhile, hopefully I'm not butchering this, Al-Hobi is still trying to contest that munitions, but right now we got some nice assault engineers pushing his forces back, and he's right now reorganizing near the center VP, trying to hold that.
Do have a sniper out for the Axis team as well, who is taking some damage right now, but if he gets away, oh no, he's being forced to retreat, and he's retreating the wrong way. This could be dangerous for that sniper. Oh, the sniper goes down.
Damn, that retreat path did not help him out whatsoever.
Not at all.
Only could have went the other way. Meanwhile, looks like the Soviets on your side is bringing up some MGs to kind of push back the German infantry, trying desperately to hold on to that field, but I don't think the engineer squad's going to last too much longer.
Yeah. And then on the far side of the map, we've got a group of riflemen up with a captain chasing down a Volks squad and getting another flank on an MG.
Yep. Once again, pulling it back. Again, smart move. Don't want to just try to reposition and have it die. Double Grenadiers are holding the point. Rifle grenade being fired on the assault engineers. Gets a squad wipe. Very nice hit right there. And yeah, Captain, I think, is charging a well-entrenched Grenadier. So yeah, he's going to pull back right there. But British infantry are capping the VP on their side, so hopefully that can get their fuel in. Right now, Axis seem to be getting a little fuel, but it looks like the Allies are also stopping it and putting an end to that.
Yeah. We had one combat engineer get wiped for the Soviet player, Pen Clip, on 1VP, but he's been able to move up his Maxim guns. And yeah, it's looking like Allies getting that map control right now.
Yep. But that being said, Axis pushing back toward that other munition point, even though they're capturing their own close to their base. The Volk Squad and Grenadiers, both upgraded with SCGs and MG as well, are kind of taking that on, while additional Grenadiers are trying to go in for a capture point to try to do what they can to knock off that Allied resources. Although, meanwhile, Alf Truppen is removing cover. I'm assuming he's trying to build something. What could it be? It's a Beaufort, ladies and gentlemen.
Both are going up.
Yep.
The double engineers, that's going to build very quickly. And those Grenadiers are going to be in for a bad day if that goes up.
Yep. I don't think he can focus on the engineers because that British infantry is still putting a lot of pressure on him. So, and it's too late. Beaufort's up. He's going to pull back before taking any casualties. Those MG decides to keep charging. Oh, no. Will it escape? And the MG...
going to get away, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. But the Beaufort should allow the Allies to dominate that side, even though the Stern Pioneers are holding on to the fuel and putting down some mines. So, good strategy by Alf Truppen. Meanwhile, sorry, go ahead.
No, we have a 222 out for the Axis, the scout car, the reliable killing machine that it is, moving through the center of the map on the Axis side. Munitions now. He's going to push up and try and deal with some pesky Soviet machine guns that's stopping the Axis from locking down this side.
Alas, that scout car is going to be pushed back by a mighty guard rifle infantry unit that has been upgraded with those great DPs. So good against infantry and armor, and as well can button if given the opportunity. Oh wow, he's actually versing some Panzer Fusiliers with upgrade weapons, but he's in great cover, going to easily push back those German units. But some other units are capturing the VP right now, cutting off that, grabbing that VP once again. Seems like no side can be firmly locked down. Maybe the British side, but it's looking pretty good right now for the Allies.
We've also got a flak half-track out for Tube on the Axis side. Looking to maybe get some extra unit suppression. Almost copying the fact that the British have got the Beauforts out. Maybe they've got their own mobile AA gun there to deal with some infantry herds. But a lot of the fighting seems to be going on this north side VP. I don't know which cardinal direction to call this, but...
the side with Blazing Fury, I assume is what you're referring to. Yes, and Blazing Fury upgrade his men with LMGs. And again, the nice thing about this is they're constantly contesting this VP and fuel, so the Axis aren't getting any fuel from the major fuel depots on the map.
Yeah, this usage of the LMGs is actually a tactic we saw Daka use in their previous game to take their victory to bring them through to this game. So it feels almost like the evil Major Bones' privates here giving Daka a taste of their own medicine. But that scout car is going to see those infantry off.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, looks like the Axis are getting a little desperate. Hobie's repositioned from kind of middle, even though some of his forces are there, moved over his frontline troops over to try to help take the fuel. Will that be enough? I'm unsure, but he's trying to help out his allies, and that's a good team player right there.
Yeah, I like this switch, actually, with the north being... not the north, the south. I'm getting my directions caught off again. But with that side, I'm going to go with side, it makes it easier. Locked off by the Beauforts. The reposition's good because the Axis don't seem to have any artillery out. There's nothing that they can deal with the Beauforts with at range. They've got no tanks out yet because of the fuel. So doubling up on this center and this other side VP, I think that's a smart move. It's a good time to move as well. They haven't left it too late. It's early enough in the game where they can still profit from this.
Definitely, and also it's not like he's completely out. He still has some support units in mid to assist if necessary, and he's also being a really great team player. He's pulling down some caches that kind of help up make up for the fuel depot. Right now we have one down, another one's being built. So with those caches, it should just barely by 1 be under the Allies' fuel count. So that's, like I said, very helpful in terms of like that long-term gameplay to kind of match up the Allies' map control.
Seems it is paying off. They are decapping that VP, and they're getting a flank on that Maxim, which isn't currently set up. Hopefully they'll be able to get a grenade off, force that back, and finally get that fuel.
Oh, good kills right there off that grenade. MG so close. Will the G43s? Oh, no, it's suppressed.
Fully suppressed.
Can they send anything to kind of kill that MG?
Yeah, there's another set of Panzer Fusiliers that's just finished capping, who are about to be on the retreat path of that Maxim.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but a Goliath just snuck in under the cover of League smoke and destroyed the Bofors up north.
Oh, really?
Oh, did?
Yes.
That's fantastic. Wow.
Very good maneuver right there. Although, it looks like the Royal Engineers knocked out that support gun and is going behind to try to kill these random German units kind of just hiding in the brush.
Yeah, but the loss of the Bofors, that's a big fuel and manpower sink early on to lose this early. It wasn't very vetted. It didn't get that many kills. Yes, it's given them about 3 minutes of in-game time, but that's easily recoverable at this point.
Yeah, and actually, Alf Truppen just lost a Royal Engineer. He was getting close. He lost about 2 models off his other one. Although he did delay the half-track, additional Volk squads are pouring on in, and I see nothing stopping them. Maybe a mine hidden that I can't see, but it looks like they're going to capture that VP and cut off the fuel. Wow. Al-Hobi is also cutting off the munitions on the Allied side. So good counterattack across the board.
Yeah, and they've also just seen Blazing's infantry offer on the far side, meaning that we're actually going to see a full shift, I think, here in Axis control. The Allies needing to regroup and re-push in.
No, definitely. Alf Truppen is still not picked a commander yet, and it's 12 minutes into the game, so he must be thinking about... he's still thinking about what to do. And right now, he needs to make a decision quickly, although he has a couple British infantry going over to take left. He might want to get one of those specials to kind of help him retake his side. Might I suggest our Royal Artillery Regiment, maybe I want to say, yes, maybe a quick Valentine.
Yeah. See, looking at the commanders he's got right now, knowing Alf, he loves the Special Weapons Regiment, but that's really an early game pick. If you haven't picked it by now, you're really not taking the benefits of it. However, I do get why he might be umming and ahhing between Royal Artillery and the Mobile Assault, because Mobile Assault does give you the option later of the Commandos if infantry becomes a problem in the game, and you still do get the artillery benefits by that land matrix. That being said, Royal Artillery can put a pack... I'm getting tongue-tied.
You're good, I got this. Keep going, keep going.
It will pack a punch from a range, but I don't know, is that being covered by any of his other teammates? It kind of is with Blazing, with the Sherman Calliopes. They do already have that artillery sort of role filled, so I can see why he might be umming and ahhing on his commander picks.
No, definitely. Also, again, just one positive. Major has come over to assist taking back the fuel on his side. Although the half-track has given him a lot of grief. They need to bring over an AT gun of some type. Major does have one on standby, but not close enough. Although, wait, no, half-track kind of walking into it. If he can get a nice shot off, maybe he can hit it. He's bringing it on up, maybe. But that would be... Oh, nice mine holding back those Grenadiers from coming in. And there we go, AT gun position, gonna push back that half-track. All right, although he popped smoke to get out. Still, Axis are fighting over the left, keeping that fuel away from the Allies. But the Allies have put down also 3 caches, 2 munitions and 1 fuel.
Yeah, I'm really interested here. The fact that it seems that Penclip has been left on this far flank to defend or push it alone, while Major Bones and Blazing have kind of switched to try and contest the mid a little bit more. It seems that they're just leaving a few Maxims and some token conscript squads to fight down on Dragon. Maybe they're thinking of a change of strat, trying to push their attention elsewhere, as we saw the Axis do not like 4 minutes ago in game time.
No, definitely. Although, unless I'm mistaken, and there's other medium armor. Oh, wait, no, we have a Panzer IV by Alobi on the field, along with a T-34 by Penslip on the field, trying to push back those Grenadiers coming in on the flank. So we getting some good hits in with that T-34, but the Panzer IV is coming on in. I don't know what can really stop it on this side.
No, there is that quarter pounder somewhere, but I don't know if it's been maneuvered back. It's back at base at the moment. Yeah, it's holding. But it is about to be in range of the Panzer IV.
Yep, maybe. Panzer IV more so bringing himself into range. But no, he's backing up. He's making a turn. He's going after that MG set up by Truppen. Oh, quickly, good retreat. You don't want to stay there too long with the Panzer IV hunting you. They might get this forward base as well. That would be costly to lose the forward assembly.
Yeah, that would be devastating, especially after the loss of the Bofors. And I think it's going to go down. That forward assembly has not been upgraded yet, though. So, not too bad. That's just 200 manpower. But that's still a squad.
Let's also point out both fuel and all 3 VP points are right now under Axis control. That VP counter is just going to be going down very quickly. They need to do something quick. It looks like they're making desperate moves with an MG in mid, trying to cap it.
Yeah, we've also got a M16 half-track out for Blazing. He's got that AA half-track ready to maybe mow down some krauts.
Okay. Again, also maybe they're worried about Axis planes in the air. And they actually have quite a few, smoke bombs that can come in, provide recon, provide a little bit of smoke support. If they can shoot them down at the right angle, we could see some RNG play with some planes crashing into some units, whether friendly or enemy.
Very true. Very true. I have been hit by countless planes falling out the sky. I feel like I'm a bit of a magnet for those. We do have a bit of a tank engagement in the center. T-34 versus Panzer IV.
Oh, but that pack gun's really helping out. That T-34 needs to get the heck out of there. Panzer IV keeping up the pressure, pushing back the MG. Guards troops trying to support, but as well, they're pulling back. We have some strike coming on in. What is that?
Red smoke from somebody.
Is there a major in there? Oh, yes, major.
The major. Or is it? No, there is the major artillery strike. It's not the fake smoke, so...
Yes. No, he doesn't have bet 2 for that.
Unfortunately, the radius of it isn't going to catch where the vehicles are right now. So the vehicles... Oh, wow. There's 2 Stugs here as well.
I think we both realized at the same time, like, wait, where did these guys come from?
An Axis armor, and there is a Panzer V, the Panther, going around the back lines as well, looking to maybe make a flank. Wow, here comes the Axis armor train. And the Allies don't really look in a position to be able to beat it right now.
They have one
if you were on the Allied team, what would you be thinking right now? Where would your headspace be?
Where are our AT guns? That's my first question. There's one on the front, but there's no... Oh, wait, no, I apologize. There is support. Blazing Fury brought up his half-track, and we did have a Brashlon fire a nice grenade into the mix. But overall, they need AT guns and some good infantry support to kind of help keep this armor back. But also the downside is it's not like they can sneak up if Space Dingo keeps his troops there, because he has a spawn scope on him. So not only is that scout car just illuminating the battlefield, but the Stugs as well have great range on all these units. So it's dicey across the board.
We do have some Allied tanks, though. There is a Cromwell out, as well as that Jackson, as you already mentioned. And the Cromwell did just get a squad wipe. Group of Volks that tried to push up on the VP up here and sorely got denied. But
there was a lot away.
Yeah, there was a lot of Axis tanks out. That's what? It's 3 tanks on the Allied side versus 2, 4, 5 plus a 222 scout car, which is a little more than deadly.
Yeah, Space Dingo's upgraded. He got a Stug force right now. He got 3 Stugs on the field. That's against any Allied armor. It doesn't matter if it's a heavy tank or a light tank or anything. Those Stugs are going to pack a punch. And a consistent volley, especially if they get upgraded. So that is something to really worry about.
Yeah.
But look, the engineer squad's just sitting there. He could take over the VP point right now. Oh, there we go. Penslip realized.
Do have a Panzerwerfer out as well for Alhobe. I like that choice because, I mean, that's going to be able to help deal with some of these AT guns that are being pushed out by the Allies, who seem to be trying to focus a lot on AT now that they've seen this horde of tanks. And yeah, that's probably the best counter for them.
Yep. Alf Truppen still yet to pick a commander, but has rebuilt the Boffer to guard the VP and the capture point. As well, looks like, oh wait, we have a second Boffer being placed on the fuel to make sure it does not get decapped without them knowing.
We have another Jackson out for blazing. Okay, this is starting to look more and more even on the vehicle front, but do you know what isn't even right now? The VPs.
No, not at all. It's a clear victory for the Axis in terms of overall VP points. If they can keep up the pressure, they're definitely they can keep themselves in the right headspace, because when the VP points start getting to a low enough level, I definitely know players start to definitely freak out and make more and more risky maneuvers that can definitely cost them the game.
Yeah, for sure. Skippy, would you mind reminding us who was the faction pick for this side?
Yeah, Daka was the faction pick.
Oh, okay, interesting. So fair enough that they're pulling out the more comfortable lead here.
Yep.
That is to be more so expected, I guess. But yes, we've got a bit of a tank engagement on the Allied side VP. The Jackson and the Cromwell looking to push, but it does get pushed off by that rack. But there is a flank coming in from the Allied infantry. Got a couple of rifle squads here with a captain pushing back. But it's quite a horde here of German infantry, and this flank half-track's going to push up to try and push them back.
Same thing with the Panzer IV. That's the second Panzer IV that he's been deployed on this side. May have to worry about the Jacksons, but so far, actually, it seems like it's a good choice pushing back the infantry. Jackson trying to push it back. For Kenwerfer has been decrewed, so no real AT. Oh, there goes the Panzer IV. That's, I think, the big first main loss of a main battle tank we've seen this game. Unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think you're correct there. Also, just sneakily, two of the Stugs pushed around the flank and destroyed one of the caches on the Allied side before even anyone could get there to resist it, which is also going to be a big loss in terms of the income here. Just looking at the income, Allies 32 fuel and 47 munitions, which is actually, all in all, more munitions and only just less in terms of fuel.
Yeah.
So
no.
that cache that was there before actually had the Allies with the better economy. So that is a really good maneuver there that the Axis have gone and destroyed that.
Not only that, they're tapping it.
Yeah.
But so that's going to go right to the Axis resource dump, and that's definitely going to help them keep the lead in terms of overall resources on the map, especially if they can start putting down additional caches. Although on the left side, you missed it a little bit. The Jackson tried to be sneaky and sneak up on the Panzer IV. Panzer IV was not having any of it and pushed it back. So Major will have to try to do something. And also, they need to heal that Cromwell.
T-34 in trouble in the center. It's taken some big hits from the Panther and one of the Panzer IVs. There is another Panzer IV was going to dive it, but gets pushed back by the Su-85 that's there and the two AT guns.
They answered our calls. We wanted AT, they got AT. That's again. Let's see. Well, a little bit of artillery by the Zis, opening fire on that entrenched Obel-Sadat position. Oh, nice shot with the Su-85 on the Panzer IV. Can they knock it out? They do!
Goes up.
All right, good kill right there. Again, you have to pay attention. Pull your units a little farther back so they don't get sniped when they're weakened. Although Panther trying to go in for the maneuver, I think he did kill something. A Jackson, per se?
Yeah, he took out a Jackson at the same time as the P4 went down.
Oh, the ambulance is also down. The Stugs running rampant.
Wow, these Stugs have been a nuisance on this flank, and here they come to cause even more trouble.
Oh, no, they may have overextended, though. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Su-85 taken out, one destroyed, but still, that's a positive. Stugs running for the hills.
Yeah, that's
coming in.
That's a decent trade, to be fair, in terms of economy cost. There is a group of infantry running rampant, though, through the center.
Oh, Panzerwerfer!
Those AT, but that Panzerwerfer lands there, causes them to fall back, and now it's open season for the Volks.
No, definitely. If they can get at least 1 or 2 kills, that definitely impacts manpower. Though I believe, Major's doing pretty well in manpower. He's close to 1,000. He has a nice resource pile right there. So even if he loses 1 or 2 units, he can easily get some out. But again, you never want to lose units, but nice to always have reserves.
Yeah. I wonder what he's saving for with that much manpower, especially as they've lost caches. I would be trying to maybe spend some time rebuild that cache. Maybe I would be also thinking about devoting some rear echelons to that side, maybe putting down some tank traps, try and stop that Stug flank again, because it's going to keep happening if there's nothing there to resist it.
All right, small issue. Major is pushing up right now with the Cromwell, knocks out the half track. Might go diving in, those Panzerwerfers so close.
Can it see them because of the smoke? I don't think it can see them.
No, Cromwell going in.
I think he's been pushed by the Panzer IV. This is going to reveal those Panzerwerfers. That Cromwell's going to go in. To get chased, is he going to get the final kill? Oh, the gun's turned the wrong way. No, go for the Panzerwerfer. Get the Panzerwerfer, man.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, there it goes. He's also revealed that LEFH there. Now can he escape with his life? Run for the hills. They haven't turned the AT gun, so if he can avoid that... Oh, no. Oh, Panzer IVs from every angle. Stug even coming in. They did not want to let him get away with that, but still, picking off those artillery pieces. Very decent.
He tried to drop smoke. It was just too many from many different angles. We have some artillery coming down mid. That would be sector artillery, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Seems like it's sector artillery.
I think so, yeah. It is the it's the sector from his own. Yeah.
Knocks out the Jackson. Man goes flying at least 100 feet in the air. But Panzer IV being pushed back.
Panzer IV in trouble. Main gun went down, but it hasn't been pushed. I've also noticed there is a sneaky Goliath hiding by that trees on the flank there. I wonder, we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if that picks anything up. But look at this army of Stugs just waiting on the other flank. Gonna push. I can feel a push coming. They're backed up by an Ostwind. 222 probing, see what's there.
No, absolutely, he's waiting. But one positive is we have a lot of Axis artillery that was knocked out by those Panzerwerfers. So right now I'm seeing an LFH. I'm seeing 2 actually on the Axis side. And that's all the artillery they have.
Yeah, no, Alf has finally locked in Royal Artillery and he's fired the early warning flares. They can currently see most of the Axis positions. Now, how are the Allies going to utilize this information? But speaking of that, we got the scout car and the Ostman pushing a T-34, and the Stugs are going in for the kill. T-34 is going low. It's got Vet 2. Is it going to be pushed off, or are they going to remain there? No, the Stugs are going to push down.
Now, if he stops, he has extended range. So we might try to go stop and start to try to see the map. Oh, hits a mine. Double mine.
Oh, now this is dangerous. Can the Allies punish this? One Stug goes down. Can they get another?
Second was this the M1 is set up in place. He might escape. Can we actually access? Where's the smoke? They can do a smoke across the map. Why aren't they doing that?
I think maybe it's divided attentions right now. Major Bones has tried to put him with a 105 Sherman.
Dragon just brought it in, but it's too little, too late. Oh. Little quicker on the reaction time, might have saved that vehicle, but alas.
Yeah.
At least one of them survived. So not too costly, but still costly.
Major Bones has got a lot of armor out right now. He's got 2 Jacksons, the 105 Bulldozer Sherman. We've got a Firefly out for the Brits, as well as a Sexton. Now, that Sexton is going to come in handy. Mobile artillery, always very useful. But what else is there in terms of allies? Oh, speaking of big tanks coming out, we have an ISU 152 coming out for Penclip, rolling down the middle. The big behemoth with the big cannon. It's going to go punch some Axis armor.
Or infantry. It is or infantry. Like, doesn't matter what scenario, whether they're versing a bunch of infantry, blobs, or an armor stack, it will do damage. So let's see, it's in mid. Right now, they can also use it to target some of the decrewed support weapons that are there, knock it out. Right now, with Major Bones is keeping the pressure going with his Vet 3 rifleman. Good job on that preservation. And again, if he can keep the pressure up, they can kind of keep locking down mid and kind of close the gap with the VPs, because right now they need it. They are down by 3-1 on those VPs.
Yeah, but it is the Axis who are bleeding, and it is the Axis who have just taken a big loss in terms of their manpower of tanks. And this little bit of breathing room has allowed the Allies to get out some serious armor, with the most potent thing on the map for the Axis right now being a Panzer V, the Panther here. It's a bit more worrying.
No, right, the Panzer Fusiliers trying to go in mid, but both the Bulldozer and the IS-152 are just chipping away at them, barely getting out with a sliver of health. Oh wait, a Stuka was just called in.
Yeah, I heard a Stuka bomb, but I didn't see where it landed.
On the Zis gun, possibly? I mean, sorry, not the Zis, but the half-track? Was that where it was called in? The half-track's gone. I don't know if that was the...
We've got another Goliath on one of those both his emplacements. It's smoked. The emplacement was braced, but it's waiting. It is waiting to get the kill off. The boat has shot the Goliath, almost killing itself in the action, but here comes the engineers to repair it. That would have been a major fail. Right there.
It's held together by duct tape right now. It's so hell. But their engineers coming on in to save it. Actually, here's a quick question. Does he have... He has not upgraded with hammer or anvil. Panzer IV trying to put the final nail in that Bofors coffin. But alas, it's still clinging to life. Just barely.
Oh, it does go up. It does go up, though.
Damn, but Firefly coming in to try to help it out, though. Plus, we got some Piat shots on that Panzer IV. Oh, wait. We got double Panthers on the... Wait, no, triple. We got 3 Panthers, and they might be pushing.
Yeah, this is good, but they are going to meet Allied armor and Allied infantry, so it's not a push without risk. One of them being a bit... It's staying back a bit, but the 105 Sherman does go up. 2 Panthers still pushing. One of them, the other one's backed off. It's just the one lone Panther here. And it's doomed at the back there. Takes hits from the Jackson, the Firefly, and the IS-152.
Oh, we have an Oswin coming in as well on the other side. They're trying to push on in. Gets knocked out. I'm curious, did he lose the other Oswin? Was that double Oswin push right there?
They did have 2, so...
Now
yeah, they're both gone. Yeah, they're both gone.
So I guess they tried to hit from both flanks, but alas, they just didn't commit the Panthers. That might have worked if both of them went in. But alas, they're pulling back right now. Oh, AT grenade hitting the one on the retreat.
Axis starting to make some slips with their vehicles here. It seems they're losing some of their vehicles out, and you know what? That's going to be a bit of a worry sign now, because they're on the back foot in terms of VPs, in terms of cap. Losing some of their armor like that without much gain is not going to help them. But we do have a Tiger 1 out. We do have the Tiger out for Tube. He's got that. Oh no, it's not for Tube. Which one has the Tiger? Dragon. I'm getting my pinks and my purples confused.
Tiger putting it into that Bofors that was trying to be built. But Firefly coming in, firing the rockets. 1, 2 hits on it. Stuck on the VP. Can anything bring up additional support? No, Bofors set up. Tiger making a hasty retreat.
Yeah, I don't think they really needed to push for that. I mean, the Allies are in a comfortable position. They don't want to overextend their armor. They've seen what the Axis have done by overextending their armor, so I don't mind that call. It's using the tulips just to push it off.
No, it is a situation where if you're gonna bring up armor, like they keep doing the Stug rush, we have the Panther rush. I mean, we've had a lot of pushes, but unless you send out one unit to kind of get lucky with the Panzerwerfers like we saw with the Allies, I think they need either minesweepers or additional infantry like Grenadiers just to help support so they can do a lot more damage. Just sending them in with a big bulk of armor by itself, I don't think it's all that worth it.
Yeah, we're missing that combined arms, that maneuver of an AT gun with the tanks, or a couple of infantry like conscripts, riflemen, just anything to sort of suppress anything that might be coming to, throw a bazooka into the side, or if it's the Allies, throw a Faust in the side of inside of the tank. That combined arms tactic being, it's all well and good to move up all these tanks, but you can't. If you've got nothing to, at the end of the day, if you push them off the VP and you've got nothing there to cap right away, it's not going to do you any good.
One thing that we have not mentioned, at least in terms of efficiency or effectiveness, is actually the LEFH. Because honestly, it's the only thing I've been seeing pushing back the IS-152, because it got a great shot a minute ago, which is why those engineers are desperately trying to repair it and bring it up to the front quickly. But yeah, no, it's up to Vet too. We got 16 kills on it. It's at least keeping the middle contestant at least under fire. So good job there. Actually, we have a Stoogs on left.
Oh, they're going for that other Bofors, trying to put pressure on the fuel, maybe divert some Axis allied armor that way. Do you know what would be good right now? A push on the mid. If we can see a push on the mid.
Goliath pushing.
Oh!
British infantry barely survives. Stoogs coming in to hit that Firefly, blocked by the Jackson from retreating. Fires rocket.
Tiger's also pushing up here, plus a Panther on the other flank. This could be the push that the Axis needed. They've got to get their infantry up here, though. It's all tanks.
Yep, Tiger's coming in. Panther. I'm not seeing any infantry, though. A T-gun and T-34 coming in to assist with an Su-85 to boot. Now Jackson, allies bringing in reinforcements. Axis, where's yours?
Panther goes low. Panther takes a couple of bounces. It's gonna get it. No, it burns up behind the trees. Tiger, engine damage, trying to limp away. The injured Stooks try to come in to cover its retreat. But here comes the rest of the allied armor. They're not pushing. They're just holding the line. They're trying to keep them off the VP.
Not true. We do have support finally coming on in. Sector Assault coming on in with a lot of planes and a lot of anti-armor strafes. That might just keep the allied armor back enough for the infantry to finally come on in.
You know what? That explains the Bofors dives, trying to get that AA off the field so that these planes can come in and do some real damage. And we do have some infantry sort of trying to probe the middle as well.
But you know what? Blazing Fury, his half-track just shot down majority of the planes. So they still
really?
Yeah, 3 planes just got... I want to say 3 planes. Yeah, all 3 planes got shot down from that AA and mid. Oh, wow. But it was enough. The Grenadiers are taking over the points. There's some mines you have to worry about, but finally they managed to take the point.
Yeah. So, tickets neutral currently.
Alf Truppen is trying to take it back. A lot of units in close proximity. Do we have something? A Panzerwerfer maybe? A Goliath hiding? No, I don't see it.
Panzerwerfer anywhere? Panzerwerfer anyone?
Anyone?
Just...
Oh boy, no strikes I can see that can really be called in. Maybe they were trying to capture it for maybe sector assault, but alas, not able to. Oh shoot, we do have an LEFH going after those sextants. It is Vet 3 trying to knock it out. We even have a scout car going after the point Alf Truppen, but alas, not enough. Alf Truppen got the point.
We do have a large shift in terms of unit placement, leaving mid really open right now. Obviously, the sides can't see what we see, but mid is primed for attack. There's just one Zis gun and that big ol' IS U-152, but it is being repaired right now.
Actually, if you're looking at the map, I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing an entire side left. If we look, the fuel under Axis control is barren. Middle is barren. Axis forces are entirely on the side of the Allied fuel. And to be fair, they're taking it. But if the Allies realize there's nothing there, they could very easily stretch out with some men and take over the Axis points on the other side.
Yeah, it's definitely a case here. But we do have a lot of Allied infantry pushing up close towards the Axis main lines here. Clearing off those infantry squads that would be used to capture, and they're going to go in for the retake.
No, you're definitely right. Backed up by the 105mm bulldozer and a lot of infantry section. Major Bones is leading the way to take over this side. Almost so Dotton barely making it out.
Stooks coming in on the flank of the Su-85 here. It goes down to half health in the first volley.
Run, Su-85, run! AT gun providing support, but it may not be enough.
Stooks are hesitating. One goes really low, one goes to half health.
Oh.
T-34. 2 go really low. Are they going to get the finish on either of them, or are they just going to get away? They're limping away to safety.
ISU-152 charging ahead. Maybe trying to go for that kill, but he needs to recon to do it. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we missed the half-track also dying in the back. So that goes
the plane almost takes out a Jackson there. Wow.
Again, you have to watch out for those planes. I'm not joking. You have to watch out for them. Oh, Tiger coming on up. We still have a Panther as well right there. it's actually weirdly enough, Dragon has 1,400 manpower, but not a lot of infantry. So maybe you should get some more.
Yeah. Actually, let's look at compositions right now. What the Axis really don't have much infantry on the field at all, bar Space Dingo. He seems to have the most, but most of those are pioneer squads. I'm thinking being used to repair those Stugs. Whereas if you compare that to the Allies, so many support weapons, so many AT guns, lots of infantry squads, the composition just feels a bit better. There's an over-reliance right now for the Axis on their vehicles, and it's kind of showing. They're not able to, every time that they manage to get a cap out,
I don't know.
Faster.
Go over to the fuel right now that's decapped on the Allied side. A Stuka bomb just knocked out, I say at least one squad of British infantry and pushed the other squad back with only one man remaining. That was a damn good hit with the Firefly. Not Firefly, Stuka bomb.
Yeah, 7 and their squads of 5, so that's, either 2 squads got left with 2 and 1 men there, or we did see a squad wipe.
So good job there. Jackson's pushing on in against that Panther, but Panzerfusiliers and Volk squads are trying to keep that point capped for the Axis. Right now, Captain trying to support as well.
Tank battle on the center where a T-34 goes low, manages to get away by cover of its conscript infantry, but now Allies losing their tickets again, down to 100 points, 99 points.
Yeah, no, they need those points, and right now I think that's also why the Axis team have focused so heavily on this side, is because they want to get that VP, and they know if they attack mid, it's more open, and the IS-152 has a way bigger advantage. Oh wait, actually take that back. We might actually have a game changer on the field. Space Dingo bringing in the Elephant, backed up by 3 Stugs.
That's a tank wiping combo right there. If that can get on the flank of the IS-152, which currently it can if it moves up towards the Axis side munitions, get some side hits there, move the Stugs in to like distract, you could see the Allies' biggest game changer be removed from the map.
No, definitely. We have a Panther diving in Su-85. I think it was trying to get around it. I don't know what's following up, but the Su-85 is backing up. Panther gonna walk into a mine and actually detonates on the Su-85.
Su-85 does go down to a Panther poking around the corner there.
Nope, it was an Elephant. Elephant.
Oh, was it? Oh, the Elephant sniped it. But that does reveal the Elephant, and the Su-80, the ISU-152 is gonna hastily retreat.
Putting his hands up saying, I'm not dealing with this right now.
Yeah, there's no, that's way above my pay grade.
Yep.
We do have a Jackson down as well for Major Bones. He's missing one of the Jacksons. We don't have any Jacksons anymore for Blazing. There's not a lot of AT vehicles out on the side for the Allies, which, you know...
Yeah, I mean, he has a Jackson decrewed, and that he still has one recrewed. So the thing I think what Major might be doing right... Oh, no, he's recrewed it. I was going to say, he has a decent amount of manpower and fuel. He can get whatever he wants, so he's taking it a little bit easy. And again, probably the best in terms of preservation on the Allied side, so really good job there.
Yeah. I didn't see the decrews. I was looking very, very quickly. So that, I rescind my comment there. There is actually quite a few AT vehicles. But
the Americans is one of those factions where they can literally decrew all their armor, and you look at a first glance, you're like, what's this Allied force over here? They have no AT. Come on. And then they're like, oh, they have 3 Jacksons. Yeah,
I was like, I thought like there was a miraculous Stuka bomb or something took one out, but no. Now the Elephant is pushing up on the center. It's going to get a
plane crash all on center. I was seeing an engineer squad drop smoke nonetheless.
Most of the 2 planes crash on center, dropping their smoke.
That anti-air gun is literally bringing down all sorts of stuff on the Allied lines.
Get that man in that gun a Medal of Honor, because my goodness.
Oh my god! Another one just crashed almost on an engineer squad. That's the second one in it's been 20 seconds. Man, yeah, give him a Medal of Honor and possibly send him to jail because he's possibly friendly firing a lot of his own troops. But yeah, Allied force being contested by a decently large Axis force. Rib Tube and Alobi bringing up a Panther and those Jaeger light infantry squads trying to contest it, but American forces holding the line strong.
Yeah, at the cost of a captain, though. We did see a squad wipe of a captain in there. So they do get the VP, but there is a cost of the infantry that isn't going to be returning. It was a Vet 3 captain as well, which is a little bit dangerous. Did we see another plane just get shot down?
I'm sorry, I laughed because it literally just crashed in my face.
Oh.
13 planes, by the way, from that anti-air.
What just exploded in the center as well there? We've got Panthers on the
barrage.
flank.
Yep. Oh boy, we have a Panther coming in.
T-34 rams it.
He's targeting the anti-air. That's what they want to kill. Not the IS-152, that anti-air. They're diving though. Panther's knocked down. The IS-152 is being chased by the Panther. Oh no. Hit a mine though.
Hit a mine, engine down. It is still on half health. We're going to see the Elephant pushing up here. The Elephant's facing the wrong way. So clearly not. But that Medal of Honor winning AA gun is down now, which means either it needs to be rebuilt or the Axis will gain air superiority here.
Blazing Fury, by the way, has close to 1,000 munitions and plenty of fuel manpower. He's going to pump out another one, I assume, very quickly. If not, the tide could turn from specials coming in. Oh, another Panther got knocked out mid.
Yeah, and the P4, the Panzer IV also just got killed in the center as well there. The Elephant's now alone with a lot of allied vehicles hunkering down at it. Elephant's down to half health already. It's being sideflanked. They need to get it out of there. Engine damage. Is the Elephant gonna go down? The Elephant goes down! Shots from every direction take down the massive gun that is the Elephant with no Axis response. The Tiger pushing in mid now, but there was an unsupported Elephant there. And now...
For those who are wondering why it was stuck there, was the pathfinding behind the trench. It just had to maneuver itself around, and it, unfortunately, with that big of a vehicle... Oh, now the smoke comes in, right on the dead body. But they're doing it actually for the Grenadiers to grab the point.
Yeah, but the Allies here pushing around the flank with the Jacksons. The 3 Jacksons going hunting. They see that wounded Panther. They're going to try and get its flank. Whilst the Churchill just tanked all the hits from the Tiger. Churchill's a majorly good pickup here because they can take a lot of punishment. Really protect those Jacksons. Let them do what they need to do. The Tiger is going very, very low. Yeah. Su-85 going in, trying to get that extended sight vision for the kill. Jackson's pushing up here.
They might get the kill. Coming in.
The Stooks are coming in, but is that Tiger going to go down? Tiger does go down. Now can the Stooks reply? Those Jacksons are quite low. One Jackson goes down. Stooks, are they going to keep pushing?
Wait. Is there anything to stop him from getting out? No, Jacksons are going to back out without anything. I was thinking a Panzer IV might come in on the flank, but no, he's just sitting there.
Oof. The Allies are currently losing tickets right now. They're down to 70 points with almost a triple cap.
Yeah, no, but we do have Blazing Fury coming on into mid, taking the position with his rifleman and captain. Although artillery is currently raining down on that position. It's going to need to, again, the one thing I'll say is I don't think the Allies have really done anything against these LFHs. The sections have been far enough back to where they haven't really gotten range on it.
One of these has definitely been hit a couple of times because it's lost veterancy and it's been recrewed and it's half health. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But there's a second Elephant out. We've had another Elephant out already. Replacement Elephant. Sorry, we lost the first big gun. We need a second one out here right now.
There's a guy on the checklist being like, wait a second, I already sent you one. Why do you need another one?
Yeah, some quartermaster somewhere in the German Reich going, what do you mean you need another one?
We only have so many of these. Listen, I swear, I'll bring it back to you. It'll be in good condition. Yeah, absolutely, it will. This thing's just gonna last. But we have a strike coming down in mid against the Sturm Pioneers trying to take it. I think it might be a major. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's major artillery, yeah, by the proximity of the major. Stooks rolling up, though. They want to see if they can get that T-34, punish that. But the IS-152 is going to try and take some shots. Smoke goes down. Elephant pushing up. Here's the fresh Elephant. Can this one do better work? No, it's on the flank. On the flank. There's 2-1 Su-85s. Do get some hits. It's going to have to back away straight away. Goes down to half health. They can't risk losing another one, surely.
Yeah. But where are those Stoogs? Bring them in to support. Push back the Su-85s and allow the Elephant to really do some damage with them. I mean, even worse, you could have them come around that side flank that's currently wide open. You could target a Jackson. I mean, you probably need infantry to help clear some of the MGs and such, but I'm seeing a wide open front.
Do you know what I would really like to see right now? I'd like to see those 3 Stoogs go around that open front. Not ready to do any damage, just go into base inspect, kill the ambulances, draw attention away from those VPs, and let your troops, the rest of the players, go in, take those VPs, because the allies are really low right now. It would just take one distraction for you to get that foothold that could really change this whole game and get you that win.
And you know what? We might have actually a small distraction on the far side, ally control. Actually a Jaeger squad is trying to take it right now. He gonna at least get the decap at the very least. He dropped some smoke so he couldn't be shot, but now the allies are unloading on him. Might just be enough to capture the point. Oh, maybe not.
Allies are pushing up though through the center. They're taking the Axis side munitions currently, which is gonna be a bit of a pain. And the ISU 152 is main gun destroyed right now. This is a perfect time for the ally Axis to push up.
No, definitely. Oh, we have airstrikes coming in on the far side on the Churchill and the Firefly, respectively. Churchill can take it. Not sure about the Firefly, but it seems to be all going toward that Churchill right now.
And that Firefly needs to get out of there.
Oh,
those Jacksons are doing the same. They're getting out. We've got Axis infantry moving in on the center. They want to get those tickets flying down. We've got a double cap currently. They're going to try and go for the triple. Drain those VPs.
Conscripts and T-34 though, not letting them have it. The problem.
Oh, that overrun right there. 2 squads overrun by that T-34.
That's the problem with smoke. You don't see the tanks coming.
Yeah, you get that driver a medal.
Yeah. Well, he ran over him, stopped the cap, and on the other side, American infantry by the majors trying to decap it. Looks like they will, but only 2 models on the rifleman squad. The Panzer IV maybe could just do a quick push. He could have knocked it off, but alas, he's staying back with it. Oh. Actually, real quick, Tube currently has a Vet 5 LEFH. Currently doing a lot of damage.
Panzer IV did stop the cap. As you were just describing, it just went in, poked the squad, and forced them to retreat. It actually pushed the models off of the position and knocked the squad down to 1 before they had to retreat.
Now they're bringing up an MG like the British commander's like, I don't care who gets on it, you're getting on that point. Sir, we're not designed for that. Now you are.
Just a quick stat update. There are 3 or 4 LEFHs with a combined 86 kills currently.
Holy.
Wow, that's fantastic artillery work.
To the Allies, I mean, the weird thing is, the Allies have a direct strike with the IL-2. They have recon by Blazing Fury, who could easily use a number of his munitions.
They definitely see them right now because, very recently, because Alf's early warnings have just recharged, meaning they were just revealed. But I don't think it's in the forefront of their mind right now because of how low their VPs are.
Yeah, and again, it's artillery is something that it may not be directly in your face like a King Tiger, but it will slowly work on that manpower and your frontline units, and that just might be enough, which is why we're seeing the Axis side slowly tick down on the Allies, is that artillery just keeping them back, keeping them wounded, so their lighter infantry force can move in and take those positions.
This is a brilliant use, though, of perimeter overwatch here from Alf Truppen. They've got the double VP right now, and now any Axis that move into their territory that get seen are going to get artillery striked. This
Funny
is
enough,
good, giving them some breathing room.
They won't come down on their own fuel because I believe it was Tube took it. Oh, wait. Oh, plane crash almost on the Alf Truppen's MG. Again. If you're an Allied player, you have to watch out for those planes.
Just coming down on your heads all the time. Got a group of infantry here from Blazing Fury pushing up to see all the parked tanks, and they're just standing their ground. They're getting shot at, but I think they might be trying to give vision.
Maybe. The weird thing is...
Jacksons are engaging the Panthers. So Jacksons go down to half health. One Panther goes down really low, but the Jackson bites the bullet, takes the shell to the face.
Oh, yeah, Jackson's coming back in, though. They're going after the Panthers.
They've seen how many tanks are there. Why are they thinking to push now, especially while they're holding the... Are they trying to bait them into the perimeter into the perimeter overwatch, maybe? Stooks are now in.
T-34 coming in behind. Not enough for the ram.
No, he lost his momentum.
He can still fire,
He's going to get hit in the rear by a rack. He can still fire. These three Stooks don't know really where to go. One's engine damaged. They're going to have to get out of there pretty quick before the perimeter stops dropping. We've got Sextons coming in. Sextons taking out the LEFHs. There goes the big veteran LEFHs.
Nice. Stooks still trying to get the heck out of there. Meanwhile, Jacksons were trying to provide support. Oh no, pathfinding is an issue. They're trying to maneuver around that support gun, but the Churchill's still giving chase.
Red smoke going down on the mid VP while Panzer Grenadiers try to take it.
The Stooks, wild ride. They're still trying to get out. They're still being chased by the Churchill.
There's one that's engine damage and main gun damage. He's just turning in circles and he gets decrewed. Not even destroyed. He decrews. Somehow, that vehicle is still alive, but it does get finished off. But for what price? The Churchill is going really low now.
But the only thing they have is a Panzer IV, and good luck getting a good amount of penetration from it. Plus, it looks like the Fireflies coming in and saying, no, Panzer IV, just get out of here. You're not needed. Go. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Jackson coming in, trying to finish it off, but nope. Panther and Elephants just pushing it back. Meanwhile, a big infantry fight's in mid, but I don't think it's going that well. Oh, actually, some good grenades.
Some good grenades there. And tickets are even currently with the midpoint decapped. No one is losing VPs. I have to say, Allies haven't lost tickets in a long time now, and it's getting closer, ever closer. 144 now for the Axis, with 58 for the Allies. It could go either way.
You know something I just realized that I'm actually surprised Space Dingo has not done, or really any Axis member has done? Dragon can't do it, of course, but Alobi could. Where are those caches? Like, they've had that territory for at least a good 20 minutes, uncontested. No caches.
No,
Nothing.
we said this when we noticed Major Bones, Alf Troop, and both of them, and Blazing, all floating over 1,000 points, and they haven't replaced the destroyed cache that was poked by those Stooks. And do you know what? That side over there is still wide open. There's nothing guarding it. There is absolutely nothing guarding it. All it would take is one Tommy squad, walk in there for a little, or maybe an engineer squad with a mine detector, just to be extra safe. Walk in there, 5 minutes, even the decap could really change the tide of the VPs, because someone then has to commit some troops over to the recap. And, but already then you've lost the VPs. Got another massive artillery strike coming in from the Calliopes, I think.
Yeah, Panzer IV diving, unsure why. Oh, by the way, Blazing Fury got another anti-air gun. You know. Oh, he's targeting the Sextons. That's what he's going after with the Panzer IV, but not enough. And with Firefly and Jacksons, they put it out of its misery. Up. T-34 being taken out by the Panther in mid. Up.
Another plane coming down.
Of course, why not?
Wow, we need a plane destroyed counter for this match, I think.
But Panther, I think, hitting a mine or an AT grenade hitting it. I think it was AT grenade, knocking out the Su-85 on retreat. But they're losing.
D-crew with rear echelons right next to it. Engineers already running for the repairs. Allies are going to swarm that tank. They're like, yep, we want that. That's going to be ours.
Yep. Oh my, that's a nice find.
Speaking of, conscripts are pushing into the Axis lines here, forcing a lot of the retreats. I think they're trying to get vision again on the LEFHs and force that Stukas of Foos back as well.
You know, funny enough, finally we actually see those Stugs actually reposition themselves with an Oswind on that front. Maybe they might be doing what you said before, kind of coming from behind and doing some damage.
Yeah, it's more the distraction than anything that's needed, I think. Also, disruption of destroying an ambulance, things like that, really can change the focus of a player. If someone is in your base, the first thing when you notice that is you go, oh no, I need to get everything to my base, even if the base isn't in danger, really. If that's not the priority, it does draw the attention.
We have a Stuka bomb coming in, trying to target the ICU-152, but manages to get out of most of the blast radius. Does take a little bit of damage. The Germans were trying to take it with Dragon's forces, but he's being torn apart. He's still trying to take it, though. Give it credit, but alas. Nice
42
shot.
42 kills on that ISU-152 now.
No, that thing is, again, if you have weak infantry, get it far away from the ICU-152. Don't risk it because it will tear your men apart. Oh boy. But it was a nice attempt with the smoke coming in, trying to provide some cover, but still.
Yeah, this is starting to look very, very risky for the Axis now. I really think they haven't had VP control for a long time. They're down to 100 points here. It's getting closer and closer. This match is exhilarating to cast. It's honestly, there's been so back and forth, and now it looks like the Allies are currently in control. And do you know what the best bit is? This is only the first game of this series. We've got at least one more guaranteed game, and maybe even a third game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be exhausted if we get to a third game, but plane crash actually hits the MG, knocks out a model, and also an AT gun was decrewed. Don't know if that was the cause, but
we've got 3 Panthers and a Panzer IV moving around to engage this. The church-ended flank. They're gonna meet the 105 Sherman and the Churchill. The Churchill's already down to half health. This Vet 2 Churchill really needs to be popping its smoke and getting out of there. 105 also going down to half health. Firefly coming in for support. These Panthers aren't really hit. Main gun goes down on the Churchill. One Panther goes really low. Churchill out of control. Now
Panzer IV charging on in. Going close.
Trying to get those vision. Try and take the attention away from the Panthers. Panthers take down the Firefly. A plane comes in to try and crash.
All right.
Jackson going really low. Panzer IV is still alive. No, it's dead now. But
Jackson
all of the
getting out of there. Sliver.
I think it just went down to the captured Panther as well. That's a real nail, nail in the coffin there. And also there's another Panther goes low, goes back. Elephant was about to maneuver in for support, but thinks better of it. We've got a lot of Allied tanks and infantry moving in. This is going to be the close. VPs are almost even, so this is getting really close. We've got a King Tiger, the K2 coming in as well. Is pushing in on those infantry. We've got red smoke coming down. It's all fighting for this one VP.
You know what it is? Major Bones called in the 240mm howitzer barrage, trying to push back that armor on, coming on that angle. If they get some direct hit,
that just goes down to the Elephant.
Oh, what? Oh.
Elephant takes out the ISU-152.
I didn't even see that. You're right.
Jagdpanzer. T-34s are going low as the Stugs push up. That's a massive loss. Can they capitalize?
They're pushing forward. There's not a lot to stop them. And again, send in the cheap Stugs. Get maybe a kill or two with them. Maybe knock out the AA. Meanwhile, the Allies have taken back the VP, stopping the decap. Though, the Stuka bomb coming on in to stop the bleed.
Nobody is bleeding tickets right now.
But you know what is bleeding? A lot of Allied armor. Jagdpanzer coming on in against the Jackson, possibly trying to keep up the pressure. The Stugs are following suit. T-34, though, coming in on the flank.
This Kongstiger needs to be pushed up. This Kongstiger that is sat protecting the weak Panther needs to be pushed onto that VP to stop infantry trying to push in.
Good assist by the Elephant. The Stug knocks out the T-34. Elephant pushing on in, possibly going to hit that Su-85. Jagdpanzer, though, very, very weak. A simple AT grenade.
It did take out the Vet 3 Jackson that was there, though. So there is very little AT. The Tigers, Team Tiger, we've got Tiger 1 and Tiger 2 moving in to try and secure that VP as the engineers coming. Whoa, this is getting exciting as we get into the nail-biting stage of this game.
Space Dingo, I don't know what you're doing, but good assist there. And with the Tigers coming in, wiping that infantry, maybe the Pioneer Squad can get in fast enough to stop the bleed. No, they stop. They turn at the last second, and they don't stop the decap, though the Tiger 1 does knock out that Allied squad, and they might capture in the nick of time.
One of the main issues here is there is very little free Axis infantry again. A lot of their infantry that remains is the people repairing all of their tanks. Yes, they have the tank advantage right now, but they can't push their advantages because they can't send that infantry in to capture.
Funny enough, Blazing Fury just did a recon pass over the other VP point of the Axis control. Ostwind is currently guarding it, but you can see Blazing Fury building up his forces, maybe to kind of push on in to decap it.
I think that's a really wise move there as well. A lot of the attention is on one side of the map. Yes, they're down on the tanks. They've got to start thinking about maneuvering around. There is a Panther moving in support. Blazing has got that captured Panther as well as his infantry. It's going to do damage to those 2 Ostwinds, but those Ostwinds might be able to hold down in time for something else to maneuver around. But we are having an Axis capture on the church side. It's happening. The one Jackson and Firefly there cannot push against 2 Panthers and 2 Tigers. The Elephant is being pushed by infantry. 2 conscripts take down the rack.
While this is all going on, mind you, there is an allied Panther pushing back 2 Ostwinds of all things.
This is what we saw. Can something come in response? The Stooks are moving over in response. The Stooks are going that way as well as 1 Panther by the looks of it, whilst 4 tanks hold strong. Okay, the Allies are losing tickets right now. It is nail-bitingly close. 2 Su-85s pushing up, trying to hit the Elephant. Elephant, half healths 1 of the Su-85s. Tiger 1 is low, though.
Churchill's charging on in from the other side, but again, it's in the kill zone of the King and the Panther on standby. Jackson, Firefly come in to assist with the Rifleman squad trying to take that point.
Tiger is so low. And the King Tiger 2 is engine damage for a moment there. Tiger 1 goes down. I don't see what got that.
Elephant is marked. Su-85 and Jackson are on it. It's marked. That's why they're going after. They get the kill.
Another main gun destroyed on a Panther on the VP. We've got a Firefly going low on the VP. It is all to play for on this. And do you know what? It's a trip cap right now. It's about to be a trip cap for the Allies. This is, and the far side, the Panther and the Jackson taking down the Stooks. 1 Jackson goes down to the Stook, but 1 Stook goes down as well.
Stook's alive. Stook is alive.
Panthers are really, really low on this church side VP. Another Panther goes down. There is another ISU 152 out, and it just takes out 1 of the Panthers. There's only 1 Panther and the King 2 on this side.
I believe I could be mistaken. Yeah, Space Dingo also bring out another Elephant. So both sides bring out their heavy guns. All right, but the Axis do manage to capture. I want to say they're going to capture both sides. Both
VPs are almost those. VPs are almost equal. VPs are almost equal. This is an unbelievable match.
Think about it. Think of the Allies in a situation where they're down by at least 3.5 times the VP, managing to hold on through the entire match to bring it close enough where they're almost even now. But still, it's going to be a heck of a fight because we have Allies coming back to try to continue to bring the point even closer. The Axis are not having it. We got Tube's forces stopping him, artillery just raining down on that point. There's no way the engineer squad's gonna live. No way.
Oh, those are. Oh.
But yeah, you're right. They decrewed it.
Allies
are just wiped 2 Axis squads right trying to cap middle.
2 in favor for Axis and 1 neutral.
It's been such a comeback for the Allies. Can the Axis come back though and just keep pushing
Sukabon taking those 2 AT tanks right down. That Jackson is alive with the most sliver of health. So is the Firefly. They're going to be pushed back, meaning that King Tiger is going to be able to support the tanks, support the infantry moving in on that VP there.
Back up.
Over on church side.
Oh,
they take
out the
the 105 Shun. Yeah, the bulldozer. There is another Jackson been switched over. Jackson's in the middle. Oh, wow. There's so many allied AT tanks just hanging around between these 2 VPs.
We're at 18 points on the allied side, 58 for the Axis, and
we're about to see it switch back to 2 allied-controlled VPs. Yep. It's going to go down to the wire. The Elephant and the Stook. So the red player alone is holding down this one side. All of his troops over there, but there's no allied troops pushed over there anymore. This is the distraction that we kind of wanted to see from the Reds, but it switched the other way. Blazing's attempt over there has forced all of those vehicles over there.
Have you looked at Dragon's forces?
Dragon's forces? Dragon?
Yeah, look at Dragon.
Oh no, he's down to 1 Panzer Fusilier. What happened there?
He charged his Panzer IV and it died from 3 tank destroyers. He has nothing, no reserves. Man, if only Space Dingo could be like, yeah, here's some of my manpower. Oh, it's not looking good.
Space Dingo is finally moving all of his forces to try and, I think he's trying to hit the center with a flood of pioneers here. But
you know,
Space
whatever
Dingo
works.
is trying to put so much pressure on the map. He's got those 2 Ostwinds, this time supported by an elephant. It really doesn't want to lose that side, VP. But the Stooks are repositioning. They're prowling along the side, but
Maxim's looking the wrong way. Pioneers swarming on in.
here they come. I heard you wanted engineering. It's funny because they're reds as well, so there's Star Trek red shirts coming in.
Oh, God.
Throw in the red shirts.
Let's see how many. Oh, no. What's coming on in? We got P-47.
That's a major artillery, I think. Major artillery from the major there. But it's got the decap, which has stopped the bleed. That's an important point. And there is a cap going on, an attempted cap going down on Church side. This
more
is going to go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Jesus. IS-152 has repositioned itself to mid. Hey, if you're going to clean up red shirts, that's the thing to do it. Good grenades being thrown by Blazing Fury as well.
Oh, one of the red shirts goes down. 2 are down to 1 man, but they're not running. They are standing their ground. They're waiting for that cap. Another goes down. Get those He's out of here before you lose them all.
Calliope's opening fire on that left VP. AT gun being repositioned by Major. Oh my God, Major had like 1,500 manpower. Now he's down the zip. Axis grab. Triple. Triple.
Gotta go to the end. This is it. This is gonna be it. 3 points. Here it goes.
Oh my God.
That's gonna be game.
They do it. Oh, holy.
Oh gosh.
Nail bite. Absolutely nail biting game right there. The tank after tank engagements. It's just
the red shirts did it.
It was down to the red shirts. Wow, well played for Space Dingo. Really pulling out support. Only at the cost of what was it? 3 elephants.
Like, think about this game. We had Allied Panther. We had so many decrewed vehicles. We had literally an Allied team that was like down by at least a few hundred, and yet they somehow brought the comeback to where we honestly thought, at least to me, that the Axis were pretty much going to lose this game. But no, through sheer will and determination, they captured and held those VPs and brought it down. I don't think they could have won it if this was like that would have been repulsed. I think this was their last attempt.
Look at the end screen animation here. You know the church that has been so contested? There is currently a plane crashing into it. That just sums up this
Oh my God.
That is the pinnacle of this match because yeah, like you said, we've seen everything. We saw Goliath take out Bofors. We've seen Stuka bombs wipe squads. We've seen engineers win the game. You know, It has been back and forth. We have seen the heaviest tanks on both sides clash out. And wow, and we've got we've got at least another game of this, if not 2. And then by the play of both these teams, what we've seen in their previous games and in this game, I reckon this isn't going to be the last matchup we see between these 2 teams. I reckon this is going to be a semi-final heat or even a final heat that we see this matchup again. And boy, am I excited for it.
Oh, no, truly. I cannot wait, especially, again, if we're seeing both sides learn from their mistakes, because I do think there were some critical mistakes in this game. Let me be very clear. I think the resources could have been let down by Space Dingo. I think maybe pressing on the side they had control of would have been very helpful to pull back a lot of the Allied forces, maybe so that way they win the game a lot sooner. I think the Allies realized should have pushed on the other side a lot sooner in order to kind of help out with that VP. But overall, still a lot of really good tactics used by both teams. So while I do find faults, still a fantastic game.
What a game, yeah.
Yeah, and the stats are equally as impressive. If you look at the kills, I just did the math. 119 LEFH kills from 2 of the Axis players.
Oh my God.
We had 7.
Not quite those 300 kills from the first game, but my God, that's still pretty big.
That's a lot. 7 Stug 3s were built by Space Dingo, and they racked up 10 kills.
Nice.
That's
also,
worth it.
Major Bones, 10 kills on his Jacksons. Also a nice figure.
Are we going, can I say the damage report?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, the damage, Major Bones as well. The reason why I want to bring him up, 100,000 damage.
Oh, wow. Is that the first 100,000 damage of the tournament?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that really is. Wow.
Hats off.
Like, to be specific, 100,875. Bring it just over, but still, that is a lot of damage done by those Jacksons.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes, it is. Oh, but again, also just I tip my hat off to all these players. They gave it their all, and to be fair, like Dragon, they used all of their men, but they still gave us one heck of a game.
Yeah, what a fantastic
You
game.
know, one, I feel like the Axis were harder on themselves than they needed to be. If you look at their army value, they really didn't fill up their pop caps, and they floated a lot of resource towards the late game. I don't know if it was just distraction, but you can see like in their army values, it just really teeters out near the midpoint, and that was not due to lack of resource or manpower. They had plenty. They did start replacing elephants quickly and stuff later, but I noticed towards critical parts of the game, they had, they were floating upwards of 600 to 1,000 manpower, and they had like 60, 70 pop cap, which I think they just made it harder on themselves than they needed to, just by not building enough.
Yeah.
100%. I do also think we didn't see the K2 or the Tiger 1 till very late game. Like the first thing we saw, like major tank-wise, was the elephant from Space Dingo. And Space Dingo, I think, out of the Axis players, had the best control of what he was spending on. Like those Stugs are cheaper than most of the other vehicles, and allowed him to buy those elephants and get 3 out, which is not cheap. And I think that was the best management from the Axis team. But yeah, I would have liked to seen like better control of their pop cap, and maybe a bit more cohesion in their investments. I think that's what it comes down to.
And I hate to be critical on them because they're the winners, but I also noticed mid to late game they were diving a lot of tanks alone. You guys were calling that out. The elephant was like the final result of that, but there was Panzer IVs going alone, there was Panthers going alone, just trying to get some desperate hits. And it's like, man, if you just coordinated some things with that, it would have been so much more effective.
Yeah, or come in on a front that maybe the allies aren't expecting. Like, again, like both sides, this is why I'm like so big on like reconning sectors always, because like Blazing Fury has right now 1,200 munitions almost. And we could have really seen more P-47 runs on that other side to really reveal what the enemy had. And I feel like if they had a bigger picture of what the other team was putting up to the table, they could have really taken advantage of that. But it's funny enough, was it Dragon and I'm trying to bring up the people, Alobi, just their constant planes coming in, providing either smoke or recon definitely helped the Axis. And not just that, it provided just sheer lunacy when these planes are just crashing into Allied forces.
Yeah, smoke going everywhere. It was absolute chaos. But yeah, I agree what you say. Recon is king. And especially when you've got allies that normally can't recon. I think as a USF player, I think especially with the allies, because the Brits, for example, don't get much recon. Yes, at the halfway through the game, they picked Royal Artillery, which does get a bit, but standard Brit teams kind of only get recon through the 17-pounder with its flare. So, relatively. So, whereas the USF have a lot more variations of what can give recon. And I think it would have been nice to see only if one of them did it, but one of them, you put their munitions towards getting information for the rest of his team so they could put their troops in better positions.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, not a lot of allied dives.
Yeah, that's true.
Like we only had like 1 or 2. Like, and especially since the allies for majority of the game had more units, I was expecting them to maybe try to go after those LEFHs, but you called it out, Skippy. Those things did rack up a ton of kills.
I can't blame them for not diving, considering their point deficit. They didn't have a lot. They couldn't make any mistakes mid-late game. Yeah. They did have that critical Cromwell dive, which was a very calculated dive. Took out 2 Panzerwerfers, or maybe 3. But most of their pushes were reactionary, but they were always effective. Like the Allies didn't.
No, absolutely.
They didn't make big critical mistakes the way the Axis did, but obviously wasn't enough. It was enough to get him back in the game, but the Axis had enough fortitude. Very good play by them on the VPs at the end. They knew to just keep their troops on the point, let them die, protecting it at all costs, and it worked out for them.
Yeah. All right. But good game. Good game.
Excellent game.
Yeah.
Longest one of the tournament as well. 1 hour and 11 minutes and 4 seconds. So let's definitely take a break, refill our drinks.
Yeah.
And then we'll get on to game 2. All right,
I'm excited. Let's do this.
We'll be back after this, guys. Comrades, welcome back after a very exciting game, emotionally draining, probably more so for the players, but for us, the casters as well. Major Bones versus Daka didn't disappoint game 1, guys. What are your thoughts after having a minute to sit on that match? What are some things that stood out?
Allied resilience stood out really well. They held back numerous pushes, numerous dives by Panthers and Panzer IVs, even Stugs joined the mix, but they held pretty well throughout the game, even though they did end up losing it against a lot of dives. So I give them a lot of credit for that. We'll see how they do in this game.
Yeah, I definitely got to give credit to both teams there for the whole back and forth at the end, not wanting to give up. But I really have to give credit where credit's due to the Allies. Even though they lost, they, to me, in terms of some of their vehicle micro, were a lot more on it. And I'm really excited to see if they can try and win this next game, especially with the sides switched. And now the sides switch. Is it going to be the same story, or are we going to see a 2-0 victory? Because who knows?
Yep. So with all game 2s, factions switch, and the sides of the map also switch. So Majors Privates will be Axis, and Daka will be Allies. One factor that I think we have to consider going into this next game is mental fortitude after such a grinding game and loss for Majors Privates. We've seen in this tournament it's been harder for teams to come back and perform after a tough loss, which we've seen in these first games. So that'll be something to watch out for. And what do you guys think about that factor, Midge?
No.
You've seen it. Midge has seen a lot of it so far in this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, the stamina element of this game is something that a lot of these teams won't be used to. They are not professionals. That's not this point, the point of this tournament. And I've noticed it a lot that we do seem to see a fall off, especially with a morale loss like that after a really close defeat where they almost clutched the victory. That's got to be heartbreaking. And I really want to see them come back. Well, actually, I don't, because Major Privates are the evil ones to me right now. So but I hope they suffer. That's what I want to say. All in jest. No, I'm really looking forward to see if they can overcome that stamina lost and actually put up a decent fight again.
I think that if they can bring up that vehicle gameplay they did extremely well last game and that preservation, I think the Axis might be a little better for them to have that dominance and win, but especially because of the armor deflection and stuff like that just being a lot better than a lot of allied vehicles. But the other thing I will bring up is, yeah, it will bring up a lot of issues for that team because of the fact that they're going to be making judgment calls. They lost, so they're going to be like, is this worth it? We need to win this one. They don't have that extra buffer anymore. They need to get beyond this game fully, and that could end up costing them.
Yeah, it's very true. So guys, with Majors Privates losing game 1, if they lose this game, they will be moving down to the losers bracket where they have to fight for their life. And if Daka does win this game, they will be securing a spot in the playoffs. So Majors Privates on the line to try to stay in this game. I'm going to go ahead and load up the match, guys. Let's get this underway.
If Daka win this game, I'm going to say now that I reckon they're my favorites to win the tournament. Honestly, from the what I saw of them in their previous game and them pulling off that win there, I think they've got what it takes. But that being said, Majors Privates have been very together in both games that I've seen of theirs as well. So this hopefully will be another very, very interesting match. The last one was an epic, and now I'm excited to see what we get into.
Yeah, if Major Privates can have more map awareness, I think they could definitely be a major contender against Daka. If they can just realize what Daka is bringing to the table and not be overly cautious, even though I think that cautiousness did help them immensely, I think Daka would be in some serious trouble.
All right, guys, the game's underway for me. I'm probably a bit ahead of you now. I'm at 9, 10, 11, 12 seconds.
All right. I got you there.
17, 18, 19.
Okay. So right now I'll stay on the Allied side like I did before. So right now on the Allied side, we got Space Dingoes, the Americans, Tube as the British, and Dragon and Alobi as the Soviets. Space Dingoes already picked Urban Assault Company. Oh boy, we got Rangers possibly could lead the way. And right now he's going over and sending his he's sending his rear echelons and his riflemen over to capture that VP on the far left side of this map. What about your side? What do you got?
So we've got 2 OKW and 2 Wehrmacht. Only one Wehrmacht player choosing to tech instantly. Penclips teched instantly, whereas Blazing has decided to try and get his Pioneers out for capturing points nice and early, try and get those troops on the field. And we've also seen a commander lock-in for Blazing Fury. We've got the Joint Operations Doctrine coming out, so that's the artillery officer. So we're gonna see a lot of Axis rain coming down in this video as well.
Funny enough, for the longest time, I'm like, that's not, the artillery officer's not that big of a deal. And then funny enough, a game actually versing Skippy showed me the pain that that commander can bring to you by just constant artillery barrages. So yeah, if he pumps out some Panzerwerfers, it could be very troubling for the Allies. Speaking of actually some trouble, the Stern Pioneers pushed back the Riflemen, going in against some conscripts by Dragon. Good charge by Truppen.
Yeah, we've got a lot of MG42s out on the field, which is, I think, a good choice. The Allied team are going to be stuck for machine guns. I mean, the USF have to take Lieutenant, obviously, to get their machine gun out, and I don't know what the Soviet players have teched, if at all. It'll be relying on only the Brit player to get those Lewis guns out, and he hasn't built any yet.
No, definitely. Yeah, the Stern Pioneers are still going. They could be going a little too deep into Allied lines. I think that nice, good composition of conscripts, engineers, and riflemen, if these Stern Pioneers aren't careful, could retreat right into them and possibly be torn apart. Oh, there's a sniper in mid as well by Alobi. Alob. My apologies. Might get the wipe. Stern Pioneers running.
That's going to be a wipe. There's got to be a wipe. Oh, sniper missed. That's going to get away. Skin of its teeth now. Wow. We have seen.
Engineers.
Oh, the engineers. Come on, engineers have been the clutch of the last game. Can they be? No, it's going to get away. Those Stern Pioneers going to get away. In the meantime, the Axis have locked down Forest Side VP and the Church Side VP, but currently Church Side VP is cut off by a horde of conscripts from Dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Germans did lose some infantry trying to guard that point. Those conscripts pouring in, but those MGs that were produced early in the game are set up, ready to go, and pushing back that blob of conscripts. Actually, some of them retreat, some of them just fall back because they're out of range. And they might allow the sniper to just move on in and slowly tick away at those MGs with some mortar support brought to you by Space Dingo.
Axis infantry pushing a large horde of Soviets off the center. Combined troops of Major Bones and Penclip here, managing to push off a penal battalion plus 2 engineers, and now the Tommies, leaving them free to capture. And we're going to see a trip cap here for the Axis. Early game trip cap can be dangerous, especially if they're left to be able to get control and lock these points in.
Oh my god, Blazing Fury trying to get his MG out of there. Unfortunately, conscripts take it down and steal the MG42. The other one is also incredibly low, gets decapped. Americans are going to take that. Space Dingo gonna grab, no, yeah, Space Dingo grabs another MG42. That's 2 losses right there. Not a great opener.
Yeah, no, yikes. That's going to be a bit of a manpower setback.
But right now,
just went down as well for Axis.
Yeah, so while they're taking that territory, they're taking some losses. Now, again, things can work out. They can definitely keep up the momentum if they play their cards right. But it looks like the Allies are starting to turn the tide, trying to recap that VP, even though there's a lot of Germans just scattered throughout their lines. We got Grenadiers retreating, but they're already just trying to chase down some troops. More Grenadiers trying to fight those echelons. MG being hit by a rifle grenade, almost killed.
Ooh.
Definitely killed.
Yeah, that was a captured MG42 that went down there. That's actually 2 captured MG42s, I believe, running around for the Allies now, as well as a Maxim out. Starting to see a few more support guns coming out, and you know, this could be dangerous for the Axis. They've overcommitted quite a few of their infantry, and now a lot of them are back healing. So we could see a switch in map control if the Allies can capitalize, but that is only if.
Yes. Actually, funny enough, right now, Tube is on the far side trying to capture that VP, but alas, his first British infantry squad got pushed back. His second one's barely keeping themselves alive against the Volk squads, though they get some good hits in. The second Volk squad coming in with SCG-44 is just going to easily push it back, and there goes any attempt to capture that side. Although he did upgrade to get 5-man squads.
We've had some more commanders lock in. We've got Overwatch Doctrine coming in for Major Bones. The Brits have locked in.
Major Blood sounds like a way better title.
Major Blood. And we've got Tactical Support Regiment coming in for the Brits. I also really like this doctrine. I used to actually steer away from it a lot, which is harsh to say as someone who mains Brits, or at least used to main Brits. But the forward observation post is potent. The amount of call-ins you get with that can really change a game.
And you can, with the forward assembly, you can essentially place it anywhere you want on the map for those columns to call in. Again, they have a range, but if there's an area where there's constant assaults going on, you want to place it there. Meanwhile, actually, speaking of assaults, we have a rifleman charge deep in Axis lines. Again, Panzer Grenadiers are trying to stop them. On the grenade! Oh. Helps get 1 kill, possibly a second if these riflemen aren't careful. Oh no!
That was
look, he'll make it.
That's very dangerous. He's gonna make it, but at what cost? Sniper covering the retreat there, and the others soft retreating back. But we got a Panzer II Luke's coming out. It's gonna try and punish that rifle squad. Rifle squad now full retreating at the site of the P2.
Oh, speaking of which, the Allies actually have a second sniper. We have a British sniper. Oh no, a little too close to the Sturms. But yeah, RebTube tried to come up. Oh wait, is he gonna lose it? That sniper's so close. Come on, Panzer Grenadiers.
It's not got the speed to catch up, but taking that Gewehr might give it the shot. One shot rings out. And what was it? Oh, lucky.
Oh,
what did we see?
I think it was that sniper surviving is what he's talking about. It does have like 10% health left.
Right, okay. I was like, oh no, did we miss a wipe somewhere? What was going on?
Actually, the opposite. He barely managed to stop a wipe. Although we could see more wipes in the future. We have counter-attack tactics being picked by the Soviet, so possibly some B4 action in store for us.
Oh, the B4, the mighty B4. The fear that can destroy a panzer. as long as it hits.
That's the thing. You have to believe in the shot, and as long as it hits, you're golden. Actually, we got a big push going on with Panzergrenadiers and Sturms pushing back some conscripts, though an MG of 42 does manage to get both of them suppressed, although the Sturm Pioneers are continuing their push.
So a major swarm of infantry from both sides in the middle, one being forced back. But look at all these Americans now going to try and push in deep in the center here. We've also had another lock-in of a Commander Penclip going for Lightning War Doctrine. We do have a half-track out, probably going to probably taking the flamethrower in the center there. That could wreak havoc on some of these swarms.
Oh, you know what, though? Rangers with bazookas. Again, not only are they, again, incredibly useful to get bazookas because they get an extra bazooka, but they increase damage, making them probably the most powerful infantry unit in the game with an anti-tank, like, shot, because they fire 3 shots, all increased damage. So that Panzer II did not stand a chance.
Yeah, Space Dingo on these USF. He's proving to be as deadly with these Rangers as he was his Stugs in the previous match.
No, definitely. Although his infantry are being pushed back, we have some Truppen bringing up his Volk squads with SCGs, trying to push them back. Looks like he might be able to. Although it looks like even greater effect, we have Penslip with the Volk squads and Grenadiers kind of pushing on in against the conscripts. They are falling back, though.
Yeah, that half-track doesn't actually have enough munitions to take flamethrower, but I think it's the threat is making the Allies cautious of pushing on it. Although that AT gun hit does force its retreat.
I love how they all jumped in, like, get us out of here.
Boom! Hits the side. It's like that bit in Black Hawk Down when the RPG goes through the door of the troop carrier. They all start panicking. We do have the Brits moving to cap the fuel on the tree side with almost the ability to move on the VP. We've got the 5 squad Tommies as well teched for Red Tube. Rube Tube. It's Rube Tube, isn't it?
Yes, and he has himself some Brens, so he definitely has some firepower backing him up, plus the sniper. My only concern with him is if an armored vehicle were to redeploy on this sector. The sniper could definitely do a little bit, but he's going to need some more serious AT if he really wants to be a competitor in this area.
Yeah, engineers going really low there. They were stood in the red cover of the river. But, they cooked them onto a mine. That's what they were trying to do. Interesting. That's sniper. Really neat. They're going to go back in, support the sniper. They want to be close for when the squad goes low so they can try and wipe it.
Will he get it? No, USF misses the shot.
USF out with a Stuart in the center, pushing up in front with a lieutenant. Lieutenant with a bar?
Yeah.
Instead of taking the bazooka, they've taken a bar.
He's going with the classics. He's going with the classic. Anyway, yeah, they're putting pressure, trying to knock out that sport gun by Major Bones.
Major Bones doesn't see it losing. He's not getting it out of there. I don't think he's noticing it's about to be wiped.
You know, I think he's more focused on building that Panzer headquarters. If the Stuart can see that, maybe they can go in for some good hits. But no, Volk squad's coming on in, trying to go for that Panzerfaust. No, not in range.
Yeah, well, that Schwer headquarters won't be out of fire right away. There is quite a few AT guns over there though, so maybe the Stuart is wise not to push over. Not that he sees that though. We also have an Su-76 out for Dragon. Got that lovely little mobile assault gun. If you get that on the flank vehicles, they can really do some damage.
Yeah, he also deployed some guard troops. So yeah, Dragon went with guard mortars, so we could see heavier infantry with the heavy mortar and the guards, plus some advanced medium armor with the 85 variant of the T-34. Artillery's coming in by Dragon on mid. Panzer Grenadiers are so close together. Oh, great hit! Kills at least, 4 or 5 models. Gets the squad wipe as well.
Good squad wipe. What a fantastic squad wipe right there.
12 Panzer Grenadiers walk onto the point. I think like 3 make it out alive.
Yeah. Faust goes off on the Stuarts, but the Stuart's standing firm. Stuart's got quite a lot of health.
Why would it retreat? It has, even though it gets Panzerfausted, there's no packs for Kernwerfers, no AT. It can just stay there, take the hits, and dish out that damage.
Yeah. Again in this game, we are left with just Truppen not to pick a commander. He was the last to pick in the previous game, and now it's the same again in this one. Is this a tactic from Major
Real
Bones'
quick,
privates?
not to interrupt, we do have a half-track drop some Grenadiers on the far side, trying to hunt down that sniper. Push back the MG, push back British infantry section. He's given chase. He could use rapid movement to chase down that sniper. I think he's trying to move the sniper either to hide it or to try to retreat it back to his base without going into the sight of the Grenadiers.
Yeah. He's got to get further around, otherwise his retreat path might have been back into those Grenadiers. But now, yeah, he's got to get out. He's been seen. But he is going to run into a squad. This sniper is in trouble.
Oh, he's like, "What's up, guys?" Run straight through the squad.
Pay no attention to the man in the ghillie suit.
Oh, rifle grenade tries to get on the retreat, misses it, and once again the sniper manages to retreat back to base. Whew, some good tactics right there by Tube.
Yeah, really trying to get that sniper. And I completely understand why. The British sniper with that sort of the anti-tank rifle and the fact that it is a big manpower sink for the Brits. If they lose that squad, that's what, 320 manpower points down the drain. Because I don't think it's done much in terms of kills. It's not made its worth yet. It's only on 7. Yeah, it's 360. Wow. Yep. It'd be even worse then. We've got a big infantry blob here, though, from the Axis forming up on the center.
Yeah, one of them just died, though. Volk squad by, I believe, the Major Bones. Unfortunately just perished by the tank. Although Panzer Grenadiers are also moving on in. It's a big push, but they are losing units.
They're unsupported. There's these Shrek squads just hanging out next to Iraq, not being pushed up to deal with that Stuart.
Yeah, I think you're right when we mentioned earlier about Major's team pretty much having some issues, and we are seeing that right now. This is not the team from the last game. They are definitely making some critical mistakes.
Yeah, now the racks are moving in. One was on the flank, but it's too late for the other one to really get in position. It's just the Stuart just gets out of max range, and yeah, if those had moved up together earlier with the infantry in support, we could be seeing a dead Stuart right now. And,
absolutely.
Now the rack is forced to retreat. The Panzer Grenadiers on the site being forced to retreat as some conscripts coming in on the side. Grenade does go out, but those penals just dodge it. And yeah.
You know why? For Mother Russia increases your speed and strength against any opponent. So they're doing a lot better than they normally would trying to take that point. They might throw a cache. They are throwing a cache. Might be a little costly. They could lose it. No. Gets out of there in one piece. Satchel doesn't though. Misses the Stern Pioneers. And yeah, the penals will retreat, but they did try to hold that point for as long as possible.
We've got a similar situation to last game going on, except it's the church end that has been left relatively undefended. We've just got a Maxim in the Su-76 there, with all the fighting happening in Forest End and Middle this time.
Yep.
And we've also got a KV-1 out for our Hobe. The KV-1 heavy tank coming out for the green Soviet player, as well as he's also got some shock troops, which I just noticed almost killing a pioneer squad over in the forest. Just doing some tactical reconnaissance. There is a Panzerwerfer in the middle for Blazing Fury, which, if that KV-1 sees, might be about to have a bad day, because here comes an allied push.
Yes. I will say, though, we do have a Goliath. Looks like they're trying to hide the Goliaths in the forest. Where the Axis control. Also, the Major Bones has deployed as well a Panzer IV onto the field. So they could try to use that to fight the KV-1. It's not the best scenario, but the KV-1 does have a hard time penetrating that armor.
Panzerwerfer does get a few kills and gets out there pretty swiftly, but here comes a Shrek swarm coming out.
Oh, no.
Grenades! Ooh.
A little bit. Not that much.
Look at this lieutenant and the rifleman on the retreat path. The two squads go really low. Those Obersoldaten is going to try and cover it with a bundle grenade. Bundle grenade goes down. Weakens the rifle squad. Rifle squad now needs to get out of here. And here comes some Axis reinforcements. You got the Panzer IV that you called out earlier. Rear echelons trying to give chase. They're about to see the reinforcements. These Americans need to get out of there because their retreat path has also been cut off by Volksgrenadiers. This is good movement here from the Axis.
But as I mentioned before about the artillery field officer and kind of using that tandem with Panzerwerfers, Blazing Fury has 2 Panzerwerfers right now, so I think he's doing the artillery focus.
Yeah.
which again could be detrimental for these allied players, especially with the amount of infantry they have on the field. Good push. Sorry, go ahead.
Half track just went engine destroyed. Took a hit from the Brits. The Brits are dealing with them in the forest, and it's not looking great for them. They've got an Ostwind over there in support now, but as you were saying in the mid, there was a push.
Yeah, there's a push right now. The Form of the Rush is active. Kills a Volk squad. Oh, and a little delay on the Calliope. They stopped that before some friendly fire occurs. They're just running around, tearing apart what was left of the push there by the OKW. But Major still has his Verkenwerfer there. We still have Penslips, Grenadiers there. They can't fight those shock troops. Grenade going off, very low on health, being torn and eaten. Oh, God. That was a really good Grenadier squad, too.
T-34-85 out, coming in through the mid. And I like to see that the Soviet players also got that 120mm mortar out as well, which can really do some damage.
Major did get a good bundle grenade in those penals, though, bringing them down to 2 men with barely any health and a 3-man squad, as well as an Ostwind coming in to push back the shocks. Again, good for anti-infantry, kind of help clean that area up. Does detonate an allied mine.
Look at these Shreks coming in with the Panzer IV. This is the combined arms that we wanted to see the Axis do last game, that we did see from the Allies last game, and they're going to punish that. T-34 goes down to half health. KV-1 now just looking to hold the line with its conscript brothers.
They get some shots, but the Panzer Shreks just by one squad aren't going to do much against a KV. It's built to take hits. And by God, it took hits. Though again, the positive though is what's left is also done, upgraded with SCG-44s due to special operations. So they're going to take that point with pretty much no issue from any allied infantry that can really come up and fight it.
Yeah, KV-1 tried to go and chase down the Ostwind, turns the corner, finds 2 Pack 40s, has to really get out of there. Luckily, it gets a couple of bounces, kind of saving it a little bit there.
Yeah.
It overextended ever so slightly. This is without support. This is the problem that we've kind of saw with the players that are now playing the Allies, the Team Daka. They really struggle to support their tanks with infantry. They'll see something and go, oh, I want to go with that, and not back it up.
Something else on a faction base, unless I'm mistaken by the retreat path. No, it's not. Okay, right now, Tube, I'm seeing all this British infantry section. Where's his medics? Is he using any medics with his squads? Or does he have a forward retreat point?
He hasn't teched any, no.
Yeah, so that's a concern right there.
We do have a Comet out for the Brit, which is a wonderful tank. However, if he puts that into the forest, there's a couple of Goliaths there that might cause issues. So that'll be interesting to see. There's also mines down on the road. The road,
teller mines.
There's a lot of teller mines, and we do have minesweepers on only 1 engineer squad though, so it could be interesting.
Hold on. We have Rangers that were attempting to go deep into some territory, but of all things, Panzer Grenadiers coming on in, trying to show them off.
The rocket launcher on rocket launcher fight. It's like we're playing Halo.
Yes. But in this case, the Panzer Grenadiers have more men and a bit more veterancy, so yeah, the Rangers are going to pull on back. And I don't believe, he has no Major up, so he doesn't have a forward base.
We've got a Goliath. It's moving into position. It's looking for that Comet. It's revealed itself. There's Tommy squad there and the sniper. It's going to try and go. It's gone to the wrong side of the VP, and it's going down to half health. It's going to go down. Oh.
Took a left where it should have took a right.
Yeah, they finally teched medics on the Tommies as well. But I did notice there's medical supplies being dropped by one of the Soviets, I believe. By the air support from the British commander, and that's how they've been healing.
Oh, okay. So, keep space going. Wait, I think I heard a B4 shot. Unless I am. Oh wait, no. Wait.
Yep.
Yes, B4's on the field. And I think it knocked out a support gun.
We're finally seeing action again back on Church VP. Axis Panzer Shrek Blob did take it, but now we've got a huge rifle company in response. Some of them taking wounds to the grenades, but not doing nearly enough damage. We do see some squad wipes possibly coming in. The Soviets on the retreat path. 1 squad goes down.
2.
Another squad goes down in the rear. Is the 3rd one going to go down? The Obersoldaten on the rear of the conscripts. This is like double trouble. T-34-85 coming in. Panzerwerfer coming in. They're all trooped up. They're trooped up. Lieutenant goes down. Conscript goes down. Allies need to get out. They just need to run. Just run.
That being said,
T-34 trying to get the run down. It's not going to work, though. Obersoldat and Nippy doing ring around the roses.
Funny enough, he chose to run over the Obersoldat instead of go after the Panzerwerfer. I might have myself gone after the Panzerwerfer.
Go for the Panzerwerfer, yeah.
Yeah, but he does manage to push back the Vulcan Obersoldat blob, even though he took some damage. And he's going to try to get back, but we got Sturms coming with Panzerschrecks, going to chase down that T-34.
Also, the soft retreat from the USF there, although I did try to tell them to retreat, the soft retreat has allowed them to cap the VP, and on the other side, we have the
Brits going
finally.
In. Oh, Calliope getting the Sturm Pioneers double wipe.
Wow, that is brutal. We did see the Tommies capture the top, the jungle side VP. It's not a jungle at all, but the forest VP at the same time as that push was happening on the south. It was a good combined movement from the two teams, meaning the Axis had to divide their forces and couldn't respond as easy.
I was looking very close to that Ostwind, and like, as the AT gun knocked it out, but the B4 just comes in next to it. Gave me a little bit of shell shock right there.
Yeah.
But British are holding firm on this point with Soviet backing. I think they're going to hold this VP for the time being. I don't see much in a way of the way that the pen slip and a major can really bring in to really push them off for right now.
You say that, but Alpha's got a Kong's Tiger out. The K2 is on the field, the big boy tank. So he's got very little units, but very expensive units. He's got two Obersoldaten, and then the K2, which is now pushing on mid and about to give that guard's rifle a big surprise.
No, definitely. Let's see. In the meantime, that King Tiger's coming in the mid, hurting those guards, pushing them back. The Su-76 also being like, I'm outclassed here. I need to fall back a little bit. Also, something that's been helping out mid is the heavy mortar. There's a 120 in mid that's kind of just pulverizing that infantry.
Yeah, the 120 mortar I think is a great pick, especially as they've already noticed the OKW putting out those infantry guns as well, and it's a good counter to those. Alf has finally teched a commander. He's picked Special Operation Doctrine, probably for those artillery flares. But Special Operation is also a very good combination with the fact that he's got two Obersoldaten.
Yeah, and again, it's an unblockable recon. That's something incredibly useful. Now, they do have some airstrikes in the light artillery barrage, but they don't necessarily have a precision strike, which may be key if the Allies start bringing up a ton of Calliopes they need to target, or B4s, something.
They do have an LFH on the field from Major Bones.
That's true.
They have three now that have just been built.
Three.
Oh, yeah.
Major Bones has got two. Yeah, and so... Do you know what? It's great. Unstoppable vision, trying to hunt down those B4s. They might have seen those B4 strikes land. They can now target it. They'll see where it is and hit it with those LFHs. That's a really good pick.
Panzer IV push on the far right, versing a Comet. He actually just defeated an Su-85 that was weakened. Looks like there is a airstrike coming in. Sector assault to try to help him out. Oh,
Rangers pushing the K2. Rangers trying to lead the way in the center. They've come around the flank. They've got the speed buff. They're trying to get some hits in. They've weakened it a little bit, but I think they're just trying to push off the point. Comet went down.
Yeah, the airstrikes came in and just cleaned house. That was a good call in. No AA in that sector as far as I can see.
Ranger squad gets taken out completely by the K2 in the center. It's back and forth on all flanks. It's really hard to keep track of everything right now. This is brilliant. This is what I think the last game needed a lot more of, pushing at the same time on multiple flanks. There was a lot of, everyone went, okay, we're all going to go here now. We're all going to go here now. A plane lands in the center, wiping an Obersoldaten. The planes are back. The planes crashing down are back.
And the Obersoldaten, of course, are T-posing. Good job, man. But King Tiger got away from that scuffle with barely a few marks. It's down, but honestly, it could commit if it just brings the support. KV-1, though, locking itself down, trying to help its forces coming in, along with additional conscripts, trying to take that point, find some cover. Right now, I think the Allies, the big thing they need is an anti-air gun that's stable to kind of shoot down those planes.
They're also really lacking in heavy tanks at the moment. We've now got a Tiger 1 out in the field, a Tiger 2. There's another Tiger 2, I believe it's a Panther just come out. There's a lot of Axis heavy armor coming up with not a lot to stop it. There's not a lot of AT guns, I don't think. And it's going to be an issue. I mean, Rangers can only do so much against Axis heavy armor. And this KV-1 is already on half health in the center as we've got a major push coming in here. A lot of grouped up infantry. Is there going to be a Panzerwerfer? Is there going to be an LFH? This infantry is going to...
Panther pack. KV needs to get the heck out of there.
KV's down. It's locked in. It takes time to get out of there.
Yeah, no, allies being torn apart in mid. Good job coming in from multiple directions with a lot of different forces. We have a Tiger 1 on the field now, coming in to help in mid, but we have double SU-85s coming in as reserves by Dragon, trying to push back that armor in case they push. I don't think they are. If anything, I think that the armor is just kind of keeping itself back, just helping the Volk squads take the point.
Yeah, which is excellent. And honestly, this is starting to look very shaky for the allies. They're gonna come up against real problems here. And there's a crocodile about to be sideswiped by a tiger towards the bottom. I think the crocodile was about to move up.
Sniper comes in with a crit.
Sniper no sniping. Sniper no sniping. Get out. Get out.
Crits the tiger, helps out. Needs to pull back though.
Face checks a tiger shell. It's just like, not today. The Scottish man with the anti-tank rifle says no to Mr. Hitler.
Oh, Tiger backing on off after that sniper took that awesome shot. Crocodile, like you said, is on the field. That's great versus a lot of the infantry groups we're seeing by the Soldaten specifically that we're seeing a lot of, and also the Volk blobs. And especially with those packs, if you can get up close, you can just annihilate all the AT guns and maybe just allow the allies just a brief window of opportunity to take over that side and keep the VP points going.
Yeah, I'm really looking to the USF player to build a Jackson, though, right now. He's got 2 Calliopes and a Stuart, which really isn't helping his team in terms of all this armor turning up. He really needs to at least get 1 Jackson out. They can't be relying on the Su-85s, considering there's only, was it 1 and then 3?
Yeah.
No, one Su-85 out and an Su-76.
One thing to note, we have double B4s now by the Soviet, and my gripe with that is, look, they're great artillery pieces, but they're farther back. And honestly, you need to kind of increase. Wait, did I just? Nope, hits the pack over Kenmore for a little bit. But you definitely need to like get it a little bit closer, because otherwise, as much as I love the B4, they need to be closer for that explosive shot to actually have a higher chance of hitting. Go, Rangers coming in from behind the King Tiger.
They do have Panzer Grenadiers on their rear. Takes the King Tiger down to half, but there is a lot of Axis infantry in this area. What they are going to see, though, is this LEFH here. This pushed up LEFH. This is good scouting, but can they get out? They're all going low here. This could be a major set of wipes here.
There's nothing I see that will finish them off. They'll escape for the time being. Wait, there's artillery going down into the retreat path.
They're running into artillery in the retreat path. That Maxim's really low. They're going to lose that, I think. The 120mm mortar has gone down there as well. Got some shock troops trying to capture the mid-VP, but yeah, it's looking shaky for the Allies.
No. Crocodile, no! Crocodile's gonna walk on it, hits a teller mine.
Hits a teller mine.
Double 6-pounders.
No, these Pack 40s are gonna have a field day, and here comes a tiger. It wants a piece of the carcass. The crocodile, the rarest of Australian meats, going down to the big cat and his Pack 40 friends.
And the sad part was it was the crude. If they could have dropped some smoke, maybe. But alas, at least they killed it. They knocked it out, and right now, firmly, Penslip is going to hold on to that point. Great job with those anti-tank guns, hitting it from the side. Meanwhile, we have some artillery coming down, but Soldaten taking mid, and right now the VP point's going to continue to go down on the Allies. Let's see, we have the Panther coming in on a side swipe on the T-34. Good, what is it called? Panzerwerfer coming in on the penal troops. We got Katusha coming in on the Panzer Grenadiers, trying to move on into support, but nope, being pushed back quite easily. We do have a number of forces by Space Dingo going on the left. Maybe another flanking opportunity is in store for them. They need to get a good hit. They keep trying to go in for that flank, but so far, not really worth it.
Yeah, the British player here, RubeTube, is having real issues. He did just lose one of his AT guns and has had to recrew it with Tommies, which is not cheap, and they're about to be punished by a Ostwind on their rear. Do you know what I see is one of the issues here? He hasn't got a forward observation post down. He can't put down his call-ins. And after losing his crocodile, that's a big manpower sink. It might be too late in the game for it to make a real difference if it does go down.
Yeah. Honestly, though, look at these munitions. He doesn't have enough for call-ins. Like,
That's
honestly,
true.
he would have to save up for a few minutes. Although, if I was an Allied member, right now, I see a lot of spaces for caches. And right now, it's nothing. Oh, T-34, decrewed. Panther, I try to go for the kill, but it's still decrewed. He leaves it. He leaves it. Although Volk squads are coming on in, Panther might be coming back. Nope, it's the kill.
The kill, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Rangers going in for the decap. Panzerwerfer, though, going on in.
Oh, USF! USF trying to get that rear strike on, and my goodness, did they just pay for it. That Panzerwerfer was just like, nope, not today.
Not having it.
No
flanks today. But yeah, the King Tiger's back in mid right now. Once again, VP points firmly on the Axis side and counting down on the Allies. Once again, we could see an Allied team with 3-to-1 ratio if they don't turn the tide soon. Oh, but let's see. What do they have to counter? What could the Allies do in this situation to really turn the tide there?
Like I said, I really want to see the USF player bring out some Jacksons. He's got 500 fuel almost. I would love to see some Jacksons coming out because they need that fast-moving AT to try and get on the... They're trying to do it with Rangers alone. You put that Ranger squad that keeps flanking around, backed up by a Jackson, that King Tiger's going to have an even worse day. I also think maybe it's time to think about other flanks at this point. The Axis are so locked in this forest, and yes, they've only got really the Brits fighting them there, but the Brits... Oh, wow, I say that. A plane almost took out the Su-76 in mid as it goes down. But yeah, I want to be seeing more AT tanks, not necessarily Russian ones. I would like to see I would like to see the Firefly from the Brits, which I believe there's one in building, and I want to see Jacksons because they need something to beat these heavy cats out.
Oh no, Stewart's on the far left being chased by Panzer Grenadiers. Can they unload a volley on it? It's stuck on a little bit of terrain right there.
Oh, no, it's a sad day for that Stewart.
No, Stewart, run!
Decrew it so they can't target it.
We have an AT gun coming in a little too late, unfortunately.
Something that Major Bones' Privates have done really well in this, and remember, these are the team. Major Bones' Privates were the team that lost last game.
Yes.
So they need to win this match. And something they've done really well is support their flanks with AT guns. They haven't been pushing up their AT guns. They've been leaving them at angles so that when Allied armor comes up, they get to hit and support their tanks that might be retreating. And that's done such wonders for them. And it's also stopped any Allied tank dives. Like that Stewart earlier could have gone and could have had a clear path to try and deal with those LFHs.
Yep.
But you know, I think AT guns would have caught it, and they've been doing really well to cover their flanks.
Yeah, you know what I'm actually thinking about with last game? If I recall correctly, Major's team had a bit of a rough start at the beginning. I feel like they're a team that kind of revs up over time, and then just this game, they revved up a lot quicker because they are just handling a lot of these guys a lot better than they did before. I mean, they had a bit of a weaker start, but right now we're seeing a big push in mid. King Tiger just pressing on those shock troops. Shock troops using the 4-mile Russia to try to have a fighting chance.
This sniper just face-checked the King Tiger. The King Tiger now. I think he's been hit in the face with every Axis piece of armor, and he's still getting out of there.
No, he can take it.
What a man.
Also, unfortunately, and it's a heavy heart, the B4s are not cutting it. The LFHs are just taking them out left and right. There goes another one as I speak. They unfortunately, they need to take out those artillery pieces because they're doing work.
King Tiger is low in the middle. That Firefly and an Su-85 are getting shots off. Wow, the King Tiger goes down with a max range hit there, I think, from the German Firefly.
Yes. No, good use there. I believe it was mark targeted to allow better penetration. So good job there. Do any of the Allied players have AA? Because right now it looks like those planes are going to do some work on the
No, they do not. They really do not.
Funny note about that, they did have Soviet quad car, but Alf's Obersoldaten did an undercover operation and bundle knitted it to death.
Oh wow, that's
Fair
really
play.
good use with those that special.
God. Rockets covering the entire middle, killing units left and right.
Oh, wow.
300. So many dead men. But
got grenades coming in. Tommies, get out, go. No, they gotta go down. This is like this is like watching Dunkirk at this point.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, right now, at the very least, even though middle is very dicey, the Allies still have the left fuel and star.
Yeah.
Like, they still have that at the very least, but things are not
smoke coming
good.
down on those. That Catty needs to get out of there, I think. Got another half-track out for Dragon, which is currently trying to tech AA, and it's teching as fast as it can, but here comes some open Soldans. Calliopes are shifting sides.
Look how many planes are on the map right now, just strafing vehicles. I mean, it's just, they just lost an Su-76.
Luftwaffe showed up in force today. And currently, those Opel Soldatens pushing up against those conscripts there were causing the Russian quad gun to not target the planes, which got that Katusha.
That sniper's about to face check a King Tiger again. It's getting really close. Up to Vet 3 now. That thing is a legend. It is faced
21 kills. The Tiger 1 just tried to get a shot off. Tiger 1 really low here, but that sniper needs to get out. Here comes some Volksgrenadiers. Come on. He's armored up. He's going to take a few hits before trying to run, but yeah. Ooh, mass retreat from the Rangers there. I didn't see what that got.
Space Dingo getting another Calliope. Again, we have 3 Calliopes on. Wait a second. Hold on. We have shock troops going in deep against the LFHs. Alas, being suppressed.
Do you know what just happened? The Su-85 from a Hobie here just destroyed a load of the peeked around the corner and just destroyed some of the bunkers on the flank that the Rangers kept running around, I think, to try and open it up for the Rangers again. And you know what? If the Rangers went around there right now, they would see a weakened Tiger 1 and a bunch of LFHs unguarded. Yeah.
Artillery's coming down on some German infantry and knock it out while the guards move up over the corpses. Oh my god, you can see all the Opel Soldaten T-posing. Oh, but anyway, Su-85 trying to push back the King. Guard troops buttoning it. Maybe they can get another shot off. I don't think they're going to kill it. No, they missed. Oh boy, we're at 50 points. This is not looking good.
Oh, I think we're going to see a game 3. I think we're going to see a game 3 at this point. Do you know what? Something we didn't talk about. We talked about it in terms of Major Bones' team after losing so close, but winning so close for Daka here. It's going to have taken the same energy, and we didn't put that 2 and 2 together there, really, that they also might be suffering in terms of energy. The stamina here might have affected them just as much as it did Major Bones, because honestly, they look like a slightly different team here in this game, and T-3485 goes down in the center as those Pack 40s move up for the first time and really nail it. Those highly veterans Pack 40s there, look.
Rangers throw some grenades, push back the Panzer Grenadiers. Once again, no Jacksons, but another Ranger squad full of bazookas.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right idea there from Space Dingo. I want to see a Jackson right now.
Yeah, I think as support having 2 would be a good idea, but a Jackson for range is what they need. Oh, meanwhile, the British are going in for that point again. They're going on the other side. We have even got a Crocodile.
Especially the fact that he has almost 600 fuel right now, as well as 500 manpower. He could click a Jackson right this very minute, unless... Actually, no, he can't. He's out of pop cap. He's pop capped out because of that extra Ranger squad.
Yeah, just sacrifice some Rangers, bring it in, decrew it. They'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need to do.
Croc burn. Oh my god, having a good German barbecue over here. Volk squad's barely making out with 2 models. The other squad being burned down the half health. Crocodile advancing against the Opel Soldaten and the Pack. Vet 3, mind you. Second Vet 3 Pack moving on in to fight it. They stun it. The Crocodile has been stunned. Unloading shot after shot into it. Bring it down to a core. 10%. It has no gun, but the flamethrower is still active.
Oof. That Crocodile might just get out with the squirm of its life thanks to that Firefly covering it. We did see the King Tiger go down to half health in the middle as so much Calliope rain comes in. with a load of
Warfare died.
SU-85s pushing into the center. KV-1 there in support, trying to keep the Axis off the middle VP in time for infantry to move up, but there isn't any infantry in sight. These Rangers are going on a far flank. Just put them in the center right now. You need to try and cap these points. You're down to 31 VPs.
Okay, I'll give him this. The Calliopes have been great. Every time I see a blob or a large group of Panzer Grenadiers or anything, almost done, come in, they just come in and just wipe it. So at least he's checking the infantry on the enemy team. Although Tiger very low. Why is he mid?
Yeah. But at this point, is it too late? 25 VPs, no infantry in sight in terms of capturing the mid. The Rangers do change direction, trying to get there. 24.
Right now, SU-85 snipes the Panther in the back.
Cover to cover is available. Drop cover to cover. Come on, get the sprint bonus. You've got to get in there.
You need something. Oh my! At that same time, we got red shirts coming on in. Can they help check the point, keep the VP point alive and going?
Faithful to red shirts. Here they come. A group of Tommies have gone on with the Rangers opting to not go in. Are they there to try and support for tanks pushing up maybe instead?
I don't know. We have an airstrike coming on in.
Airstrike coming in, and currently again the AA is targeting troops. Oh, they've got the decap. They've got the decap. Surviving on with 16 VPs right now.
No, they're clinging to life right now. And honestly, they do not have a huge army. A lot of the allied players, some of them are pop caps, some of them are under, two of them are under 50. Right now, it looks like we have some bulk squads pouring on in. We have Calliope bringing in some fire support. Oh no, one's down. Can they get the second? No, he gets out barely. But that was a good cover right there. Guard troops still holding mid strong. But will the Axis, or possibly by either blazing off troop and realize, hey, the other star looks might be tasty right now. Maybe we should go grab it. Or will they continue to fight for mid? Right now, we have Panzer Grenadiers coming on in. We have a light gammon bomb being thrown at them.
Oh,
hits the king of all things.
Yeah, just seeing squad wipe after squad wipe though, like on the ally side. I think this is it.
Oh, T-34 ramming kills the Stug. And the Rangers have finally come in. This is their time to shine.
They need to get on the VP though. The VP is being capped by Axis. I think there is a squad just with a hair of a foot. Oh,
KT
Tiger's
goes
so
down.
close, they get the king.
yep, KT does go down. Those Rangers now backing out, being pushed off by Volks. That means there's no infantry in the center again. They're going to start losing the VPs. And that, it's all well and good that you killed the king, but you're going to lose the game.
Yeah.
Crocodile coming in just to burn some things, I think in spite. It's just going to stay there, barbecue those really annoying support weapons while it gets swarmed by big guns.
It can take the hits. There is a Firefly there. Maybe he can fire some rockets. He does. He misses. He misses the shot.
Because of the angle of the slope, the rockets go straight up into the air. Maybe he was trying to hit a Stuka instead.
Don't know what he was, but right now... Oh, wait. Infantry.
Big plays on the
right,
south,
actually,
guys. They just took out a Stug and decap VP on bottom.
Good capture by Tube. That's gonna be a clutch save, but it's 9-300.
And the Tiger at risk.
The Tiger is so low in the middle. That Firefly Su-85 combo just take it all the way down. Main gun destroyed, but it's gonna limp away.
But yeah, nice save there by the Brits, but it's too close for comfort right now. I know that the sane move would just be guard 2 points, but it's such a big difference. They need to make sure they can't. No person on the Axis side can take any points for the foreseeable future. It's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, and the thing is, the 2 points that they hold are the 2 flank points, which means you need to divide your team to be able to protect them. If you had mid and a flank, it's much easier to hold those points because you're grouped up more. The players are grouped up more. They can support each other. But right now, the Brit is trying to hold that one VP alone, whilst the others, try to defend the other point as well as take mid.
That said, Penslip right now is focusing on Dragon's MG. I think they just realized, hey guys, there's nothing over here. Come take this point.
Yeah,
Let's end this game. But yeah, well, we're seeing some infantry come in, some mobile Sudan. Although we also see some allied players send some forces over. Oh no. We'll see if they can hold it.
Look at these LEFHs though. They've done such work. There's such veterancy again. And yeah, it's Axis Rain has really, really caused issues this match for the Allies. The amount
I think
of
both
artillery.
matches that Rain has been incredibly effective.
Yeah.
I think the Allies need someone consistently on direct strikes, just working on those LEFHs. Make the enemy pay for making those artillery pieces. As soon as they deploy them, call in your recon, call in the strike.
Yeah, Axis push of Obersoldatens on the church side, whilst more Axis try to push the Crocodile. They've kind of moved back though. Everything's quiet in the middle. It's now focused on these two side flanks. But
yes,
the thing is, the Axis players have time to actually coordinate attacks, whereas the Allies do not. They have to just keep throwing back whatever gets thrown at them. And that's really bad for the Brit player. Unfortunately, 2 of the engineer squads, I think, just got wiped. Or at least 1 did and 1 has to retreat.
Yeah. And the artillery is currently hitting those 6-pounders in the back. They need to redistribute them to a different location. Otherwise, the artillery might decrew them.
Yeah, there is no infantry over here other than that shock troop for a recap. If the Axis were to push and this air going down, there's no AA to try and take this down. The King Tiger's moving in.
The red shirts are moving in.
They move. They smell blood on the Churchill. The Crocodile is not out of the circle. It's being left in the circle.
Again, the Firefly using rockets hits the Tiger. The 6-pounders are bringing in some support. Now the Oswin's being hit, but they need the infantry. They absolutely need.
Firefly does get Fausted. Oh, the Oswin does go down, but the Firefly is really weak. But the red shirts are on the point with the shock troopers. They're all trying to be ran over by the Panther, but the Panther seems like it's. Oh, he did get one run over. Oh, the shocks are forced to retreat. There is no infantry for the Allies to be able to retake this other than one of this. Engineers now trying to repair that Crocodile, but they need to get on the point.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They need something to call in. Where, the Calliopes? Possibly a Calliope? No, they have them open. Get over there. Get over there, Calliopes.
The Rangers are being redeployed, but that does mean that... this is
Wait, look at mid. Panzer Grenadiers are going straight for those Calliopes. This could be it.
This is a fantastic play if they get these kills here.
No, they're going for the point. Turn.
The decap has happened. The decap has happened.
Yep.
Wow, that Churchill Crocodile did survive. It's weak, but it's alive. Yeah, and there's a T-34-85 going in. It's trying to deal with that Stug. The Panther 4 goes down, but it has been capped. They are losing points. The Allies are bleeding currently, and this looks like it could be it, but there is infantry going on. They might have just caught it in time.
Right, the Stug and the Panther trying to push back those T-34s. Infantry's taking the point. Oh, wait. Artillery strike pushes back the Panzer Grenadiers in mid. Allies should be able to hold on to that point for another brief moment.
They've put the tourniquet on the bleed. They're down to 3 points. They're holding on skin of their teeth.
Nice gammon bomb. Oh, T-34 ramming the Panther. Do they have 6-pounders still? They have 1. They can get maybe 1 or 2 more hits in before it retreats. Oh, wait. No, Pathfinding's going to keep it at that location. T-34 getting a shot, actually penetrating front armor.
Wow.
Wait, there's a Ranger squad running through. What? All right.
I think they're on the retreat, and that's the thing with the retreat up there. T-34-85 goes down. There is, again, no infantry in support of this VP as it begins to get capped again. They cannot let this fall into Axis hands.
Where are the Rangers going? They're walking out. They're walking away. Get to the VP. There they go. They turn around. Calliope's opening fire on the VP, possibly some friendly fire on those shock troops. But that being said, Panzer Grenadiers almost done, running the heck out of there. Right now, not a lot of German infantry to send in at the moment. The artillery is now focused fully on that point, hitting the Crocodile.
Yeah, shock troops have laid some smoke and trying to decap the mid VP. This is a good play from the Allies, trying to divide the attention of the Axis. What did you see, Skippy? What did you see?
The Werfers wiped the shock troops you just called out.
Oh, no! Of course. Oh, the Werfers, not today. Tiger on the flank of the Forest VP. It's poked round. It's seeing the crocodile, and it's going to land a hit. The crocodile really low now. It cannot take another hit.
Yeah, I mean, like, the allies are so concentrated on those points. They are just completely ignoring the decaps that happen in mid. Also, the Rangers are focusing on the Panzer headquarters. They drop smoke and they're direct firing
push
on it.
coming in on Church End as well. KT coming in, supported by infantry.
Wow.
Oh, my game just had a small pause.
Yeah,
right
so
there.
did mine.
Yeah, mine too.
All right.
The Schwer did go down.
Schwer did go down. But there is a push on the Church NVP. Massive Axis Horde, but the K2 is going down low. It does kill one of the Su-85s, but there is more Soviet armor moving in force. But it's the infantry that's the problem. They're getting that decap.
Wait, T-34 trying to run him over, not working.
Engine damaged.
They have no infantry.
Su-85 trying to go really close.
Su-85 staring down the barrel of a king. Come on, take it out.
T-34 goes down. Su-85, get that.
That engineer squad needs to get on that point now. King is dead. King has died. The engineers need to get on the point. They can't. There's too much infantry. And I think that's game.
Yeah, we're at the double cap. That's it. There's no time to recap. That is GG. So we're going to go to a round 3 between Daka and Major Bones' privates. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
A lot of good highlight moments. And I'm going to say Space Dingo. As much, look, I like your Rangers, I do, and I like your Calliopes. I don't think solely spamming both of those units was a good idea. You need a little more variety. Jacksons would have really helped. Just riflemen, just help fight other infantry. What are you doing?
I mean, we noticed it last game as well. I think this is a thing with the player. Last time, he was the one that did the Stugs and the Elephant, and he was very set in that build. And I think he got very set and comfortable in this Ranger build as well, rather than thinking about the game as much in terms of, okay, what do my team need? What is killing us right now? And adapting his build. He was very set and regimented in his build. That being said, he did put those Calliopes to work. And good win there for Major's privates. And we get to see these guys in a third matchup. Is this the question I ask now is, have Daka stamina'd out? They put a lot into that first game and they did win it, but only just. And now they've lost the second game. So this third game, they've got to find those reserves, that little bit of morale that they may have. They've got to try and swarm it up.
Unless I'm mistaken, Daka seems to be very good in their opening. They seem to be very good in their opening. But as soon as things start going on for every 10 minutes, the chance of victory starts going down. Their plays start getting more messy. They start to become more formulaic. And it just becomes more grindy against them. And unfortunately, like in this scenario with the Allies, it's hard for that for that strategy to work like the Axis, which is why I think they barely managed to do in the first game. They need to change up their strategy. They need to keep up the momentum from that early game. Although not sacrifice so many units like we saw in this game. How many Volk squads, not Volk squads. How many units did we see just start dying early on and then just not come to play? It just didn't work.
Yeah, is what I've noticed, I think, with Daka is they've got very good infantry micro and they know when to tech for their infantry. But their tank game is slightly lacking. Their vehicle micro is lacking in terms of their skill set. So the longer those games go on, the harder it is for them to use their infantry effectively as people can bring vehicles to the fight.
Yeah, no. And if we look at damage, I oh boy, I think it's kind of clear cut. Right now, I think every single person on the other Penslet, Major Bones, Alf Troop, and Blazing Fury all have really positive, great KDs and a lot of damage. I'm not seeing the same thing on the Allied side. I'm just not.
Another interesting thing I noticed was Dragon had only 2 units left at the end of that game, and I think he might have been the player that also had low army value at the end of last game.
Yes, he was.
He did.
Yeah,
Which you don't want to pin him as him being a weak link, but that makes it really hard for your team to fight with, one player essentially knocked out of the game. And I do agree that Daka is making more mistakes that are piling up and compounding against them, and I'm not seeing the same on Majors Privates, and that could be more from fatigue this game or whatnot, but I think like the Rager build, I would classify that as a mistake, and then just lots of units getting caught off guard and being wiped that didn't need to be lost.
Yeah, and I think actually in Daka's first game, there was one player who was playing the Brits. Was that Dragon that had the mortar pit wiped multiple times and ended up with like 2 units, but the rest of the team kind of carried him through it? There was someone that had that.
Was it? No. Who was that? I'm sorry. Dragon was on the Axis team at that point. They would have been the...
No. This is, I'm talking the first round. In the first round that got Daka to this point.
Okay. Sorry.
That I don't remember.
Someone did have really very low army value compared to the rest of his team. So if this is going to be a problem, they need to try and think about this. If Daka do get through to the semifinals, or even before their playoff games, they need to go and practice and try and work out where the flaws are that keep meaning that one of their teammates ends up with low army value.
Yeah. But also, same thing with Major. They need to work on that, just the opening salvo. If they nail that, they are a really fierce team in this competition.
Yeah, for sure.
And it could be that both of them are just more Axis-sided. I would believe it that Majors Privates are more of an Axis team, and they perform more strongly because of that reason. And it could be that Daka is the same, something that we'll start watching for those trends as the tournament goes on. Speaking of which, as we move to a Game 3, Majors Privates did choose to go Axis, and Daka chose to go Road to Arnhem as the map.
Ooh. Interesting. Okay, that's a definitely a different map, different major location areas of battle. So that could turn out to be a better scenario for them. So we'll see how things go.
Yeah, so after a quick break, we'll go ahead and get into Game 3. Tournament life. Well, not tournament life, but both teams on the line at risk of going to the loser's bracket, tied at 1-1. So we'll see what Game 3 brings. Hopefully, I expect a lot more excitement. We'll be back after this, guys.
AC on Port of Hamburg, and Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This is gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't. Oh no. Guys, welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the exciting start to a long Sunday of Company of Heroes 2. I just wanted to say thanks to Greyshot and Midge for casting these games, sparing my voice a little bit, and if you haven't already, to follow them both on YouTube and Twitch. Search Greyshot Productions on YouTube, Greyshot117 on Twitch, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Midge Man on Twitch and YouTube. Give them a follow. They're creating awesome gaming content as well. And you won't be disappointed. Guys, man, heading into a game 3, we're in the winner's bracket, so the loser will be forced to go duke it out in the loser's bracket to stay in the tournament, and the winner will be moving on to the playoffs. What do you think? What are you guys thinking about as we head into a game 3 after those two exciting, grinding battles on Hill 400?
I am hoping that since Major's team is taking with the Axis, that Daka's team does have a counter for that LEFH artillery that was causing havoc for them. I think having a counter that would definitely help them with their manpower reserves, keep their armor from being hit in the back, and keep their own artillery safe. Because if they don't, we could see the same thing that happened last time where the artillery grinded them down quite a bit.
Yeah. What about you, Mitch?
I think hopefully new maps will mean new tactics as well. We were just having a little bit of in the off time there, talk about what our personal preferences on this map is. And I dislike Rotoranum as a player because I always find myself getting flanked on this map. And if Daka can open up some of those opportunities that I do so hate, they can really ruin an Axis game. Another interesting thing to point out with this game coming up, Daka have got the same composition of forces in terms of USF, Soviet, and Brits, but they've switched the players around. Space Dingo, who was on the USF last time with the Rangers, is now on Soviets, and Ajobi is now on USF. So maybe the switch of who's playing what might change up the tactics again, and we might, this is that they know that their life is on the line in terms of going to the losers brackets. Hopefully they can bring it in this game.
And just looking at the commanders, it's going to be definitely different. They're definitely not bringing the same commanders that they brought last time, so this should be interesting.
Awesome. Are you guys both loaded into the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'll start booting up. I'll let you know when it's live.
All right. But no, again, I think that over the last two games, even though they have been very long with, I believe, 55 minutes, an hour and 11 minutes, relatively speaking, they have been very entertaining. So I'm so curious to see how both teams do in this final matchup, because I'm expecting a lot from both, and hopefully they can deliver.
Yeah, I'm also expecting now that the stamina is going to be running low for both teams, and we're going to start seeing those silly mistakes. It's just going to be who can capitalize on whose mistake, And I still have a small hatred for Major Bones' team for pulling that Goliath outrage in their first round. So I'd really like to see them get punished, but at the same time, they've been playing so absolutely brilliantly that I'm not going to be too disappointed with whoever moves through to playoffs here. I think these are two very strong teams, and I won't also be surprised if with whoever does move back to the losers bracket. I don't think it'll be the last time we see them, but all could change in this tournament. There's so many teams, and yeah, it's still all to play for.
All right, well, my game is live, but since you were talking, I paused it at 15 seconds. So why don't you guys go ahead and start? Let me know when you hit 15 seconds.
I am at 15 seconds.
All right,
I'm
resuming
at
now.
15 seconds.
Resuming now. Okay. Good to go.
Alrighty, so once again, I'll be on the Allied side right now. We no commanders just yet, but we do have Dragon and a Lobi going most likely left toward, while the other two members, which would be oh god, I always butcher his name, RebTube and Space Dingo, going the other direction toward the cemetery. Again, good compositions, a British and a Soviet with a Soviet and American. They're spreading them out. There's no double stacking. Hopefully that plays well for them.
Yeah, and we've got the Axis, both Wehrmacht players choosing not to tech, so they've offered to go for infantry on the field. We do also have some instant commander picks from Penclip and Major Bones. Penclip going with the strategic reserves doctrine, and he's already got his assault grenadiers out on the map. And Major Bones has locked in that Overwatch doctrine that he was so deadly with last game with those LEFHs. So we're going to see those again.
Actually, one thing I will say, Space Dingo going for the sniper immediately. Engineering that sniper build. Again, very, very curious because, again, that's you're not keeping a lot of troops between you and your sniper with that sort of play, but we'll see if it works out. I mean, he's versing an OKW player. They have a lot of four-man squads, can definitely do a lot, but they also have to worry about the assault grenadiers that were just deployed. If they chase down that sniper, it's game over.
And of course, that sniper, until now, will have had no idea that those assault grenadiers are pushing up. And he's going to have to really back away because he's going to see these on the flank. The assault grenadiers have gone for the rush. They're moving in on that sniper.
He's going to pull out before they get close, and British infantry are coming in to support. Though, they may want to pull back. Right now, the assault grenadiers are in heavy cover. Not going to be a good thing for them at the very least. Oh, they're coming with the Sturms, easily pushing back that squad. Very nice play there.
Major's privates here really invading the Allied territory, putting pressure on all across the line. They're getting that VP advantage, but it's also that front advantage, not allowing the Allies to dig in on their side of the road. This is really disruptive and really good play.
Yep. On the other side, we got some riflemen managed to push back a small flank by Sturms and Volks alike with a half-dead Echelon squad joining behind them slowly but surely. But Pioneers, backed up by an MG, are grabbing the fuel, so we could see a lot of fuel going to one side and not so much going to the other. Oh boy. We do have an MG, a bunch of conscripts coming in to counter that. Oh, looks like we have a mortar as well, brought to you by a Lobi. Might be able to push back those Volk squads and get them out of that heavy cover. Speaking of which, it looks like we actually have Sturms taking mid, and the assault grenadiers once again giving chase to any rate of infantry they can find in mid. Oh wait, building just collapsed in the back. Volk squads retaking the point. Riflemen going after the MG. Conscripts taking the fuel. Allies
really good
that fuel.
Yeah, really good flank there from those riflemen on that MG, forcing it back, allowing the Allies to grab that fuel. Got a Kubelwagen out from Truppen. Well, it's game over there. There is a Kubelwagen on the field. That's game over. That's it, guys. We'll go home now. Yeah.
It's the most powerful unit in the game. I don't know what to tell you.
If it gets to Vet 3, then we're talking. We do have some mines as well.
Vet 5, please.
Vet 5, yeah, true, very true. We do have some mines going down on this fuel. That's
a reference for you guys. But Scout Car giving chase with a flamethrower inside
Here comes
of
the clowns. Send in the clowns. But the clowns go down, and the squad gets wiped. Oh dear, that is a big loss there for the Allies.
What? He couldn't get around the MG. He should have maybe a little bit more to the left. He could have got around, but the MG just tore him apart. Oh well. Any case, luckily the Penals do manage to take the point. Luckily the smoke from the scout car is blocking the MG sight, allowing the Penals to take the point without additional pressure. Meanwhile, the sniper's coming back up to try to push back the MG and whatnot, but all he can see is that Kubel, the sniper's worst enemy.
Classic Soviet strategy to block the sight of your enemy with the corpses of your brothers.
Yeah.
Hey, if it works, it works. Meanwhile, again, luckily he's building some heavier infantry. We do have more penals and another engineer. Anyway, they're trying to put pressure. Looks like penals will try to hold that area. Unfortunately, with the sniper falling back, I don't know if they'll win per se, but they do have additional penals coming in to help turn the tide. Huge battle going on in mid. Tons of Volk squads. We got Panzer Grenadiers pouring on in by Blazing Fury. There's a lot of riflemen, some conscripts coming in. This is going to be climactic. Maybe some grenades. We do. Bundle grenade being thrown. Lucky dodge by Alobi. Yeah,
that was a really lucky dodge there. But there's another bundle grenade coming in. It's going to bring those conscripts low. They're going to have to get out of there. That mortar is not going to be allowed. It's going to start setting up, which is dangerous next to all of those German infantry. It needs to just get out of there.
Yeah, luckily Dragon's coming in with some additional conscripts. We also have a lieutenant on the field. That might be enough with the actually British infantry by tube. I think they can do it. Maybe get the squad wipe. Maybe. Squad retreating. It's so close.
The thing is, British infantry are so deadly if they're in green cover with those Lee Enfield rifles.
Yep. But again, Allies win the day. They held off the attack, and they still have mid. They have the far left with the star. And they actually have placed some demos. We could see some... Oh, yes, some demos. Very nice.
Got a sniper out for the Brit again. Let's see if this one can face check a tiger.
Oh, God. That previous one took so many rounds. It's going to have a lot to live up to if it wants to live up to that one, man. Although, Assault Grenadier is giving chase.
Yeah.
Oh, MG actually suppresses it. He didn't get all the way around it.
We've got a 2-2-2 in the mid, and we've had a lot more commander lock-ins. So Rube Tube here has gone for the same tactical support regiment as last time. We've got guard motor coordination, and we've got mechanized support coming in for the two Soviets. USF yet to pick.
Right now, I think what the Allies need... I mean... The Major has it, of course, but at least they have their direct strike. That's the positive. Maybe some more recon, but at the very least they have their direct strike if we start seeing artillery. And the reason I bring that up is because, well, Major Bones went with Overwatch, so we could see some more artillery in this game. Oh wait, that British sniper's coming on up, fighting off the scout car, getting a good shot, bringing the scout car down to half health. Penals as well coming on in to provide support. Oh, wait.
Scout car doesn't want to stop there. It needs to keep going backwards.
Actually, funny enough, the medical supplies the sniper took actually gave it a boost. It was just running around the battlefield. Very nice to see. Meanwhile, we have Panzer Grenadiers pouring on in with Volk squads in mid. Riflemen trying to hold them back. But unfortunately, the British have broken. Riflemen falling back, or be joined by some conscripts. This could be some good key victories if they can get some additional points and resources. Because right now, it seems like the Axis are already doing incredibly well for resources, even putting down some caches.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of Axis map control, and I think this is what we saw in the previous game on Hill 400, that the Axis managed to get early map control and lock it down and push the Allies into a corner. And there's a wipe on the Vickers machine gun in the center there. And the Axis are going to steal it as well.
Mine. British trying to stop them at all costs with the sniper there as well, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think the Volk squads coming in to support are going to help clear it and keep them from taking it as well. If they take that munitions, look at the munitions already, 62 per turn. That's a healthy dose of munitions for early game. Wait, grenade being thrown does a little health damage. And a Stuart coming in, actually. Do we have any AT? Truppen doesn't have it.
I don't see it on the side of the Axis, so this could really do some damage, especially if it finds that scout car. Could really ruin its day.
No,
but
definitely.
You know who has AT? The Allies. There's a Zis gun out already, and obviously there's a second Zis. No, that's the quarter pounder coming out. The 6. Yeah, there's a lot of AT in terms of the Allies, and now they're starting to regain their map control. They're not out yet, but they are still trip capped currently.
Yes. Unfortunately, it looks like the demo went off. I don't see any corpses, so I don't think it was a success. Stern Pioneers on standby. We have Conscripts retaking the VP points. So far, pretty even VP point-wise. Both sides realizing, again, let's make sure that we don't lose too much of our points. But right now, it is siding closer to the Axis, controlling those points for now.
Yeah.
Right now, Panzer Grenadiers, so pouring on the mid. Might stop any Allied chance of taking it.
Stuart has gone low and is being forced back, which will give some breathing room for that Axis infantry coming in.
Yep. Luckily, Penslip had the save with bringing up his Pack 40 to kind of cover. Yeah. But grenades being thrown. A good hit on the Panzer Grenadier squad, though, pushes it back, leaving Allies a good opportunity to advance. And if only the patch came out to allow the British to drop some smoke down.
Yeah. We do have a rack out, actually, for Major Bones, as well as the League infantry support gun, which is using to try and get that Maxim off of the fuel that the Allies control over on the... I don't know what direction you're facing. So, over on the Allied-controlled fuel.
Yes. So, how about this? The cemetery location, we'll say is more the... we'll say is the at least on my screen, is the right.
Okay.
Well, we can say there's a cemetery location on one flank, and we can say the
lumberyard.
Lumberyard on the other. There we go. That way we kind of separate, identify each location. Yeah, anyway, okay. The Allies are doing very well in the lumberyard, taking over a good swath of territory. And yeah, with the Stuart backing them up, I don't see much stopping them.
No. Kubelwagen, though, is Vet 2. It's getting up there. It's getting scary. And this 222 is harassing the back lines for the Allies. They haven't been able to dislodge Penclip from this flank. And he is, every now and then, just keeping the attention of the Allies this way. So they can't fully commit to mid and that all-important lumberyard that they do control currently. But it's going to help his Allies out in future.
No, definitely. All right, but again, the big thing is mid, and right now, mid is under the control of the Allies. There is, again, speaking of that doctrine of tax support, we do have Royal Engineers that are equipped to deal with salvaging units. So once vehicles start dying, maybe Tube can start getting the resource flow coming in with a lot more fuel munitions, depending on the wreck. It could be very, very helpful in the long term. But Sniper, even though at low health, comes in to help put a final shot on that Panzer Grenadier squad, push it back. Very good play there. Let's see. We got a small counterattack in the lumberyard area. Grenadiers coming on in to assist some Volks and Sturms. They got pushed back by Guards troops. Got a great grenade on them. So good job there. They helped capture the point, cutting off actually a fuel that was going down. That is a bad idea. I don't know why Dragon's putting it that far forward, but unless he's trying to delay them, that might be a waste of manpower. What do you think?
I mean, Dragon is this player that we've seen with low army comp at the end of the game. So maybe his team have turned to him and say, you know what? Build some caches to just deny them. And I don't mind that. He also put some mines down there. And
but he didn't build the cache in the back. He built it in the front.
That's what I was saying. Maybe it's a denial thing. They do have a cache down on their side, a fuel cache put down by the USF player. Yes. And they are close to trying to linking that up if they can get there. There's a Maxim that's currently not. There's two not Maxim, two MG42s there.
One's a 34.
One's a 34. One is a 34. You're correct. And there is a rack there. But if this Stuart can get a flank, they could push them off there, and then that cache isn't looking so silly. But then again, there are currently Volks Grenadiers on it harassing it. So, you know.
Just one of those days. Let's see right now. We, again, Alobia has not picked anything yet. Over in the cemetery, Volk squad stop a British counterattack in the region, taking some casualties. But the big issue I see is that cache that's still half dead, and also the Beaufort that's now wide open. If the Volk squad could have pressed, they might have been able to stop that from being built. But alas, it will be developed and will provide mortar fire in the region, which not helpful, not in the slightest, especially with that angle with the trees and everything blocking direct sight. Oh, wait a second. What do I see? Major Bones bringing out an OKW Panzer IV. Very, very nice.
That is going to do some serious work, because I don't see anywhere in the Allied build order right now
Cromwell.
Oh, no. We've got a Cromwell. We do have a Cromwell. And the Cromwell, I think, is better than the Panzer IV. It's slightly faster unless there's Blitzkrieg, and it hits slightly harder in terms of against infantry, I think, more so. But I don't have the stats of the guns in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to carry them. I personally, but then again, I play Brits, so I personally find the Cromwell better.
Maybe I would say I like it over the base Panzer IV, but I do like the variation of the Panzer IV the OKW gets. So maybe not, but again, to each their own. Everyone likes their unit. I currently have fascination with the B4, so as I stated, to each their own. Meanwhile, Stern Pioneers coming in on a flanking opportunity against the Brits, trying to stop. Shock grenade hits a lot of infantry. They might be able to do some damage before being forced to retreat. Assault Grenadiers also taking this opportunity to push.
Yeah, but behind that, there's an Ostwind, a 222, and some Obersoldaten, plus some engineers and some more assault infantry. One squad wipe, though, for the assault infantry there. This is a big matchup. There's a lot of forces being pushed onto this flank. Let's see what's going on. Just chuck. The Panzer IV is on the far flank, though, trying to make sure that they've got the cash down over there. They're trying to recap it. But this is a lot of troop engagement, and it's not currently favorable for the Axis. The Allies are holding tight, and it's... As you say that, we still have the Ostwind and Scout Car trying to provide support, but that fence is just blocking a lot of their shots. They just can't come in and do some damage. There's a British mortar emplacement there that they're trying to get. That's what they're trying to poke. I didn't see it because of my camera angle, and it does go very low.
Yes. No, that's what I mean. Like, that placement is incredibly good, so always make sure you are aware of map terrain to place stuff at its best, most advantageous location. Meanwhile, Volk Squad's continuing. Cromwell's trying.
But there's a Pack 40 in the rear, which is wreaking havoc on the Cromwell. Cromwell's already injured and damaged and lost a third of its health, meaning the Ostwind can still harass.
I'm sorry, do you see on your side a tree that's like lodged in the Cromwell?
No, I don't, but that's hilarious.
It was literally just on top of it and just freaking out for the last 30 seconds at the very least.
There's a T-34-85 out on the far end engaging the Panzer IV. The Panzer IV is running for the hills.
Yep. Has backup, but again, T-34-85 does not chase. It doesn't have the support, so good. Wait for your support, then chase. All right. Meanwhile, it seems like the mortar pit was knocked out. The British are reeling a little bit after that loss, but the cemetery is still held. Resource-wise, it's still siding definitely with the Axis teams, with additional armor being deployed as we speak, and it's a major armor. We got a King Tiger, boys, at the 18-minute mark of all things.
18
Alf
minutes.
Truppen.
King Tiger for Alf. That is... There is also the LAFHs down, and they're also firing. Yeah, this is...
Again, the reason why that's so big is because he rushed for the heavy, and that left him a big opportunity for him to be taken advantage of by other armored units on the Allied side. But what do the Allies have to counter a large vehicle like that? We know they have the 85. We know they have the Su-76. Lobi does have a Jackson, and they do have marked target. That could be enough if used correctly.
Could be enough.
It's going to need to be enough.
Jackson and the T-34-85 are on the wrong flank for it, though, right now.
Yep.
But the thing I've noticed a lot about the Axis right now, there's a lot of Panzer Shreks around.
Yep. Oh, wait. Oh, one of the guard troops just died in mid. Or penals. One of the two. The infantry being eaten alive by the Obersoldaten.
This is a massive push from those Obersoldaten. They're going to get caught off by the MG, but not before they've wreaked havoc on the Allied infantry. The Jackson is pushing up. It's already lost a little bit of health, but that Jackson really can't go toe-to-toe with the King Tiger front armor, especially when it's backed up by a Stuggen and Ostwind. But it seems like the Axis are rotating. They're going to push up. They know that there's a decap going on. They're going to try and catch this Cromwell out, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't have too much support. If they can focus on it, they'll definitely be doing damage. There is a 6-pounder, Tube has, but it's facing the wrong direction. He needs to bring it over around the hill.
And look at this, the King Tiger just smashing through all the cover in the cemetery. trying to get the shots, and this Cromwell's going to go low.
Get out of there. Oh. No, just can't get out in time. Again, Penslip Stu providing support with an Oswind behind just in case for anti-infantry capabilities. We do actually the sniper is actually pinning the Tiger, and the 6-pounder is letting him have it as well.
Oof. But you see, the good thing about that push was the amount of Volks that were there as well. So you had Oswind anti-infantry, you had the Stug that could do a little bit of tank support and infantry support, the King doing massive damage, but there was also Volks there backing it up. And now look what's moving in place. There's an MG coming up with some Sternpire squads now to repair the King Tiger, which also have anti-tank capability. That's good maneuvering from those two players on that flank.
No, definitely. And again, one positive thing about the other team is the fact they do have engineers constantly going. In this case, they have the Storm Pioneers just quickly healing that Tiger so he can be operational again very shortly. Though, one thing to note, right now the VPs are being controlled by the Allies, and right now that is slowly ticking down away from the other team. So if they can keep that going, they'll be at least 100 ahead, then just keep on pushing. They might be losing the battle on the right, but it's not as big as a priority as the battle in mid, and they're winning that so far. Oh, we have a Panzerwerfer coming down, knocking out a mortar. Jackson getting a nice shot, though, kills the Panzerwerfer, running away. Good shot. Lobi over by the lumber yard. Fantastic work there.
Yeah, the Jackson is such a great AT and anti-vehicle capability, and we needed to see it last game. I like that the switched up USF have decided to pick it out and bring it out for sure in this game. But King Tiger's in the center now, brings down the MG that was down. Jackson's moved to try and hit it, but unless that Jackson gets some more support, it can't go toe-to-toe with this Tiger.
No, definitely
SU-85
not.
though on the side armor.
Oh no.
Gets a bounce, unfortunately.
Well, we have a
just
Tiger. The Tiger 2 is about to get a friend. Tiger 1 has just been deployed to the field. SU-85 taking a beating from it.
Although Tiger 2 is down to half health in the center.
Wait,
a low, all guards on the rear.
Oh!
It's mark target. Mark target is down. He's going to start moving up that
Can they button
SU-85.
it? Is it buttoned? It is buttoned.
It is
buttoned.
buttoned, yeah.
Come on, guard troops, do some damage.
Jackson needs to move up. The Jackson needed to move up, but
SU-85 got it.
might get it. But here comes the other Tiger. They don't know it's here yet. The King Tiger does go down, but here comes the other Tiger into mid. This might punish the weak tank. Thinks twice about it. SU-85 is really low. There is a Pack 40 in range. It's in range of. Here comes the Tiger 1. Takes 2 big hits from the Jackson here and the SU-85.
Yeah, no, again, looks like, again, the Allies are being a bit conservative, but they're doing it well. They managed to hit some armor that stayed in the middle a bit too long, knocked out a very expensive unit, and hopefully that will allow them to gain opportunity to hold mid and continue to put pressure on that side that is causing them a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Comet tank's now on the field of all things. You got from 2.
Comet. Now, I do like the use of the Comet. Comets are fast and they can get around those lumbering bigger tanks. They've got a pretty hard-hitting gun. If you can get those to the rear armor, it's good. Panzer IVs did try to make a move in the middle using the road, but got seen off quite easily. And now they're engaged the T-34-85, but the T-34-85 is going low over by the lumberyard. Those Panzer IVs are looking for the kill. They get a bounce. It's so almost dead, but it's been one of the Panzer IVs has been buttoned. T-34-85 is going to go down, but at what cost? Here comes a Jackson.
They're slowing down the one behind so they can get more hits in. Very nice. And they got a hit. Knocked out one. Second one's barely.
Ooh. Jackson really could have dived that, but he doesn't know what's on the horizon, so that's good.
Yeah, no, and also we have a bunch of planes over the air. That's a sector assault, so if he reveals himself, we could see some anti-tank strafes coming in at him.
Yeah. Comet tank in trouble here over towards Cemetery. It's been found by a Stug. It gets one hit off, but the Stug does bring it really low.
Well, unfortunately for the Allies, even though they did manage to defeat the King Tiger, a Tiger Ace has appeared in the wild by Penslip. He's deployed it. It's now hanging straight for mid, making a beeline there against the British forces while the Obsidian are already engaging them. Oh, that is not something you want to see just come out and be like, oh no, now we have to deal with that. because if you especially get ranked up very quickly, it can be very troubling on the field versus any allied armor. Meanwhile, Tiger just rushing through in mid, going straight into allied lines. Actually, I think he's targeting the building that from tech support.
Yeah, and that AT gun there wasn't set up, so that's going to go down. And yeah, they're going to try and take that. They're going to try and take that forward observation point, which can provide a lot of RT right now. But there's also ISU 152 at the back there.
Okay, 2 Tigers are in mid. Stuka comes down, getting some good shots on the infantry.
But they're going to find this ISU 152. It's going to be hit by the Comet. ISU, the Tiger Ace is going low. It's half health already. There's volleys of AT fire coming in. It's going really low. So low, in fact.
They smoked the pack. Very nice job. So we can't shoot them unless they direct fire, which was very difficult to do.
The Comet is trying to find it, but it doesn't find it. Oh, that Tiger Ace gets out by the skin of its teeth there.
Whew. Again, it's a good play right there for that. Who has the Tiger Ace? Penslip. Good job there.
There's a Pershing's out for the USF player. I didn't notice him tech heavy cavalry company, so we've got a Pershing's just sitting in the sector. This is, I think, the entire tournament. This is the most amount of heavy armor we've seen from an allied team all tournament. Me and Skippy, when we were commentating, we said a lot. Why are we only seeing Pershings? Why don't we see an ISU 152? and then today it has been answered. We've got a Pershings, ISU 152, and a Comet to back it up. Yep. It's only really a medium tank, but it's got a big gun. So I love this.
What was it? The game Ruse helped me classify it because people are like, what's a Panther? I'm like, advanced medium. It's like, well, why would you say that? Because of Ruse.
Yeah.
Anyway, ISU 152 has taken its sights onto the cemetery. The problem with that is, unfortunately, it's still on a high explosive round, so it fired a couple shots at the Ostwind, and all the shots bounced.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Pershings did go very low in the middle there. And now the LEFHs are targeting it. They just killed the engineers repairing it, and now it's going to have to get out of there. I think the LEFHs were trying to hit the forward observation point. Yeah, they are, but it just happened to hit the Pershings that was repairing.
Oh, but looks like the British is leading a small assault there, going straight through mid. There is a Stuka very close to the front, along with a Panzerwerfer. They smoked the building by heavy cav, so good support there. They're trying to push, throwing in a Gammon bomb on the building. Stuka bomb, though, close. Oh, the building's alive. How? I don't know, but it is so close to dying, it's not even funny. Meanwhile, the Tiger comes back in to help clear the British assault. Comet Tank and Jackson are still there. It's firing some long-range shots, trying to push it back. Unfortunately, Jackson bounces off the Tiger. Meanwhile, the Comet doesn't and annihilates the Pioneer squad in mid. So Allies will have it. But what, Lieutenant?
Yeah, the Lieutenant in mid just goes really low to that final shot, but does get out of there. We do have some Stern Pioneers with their bazookas moving up, hitting that Comet. That Comet is going down quite low with no infantry to support it. Problem is right now,
look at all the Stern Pioneers. They're all burning right now from the white phosphorus shot. So that was a good use.
Perfect. Yeah, look at that. I didn't really notice that.
So yeah, if you ever have like a big blob infantry, white phosphorus is a good way to just make sure they run away very quickly because their health drops immediately. And they also slow down in it.
Another K2 rolling out for Alf.
Ooh. All right.
Big gun versus big gun. Big cat versus big cat killer. What is going to come out on top? VPs are pretty much even as well, so this is going to be another hour-long game. I could already feel it.
Oh boy! One thing I will say that the Soviets have that again the other guys don't is their guards. If they can get their guards to button it just for another shot or two from the heavy tanks, that might tip the scale in the Allies' favor. Meanwhile, while I say this, in the lumberyard, there's actually a big battle going on.
Yeah, no, the Stuka Foos comes down, finally finish off that forward observation point there in the center, as well as wiping a couple of the support weapons. And now we've got a tank-on-tank battle between the K2, the Pershings, and the ISU 152 in the center as well, supported by a lot of infantry.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I think the Axis have 3 heavy tanks. We got ourselves the normal Tiger, the King Tiger, and a Tiger Ace. So, just bring in all the Tigers to the yard.
But the thing I think that tips the balance, I think almost in favor of the Allies here, is they've got 2 what I would call the Allied heavy tanks, but supported by a large array of tank-destroying tanks. The Comet is so good for getting around to rear armor. We've got a Firefly, we've got 3 Su-85s, and a Jackson. This is Tiger hunting territory. Like, currently, there's an Su-85 and a Jackson pinging one of the Tigers down to half health from the Allied side of the map. And that's not all of the tanks engaged.
So what you're saying is we need a Yag Tiger as well. That's what we need.
Or an elephant.
Elephant as well. All right, but anyway, it does look like the Tigers are paying off, at least stopping the Allied infantry. That allowed some Grenadiers to capture mid, and that's going to put the VP points ever closer to each other. Neither side, once the VP points get more than like 30 points away, they're keeping it very close. Meanwhile, we have, the IC-152 and the army of Su-85s just lying in wait. We do have flares going off, so they might be trying to identify a key target. Oh wait, frag bomb's coming in somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, gets the Royal, that's where it was. It was hitting the Royal Engineers and gets a double squad wipe. Right now the Firefly is also buttoned. That's a big loss right there. That's gonna delay a lot of vehicles being repaired. Meanwhile, tank destroyers continue to put pressure in mid.
Tiger Ace is on the flank here, and it's gone down to half health because there was a horde of Su-85s there. It goes down really low. Is there anything could get on its rear? Su-85 is pushing. It is pushing. The Tiger is blitzkrieged as well, I think, so it's got that speed bonus, but it's just lost it.
Yep. Su-85 got decrewed and taken out.
Pushing up, but it's going to meet an AT gun. Does take out the AT gun.
Meanwhile, we haven't really paid attention too much to the lumber yard, and there is a small little push going on with a Panther and a Panzer IV. I say small, but scale-wise, other than the heavy tank fighting going on mid, this is more of the medium scales. Yeah. And it looks like, unless I'm mistaken, there's a strike coming on the MG, which is... Oh, I'm sorry, it's not the MG. It's actually an anti-armor strike. So that should allow the infantry to take over the VP and allow a triple cap for the Axis side.
Yeah, which will be the first time since the opening of the game that we will have seen this. Let's hope the Allies don't let the Axis get too dug in. Otherwise, this could be real trouble for them.
Wait, King Tiger in mid just got hit with a bunch of rockets, stunning it. Jackson hitting it again, up to Vet 3 now. It's a nasty Jackson. Incredibly potent. Panther coming on the flank, but as well being hit.
I think actually currently the Allies are struggling to repair their tanks fast enough. They took a lot of engineer losses, and they've got a lot of vehicles on the field. So I think they're running out, like they're now having to cycle in their tanks more rather than the Axis, who can commit more tanks at once. At least for the moment, anyway.
No, you're definitely right, and it's those airstrikes that are just. Even though they're not necessarily killing it, if you wound an armored vehicle, that's something that's out of commission, so you do keep it off the field. So you don't necessarily have to kill a unit for it to be beneficial, beneficial. You can still push it away from the front and allow yourself to get that territory, whatever you need. In this case, a triple VP, which is definitely allowing the Axis a clear lead right now by about 50 points more.
Yeah. This is, The infantry being pushed back in the mid, which is good to see. This is, I've got to worry now. It's been some time, really. I reckon that we're gonna see the Axis start to lock down this mid for at least for a while. But we do have American USF in the Axis lines over by the lumberyard.
I'm sorry, not to interrupt. At the cemetery, it looks like there is a small Soviet advance going on. They called in an IL-2 bomb strike on the Panzer headquarters, and they have their armor set up. What I think that might be doing is preparing a flank to knock out the Panzer headquarters and possibly draw away a lot of the, at least Penslip's forces, maybe allow for a push in mid. Yeah, 'cause
Meanwhile,
guard troop
2
runs-
more rear echelons went down to high fragmentation grenades in the backlines.
Wow,
Or
that's
airstrike.
really taking its toll. Yeah, but look at this Axis maneuver back over to see these Russians off on the cemetery side. Look, you've got 2 Stugs moving, a whole host of infantry, 80 guns, Tiger Ace, all moving down that way. They want to save that Schwerpanzer headquarters.
Yeah, the Su-85 needs to commit. It's so low, but it's not. He's falling back. Oh, no, here come the British. The British are coming in with comets, fireflies, and crocodiles. Oh, my.
Yeah, the true test will be is how much damage can they do to this Tiger Ace. That will be the true test of how overextended the Axis forces are right now, because the Brit is pushing alone with no infantry support right now. There's an Su-85 coming up from the Soviets, but all the infantry is currently repairing the IS, and the Comet goes really low.
Ooh. Crocodile just got hit by a mine, so it's injured.
Yeah.
Comet's low.
Firefly is weakened.
Right now, we're seeing the American player having some issues against Panzer Grenadiers in mid. Luckily, Pershing is going to push that back and save the 3-star Jackson. It's a nail biter. Actually, funny enough, it looks like the one side actually it's perfectly even with the road, like with what each side has. Like the road is the perfect divider right now.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that is the whole point of this map. And another thing to note about that road is it does give better armored movement. It speeds your vehicles, so you can get these tanks from flank to flank, especially if you can control the road. Su-85 is going against that Schwer headquarters again over... and there is a lot of Axis armor moving to see it. I think we might be about to see a big tank engagement again in the south. And honestly, the Allies aren't ready for that. They've got a lot of injured vehicles.
Ready or not, here they come. We got a Stug, a King Tiger, and a Tiger Ace pushing on in, but they can hit rear armor. They are. They're getting a lot of rear armor shots. Buttons.
Yeah, and the ISU-152 has just been fully repaired as well, and it's been buttoned, and it's about to try and get some shots. The Crocodile has been fully repaired as well. It's going to come and try and deal with those Shreks.
Yes. King Tiger is down. Tiger Ace there, trying to get some retribution, but he needs to get out there. He doesn't realize how many allies are down here. No, good use of the Crocodile, pushing back the Sturm Pioneers and their Panzer Shreks. We have some strike coming in. Is it frag bomb?
Yep. Just in the nick of time, the American cavalry arrive as well. You've got a Pershings and 2 Jacksons pushing down the road, catching the Stug off guard.
Oh my god, it's a good charge. Where's the Tiger Ace? It's going to be backed up into a corner.
Yeah, it really is here. It's got a Stug in support, but that Stug is also really low now. The Schwer headquarters, though, is going to do some damage to those Jacksons. But the Jackson, there's one Jackson going low here and going to die, but in vain, not because his friends are there. That Vet 3 Jackson is going to get the kill on the Tiger Race.
Here's the problem, though. Right now, we have a King Tiger and a Stug and an Oswin coming in on the flank of a lot of damaged armored vehicles. The Allies need to pull out now. They've done what they needed to. Now they need to get out before they take some losses themselves.
That's a fresh K2 as well, isn't it? Out for Alf.
Yeah, it is.
Fresh, straight called in. He had the munitions to do that. Just as well as a note, they're currently trip capped. In this time, Major Bones managed to push his Panther and P4 up to capture the Lumberyard side VP.
Yeah, the fresh units are doing what they need to. The battered allies are being demolished right now on their side. The King going after the Crocodile. Comet looking in the wrong direction. Don't look forward, look back, as your allies are currently being smacked. Now, the Comet, if it can rely on the IS-152 coming on the flank, maybe it can take this opportunity to do some real critical damage against that King that might be overstretched. Up, here come the guards. If they can button, they can get that Tiger too. It is buttoned. IS-152 is continuing to put on pressure. Nice for armor shot. Do they have anything else? Firefly, anything? Comet's coming back. Tiger 2 so incredibly low. Does the Allies have any airstrikes he can call in? Oh, it's so low.
I don't know that they do, but They're going to try and push for it anyway, I think. There is another... Oh my god, there was just Axis heavy armor after heavy armor. Every time they knock one down, they get back up again with a new one.
But you know what? SU-85 in range kills the Tiger 2. Second Tiger 2 down in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, but at the same time, while this has all happened, there is a Tiger 1 pushing the mid, and there is nothing in mid at all now for the Allies. There is a wounded Sherman Firefly and a rear echelon squad.
You are 100% right, but Truppen does not have the resources to deploy a third Tiger 2. That is not happening.
That's very true.
So, but in any case, meanwhile, it looks like the Soviets are continuing the pressure. I don't know if that's a good idea. Right now, they are a little battered. But again, if they can take the opportunity to kill that headquarters, that could be huge. But yeah, is there anything coming in to fight that Tiger in mid? It looks like a T-34 is willing to fight.
There is an Su-85, a Vet 3 Su-85 being moved up now by Dragon.
Firefly as well?
It's gone low. It's already down to half health and it has been pushed off. I wouldn't advise that Firefly keep pushing up though. Although, even if it does, there's Panzerwerfers there for it to grab, and the Su-85 has just seen that, I think. If the Su-85 is going to dive for those Panzerwerfers, gets one. Is it going to know that the other one's behind the building? I don't know, but it's going to... Oh, it's got a Panther on its rear, and that Panther has a T-34 on its rear. It's a
Oh, double Su-85s on it as well!
Yeah, they've repositioned. The Allies have repositioned, and they're going to try and take the VP. Panther, the Panther goes down. This is great maneuvering.
What I'm really enjoying is like 5 minutes ago, we were saying the Axis had a lot more armor and just a lot more built up, and it was going to take something. I like how they kind of split off the forces. Actually, if we look on right, there's a Stug out in the middle of nowhere. What's it doing in the cemetery? Is it digging its own grave?
I have no idea.
Also, the cemetery is pretty much gone at this point, but I digress. Oh, there goes the Stug. Headquarters is the next target, it looks like, by the Comet. Oh, this is a mighty comeback by the Allies. The question is, how long does it take to repair all their vehicles after this so much battling?
Yeah. But the thing is, a lot of the Allies' vehicles are like on full health right now, so they have the time to push. They are currently losing the tickets though, and that is the important thing. There's 92 tickets left for the Allies, so they need to make a push on these VPs, which they are with their armor, but they don't have the infantry to support. This infantry has been being picked off all game by these LAFHs at the back and the Panzerwerfers, and if you look at the composition for the Allies, there is very little infantry, other than, say, the Brits.
The Soviets have a little more, and they got the red shirts to fill in the gaps. But you're definitely right. I think they... Well, actually, I take that back. Space Dingo's at max population, along with two. So those two are doing well. It's Dragon and a Lobie that's kind of just a little more middling.
Yeah. And I honestly think Dragon, if he does anything right now, just needs to be building conscripts. Just needs fodder to put on those points. What was the... Yeah, and there's the cap coming in from the Brits over in Graveyard End, which is the Axis-favored VP.
What the...
And...
There is a half-track by Space Dingo charging the enemy lines, of all things. Oh, he used it to call an IL-2 bomb strike on the artillery in the back.
Oh, that is fantastic.
All right, you know what? He needed something to get back there, and that's what he had, and it worked.
And now... now we're looking at currently an Allied trip cap.
Although, if we look on the left, there's... Oh, no, what is that? Oh, no. What is that Soviet doing? Dragon's sending his Katusha to fight a Panther. Over by the lumberyard. Actually, a lot more on the Allied side, honestly.
Oh, yeah, wow.
He's taking a lot of hits.
Su-85 on the rear of one of those Panthers, though.
It's Vet 3. Maybe it could kill it. SB, get both shots. Damage.
Main gun down. This is looking helpful. Come on, Su-85.
Final shot. Nope. The fence blocked the shot.
But
or sight.
The Pershing's coming in. There's a Pershing's coming in. But there is a Kong's Tiger out now for Major Bones, and the Pershing's does not realize Pershing's needs to get out on the lumberyard side.
Oh. So not only is Major Bones deploying a Tiger 2, there's another Tiger 2. Truppen also just deployed one.
And what was that you said about them not being able to put out another Tiger 2?
It's been fun. It's been a few minutes, you know. They can get the resources after that time.
Yeah, and do you know what? It is because of this sort of lack of being able to put infantry on the points from the Allies that the Axis have been able to get these heavy tanks out again. Because if they had kept that pressure up, they wouldn't have been able to get these tanks out as easy.
Now, that said, Truppen will not be able to deploy another one out for several minutes. So if they kill it in quick succession like last time, don't expect one out so soon.
Do you know what? I think, actually, as another thing, they need to be looking for infantry wipes more than tank wipes at this point, the Allies. They need to be trying to pick off some of this German infantry, which is roaming the map. We've got a lot of...
Tiger Ace on the back by the cemetery
really
on the
low.
far axis side. So low. The Firefly and Crocodile managed to push it back, and even then the Pioneers that were trying to heal the Tiger Ace pushed that back as well. That's the one thing. That Crocodile's doing a lot of work versus the infantry.
It really is, and it's necessary. I think I kind of want to say we want to see a little bit of maybe an American pack howitzer or something. Just to pack howitzer is probably the wrong choice, but I want to see something that's a bit more anti-infantry. Firefly going low though over on Graveyard side.
Yeah.
It's Stug pushing up, and it found the Kong Tiger.
If it hits, it's done for.
It's done for here. But that Stug might find the low Crocodile as well. Comet's trying to get some retribution.
Tiger 2 getting 3 consecutive shots on it. Oh, 2 bounces though. No, that one I think pendant. It's very low on health to be for sure. Su-85 is giving chase along with the ISU-152 and another Su-85. Oh, Comet's giving chase after the Stug. Oh, there's a Vet 4 Stuka in its sights. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. But look at this push-up. Look at this push-up from Space Dingo here with his Su-85 combo with the IS-2 heavy gun. He's going to have found the retreat base almost.
Problem is a lot of infantry is now coming up.
Yeah.
They don't have anything to deal with it.
But also, look at the push in the mid as well from Blazing with the Tiger. What? Yeah, look, this is good. Pressure on every flank here from the Axis. The Allies don't know where to commit to.
Also, I'm gonna put out a red flag right now. Look at the munitions for the Germans. They have each of them hundreds, if not 2 of them close. I mean, like one of them
One's
is
over
close to 1,200. Holy! I mean, they can have airstrikes, recon. They're set for life.
Yeah.
Boy. In any case, yeah, if they need to, they can call in a lot of the airstrikes to help clear mid. And right now, you're right, that is a weak point.
Yeah, but saying that, the Allies aren't low, like in any terms.
No.
And there is a building still for RubeTube to come and put down his forward observation post. I would highly recommend putting that in the mid right now. Just so you can spend that munitions, because he's up to almost 500 munitions himself, and he can do a lot of work with that.
Oh, RubeTube is doing that. He's placing it over by the VP point by the cemetery.
Oh, on the Axis side. Now that is good, because some of the range on that might go back to where the Axis keep repairing their tanks.
Yeah, no, it's if you can call on some close range precision strikes, strafing runs, anything, that'll help him hold that side. I think that's what he wants to do. He needs to hold that VP at all costs. Oh, good Stuka.
Stuka of Foos there, sending some infantry squads low, and now the tanks pushing up. Firefly going low, Cromwell going low. No, Cromwell, Comet going low. We've also got the Pershings low in the center, being pushed by a Panzer Schreck blob.
Yep. The Volks and Obsidian are also taking some hits as well. The MG went down. Satchel on the Tiger. Is it being... Oh, it got hit. Sorry, I thought it got marked. We got some repairs coming in on the right. They're trying to quickly repair the British vehicles, and the Crocodile's barely holding on to that fuel and stopping them from capping it. Actually, I think we have an airstrike coming in right now.
That Crocodile is starting to go very low.
Oh, it's artillery cover. He has to be artillery cover on this side. So that's why the smoke's coming down in the artillery strike.
Oh, but Tiger 1 in the center wipes a lot of American troops there. And we've got a recap. Yeah, we've got a recap coming in from Major Bones as well on Lumberyard side. Major Bones and Dragon have been duking it out all match in this lumberyard.
No,
Both players really being tied down up here.
It's close, but right now I'm liking Major's infantry a lot more.
Yeah.
There's a lot more of it and a lot more support. While the armor could go either way in my eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be relying on the rest of the map. And the VPs right now are stagnant with the Axis about to have the double cap advantage again, pushing those allies ever closer to the 0 mark. All the forward observer just went down to all those barrages like we were calling out earlier. There's incendiaries gone down on them. All the call-ins immediately wiping that.
There's a comet going deep. I'm not sure why. Was there artillery? Is there something back there that I'm missing? But it seemed to have charged the Tiger and the Tiger Ace.
Oh, no, I don't know. Well,
yeah.
There is the retreat base there with a Stuka of Foos that's 4-star. How many kills has they got? 55. Yep. Wow. That's some good Stuka.
It's doing some work. All right, so meanwhile, the Brits aren't done yet. They still got another Comet in development, although there's a lot of infantry kind of pushing on that VP point right now. I'm on... Oof.
Yeah. Infantry is the problem here for the Allies. There's a lot of Axis infantry and they've got not a lot in response. So it's really heavily reliant on their tanks, and we're seeing this on all flanks. And that right now is causing them to lose VPs. It doesn't matter, clearly, we've seen it this game. It doesn't matter how many big tanks they kill of the Axis. They come right back. The Firefly has gone down on this cemetery side.
Yeah.
And the problem is there's no infantry to respond in the captures.
No, the Soviets are the only ones who can, and right now they're busy. Oh, the Panthers coming in with a good flank. They could kill the Vet 3. They miss. Oh, they hit, but still kicking. AT grenades being thrown on the Panthers, per se. Yes, and the Panther is barely alive. But it needs a follow-up action. I don't think anyone's going to do the follow-up action, and it's going to be...
Oh, Vet 3 Guards Rifle going to go down over on the fuel point of Cemetery, and yeah, this is it. There is, like... Space Dingo's out of guards. He's down to just the red shirt engineers. We've got a Ranger squad in the center finally capping, but if you look at the Allies lineup, there's very little infantry, bar Red Tube's got some, and now Dragon has, but it's swaying, and they've not got the manpower to replay it, and they're down to 50 points.
I could be mistaken, but I believe Dragon is repositioning his men to mid. Major is now completely uncontested on his front, which could allow them to take some territory and definitely hold on to that VP. They might be making a gamble for mid.
Well, they only need 2 VPs, and I think this is a good idea. I just wish it would have happened a little bit sooner.
No, it's not. T-34 charged the Tiger, but before he could get close, a volley of Panzerschrecks met it. Oh.
Yeah. Well, the idea to focus 2 VPs right now is a good idea. There's another Comet diving for no apparent reason down the bottom. It found a load of tanks. It's going to have a bad day. That is a British barbecue tank right there.
Yep. Although the Soviets are packing a lot of punches. Look at that tank destroyer force right there. Oh,
it's Suicide T-34. But the K2's on the flank. There's a K2 on the flank, supported by Panzerschrecks. ISU-152, it's gonna go low.
They did kill the Tiger Ace, but yeah, that King is gonna chase him down. ISU-152, run! Oh, it bounced! The Tiger 2 round bounced! ISU, don't stop running.
Yeah, pathing right now. They are Allies are capturing mid. They're gonna be stopping the bleed if they do so.
Hold on. Panther knocks out an Su-85. Crocodile's pushing back the infantry, and the Tiger 2 doesn't want to follow up. It's too low.
Honestly, looking at the Brits right now, I would stop building Comets and try and build another... Oh no, he's limited to 1. He's only limited to 1 Crocodile. That's my bad.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
I was going to say, more than 1 Crocodile right now would go... Stuka of Foos taking Su-85 down to half health, and I don't think he's...
Big push. Jackson's killing the Tiger 2. Going in deep. Might kill the... Does kill the Panther. That's a lot of armor down.
But look at Major Bones in the back line with a Tiger 2. It's been buttoned, but his Panther and his Tiger are doing damage, destroying the Catties, the T-34s. there's a Pershing's in trouble. Also, something that we missed in the mid there, because of this push, because of it taking the focus, Dragon is now down to pretty much just the two guard squads in an SU-85. He had five squads of infantry before that, but now he's down to just the two.
No, it's again, Major is not just going to stand still on his front. He's going to take action, and that was a deep push into Allied territory, and that seemed to have done a ton. Meanwhile, in mid, we have two T-34s that I don't know what they're doing, but they might have been trying to come in to fight the Tiger and the Panther, but they met another Tiger and a Panther.
Yeah, that's what it was. They were trying to get the finishing kills there, because I think Daka have it in their head. If they destroy these big tanks, they're going to win. But right now, they need to be focusing those VPs, and we're about to hit game here. Yes, they are going to get a recap for a little while, but I don't see them coming back from a lot of this. They've lost a lot. They're being pushed into a corner. Their sides are being invaded, and it's just not looking good.
No, it's absolutely not. Though, I will say, Allies at the very least hold two VPs. There's some hope left. So, wait, why is there a Tiger charging mid? Is there anything behind?
No, there's nothing behind it. I think main gun down.
They're like, guys, quick victory. We got this. No, not yet.
And now the other K2 is going to... it put down red smoke. That's what it was. It was clearing the infantry off. There's massive strikes coming down. It's giving breathing room for the infantry. It was a sacrificial lamb so the infantry could move in, get rid of those support weapons and that infantry support.
Panzerschreck's dealing with the Pershing.
Pershing's going to go down. And that's the decap. This looks like it's going to be it. I think the Crocodile needs to push up and try and switch flanks right now. Can we give a round of applause for this Crocodile, though, with 31 kills? That's doing so...
It's doing a lot of work. It's doing a lot of work. Oh, wait. Crocodile, going behind enemy lines. Wait, could he go for the Stuka? That would be a huge win. I think it's 57 kills, Vet 5.
That's what they've been doing with the Comets all game. I think they've been trying to find these Stukas and the AFHs. I think they've been trying to dive, but always running into Axis heavy tanks, just because there's so many of them. But I like this combo here from the Brit, using the advantage to try and take the pressure off the VP and push their tanks up a little bit.
All right, Major Bones got mid right now. The Allies need another point. Doesn't matter where. They need it now. Run, Crocodile, come on. You can make it.
You come from a land down under. Come on, you can do it.
It's weaving back and forth. Weaving. Yeah.
Float like
keep dodging, keep weaving, keep going back. Don't stop.
No, there's another Tiger coming in. I think he knows its game. I think he just saw the VPs. I think, yeah.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Now the Crocodile itself burns. There goes the Firefly. This looks dire for the Allies. They are going to retake the mid, and they do have a sneaky squad of guards decapping the lumberyard, but it's not going to be enough. They've taken so many losses at this point, and it looks almost inevitable that Major Bones' privates are going to go through, and Daka are going to go to the playoffs. Not the playoffs, the losers bracket. My mistake.
Yeah. They want to go to the playoffs, but
they want to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But alas, I think they're going to be pushed out. But this has been one hell of a series. We've had 3 very long games. Even when the going got tough, Daka have not given up, and they're still not giving up yet. It's just the infantry losses are way too much for them right now.
And I think that's been a big issue this entire game is, honestly, I mean, just look at Truppen, look at the amount of veterancy he has for his men. Preservation is going really well for him and some other players on his team. But then on the Allied side, it's just not the case. There are a lot of recruits, a lot of newbies, a lot of guys that just come off the production yard. They just can't keep their stuff alive. Panther charging, meeting at Jackson in T-34-85. They're trying to hold on to mid. There's an MG, a solo MG, trying to stop them, but
that's it.
It's too late. It's heartbreaking, but especially after that first game clutch.
Yeah.
But
Daka moved to the losers bracket, while Major's privates move to the playoffs. What a series to start the day today. That is honestly some brilliant, even though there was mistakes made by both teams, and we do have a loser at the end of this. What 3 brilliant games they've brought us to begin this day. It's hats off to all the players, and I hope we see Daka again. I really do, because I'd love to see them come back and fight Majors Privates again, because I think after this, they're going to have a determination to beat them. Hopefully, it doesn't get to them too hard, because you know what? I really want to see Majors Privates taken down a peg now. I want to see them have, and they had a challenge at the beginning of this. They had a brilliant challenge at the beginning of this combination, but yeah, they're moving through again, and I want someone to take them down. That's I'm talking to everyone listening. Somebody bring this team down. Otherwise, they could run away with the tournament.
They very well could. But that being said, they definitely had some issues themselves. I think they overcommitted sometimes. I think they thought that victory was ensured to them, but no, it was not. The Allies definitely had some tricks left up their sleeve. They, again, really good use of tank destroyers. I especially love Space Dingo's S-285, ISU-152 force. That just was a tiger killer. No matter what the Axis could do, it usually took 2 of them just to hold them off. So really good job of just dishing out that damage.
He looked a lot more comfortable on the Soviets there as well than he did as his Ranger Calliope combo last time as the USF. I think he definitely looked more at home as that, because that was almost the same combination as that he had as the Axis with the Elephant. He likes those big sniping tanks, and it definitely showed there because he'd put in some amazing work. And that shows in the damage. He almost broke 100,000. He had 99,543 damage out there. So close. But alas, it wasn't enough.
But no, really good plays all around. I would also, if I had to give also a really good play to Major Bones and also Alf Truppen, both did extremely well. Major Bones, the reason why is he was fighting his own battle most of the time, but he held that VP for a majority of this game. So really good job there with this Panther and King Tiger and everything else they sent out to hold that point at all odds. And then Alf Truppen, reason I give him off is just his infantry. His armor, not so much, but his Stuka and his infantry were really well done in making sure they held territory, supported armor, and just really turned the tide to their side.
You know, one thing I saw that's going to be addressed in the patch is the instant replacement of heavy tanks after their loss. We saw Alf produce at least 3 King Tigers in a really short span. Forget the exact cooldown amount, but in the new patch that's being tested, that will be changed where there's like a 5 or 6 minute delay. And I think we can see in this game is a perfect example of why you would want that, because as the allies, for how much they're sacrificing to take out these King Tigers, like they're risking their tanks, they're doing so much, and then it's just instantly replaced. Like that's got to be demoralizing as the allied player. There's just very little reward that or satisfaction you feel in taking those out when the fresh one just appears immediately after.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of allied players, can we give a massive, we've already heralded Space Dingo there, but RubeTube as well as the Brits, although it doesn't show in the damage, he actually has the least damage on his team. He did so well to hold that. For a while, he was the only person on Cemetery side and really put some work in. He even capped it alone at one point as a push. And that Crocodile, Comet, Firefly combo really supported. His units really supported the push of his allies. Like when Space Dragon went up with his killer sniper squad, it was always supported by Rube. And I think that was fantastic use of the British forces. Like the Crocodile there really dissuading a lot of Alf's really good infantry, and like he used it to block shots quite a lot as well, using that heavy armor to actually protect troops. And yeah, it was just really good combat on that flank. I think that Cemetery flank was my highlight of the game. There was so much going on. It was a big back and forth. It was really exciting to watch.
I would even say that this game, out of all of them, felt more sophisticated in the sense that I think there was less mistakes less foolish decisions made in the first 2 games, and that surprises me considering how draining and just the mental stamina being low after those first 2 games. I just felt like just the micro and the crocodile and some of the tank battles, it was demanding, and I saw a lot of good reactive plays. A lot of the fights were very engaging. There wasn't a lot of forgotten units that were wiped. So I was impressed by that, and I give props to Daka. I think they played better in this game, even despite the fact that they lost.
Yeah, and I think with the amount of heavy tanks that Daka destroyed, it really shows something, because the allies are normally very much down when it comes to heavy tanks, and that's why those heavy tanks are getting that patch. But for them to have destroyed so many, hats off to them. They really played well in that game. And that's why I think this isn't going to be the last we see them when they move into the losers bracket. I reckon they'll be back again, and I really want them to come back and give majors privates a run for their money again.
Also, quick shout out to the fact that literally every time Major Bones tried to set up artillery, that got put out quickly. So good job at least on the reaction on that.
I would even dare say that the allied commander picks were probably close to the strongest setup for the allies to have. The ISU, the Pershing, some comets with the Brits. And the Brits crocodile, that was so efficient at pushing MGs out of buildings. It just it forced so many infantry retreats. That combination, and then the T-3485s, like all of those things are commander picked, and I think they're probably close to the strongest in this 4v4 setup.
Yeah, and the only change I would possibly make would be with the Brits, because they didn't get that forward observation point down as well. I would maybe the better commander in this situation would have been Royal Engineers, the one that has the AVRE and the Incendiary Strike, the Incendiary Crawl-In, which they would have been able to rely on to deal with some of those infantry pushes, plus the AVRE would have put in the same role as the crocodile. So I think maybe that would have been a decent matchup as well, that maybe might have given them that edge to destroy, because infantry became the problem in this game. Yes. And the infantry ran away with it. And I think the anti-infantry capabilities of the Royal Engineer Commander, with that already great setup that they had in commanders, would have made the difference, honestly. That or the regiment with the land mattress, that the name is escaping me right now. Something with it because commandos are also very good at taking out infantry.
Mobile assaults.
That's the one.
Yeah. But
awesome.
Yeah. That could definitely have done it. My only concern would be with the AVRE is, while you're right, it could do more damage, it is more micro, and that would be just one more layer to add, especially with all the chaotic nature going on. That might have ended badly if you're not paying attention. There's
a little bit more RNG too. The delay, and then the shell doesn't always land, and the troops could, if you miss it just enough, but it's high risk, high reward.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, you'd have a call-in that you can rely on that would also be able to target infantry, because he didn't really get the call-ins from the forward observation point, because the first time it went down, it was destroyed and counted out by artillery. Second point, it was just absolutely destroyed by munitions calls-in. So having just a munitions call-in extra for the allies that was anti-infantry focused would have really helped, I think.
Yeah,
I think one of the strongest pushes for allies is when they catch a vulnerable OKW truck that they can take out, and they just tag team it. They did do that on the Panzerschwer. I think if they did that even more, it might have been enough to swing it in their advantage. Like if they did that on the left side as well, or if they kept pushing to the headquarters building. But that was clutch, and I think a winning allied team is going to do that more often than not. If an OKW takes the gamble of putting it too far forward, they should punish it really quickly, because that's expensive to replace.
No, it definitely is. And also, if that's removed, they also don't get access to tanks. So again, it does add up over time.
Yeah. Well, guys, a draining way to start Sunday morning. Let's take a break, and we'll see. Then, guys, thank you so much for casting that and sparing my voice, and really appreciate that. We'll see. We'll deliberate about who will cast the next games. But for now, we're going to go refresh ourselves. You should do the same. And again, go follow Great Shot and Midge, both on Twitch and YouTube, guys. They have a lot of awesome gaming content, and I'm sure you'd love to see more of them. So, guys, thanks so much. Go get some refreshments.
So very much.
My pleasure. We'll see you guys soon. Guys, welcome back after exciting 3 games, Majors, Privates versus Daka. Great shot. Shout out to you for shoutcasting that with Midge. Epic games. So guys, I just realized this is going to be too long of a day, so I'm making a judgment call on canceling out coverage of the losers bracket round 1, because there's just going to be too many games. So I just wanted to take a look at the brackets real quick, get you guys up to speed on what's happened so far. So Midge, you have this graphic too. Just wanted to take a look at the results, because we have seen almost every team play so far, minus Gondor calls for aid and the Lego Islanders, because there was a match forfeit there. So taking a look at this bracket, Knifjens versus Vengeful Ostruppen in the round 1 losers bracket. Knifjens came out on top, and they will be playing Daka, who just lost to Majors Privates, which should be interesting. I'm excited to see that game.
Yeah, that'll be a very interesting game.
Then next, United Noobs of Sweden played GER, who we saw play. I believe they played BaGGno on Porta. They had the 2 Porta Hamburg games that were pretty good.
Yes.
So Great Eastern Railway came out on top against United Noobs of Sweden, so they're moving on to play an undetermined opponent. It's whoever loses from game 2 in the winners bracket. Then we had Clown Company versus Bruh. Clown Company unfortunately had a forfeit due to a scheduling issue, so Bruh is moving on. They will also be playing a loser that we will find out in the next winners bracket games. And then the 4 Horsemen versus Lego Islanders. This was surprising, because Lego Islanders are a bit of a wild card in the tournament. They were the ones that forfeited their round 1 match, but they beat the 4 Horsemen, which the 4 Horsemen look good to me. They lost a close series to Ghost Division, the first game we casted yesterday, in a best of 3. They went to 3 games, and so this will be interesting to see. The 4 Horsemen are knocked out, by the way. All the teams that lost these games are now knocked out of the tournament. So we're losing Vengeful Ostruppen, we're losing United Noobs of Sweden, we're losing Clown Company, and the 4 Horsemen. So it'll be interesting. I think the games I'm most interested in: Daka versus Knifjens, and the Lego Islanders versus whoever they're going to play. Lego Islanders mainly because we have no idea what caliber they're at. Daka, we know are worthy opponents, and I think the game against Knifjens should be scrappy.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What are you looking forward to?
I'm definitely looking forward to that Daka game. As I said, Daka were their control of infantry was one of my highlights of the tournament so far, and if they can push that advantage with their infantry like they've been doing in a few of their games. Like I said, I don't think them moving to the losers bracket was going to be the last time we'll see them, but who will knows against Knifjens? That's going to be a really scrappy game, as you say. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the Lego Islanders. They are our wildcard team. We have not seen them, but they are still in over a team that were pretty darn good. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting.
To be fair, we haven't seen much of Knifjens either. So we watched we casted the game 3 of them versus Meme Team 6, and it was on steps, but it was a short game, and we don't know if it was due to, just a bad start or maybe mental fatigue. So I think they're better than we've seen because that game was only 25 minutes long. It wasn't very, well, I wouldn't say it's not action-packed, but it didn't probably showcase the best of their abilities because they did bring Meme Team 6 to a game 3. So that'll be interesting to see if they're able to stack up against Daka. Looking at the winners bracket, this is what we're going to be casting next. We have 3 games. We already did Majors Privates versus Daka, so Majors Privates moving on to the playoffs. So now we're going to find out between Gondor Calls for Aid and Ghost Division. We're going to cast that next. And then BaGGno versus AD, which I think should be an exciting game as well. Both those teams showed some competency in teamwork, especially BaGGno. So I think that will be a very fun one to cast. Then we have the Truppen versus Meme Team 6. So the winners of these games will be moving to the playoffs. The losers will be going to the losers bracket to fight for their tournament life with the other losers bracket teams. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and load in. So Gondor Calls for Aid versus Ghost Division. Gondor was the faction pick, and they picked Axis, which put Ghost Division on allies, and we're loading into Red Ball Express. I'm getting my replay loaded up now, Mitch.
No worries, I am waiting on you. So I'm really excited for a game on Red Bull. I don't think I've cast a game on Red Bull in this tournament, and Red Bull is the classic map for company.
True.
It is, I think, the most balanced in terms of, I don't think it's like Axis-sided or Allied-sided, like out of any. It's the staple Company of Heroes map. So this could be a slog, and I'm looking forward to it.
I agree. I have been looking forward to our first Red Ball Express game, so this is nice. Okay, I'm loaded in. I will be starting on the Axis here at the top of the map. Now let's take a look at factions. We got split 2. It looks like 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht. Both Wehrmacht players taking up to the infantry company, and the Sturm Pioneers going out to find their first engagements.
Now on the Allied side, we've got 1 Brit, 3 Soviets. 2 of the Soviets choosing to take up, both taking different things. We've got Special Rifle Company coming out for Fiasco, and we've got the support weapons for JCS coming out. They seem to be going for a mixed complement of units. We've got penals already being brought in production. We've got a lot of infantry being pushed out by the Soviets. I think they're really looking to grab as much land as possible, and the British player seems to be building Vickers guns, sorry. So I think they're trying to go for a push up really quickly, lockdown strategy. What are you seeing over on your side?
Well, we had our first commander lock-in, and it's not going to be surprising as it's been so popular throughout the tournament. Grand Offensive Doctrine for the OKW player, currently the only commander that has been locked in. Sturm Pioneers getting aggressive on the fuel, as they should be. In the south, pushing off some infantry sections. Looks like the conscripts, the Soviet player, are going to opt to go for the munitions rather than push on the fuel. Interesting choice. Usually on Red Ball Express, you'll see 2v2s on the fuel, but it looks like they're opting to wait for a Vickers coming up to support. Good play, getting the Sturm Pioneers suppressed.
Yeah. On the opposite side of the map, Axis really pushing up on that fuel point. They're really locking that down with the Pioneers there, with the conscripts really pushed back into their into the Allied side of the map. This is good play from the Axis here to try and get this ground covered, and double fuel for the Axis. That's a dangerous game the Allies are playing.
Oh, that conscript almost goes down. I was going to give credit to the conscripts engaging those Sturm Pioneers from far away, but man, they still lose. That's so frustrating as a Soviet player to be in cover and the Sturm Pioneers march on you. But those 2 Sturms are going to push back 2 conscripts. Axis are going to take that fuel, and they're also winning the southern fuel as well. MG42 coming up.
An infantry section of Tommies
but the Allies are starting to amass some forces. 2 Vickers.
Bunker going down on this side as well. The Axis are really starting to dig in.
The fuel on the right is not connected for the Axis though, so they're not enjoying the benefits of 2 fuel income quite yet. That is in progress though. Put the Kubel back there. Ooh, and a sniper coming up for the Soviet. I love to see that. Great counter for the MG42s.
Still no commander lock-ins for the Allies, which is interesting. Normally we see a lot of ally lock-in first, which I think is a good move here from the Allied side, trying to counteract what they see the Axis put out a bit more.
Yeah, and then we did have a secondary, we have Fearsome Doctrine locked in for one of the OKWs on Axis.
Ooh. See that Hetzer coming out.
I do like the Allies' army build-up currently. They have 1 player going penals, then they got the sniper, they got conscript spam, and that the Brits supporting with Vickers. I like their strategy here in terms of the units that they're putting out. Man, Axis are getting really aggressive on this top, pushing them all the way back to their base.
Interesting choice for the Brit player, though, bringing out those engineers before they get the 5-man infantry squads. Normally, you'll see a Brit player take 5-man infantry squads before they get their tier 2 infantry out, just to make sure that they don't have to then pay an extra manpower cost before getting them out. So, interesting. But they have also only opted for 2 Tommy squad instead of the 3, mainly focusing on machine guns, so maybe that's the reason why.
Well, I didn't comment on this yet, but the Allies have 3 Soviets and 1 Brit, which is, I think, the first time we've seen that combination.
I think we might have seen it once before, but it's definitely not a common build in the tournament.
Sniper did push an MG42 off on the south. Nice play there. Looks like the Allies are starting to gain some traction there. They're going to get some fuel in their possession. They're stabilizing a little bit more on the left, and now they're getting aggressive in the middle with the conscripts.
Yeah, but Yarg over here, the Cyan player for the Axis, is really digging in on this other VP and fuel point. In fact, it's almost his line alone defending this, but allowing his allies to kind of push more onto the other sides of the map. I really think this is not good if the Allies let them really dig in over here with the bunkers.
Yeah.
There's also now the battle group headquarters back there healing for both the players over on this side, and now they're putting pressure on the middle.
Yeah, it sure looks like middle's becoming the hotspot. Sniper getting in a very aggressive position. Getting a nice sit on the Stern Pioneers. It's like all players are starting to gravitate. We got a massive allied blob.
MP40's teching on those Volks Grenadiers, though. They're going to do some damage.
Oh!
Whoa, that grenade.
I didn't even see that. I thought it was a mortar. Oh, and 2 Grenadiers getting in the building behind the Allies. Good positioning by the Axis here, really sandwiching them in there.
Yeah, that was the Model 24 grenade out from that freshly teched Volksgrenadier squad that's backing over there. And also, this is really lovely to see.
Oh man, they just wiped the penal on retreat. He was just too late. I don't think he realized the sandwich he was in, but that wasn't good.
Yeah, Ralanator here, the green Axis player, didn't hard retreat his units. Instead, he opted to soft retreat them back to this Opel Blitz cargo truck to reinforce. He had the confidence to just walk them out of that main engagement in the center, which is really lovely play.
Sniper almost went down to these advancing Grenadiers up the middle. About to be engaged by infantry sections and conscripts. They'll get pushed off. But the Axis definitely looking confident right now.
They've got a lot of ground and a lot of healthy and strong units. But shocks coming out here for Fiasco, the purple Soviet player. They could really do some damage if they get into the right position.
I like what the Allies are thinking. You can tell that they appreciate and respect the push that the Axis are making, and they're wanting to blob. Oh no! Oh. Big grenade wipes out a conscript. Shocks might go down too if you don't be careful.
Yeah, these Volks Grenadiers here from Ralinator are doing some work. Although we might see one wipe here.
Oh my gosh, he does go down to the conscripts.
Yeah. The conscripts on the flank. But did you see that again? This is what I'm talking about. He didn't automatically hard retreat them. He just tried to walk them out of there. And he had the confidence to do that earlier, and it really paid off. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off there. But that could have been deadly if he wasn't punished there.
Oh no, Luke's is catching this AT gun off. The AT gun's trying to bait him into this mine on the road. And he's not going to survive.
The British AT gun doesn't have the man force behind it to be able to manpower, not man force, to be able to bait like that. If it was a Soviet Zis gun, maybe because it's got the 6-man squad.
Look at this Opal Blitz just got destroyed with the satchel. Very aggressive strategy by the Axis player trying to just keep that Opal up there for reinforcements during the fight, but it's going to go down to a penal satchel. This Luke's is playing a dangerous game. He doesn't know there's a mine right here on the road. Oh, the allies are really hurting.
Navigating around it. That's going to be... So, that was a dangerous game. Oh, that Tommy squad wiped. On fire.
That's a big loss. Allies are bleeding so much here.
Yeah. British manpower, you cannot waste a Tommy squad trying to pick up an AT gun. Especially if that Tommy squad doesn't make it out of there.
Oh no, now this mortar squad getting flanked from the left. It's allies have lost so many units. I did appreciate what they were trying to do. I could tell that they were trying to work together to counter the massive Axis presence. But it just seems like they were pincered so hard they just got caught off. Oh, now this conscript's at risk of going down. And he does.
They're losing so many units with no economy to fight back either. All of the economy points, the 2 munitions and the 2 fuel are in Axis control. Allies only have 1 VP to their name as well, so they're ticking as well. It's just allowing the Axis to almost blob up, work together, and really hold off all of the allies.
We had a Axis squad go down, good grenade, and then mass retreat, 4 grenadiers.
Yeah, that's a good Zis barrage over the hill then, but now it's doing friendly damage. They need to cancel that.
And they walk straight into a stolen Maxim and an MG42. Here comes a flame half-track on the field. Great choice by the Axis. The allies have nothing to counter these vehicles.
Yeah, and also here comes these Volks Grenadiers with the MP40s. They've been doing such big work with their grenades. Gonna get a lot of kills. One of them's gonna have to be forced away, but it's, again, soft retreated out. Look at the confidence here. Being able to just soft retreat infantry out instead of the mass retreat that the allies are being forced to do. And this flame half-track is just going to be left to put in the damage.
The conscripts don't have AT grenades teched, so he cannot get a snare off.
Stormtroopers, the Brandenburgers, out of the building, coming to harass the AT guns.
No.
Look at this.
At the flank of the flame half-track, the Lukes did almost go down to the AT guns, but it did sneak away with a sliver of health.
Yikes. Solid yikes. We do have all commanders locked in now for the allies. I think they've realized we need support.
Let's do something.
Combined rifles tactics coming out for JCS. We've got, what are they? We've got the shock rifles for Ruse. We've got Fiasco going with shock mortar. And we've got the Brits locking in Vanguard Operations Doctrine.
Well, they're finally getting some fuel under their control. I hope they can survive long enough to get some, oh my gosh, that's Stuka Barrage. 5 models and some shocks. Oh goodness, what a hit on its first volley. 9 kills. That's just brutal. I got this flame half-track just guarding middle. The allies just, both AT guns they have on the right, one of them's decrewed. It's so hard for him to counter these light vehicles.
We've got Rider coming in for the Brits. I don't know where this is going down. It's somewhere on this top flank, but I can't... Is this going to come down in the vineyard? Because obviously this also works as a assembly, so people can reinforce off of it.
Yep, it does. I mean, that is the strongest part of the map they have control in, so it does make sense to give them some reinforcement up close. Axis being smart to harass this unprotected flank. Stern Pioneers getting close on conscripts. 2 vetted Stern Pioneers.
But look how comfortable the Axis look right now. They're just locking in so many MGs everywhere, covering every angle. I don't think we'll be able to see an Allied push through the center or the southern flank unless they get armor out here. What we might see though is if they can push all the way the length of this top side, this vineyard forest side, and come around the back. That might be what they're trying to do. Lux is trying to defend from that. They're keeping up the pressure on the mid, though, or trying to.
We did have an Su-76 come out for the Soviets and a Panzer IV come out for the Wehrmacht at the same time.
Panzer IV can really do some damage.
Man, there's just so many Grenadiers pushing up the middle here.
Yeah.
Oh, the sniper's cut out in the open and goes down to the Grens. That's unfortunate.
That must have been a misclick there.
Oh no, another volley of the Stuka. Everybody get down.
Yeah.
Targeting the AT guns, I think that's a smart play.
Oh wow.
Now
Yarg and Rallinator here. They've been doing such good pushes together. They started on that very well locked in southern flank, and they've been cycling their troops together. So once Rallinator goes in with his horde, he retreats, soft retreats, as Yarg seems to push in with his grenadiers, and it's just constant pressure on the allies that they just can't fight back with against. Yeah, look at this Axis push. Panzer IVs coming in. That half-track needs to get out of there from Fiasco. It's got a Panzer IV on its flank, though. It doesn't realize this. Su-76 trying to do some damage, but...
Oh, 2 P4s. My goodness.
Yeah, there's 2 P4s here. And both go up at the same time.
Goodness. Oh, now they're flanking the SU. I mean, goodness. I don't know what the Allies can do at this point. They've lost so much.
This is lambs to the slaughter right now.
What is surprising to me, I mean, Gondor being the team we haven't seen, I'm very impressed with their teamwork. Their coordinated pushes are very apparent, and I think Ghost Division just getting really caught off guard here. Not showing their best, not showing what we saw them do in their first series that we casted with them.
You do get the snare off on one of the Panzer IVs, but the other one is still full health right now, so they don't feel inclined to remove it. Zisgun pushing up, though, with a lot of penals and conscripts. This could be dangerous, but I think those P4s are going to try and get the glider. Okay, P4 going low, P4 going low.
Trying to get an AT grenade off.
Yeah.
There it goes. Still
smoke coming in. Look at this covering from Gondor's
another P4 comes out for the middle. Oh, the flame half track almost goes down. Tantalizing the allies.
Fantastic teamwork. Oh, Stuka Foos comes down on the building.
Oh my gosh, so many. They did lose one of the P4s, and one of them's very wounded. The allies could turn some momentum here, but there's a fresh P4 here protecting any advance that would be coming. Man, that's got to be frustrating.
The P4 that went up is actually the P4 that covered Yarg's P4's escape. So I think it got snared on a bit of terrain, and the MG combined with the Zisgun in the rear just dealt a killing blow to it. Penals and guards with their anti-tank rifles, though, could do some damage to this remaining P4. Gonna get out of there, I think. Ooh! Bet 3 Stern Pioneers going down in the middle to some shock troops. The Allies aren't out of this yet.
But man, look at the Axis are dominating this middle flank. I feel like the pocket for the Allies is so small. They just have this sliver of the map on the right. The Axis are dominating everything else all the way up to their baseline.
Yeah, the Allies here kind of, unfortunately, need to hope that the Axis get a bit complacent, maybe lose a few too many troops, allowing them to get that counterattack off.
We do have a Sherman Firefly in production. Much needed, because otherwise the Allies only have AT guns. And that's just not going to cut it against so many light vehicles in P4s.
We do have a Hetzer coming in as well for Rallinator, the Fearstorm Doctrine being put to use, and I think that's an amazing call. The Hetzer here is going to really, really mess with the conscript and penal blobs.
Oh no, another conscript goes down. It looks like he was just forgotten about on the advance. I feel the pain that the Allies are in. Both P4s repaired. The Luke's almost fully repaired. Half track's coming in for repairs. Got the Hetzer up the middle. All the Allies. Yeah.
Oh, but the Firefly is going to instantly be flanked by a massive horde of Axis Grenadiers. It's not going to take any damage, but it's going to... At least the Axis know it's there, and they managed to almost wipe an engineer squad. Really intrigued to see that the British player still hasn't taken those 5-man squads, because you need that to almost help scale against German veterancy. Because I don't think the Tommies alone, with no weapon upgrades and no squad size upgrades, put out enough of a punch against all this infantry.
This Firefly certainly has its work cut out for him. 3 P4s and a Luke's and a Flamehetzer, Raketten. Meanwhile, up top is really, it's only protected by 2 MGs and a mortar, an MG bunker. I'd like to see the Allies push that.
Yeah.
So now all the Axis are rotating to the bottom, knowing this is where they all are.
Sure.
Another Stuka volley, just relentless, probably targeting those AT guns.
Yep, it's coming in straight off.
Oh no, direct hit.
Oh dear.
The Allies cannot be affording to blob those up like that.
Oh, a firebomb goes down in mid, and some squads were just kind of left in there by Rallinator. I don't think he noticed. It was right next to the Opal wagon, so he lost a lot of manpower there without really realizing it. He was microing his Hetzer.
Oh! Panzer IV hits a mine right in front of the Firefly.
Yeah, which also just got a shot off, but the Firefly has been hit by something. A Rakettenwerfer in the tree line there.
Oh, he wants to chase it down so bad. But there's 2 more P4s around the corner. This is a dangerous push.
Yeah, he doesn't know that those
two... Oh no, it just gets deleted.
Yeah, that's
Could not afford that.
They're throwing away their armor, their only real piece of armor. Hetzer does hit a mine though and goes low. Hetzer's main gun destroyed as well. Hetzer does go down.
What do we hear? We hear some arty going off. Oh goodness. Oh, that was the arty call-in. That was the rocket barrage from the Feuersturm commander.
Grenadiers through the mid again. Oh no. Oh no. Minmi, the yellow Axis player. Tiger Ace coming in.
Oh gosh, this has to seal the fate.
Any vehicles of this, bar this flame half track, which is 14 kills and 2-star veterancy, go straight for the Tiger Ace call in.
Oh gosh, the blob battles here with the Grenadiers coming in.
Oh wow, and the smoke as well, so grenades being thrown everywhere. Those MP40 Volksgrenadiers coming in, really shredding the Soviet players.
Oh gosh, here comes the Axis Blitzkrieg with the infantry distraction.
Yep, here comes that Tiger Ace, that behemoth of the battlefield.
Panzer IV is getting the flank on the AT gun. A fresh assist does come up, but my goodness, there's just too many targets.
Stuka of Foos being pushed up. He's going to try and hit those infantry blobs before they retreat.
1P4 goes its snared. Oh, this Stuka could be devastating if it's these AT guns.
And where it lands. Oh!
God, does take out a mortar and an AT gun.
Wow, it just got 10 model wipes in that one barrage.
The Stuka proving to be just devastating to the main AT source of the allies.
Yep. And this Tiger Ace already got 14 kills.
Oh goodness, that's 16.
AT guns bouncing on its armor as well. This is just yikes. Now the interesting question I think we need to ask here is the allies on this part. They didn't pick the faction, did they?
No.
So they might be a more Axis-sided team. But what is this game going to do to their morale? Because this is an unrelenting stomp on them right now. And look at this flank coming in here from Yarg. Nothing was protecting that flank through the middle, and he is behind all of the engineers, all the repairing remaining vehicles, of which I think there's one, but he's just going to catch the retreat path of a lot of low, weak infantry squads here. This is just going to be so demoralizing for the Allied group move into the next game.
You bring up an interesting point about morale, and I feel like in this setting, tournament setting, Company of Heroes 2, I think it's been an unwinnable situation for a while now, and when you're just accepting artillery fire, tank and infantry flanks nonstop, it could be damaging morale more than it's worth. That could be affecting you in the next game. And I think it's a fair discussion to have in this kind of a setting, to throw in the towel when you know there's just really no way you can win at this point. And maybe it's better to go in the next game with a little more energy.
Yeah.
And confidence. Just brush this off. But maybe you can also use this time, instead of seriously trying to find hope when I think there really isn't any, you can start talking about what you're going to change in the next game. Start like mentally moving on already.
Yeah, especially as there's a King Tiger already coming in as well, just to put nails in the coffin.
And another Panzerwerfer in production.
Yeah. There's an SU-85 in production already for Fiasco. That's good to see. What do the Allies have in production? Another Firefly coming out. But no. Oh wow. The JCS Broncos is army value right now is low.
Yeah.
He has as this gun, a Maxim, an engineer squad, and an SU-76. With some, is that penals in production? He does have a T-34 coming in now, but that's low.
By the way, I would love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see Ghost Division come back in this game and just, my gosh, that would actually, I would love to be wrong about that and to be proven. I mean, it is very possible for Axis to make mistakes. I mean, I've had many comebacks due to overconfidence by a winning team, throwing away too many tanks. Oof. Oh, stupid, getting up close and personal.
But this SU-85
no,
is going to be the best.
No, 3 squads go down to that barrage.
Oh no. Do you know what I would, and here's a King Tiger on the flank of this SU-85. Ooh, Firefly goes up. I think, no.
SU-85 goes down.
SU-85 does. I heard a destruction, but there's another Tiger out as well.
Oh, IS-2 comes out, but...
IS-2 comes out, okay.
That's interesting. But they're not giving up, I respect it.
No, it doesn't. Things keep exploding near the Firefly, and I think it's the Firefly going up. VPs as well right now, that's... Tiger here, I think, trying to attack ground, kill the Firefly. It does kill the Firefly. Through the smoke there as it repairs.
Oh, big Werfer on that infantry.
Yeah. I'm really surprised as well that the Allies here haven't taken the time to blow up this building So many stormtroopers keep piling out of. You know, just little things like that. But yeah, there's a surrender.
There's the towel, yeah.
Oh, wow. What? I'm surprised that game went on for as long as it did, honestly.
I think, you know, with the cash money on the line, I think teams don't want to be quick to throw in the towel, seeing if maybe they would make a mistake. I hope that, honestly, though, they were thinking about the next game and not staying invested mentally in this game, because it was a losing fight. I respect them for continuing, but I just hope that they use that time to talk about what things went wrong, what they're going to change, and what their strategy is for the next game, and trying to keep a positive morale, because a defeat like that, if you don't do something to combat it, will definitely ruin your team's mental state.
60 kills on that Stuka. That's, yeah. But I will also put in another devil's advocate point here. We are about to see Gondor's second side now. We're going to see them on the Allies. Another thing we haven't seen.
Yeah.
So there's always the chance that maybe that pick was also tactical for them. Axis might actually be their weaker side, and these guys might be one of the most coordinated teams we've seen in the competition. So I'm excited to see how the next game goes.
And I think Ghost Division has proven that they're better than that. So I hope for their sake they have a better showing here and they brush that game off. Don't let it affect them. Speaking of which, I'm good to go into the second one since that wasn't too long. Do you feel good about that, or do you want to break?
Yeah, I am 100% up for that. I think we should. I think we should move straight into it.
All right, I'm loading up game 2. We're flipping sides on Red Ball Express. Gondor going to Allies. We got Ghost Division going to Axis. Let's jump in.
Interesting on the Gondor as allies, they've gone 2 Soviets and 2 USF.
Yeah. That is interesting. Looks like they got airborne doctrine. They got urban defense. Mm-hmm. Do have 1 mechanized for an ISU potentially, but 2 ISU commanders. Shock motor on bold. Heavy cav on both USF players. Infantry company on both players.
Mm-hmm. All solid picks.
Okay. Let's see if Ghost Division can stay in this. They've lost game 1. They're fighting to move in, to stay alive in this best of 3. If Gondor pulls this out, they will be moving on to the playoffs. By the way, I'm rolling now. I'm at 15, 16, 17, 18. Sorry about that.
Right, I'm pulled up.
Tracking with the Axis. We got infantry company going up. 2 infantry companies going up. Same situation as last game. Sturms moving out. What are you seeing over there on the Allies?
Both Soviet players are choosing not to tech thus far. They're deciding to put all their infantry out in the field. The engineers and the conscripts are going to rely on the infantry trying to take the land, which is what I think Gondor's bonus here was last time. They managed to get map control really early and then not lose it to the Allies. So maybe they're going to try and do this as the Allies this time.
Yeah, you know what I think now? Some of their strategy behind the 2 USF pick is I think they respect their opponent after that last game, and they don't want to lose another quick game like that. So I think they're opting, as we see with the lack of teching, just to have as strong of an opening as possible to push this into the mid and late game. And I think the 2 USF, you know, is the right choice to do that, since riflemen are the stronger allied infantry units to open with. So it's interesting to see how that plays out for them.
We did have one of the Soviets actually go back and tech, so we do have a maximum on the field as well. Yeah, their infantry, their engineer squad, once it got to the edge of the base, moved back and rebuilt. So we do have a maximum coming out now. Yeah, I like this reliance on the stronger infantry, trying to make sure you've got that ground. But at the same time, we do have stronger engagements here from the Axis, our losers of last game. So they're definitely not giving up this time. I think one of the problems was they had full retreats on both sides, not really contesting those fuels, but we are seeing that this time.
I just realized I totally mixed up the teams. Gondor is on allies, and in my brain I was thinking it was Ghost Division. The analysis of the strategy still stands, but yeah, you're right. So Ghost Division on Axis. They are playing strong. Their MG42s coming in handy. Oh, but they are losing this. Oh no, they got this top fuel back on with these MGs. A lot of skirmishes going on.
There's a lot of scrappiness going on for these fuels, which we didn't see last game, and this is good for the Ghost Division. This is what they were missing. That's why I think the game became such a walkover last time. They really didn't get these all-important economy points, and then didn't really put up a fight either. There was like no real losses for the for Gondor when they were trying to take them. So we are seeing that this time.
You know, it's interesting. Gondor's opening moves were to go to both side VPs. So I don't know if they wanted to try to keep the early VP pressure on, but it seems like most of their units were allocated to those rather than the fuels.
You know, that is an interesting thing. Maybe they're trying to focus the VPs because they want to try and get this as a quick win. Maybe try and get the get Ghost Division to lose those early VPs, give them that bit of extra breathing room just in case it does go badly for them in terms of the economy.
I think when you're down the one game, if you're losing VPs, it can add a lot more stress than you might realize.
Yeah, it's the mental faculty of that.
Yeah.
Allies have secured the south side, the farmhouse end of the map, which is going to be difficult to see. This is the side that this team locked in last time. They left it defended, and then they went for the middle. I think we might be about to see a repeat of that strategy. Yarg and Ralanator together, the same two people are on that side of the map. Are we going to see them flow over to the middle? The Axis really need to put up a defense here and keep pressure on that side of the map. Don't let them have it. Also, we've got some commander lock-ins as well come in. 3 commander lock-ins for the Allies. We've got Mini-Me coming in with heavy cavalry. We've got Ralanator with the airborne troops on the Soviets, and the other Soviet commander is mechanized support tactics.
I think all good choices. The Allies now putting pressure on the bottom VP. They're going to take that as well, but at least Ghost Division does have fuel in their possession, which is more than they had last game. There's going to be some fights.
Scout car out.
Yeah, no, that's a 221 from the... Speaking of which, yeah, the Elite Armored Auction locked in for Rizes, which gives them access to that 221. Which is a very useful unit. It has, it can lock down and add resources from a sector. It can drop med supplies. It can plant mines as well. And it's pretty decent in the opening early stages of the game. It comes out so quick.
Those SVT rifle upgrades coming in on the conscripts as well for Ralanator. We're seeing the same story at the moment. We've got the Allies locking in this southern VP, the Axis of last time, being left to their own devices, building fighting positions like their bunkers. It's just, there's no pressure on them over here. They can do what they want.
Yeah, and you can see the VP focus strategy continuing to be played out by Gondor. I think they really do want to put the pressure on points early, and they do have access to a fuel. And I think they're content to hold these 2 VPs and just let the bleed go. Although they are getting aggressive on this right side. All these riflemen.
Yeah, it's because the lieutenant's got the bazooka and it wants to kill that 221.
Oh.
Ooh, this is getting hairy though. It's a lot of Axis presence, and I don't think they've got the strength to be able to push that up. Yeah, they are going to start turning around as well.
Riflemen just proving their strength here in the early game, pushing back these Volks. Although it looks like
machine guns on the bottom now.
Double fighting position.
Yeah, from USF really locking in that VP and that fuel.
Oh, yeah, okay, up here on the north. Yeah, that's... And there's really no contestant heading their way, so it really frees them up to focus on other parts of the map, which is not a good sign for Axis. Yeah,
it's what they did last time, and it's what they're doing right as we speak. We've got those SVT rifle conscripts pushing in the middle. We've also got a large USF blob headed up by a captain. A lot of riflemen there.
Yeah, you never want to let your opponent lock down a side for free and then just send all 4 teammates to push you in other sectors. They definitely need to challenge that. They need to drop some mortars on that.
Speaking of mortars, we've got the final allied commander lock-in Yarg with the infantry company for that M21 mortar half-track that's coming up on the field. That can really... If the Axis find themselves cornered again, which they're slowly becoming, that mortar half-track is going to be putting so much pressure on because it can be... it's mobile around the map, much like the Stuka was last time, and just can whittle down manpower, which will be the only source of economy that the Axis will have.
First light vehicle coming out. It's going to be a flak half-track from the Axis, coming out at a clutch time, pushing off 2 conscripts. 1 goes down. It had the SVT upgrade. That's a nice pickup for the Axis.
That is a good wipe. That's a really lovely placement of those grenadiers on the retreat path.
Oh yeah, there is an allied mortar half-track. Just got a nice hit on some Volks, and then more conscripts on the flank from the north. See the Axis paying the price for neglecting that flank. Flak half-track coming in to give some suppression. But yeah, hopefully that's a warning sign they pick up on.
Yeah. Well, you'd think that they would have already picked up on it because it's exactly what Gondor did last game. They're just being allowed to do it. There's no punishment for it. There's no probing attacks. They don't... At the moment, the Axis don't even know that there's fighting positions down there.
Right. Another conscript goes down on retreat.
Ooh.
But yeah, they at least need an MG42 on that flank. Otherwise, allies will keep pushing that.
Oh yeah, which is it's exactly what happened last time as well. We didn't see even an MG42 put over there, and just having that on that sort of forest entrance that's over towards mid, even if it's still in the mid to pick up some mid defense, if it's over that entranceway, so the stop. Actually, as we speak, they are moving an MG42 over there, but even so, I think it's a little bit. That flank isn't on the forefront of their mind, and it really needs to be.
Look at the allies just probing the front lines. They sent riflemen right up this muni on the right side, on the bottom side, and they're finding holes in the line constantly. And it's forcing the Axis to react rather than get defensive. And simultaneously, the allies are locking down the bottom as well. Look at all this green cover they're making. Oh gosh, MG42 goes down. Some Rangers.
Those Rangers are really putting in some work as well. Are they teching currently? They're not teching, but there's the threat of it. They're going to possibly get grenade off on the Rakettenwerfer so this T-70 can push up. Yeah, this is brilliant teamwork here from Gondor.
Yeah, pushing together.
One of our wildcard teams, really, aren't they, Gondor? Because we haven't seen them play, and they are showing up to this tournament in force.
This rifleman blob looks unstoppable, even in the face of this flak half-track. Can it get some suppression on the T-70 harassing the flak? Snare does go off. T-70 going down would be a great pickup if they could manage it, but there's no other AT in the area.
No, there isn't.
He knows
there
it.
Really isn't.
Oh, nice attack around through the smoke. Takes out the flag, double ground through the smoke. That's a big loss for the Axis. And middle is so soft.
Now the T-70s can move back with this infantry support just taking over. Gonna start harassing those LEIGs and the anything retreating. Yeah, they need to get that supply half-track out as well. There's a lieutenant there with a bazooka. It could take that out.
Another Faust coming out on the T-70 should go down. And it does.
Foss going down on the middle on the MG42s, allowing for the conscripts to push up. This is great combined teamwork here.
Oh.
Yarg mortar half-track from the USF, allowing conscripts from Rallinator to push up and really harass the one line of defense that was left in the middle, and it's just overwhelming allied control right now.
It's like the Axis are going to focus on a counter in the south, which, you know, has gotten soft. There's really, a lot of allies have fallen back. There's a Maxim here in the house they're gonna have to deal with. But the Axis did stabilize that push a bit, and a lot of allies are back at base. Like, I mean, geez, Mini-Me, his force is formidable. 3 riflemen, a ranger, captain with bazooka. Let's see, what do the Axis have in production here to deal with this? Really, I mean, not really anything.
No.
No light vehicles in the queue.
This is looking worrying. This is looking worrying because Ghost Division were a really strong team as well. So I don't know if this is a psyche thing. The Gondor they've just been left to almost do whatever they want, and it's just taxing and pounding at Ghost Division's psyche, I think, because they just don't want to push those other flanks. They're quartering themselves almost.
Right. Yeah. And Gondor, you got to give credit. This is what good teams do, is they constantly push where they sense any weakness at all. And it's not something you really experience in the auto match 4v4s, because people are keen to be complacent. If they conquered their VP, they're keen to just hold it. But good teams like this, you can notice in the north, they've had that secure, but rather than let it sit, they're pushing it and pinching the middle flank. Oh,
there's so many squad wipes coming in. Captain going really low here. They might go down, but at the same time, I would trade a Vet 2 Captain for the 3 squad wipes of infantry they got back there. Like, yeah, there's just so much pressure, and they're really complementing each other. Gondor here, they're really complementing each other in their builds. Like the USF bringing in those mortar half tracks to drop white phosphorus and smoke for the conscripts to be able to push up. USF bringing up their ambulances so that everyone can heal like closer to the fight. And then you've got this ranger complement on in the forest side of the map being supported by the support weapons of the Soviets, because you know the USF normally has to tech lieutenant and captain to be able to get out their MGs and their AT guns. So letting the Soviets do that and cover them while they focus on the infantry is also really good. It's beautiful teamwork. They're working in groups of 2s, and we've got a T-34 out for the Soviets now, really pushing the nail on the head. That medium tank. It's what we saw last game with the Panzer IVs coming out, been able to save, and now, again, Ghost Division are in the corner.
Yeah, we have 2 T-34s out. I don't know if that's what you just said. Yeah, this is not looking good for Axis. That Panzer IV is also on the field. But it was interesting, I just took a look at the kill-death ratio. And the kills are actually not that far off. Ghost Division, 40s, one player in the 60s. And Gondor has about the same, if not a little bit less. So I think their positioning is really the deciding factor of the results that they're getting.
And the fact that they're being left with so much of the map means they've got such more of a command lead in the economy. Like, it's what, 200 manpower income, 32 and 16 for the top for the Axis, basically across the map.
Yeah.
And then the allies are on about the same in manpower income, but 47 flat in munitions and 39 in fuel. And being left that much of a commanding lead in the economy, they can afford to lose just as much. So really, yeah, the kills are even, but the economy is not. So Gondor here can afford to lose those, where the Axis players on Ghost Division really can't.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that vehicles obviously don't really add or subtract to the kill count, and the allies just simply have more. And look at this huge allied blob pushing up middle. I feel for Ghost Division here. I mean, this is hard to be pushed around like this. I experienced a few games myself when I was practicing for the tournament, for a 4v4 tournament, and it's just hard. Once an opposing team reaches some sort of critical mass and they're just taking whatever they want, it's hard to reverse that momentum.
Such strong teamwork coming out here for Gondor, of course, for their aid. There's a Panzer IV pushing up mid, though. It's going to possibly catch the mortar half-track. Mortar half-track's down low. That's going to go down to the Panzer IV. The Zis gun being forced away. Okay, there's some momentum picking up on the mid, but where's the support from the rest of his team? They need to be pushing this with him. Can't just be this Panzer IV and this one Panzer Grenadier squad. That's not going to be enough to crack open the hold the Allies have on this center. A good pickup, though, on that mortar half-track.
The Axis, or the Allies, just creeping up with their Zis gun and their conscripts. I think the fate is sealed, but you gotta... This isn't a situation where you can forfeit now, because then it's game over, so you may as well fight it out. Bleed your opponent as much as you can for the honor.
Look at this USF blob as well here.
Yeah, it's brutal.
It's just the firepower coming off of that. The captain, lieutenant, rifleman grouping there. One thing that's also really, really impressed me with Gondor's game here, we've seen it in both now, but their ability to know when to hard retreat and know when to soft retreat.
Yeah.
A lot of players have the tendency, myself included, to, after a couple of model wipes, only hard retreat my troops rather than try and pull them back. But logistically, Gondor here have got reinforcement areas everywhere. They've got ambulances close to the line, so you can offer just a soft retreat the infantry back rather than forgo the ground you cover. Just get that little bit of ground rather than having to go all the way back to your base. And it's really, really working out for them.
Gondor hasn't even lost a single VP point this game, so their attention to those has paid off.
Yeah. And I wonder if you're right. You put the point on it earlier. Focusing those rather than the economy points, has that really affected Ghost Division's psyche? Like,
it very well could have. One thing that I think has been just a sad strategical representation is just the look at the north. It's just free for the Allies. Two pits, one HC gun. They've locked down a VP and a fuel for free the whole game.
And
that just can't happen.
Same side of the map as well, yeah.
Yeah, against a good team, then you're playing 4v4 for the rest of the map, and they have that bonus resource.
Oh, did a Panzer IV just explode then for the Axis?
T-34 went down in the south. Didn't see the P4. Gotta respect Ghost Division for trying, but man, it's just a matter of time. They're bleeding out. The Allies have so much units on the field.
Yeah. Wow, this is... do you know what? I am so excited now to see Gondor in the rest of this tournament, because we've seen some tough teams, and these guys are coming out as a wild card. This is going to shake up the entire tournament.
Yeah, and same with Lego Islanders winning their losers bracket game. They could both be forces to reckon with that coming out of left field, so to speak.
Yeah, do you know what now? I really want to see a matchup between Majors Privates and Gondor Calls for Aid, because
we might.
I think we do. I think we will. Like, I think that's on the cards, and that is going to be a brutal game. Well done there to Gondor Calls for Aid and Ghost Division. That was hats off to you, because in any other situation I would have given up for sure. This was I don't know how I would have, like, well, I know how I would, looking from this perspective, in terms of try to change things up. Yeah. But yeah, to go through that was brutal. That was brutal.
Yeah, not ideal, but props to Ghost Division. They did perform well in their first matchup. So that means Gondor Calls for Aid moving on to the playoffs. And Ghost Division still has a chance. They're going to move to the losers bracket. They still have a chance to stay in this. during the break, I'll find out which team they're playing against, so we can just have that in the back of our minds. Definitely want to keep an eye on what happens to them. So yeah, let's take a quick break, Midge. We'll come back, update the brackets, and see who we're going to cast next.
All right.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
going to go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Oh, Stuka Bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. All right, guys, welcome back. We have our two teams that are moving on to the playoffs, Majors Privates and Gondor Calls for Aid, who came kind of out of left field. We didn't get to see him play in round one due to a forfeit by the Lego Islanders, who ironically won in the losers bracket. We didn't cast that game, but Lego Islanders have moved on to losers bracket round two. Now, where that all plays in is the next match we're about to cast, which is BaGGno versus AD. The loser of this match will go on to fight the Lego Islanders for their tournament lives, and the winner will move on to the playoffs. So lots of action, following lots of multiple moving storylines here, Midge. What's
Yeah.
what do you think about all that? Anything standing out to you?
Well, I think I'm going to reserve a lot of my judgment until we see this next game, because these two teams were pretty decent. I remember at the moment in my head canon of where the tournament standings are. These were two very middle seeded teams, so I think this could go either way. And I think this game is going to be like pivotal into seeing who's going to get the ball rolling. But Gondor Calls for Aid coming out of left field there, they are a really, really strong team, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of their tournament history, because we've got them and Majors Privates, you say, definitely through.
Yeah.
And at the moment, for me, those two are the two top seeded teams in terms of what I've seen in terms of their gameplay.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see if those two get matched up. And yeah, this is looking very good for the tournament. It's very exciting, and yeah, just can't wait.
Yeah, we'll definitely tease, guys, who's going to be matched up against who in the playoffs before the stream ends. Yeah, so AD, they defeated the United Noobs of Sweden in their round one, which we casted yesterday. And BaGGno defeated Great Eastern Railway, which we also casted yesterday. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this game. Let's jump into it. Looks like, let me just double check who picked what. So BaGGno is going to be the faction pick for game one, which means AD will be the map pick. And we have AD on allies. So BaGGno chose Axis, and AD chose Road to Arnhem as the map. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and load into game one.
AD's complement of action picks here. We've got a USF, 2 Soviet, and a Brit, the normal allies complement. And we've got the standard 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht coming out for BaGGno.
Both teams with the questionable names facing off against each other.
Oh yeah, that's what it really is. The player. So this is going to be a lot of us saying the player color rather than the player name.
The battle of the aggressive names. Okay. It's surprising we've seen more Road to Arnhem than Red Ball Express so far. Okay, I'm loaded in, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. I'm starting at 7,
okay,
8,
time are you at?
9, 10, 11.
I'm up.
Yeah, go ahead though. Yeah, it is interesting though, right? The newer map getting more love than Red Ball. I thought we'd see a lot of Red Ball.
I think we've also seen more White Ball than Red Ball.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, because they're the new maps, they're currently in rotation a little bit more on standard auto match. So maybe that's just the maps that they're finding up against random opponents when they're practicing. So maybe that's where they feel the most comfortable as a team.
And there has, in 4v4 tournaments, historically the ones I've watched, Red Ball has been played to death. So people are probably just a little sick of it and would like to play on the new scenery, which is understandable, because I think one of the 4v4 tournaments I watched, it was literally all Red Ball. So I'd understand if people were burnt out on it.
What are you seeing over on the Axis side?
So we have one infantry company, 2 infantry companies. MG42 is going out, Stern Pioneers going out. Looks like, the standard 2v2s on the fuel. for both Axis.
Yeah, we've got one Soviet opting to tech for the special rifle, trying to get those penals out. The other one not teching at all, going for the conscript build, trying to get ground covered. The allies seem to be. The Brit, wow, we've already got full complement of commanders locked into the allies as well. We've got armored assault tactics, we've got airborne troop tactics, we've got the recon support company, and we've got Royal Artillery Regiment. A lot of call-ins. That was right. AD were the team that relied quite heavily on call-ins, if I remember correctly, weren't they?
If it was on the Road to Arnhem game, yeah, there was non-stop. If that was the one I'm thinking of, there was non-stop call-ins in that game from both sides.
And a lot relying on the recon support doctrine for the USF, using those pathfinders to get vision through the center, calling in the clusters. That was interesting. I wonder if they're trying to see a repeat of that here. Interesting that a sniper out on the Axis side. That's a lovely move, I think, countering those Tommies. Taking down a Tommy with a sniper is really... There's a Tommy squad going really low here for the orange player on AD that I'm not saying the name of. Because... Wow, yeah, the sniper is getting wounded, but Tommies are not cheap to replace. Well, I can't remember what the I will check what their actual replacement cost is. I will Google. I will
Google. You can always check when they're in the middle of reinforcing. You can hover over that and see what it costs. Yeah, it's definitely hard to keep track of all that type of stuff. There's so many values in the game. I was going to comment on we have a sniper out. We have 2 MG42s out from the other Wehrmacht player. Volks coming out from both OKWs. We got 3 each. And I think the AD was the team that played on Road to Arnhem, and I think they picked it last time. So this must be a map favorite of theirs. We'll see if that comes into play for them. Axis are focusing on left and right VPs. Getting those locked down.
It's 28 manpower apiece to reinforce a Tommy section.
Okay.
Which is... That's up on the expensive side of infantry troops, if I remember correctly, because what a conscript is... Let me... Oh, I'm getting all the stats up now.
Still...
probably already screaming at us.
Still no commander lock-ins for the Axis. The Allies do manage to hold on to the left fuel. Axis have the right fuel. But Axis do have the VP advantage on the sides.
Yeah, it's almost a full 10 manpower more than a conscript.
Okay.
Conscript's 20 to reinforce.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
Pathfinders coming out for the USF.
Just a lot of scrappy little engagements going on. Not really any big battles, just a lot of small skirmishes all over the place. Allies are getting aggressive in the middle of the map, which I think is smart. Go ahead and split up that Axis defense.
What I'd love to see is them put an MG in this house that the player by the name of Mike currently has some penals in. I'd love to see a Maxim or a Lewis gun or an MG just thrown in there, you know, just really hold that center ground. But they're going to get pushed off before they're able to get anything up there.
Yep, speaking of Mike's penals, gets a hard nade, has to force a retreat there. I do like that the Allies are taking advantage and pushing this soft spot. Oh man, they're almost taking out the sniper on retreat.
Yeah, he's going so low. Man. That captain squad and that rifle squad getting them low down the found. They also, this is a really good bit of information picked up on by AD here. They now know that there is a battle group headquarters here with medics, so they know where their artillery can come down on to possibly grab some troops. Because remember, we have got a lot of artillery commanders picked up. We've got the Royal Artillery, for example. That's gonna remain there, so they're gonna know that that's there as a retreat point, and a Sexton will really do some damage in the mid to late game if it knows where those OKW emplacements are.
This map is so interesting in terms of just how wide it is. There really is a lot of consequence to where you send your troops. Oh my gosh. Hauer with a clutch rifle grenade over the trees on a retreat path. He timed it perfectly and wiped like 3 models on that retreating squad.
Tommy's pushing up. 3 Tommy squads supported by the 55 caliber sniper, armor-piercing sniper. There is a flak half-track though pushing up. These Tommies need to get out of there before that flak half-track sets up. They don't have artillery support or any AT support really. But yeah, this is really good play from both teams, just opting to not really lock in mainly and lock down, but they are opting to do those little skirmishes everywhere.
Yeah. So far I am impressed with AD's pushes, taking advantage of that middle point. Now the Axis are being forced to defend that, and it's pulling them away from the sides. The right side only has 1 MG42 on it. If they knew that, they'd probably send some units around there. But I like what they're doing. I like how they're keeping the Axis on their toes. And it'll be interesting to see how BaGGno responds, because I know they have some tricks up their sleeves in terms of teamwork.
Yeah. Ooh, this gun gets a good old hit on the flak half-track for Jones. His flak half-track going really low. Out of the way.
Gosh, another great rifle grenade from Hauer on those penals this time. Penals are very low. The Allies are electing to stay aggressive and taking the munis from the Axis, which could definitely come in handy.
Going low in the mid as well, though. But caught in the rifle grenade animation, meaning that they could just have units picked off. This is very back and forth on both sides. There's a lot of model wipes. I wonder how close the kills are at now.
Oh, let's take a look. Pretty even.
Yeah.
In the very even. Very even.
These two teams are going very tit for tat, and it also shows in the VPs. VPs are very, very stable, and now we've seen the Allies recapping on Lumberyard end, but they are looking for a trip cap right now. The IR Pathfinders.
Ah, yes.
On the back there, getting that capture. It's a low squad as well. If they get caught unawares.
They must have hit a mine.
Noticed recently.
I love that they probed that, because there's, like I said, there's only the 1 machine gun, and they didn't let it sit for long. They're taking advantage of the weakness, and that's going to keep the VP's pressure on, and I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
So far, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, we saw in that previous game teams not probing certain flanks, and it can really change the way of the game. And right now, the Allies have the Axis triple cap, and that VP disparity is just growing ever bigger.
All of a sudden, all 4 commander lock-ins for the Axis. We've got Overwatch Doctrine, Spearhead Doctrine, one of my favorites, Luftwaffe Ground Forces, and Jaeger Armor.
We're gonna see some elephants coming out.
I would think so. Fallschirmjäger's getting dropped. Those are, talk about a powerful unit.
Yeah.
They're gonna be pressing on the fuel. Oh, we got a couple grenadiers on the flank here of this allied defense of the fuel. They don't see it coming.
Yeah, they really don't. And one thing to notice about fuel as well, Axis have built a fuel cache, so they do have the bigger fuel income right now.
Here comes a rifle grenade on that mortar, bringing it low health.
As well, coming to.
Oh yeah, they're really pincering this.
Yeah, this is really good pressure. Sniper goes down for the British. That's a big loss. That's a. What was it? We've looked that one up before. It's 370 manpower points.
360, yes, around there.
Which is a big manpower loss. That's the same manpower essentially as some medium tanks for the Axis.
Nice 18-8 on that flak half track. Good counter here by the Allies, pushing off this assault. Oh, and that AT gun. Oh, it's not going to shoot.
Oh, and there's going to be a grenade, though, going down on that AT gun. They need to get it off of there before they lose. Otherwise, that's a waste of models. Oh, the AT gun does go back down. And this gun, it hasn't been set up. I think... Here comes the penal counterattack, pushing in through mid. British artillery goes down on the
oh, they're hunting the flak.
They're hunting the flak.
Back away.
Find it, I think. Oh, no, it does.
Oh.
I like that the Soviets here aren't diving for the chase. They've decided, okay, we couldn't find the flag, so we're going to hit this MG and this retreating Volksgrenadier. The stun going off there. Wow.
I want to shout out BaGGno for not letting that VP on the right stay in Allied hands. They went right back and took possession, and now they've got the VP advantage yet again. So even though there's low presence there, both sides acknowledging that it's weak and not forgetting to go check it out. And I want to point that out because it's a very conscious decision. Goes down.
Range hit from the ordnance QF. Soviet URA to get vision from a conscript squad. Took a couple of hits, but the shot came out. I managed to take it out. That was a fantastic piece of coordination there between AD's players.
Man, the Allies are getting stacked up on AT guns. 3 more in the middle, but they're not protected. There's a Grenadier just going to walk right up to them.
Do you know what? Also, they're gonna about to receive the Axis rain. We've got a Panzerwürfer and a Stuka Fus out.
Oh no!
They are the biggest counter to those AT guns.
Yeah, we just saw how effective that was on Red Ball Express in the last series.
Oh, yeah.
That is interesting, though, to see those builds coming out as the first choices for Axis. It's not something I would typically expect.
Well, they've got the VP advantage right now. Don't they? No, they're down on the VPs. So yeah, I am just as surprised as you are. They are currently down on the VPs. I would be looking to get a Panzer IV possibly to try and dissuade some of the infantry a bit more, but we'll see. We will see.
There is a Panther in production for Tyrone. Here comes the first Stuka barrage.
A second Panzerwürfer in the production as well for MD.
We're losing a capture point.
And a howitzer comes out for the USF player, the Scott, which I think is a very odd choice. I'm just surprised at 14 minutes in that we're not seeing light vehicles.
Oh,
I mean, the Panther's almost going to come out. A Brumbar, I mean, all of a sudden the Axis are running away with the vehicle lead.
Valentine coming out for the call-in for the Brits. I do love the Valentine because the gun does pack a punch on infantry. It's just obviously it lacks in health.
Gosh, man, a Brumbar and a Panther coming out at the same time with the 2 artillery pieces. How are the Allies going to respond?
They do have a lot of those AT guns, so if they can get them on the flank, that's going to be useful. And there is a lot of snares on the Allied side if they can get the damage off. And speaking of which, the Brumbar are already low enough to be snared. It does get snared on the fuel point and takes another AT gun hit. Good.
Oh, the Valentine diving it.
Yeah.
This could be a good play. Oh, and there's a Stuka back there. Oh no, but 2 Faust go on the Valentine. This could be... Oh, on the Panther on the flank. This is going to go down.
Yeah, the Valentine is going to go down here.
It's the first they've seen that Panther.
Yeah, it is. But they did you see how quickly they got that Brumbar down to that health infantry and AT guns? Axis are going to think twice about committing the armor alone.
But the problem is the Axis have a Stuka and a Panzerwürfer to soften those up at any given moment. So it's a dangerous game for the Allies. They're going to have to be careful, keep them spread out. And I'd love to see them invest in some tanks. But there's another interesting choice, a quad car for the Soviet player as their first vehicle build, already teched up to be anti-air.
I don't mind that because they have seen Luftwaffe. they've seen the Luftwaffe infantry, so they know that someone has locked in Luftwaffe. It means they can start countering those recon flights, even harass Luftwaffe call-ins. Stuka going down.
Big barrage.
Wiping so many models there.
That guy's got 12 kills already on that Stuka.
2 barrages, I think, and 12 kills. That's pretty good going. But VPs are back in Allied control right now. With a cluster bomb coming in mid, driving off a lot of Axis infantry. It's not getting many model wipes, but it is pushing them off, allowing for the capture.
Nice team effort there, assisting his Soviet comrade, taking that VP. And yeah, and the Allies do have a triple cap currently. And it's literally tied up. It was 371 to 371 just a moment ago.
Interesting choice. I think we've got another Scot coming out here for the USF.
Oh, that is very, that's strange to me.
Well, I mean, they might have been watching one of your streams and they might go for a Scot fam.
I hope not.
Hey, you can put that to effective work. It means they can probably do it, as long as his teammates can cover him with some other vehicle.
Werfer just softening up some AT guns in the middle. I just, I don't like the Allied reliance on these AT guns, considering those artillery pieces. This is not a situation you want to be in.
Interesting to see the USF player bringing out the AT guns as well, because I think the USF AT gun, in terms of all Allied leaders, is probably the weakest AT gun, if not the weakest AT gun in the game.
Yeah. I mean,
it's got a small squad size. Its range isn't that big. It's not got the range of the 6-pounder or the Zis. The Zis has much bigger squad sizes and can be used as artillery. I think the British 6-pounder has a bit bigger penetration as well. So yeah.
Man, another Brumbar in production.
Oh wow, that's gonna be difficult for the Allies to push that off with that amount of tank ability to tank, as well as the Brumbar being such a counter to infantry.
I mean, I think you got to give BaGGno credit if they've spotted this this heavy AT investment, because now they've got 2 Stukas, 2 Panzerwerfers, and now they're gonna have 2 Brumbars, which is like devastating to all of these AT guns.
We do have a T-34-85 out for Mike, the bringing in his cool-in tank. Now they can be very effective at taking out Panthers, or on a dive. If that goes down on a side where there's no AT, a Brumbar will be able to stop it, and suddenly those Stukas and Panzerwerfers are going to be hugely in danger.
Yeah, the right side's very soft. I'd almost want to send it up there and just secure that whole flank.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a really good shout.
Here comes a dive from the Brumbar. 2 AT guns right there trying to land some shots. Oh, and now it just gave sight for a Stuka. Where's that gonna hit? Here it comes.
Right on that conscript coming down.
Oof.
Oof.
3 models go down on the AT gun.
Scott's being put to effective work on the middle point, though, pushing off the push the Axis do get the capture, but those Scots were doing some good work. And we do have a Firefly out for the Brits. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
Yeah. Firefly is a fantastic call right now. I would like to see a Jackson out, possibly for the USF. Rather than just the Scots. And we do have a T-34 and an Su-85 in production for
good. You know, I really want to see a T-34 dive all of those Werfers and Stukas on the back. There's like, the flanking opportunities are incredible on this map. If you go wide left or wide right, there's literally nothing there. You could sneak a T-34 behind their lines.
T-34-85 getting snared. This is dangerous.
Where's those AT guns? It needs backup.
those AT guns are currently barraging. I don't know if anyone's seen this. There's a Firefly that's finally turning around. The Brit coming in to help, but not before the T-34 is going to go up with this Panther because it is so low right now. Only a bounce would save it. It doesn't, but red smoke goes down here.
Oh, this is good hits. Are they going to die? Look at this three AT guns with the Firefly, but they're pathing. Oh, yeah, man.
Absolutely screwed them there. What was that flight? What was that overflight coming in?
That was the IL-2 strike from the airborne, Soviet airborne.
Yeah.
And now the Axis have a triple cap.
Yeah, it's back and forth. Do you know what that shows as well? That then
relentless Stuka. Relentless.
You need to go punish the Stukas because there's what is that? 2.
Here come Werfers 2.
Berthas, 2 Stukas. Yeah.
You can't have these AT guns here.
I would love to see a T-34 go cemetery side where there's only those 2 MG42s run all the way around the back, but there's nothing to stop one being in the back line.
Literally nothing.
Even if it doesn't find the artillery pieces, it will divert a Panther that way for a push on middle.
As I took a look back there, an LEFH just finished its build from Tyrone.
We are actually going to see a Scott spam here, Skippy. We've got 3 Scots out for the USF, one of which is just taking 340, Pack 40 hit. Oh no, it was a bounce. But yeah, those Scots are actually putting in some work.
They're getting kills. 6 and 7.
Getting kills. Not a bad shout here, but I would like to see them vary up a little bit, maybe give me the Jackson, because the Jackson is such a good AT gun. T-34 there did try to go for the dive, but was met by a P4.
Oh, SU-85 just went down. I think that was a Stuka bomb. Yeah. I heard a Stuka bomb sound. I looked over. SU-85 was blowing up.
Had big vehicle losses there. Oh, we got Katyushas coming out.
Yeah, the allies are they're walking a very thin line. Look at these AT guns, just got red smoke called on them. There's 4 of them in the area. Oh, and a plane crashes directly into him. The quad shot it down. And now the LEFH is raining on the AT guns.
LEFH? Oh, wow. This is overwhelming support from the allies, really. They've got an over-reliance right now on AT guns and artillery pieces, and it's not the counter they need right now. They need a Jackson now. They need like there's another piece of AA being built by the Brits rather than saving for a crocodile or well, actually no, what commander is he? Yeah, for some reason they're going for the AA piece rather than getting his Sexton out. The Soviets here, instead of those T-34s, they're putting their fuel into Katyushas. They've just lost. Oh, a P4 just dived the AA half track.
Oh no! Yeah, and meanwhile, a Panzerwerfer took out another AT gun. The second one barely escaped with his life. Gren going down to a caddy.
I'm really questioning the build priority here, guys. It's.
I can't endorse it. I cannot endorse it, but...
over-reliance on support rather than countering what's in front of them.
Oh no, and now these 2 AT guns getting caught out by some Fallschirms in a Vet 5 Volksgrenadier. But, the allies aren't giving up on VPs. You gotta give them credit for focusing on that.
Yeah.
Another caddy out here.
Soviet pack howitzer.
Big hits on middle infantry with that caddy.
But yeah, there's a Soviet pack howitzer crewed by penals, by the looks of it. The center, which you see every day.
Oh my gosh! Almost took out the caddy. Takes out an AT gun.
The center. There's penals blaring down at them, but they feel confident because there's a truck car there. It was in the road. Just.
Oh my gosh, one of these Stukas, 25 kills, 12 kills.
There's not enough fast-moving tank support. There is a Jackson finally going in the build for the USF, but it's 5 minutes too late, I think, in terms of when it should have been built out. Because we're getting to the stage now that heavy armor's coming out for the Axis. We've got a Tiger in the center. Only now is a Jackson being built. It feels counterintuitive.
Another Panzerwerfer in production. I think BaGGno has realized it's a secret sauce to just whittling down the support weapon heavy allied side, and they're not wrong. I really admire their choices, and I'm questioning the allies. I think the skill-wise, they're pretty clean matchup.
Oh yeah, definitely. The skirmishes we've seen have always been great matchup. It's just the build order and the build comp that is really, really putting this in the Axis favor. But we say again, it's not over yet. Far from it. There's still time for the allies to fix it. They're just deciding to make it a little bit harder for themselves. We have got a Sexton out for the Brits.
A blitzkrieg coming from the Axis up the middle. Tiger, Panther, Brumbar just roaming wherever they want to. The Scots having to get out of there. One of them's decrewed.
One of them's decrewed for some reason, and its drivers were miles away as well.
The allies have to punish this now if they want any chance, I think, of coming back in this game. Otherwise, the left flank is going to collapse.
Destroying that decrewed Scot. I would have loved to have seen it. The Axis just park their tank next to it and wait for someone on their side to come and crew it just for the insult to infantry. The one tank that can help counter this right now, the Firefly, is at half health and pushing against infantry. The AA Centaur is going low to the Tiger. We do have Sturmovix coming in. Firefly goes down. Su-85 coming out, though, is on the Tiger's flank.
But the Tiger finds its wounded Centaur and a Sexton. Can they stop it?
It's spoiled for choice, though, right now. This Tiger is going ever lower. The Scots putting in the damage. That Sexton is going to possibly get away?
This Su-85 is focusing on the Panther in middle. It does take it down, but I would prioritize this Tiger that's just wrecking all of your other vehicles.
Yeah.
More Panthers coming in. 2 Panthers. Oh gosh.
Finally out to hopefully do some work. No! Those AT guns that were moved to support and try and kill the Tiger are stopping the Scot. Oh, this is chaos. Absolute pandemonium going on. The Tiger did get away with more than enough health. Now there's Panthers coming to clean up the job. These Scots are going so low. The Jackson now has got his engine damage. One Panther does go down to the Su-85. This gun combo, though.
Panther flanks the SU. Stuka Bomb nails the SU at the same time, and it's gonna go down.
Oh no! To this
Jackson with the wounded engine. Wow, things really collapsed there. I mean, credit to BaGGno on that push. They push from both sides simultaneously and just pincered them.
And from tanks, not relying on their aid. Like, they left all of their Stukas at home. They just bought the tanks and were like, yeah, we don't need these right now. We've taken out enough of the Soviet and USF infantry. There's not going to be much to stop us. Let us just roll through. And that was a perfect play. And now they're back at base, licking what few wounds they've got. And the allies are still pushed all the way back to their own base because there's still this Panther, still another Brumbar on this flank.
Well, now the allies have 3 AT guns in production out of necessity because they have no fuel, but the other questionable choice is another Scots in production, which, I mean, how could that, I don't know how you could justify that being a good idea, given all 3 of them just collapsed under the weight of Panthers and Tigers.
And it might be a fuel scenario, but yeah, I would not be focusing on the Scots right now. Yeah, what Skippy would be your choice build right now? What do you think the allies need?
Right now, you can only build AT guns. I mean, because of the fuel deficit and the tank losses, AT guns have to be built out of necessity to hold off all of this armor. There's really nothing else you can do. But I would not be building anti-infantry vehicles. I would be saving up for more tanks. And I think this is the right play by them going to the right where it's weak. They need to stop the VP bleed because they're at 55 now. If you have any hope of staying in the game. to shift the field to the other side.
What I would have liked to see earlier on in the game, instead of all this reliance on these AT guns, build a few, of course, because AT guns are always useful, but to have built some caches. I think what's really tipped the balance is that the Axis took a back foot for a little while, but put down some fuel caches, and then gained both fuels, and now they're running away in economy lead. Both munition-wise and fuel-wise. 39 fuel to 19 fuel, and 58 munitions to 26. That is an unstoppable economy.
Yeah, and they used it well. I think the Axis build order was just so well done to counter what the Allies were doing. The Allies they didn't see it coming. There's nothing they could have done with, I think, the army that they had against all those Panthers and the Stukas softening them up.
Yep.
They just handicapped themselves.
Another thing I think is worth mentioning here at the end of the game was the choices of when the commanders were locked in.
Yeah.
The Allies all locked in their commanders at once first. And then the Axis all locked all of theirs in about 5 minutes later when they already had the lead. Or seemingly had the lead. So the Axis commander picks, by them coming second, whilst they had a lead, allowed them to snowball that lead, because it allowed them to get those the Luftwaffe in for a recon, and the Fallschirmjägers to really be on the flanks. And we saw some really good infantry pushes there from BaGGno. Credit where credit's due. I think that was a really well played game. But at the same time, AD did give them a good fight in the early game, and it's not over yet for sure.
Yeah, honestly, I favored AD based on the early game results with their triple caps, the way that they were harassing the middle where the Axis were soft. I really liked that aggression. But I think, I mean, we said it over and over. I think the build order just crippled them. I think they had what it took to beat BaGGno in that game, skill wise, but not with 3 to 4 Scots and upwards of 6 AT guns versus. And then BaGGno just doubled down on Werfers and Stukas, which was the right choice. I mean, how effective those were. Upwards of 20 to 30 kills in total, at least. I saw one of them had 25 kills. That's just you can't recover from that kind of manpower bleed.
Not at all.
I'm good to go into second if you are. That was only 30 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah? Okay. Let's jump on in. So, as all game 2s, switching sides, switching factions. AD moving Axis. I'm loading up. All right, so we have 2 USF, a Brit Soviet versus 2 AKWs, 2 Wehrmacht.
Interesting thing about that Allies pick, it means that probably we're going to see a heavy cavalry commander from one USF. Otherwise, they're not going to have enough heavy tanks to be able to put out there to counter the Axis if they go to late game. But then again, with the Allies currently being 1-0 up in this best of 3, maybe focusing USF and Brits here and the Soviets in that sort of faction picks, maybe they're looking for the quick victory.
I'm live, by the way. 15, 16, 17, 18. Looking at the AD on the Soviets. We got an infantry company going up and a second going up. 2 storms going out. Pretty standard Axis open. Be interested to see where both teams decide to focus their opening forces. If there's going to be some aggression on VPs or the standard favoritism of the fuel points. What are you seeing on the Allied side?
We've got an instant lock-in as well for Airborne Company for one of the USF players, getting those Pathfinders out. They can be really devastating early. Brits going for the standard Tommy MG, Tommy builds. We've got USF, the other USF player pushing up with rifle companies, and we had the Soviet tech into support weapons, pushing out those Maxims. They've got one on the field and another one in the build. It seems they're trying to do a good mix of infantry and support weapons this time.
The entire map being capped by units all over the place. Machine guns getting set up on this right fuel, on the left fuel.
Could you quickly give me a readout of your time again?
Yeah, yeah.
Running
146, 147, 148.
You're exactly at the same time.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
For the Axis, we have some locked-in commanders as well. Grand Offensive Doctrine, very popular. Elite Troops Doctrine, and Overwatch as well. The Axis do secure the left fuel, and the right seems to be in a bit of a stalemate with two MGs facing off.
Yeah, the lumberyard end, as me and Greyshot were calling it. Really heavy battle coming in with the Axis about to cap it, pushing the Allies all the way back to the outer edge of the field, but there's a lot of support weapons here.
You know, it's interesting, Midge. Look at what the Allies are focusing on. They're about to have them triple capped. It's something that we just saw BaGGno do when they had the first game win. They put pressure on early. And I think I think that's going to help them mentally. It's going to force AD to have to focus attention there earlier than they probably want to.
Yeah, adjusting the focus. It'll rethink their counters. Like they might want to, like if their attention's drawn to the fuel and they lose the fuel, that originally they're going to be countering that. But if they see that they're trip capped, everything goes out the window. They need to try and get those VPs. But
AD does have both fuels, so we'll see if that can balance out for them if they are able to gain some sort of vehicle advantage early, which I think they desperately need. They're going to have to get some momentum early.
We do have both munitions, though, in the hands of the Allies, which can be devastating against the light.
Absolutely. Even though they haven't called in commanders yet, I mean, there's airborne IL-2s, and there could be P-47s.
You know what? This is really strange to see. There's one rear echelon squad. That's it in the center. Everyone is on the flanks this game.
There is a Grenadier going to check it out, cap the Axis Muni back. I do like that the Allies are not locking in their commanders quick. They did the same on the other side as Axis. I think they're trying to be smart and see what their opponents are doing, and then make a decision as a team, which I think shows a mature style of play for sure, and respect to their opponent.
Yeah, we have seen a heavy cavalry commander just locked in, as you said that, so both USF players are now locked in. I could have guessed, I did guess a little bit early game, that we would see the heavy cavalry company come in for the USF, otherwise they just wouldn't have that heavy tank support at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So I think that's a solid pick, considering also there's good call-in support from the P-47 strafe, from the airborne commander. It makes the most makes the most sense, but also those Rangers can really do a number on light vehicles.
The paratroopers. You're talking about heavy cav. You're talking about heavy cav.
Yeah. Well, the paratroopers too, but both of those units will do numbers against Axis light vehicles, especially if they've got the munitions to give them the bazookas.
Yeah, and I really like airborne on this map, considering how wide it is. You could drop paratroopers in so many safe places behind the lines to take these VPs, and that could be really important in a close game in terms of flanking a machine gun with those strong units. And the P-47s, I mean, the anti-air for the Axis team can't be everywhere on this map, so the width of the map really gives an advantage to that commander, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's lots of areas on this map because of the width.
Yeah.
That a lot of players don't check where you can hide that that little, the recon antenna thing?
Yep.
If you look at the lumberyard end, there's the yellow house on the far end of the map that works as a sight blocker, where you can definitely call in airborne behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
and then the same. There's a similar place behind, even going as far back as the ruined factory.
Yeah.
You can really drop and really cause havoc if you get some paratroopers behind those lines in those places.
Map control is really starting to even out. It looks like Allies leaning more towards the right, Axis leaning more towards the left. BP's fairly even, 418 to 455. They each have a fuel, they each have their munitions. It's really kind of battle lines stabilizing out here. Which I think AD is content with, rather than not having them run away with it in one way or the other.
Interesting grouping for the mortars and the pack howitzer and the Zis gun with the Maxim very far behind the fuel side on the lumberyard side. These two mortars, these pack howitzers, but they are pushing off Axis. It's just interesting grouping. That's not a staging area you normally see on this map, I don't think.
No, it's definitely being ultra conservative. But it is wise to hold off the flank rather than to let anybody push up. So I think they're just trying to make sure that isn't going to be pushed, and it kind of shows that the Allies are intentionally not pushing that. They're going to focus on middle and the right and try to strengthen that side of the map.
Yeah, this is also notably the first major grouping we've seen around the middle. There's some stormtroopers about to see this major grouping, but this flak half track from the USF here is going to really lock down the middle for the Allies. I think this is a really good move from them on this point.
AA half track versus Flame half track. The AA is going to win that all day long if it stays in range.
Yeah.
Flame half track disengages wisely. Oh, and that Maxim machine gun took a Panzer Fusilier grenade, but does push him off.
Yeah. One thing I think is also interesting to note, if you look at the minimap right now, the Allies are really grouped up supporting each other, whereas there is a lot of spread in the Axis side with a lot of troops further back, only just now getting to the lines.
Yeah.
And this sort of combined support here from the Allies is helping them. But we do have a set of Stern Pioneers wiping one of the Maxim guns, protecting all these mortars here.
I can't believe it survived that volley from the rifleman. Simultaneously, Allies are getting aggressive on the right side, taking that fuel back with the AA half track.
Ooh, a big Axis push on the lumberyard side. Whoa! I think we just saw a squad wipe from those mortars there on the fuel point. We did. What kind of squad was that went down? I think they lost some Volks Grenadiers there on the fuel point.
T-70 trying to save the retreat of all those support weapons. And he does push back the Volks and the Flame half track.
And goes for the armor piercing round, pushing off the flak half track on the other side. Flak half track going really low.
Yeah.
Much time.
Wow, the right, there's only one MG42, one Raketin trying to fend off this allied attack. Meanwhile, look at this aggressive Pack 43 capping the point deep in their lines. And he just is going to decap it so they don't get the resource and he's going to get out of there. That's a heads up play.
Yeah, it really is. Also, interesting, these Pathfinders in the middle aren't currently cloaked. I don't know if the USF player notices that. They've been sat there for a while. And I think it's because of these stormtroopers here with the spotting scope. I don't think it allowed them to cloak. And now those Pathfinders are going to be forced to retreat. I know why they were sat in the middle. They were there for vision and for the cooling abilities. Ooh, Vickers going very, very low over on the graveyard side as well as Axis begin to push up. Pressure is on all over the map for both teams.
Stormtroopers getting the cap on that center VP, hiding from the T-70. Gets discovered and immediately retreats, but good job by AD staying in control of the VPs. Obviously very aware of it.
Yeah. This is what I mean about BaGGno. BaGGno's combined pushes. You've got a lot of, if we look at the lumberyard side, there's a big push coming in from the USF infantry. Whilst that's happening, at the same time, all of these Soviet support weapons being pushed up to recap the fuel, supported by these pack howitzers. There's just a lot of combined grouping here. But having said that, a lot of model wipes there.
Yeah.
On the USF infantry, good couple of grenades there, really well countered there by AD.
Really not a strong presence of vehicles on the map. We do have a Cromwell in production for the Brit, who still hasn't picked a commander. And just that AA half-track. And that T-70. So again, AD really kind of lacking in the vehicles, only with that flame half-track. Hopefully they don't fall too far behind and give the allies an advantage in this early game.
Where HQ comes to life as a lot of infantry sat next to it over on the other side. There's a big, deep allied push. T-70 goes really low to it. Oh, here comes some paratroopers here getting really close to the shroud. Are they planning on trying to time bomb it? Are they? Yeah, they are. They're placing the time charge.
Oh, almost took it down.
Yeah. Because it was combined, it was hit with some sort of mortar in time.
It's a howitzer, pack howitzer. It's almost down. This would be a big loss, because I feel like 80 are holding out for some heavier tanks, and this would put a big stop to that.
Yeah, this is a fantastic push from BaGGno. They knew what they were doing because they saw that it didn't have anything supporting it. And right now, they're not rebuilding it, and there is a Cromwell pushing up on that flank. I think there's going to get dived by the Cromwell. I think we're going to see the loss of that Schwer HQ right there.
There it goes.
Yeah, but there it goes.
Man, that right side collapses for AD. And now there's nothing in middle either. This is the front line. It's devastated.
All day. And then now there's so many support weapons. Now they've got rangers on the far flank on Lumberyard. BaGGno are in position to take this. They think that they can't push up right now, but there is actually nothing from the Axis side that would stop them if they wanted to push up, and they're about to find that out. We're about to have another trip cap, I reckon, for BaGGno. As soon as they realize that there's nothing stopping them,
well, AD,
so many in position to grab it.
AD is bringing up a sizable force to capture middle. There's only oh, those are flag. AA half-track moved in to defend. We'll see if this Pack 40 can land a shot on it. But AD's not giving up on the right. I think it's smart. It would be tempting to give up on the right after such a bad defeat, but they're not going to want to give that up for free. And we have a pretty sizable force coming to take that back, or to at least contest it, while they decap middle.
They're going along that. There's so many troops flooding along that far flank road as well. That flank road as well isn't used often.
Right.
So imagine if these riflemen that are just retreating now weren't there. Look at all these troops that would be able to infiltrate in right round the flank. There would be nothing stopping them from doing so. A lot of people neglect the far edges of this map, which is, funny enough, where the VPs are. A lot of people come in through the middle. So if that push hadn't been met and noticed, so much Axis infantry and support weapons would have been flooding down on the Allies, and that would have been a really momentous push.
Yeah, I mean, bravo to AD for counterattacking this right side, even after losing it so hard. But now they're just, because they attacked middle at the same time, they're able to take the right relatively easily, because all the forces from the right move to support mid. Meanwhile, though, BaGGno does take the left side, so lots of changing of hands.
Yep. Flame half track going very low to the Cromwell in middle, but it does smoke itself away, but I think there's a T-70 going to dive. See if it can find it.
There he goes. He's cutting that pack 40.
Yeah. A lot of smoke going down as well over in the lumberyard side. I think that was the captain smoke got thrown. Oh, that was a fantastic play. Captain smoke goes down, throws it over the Axis MG, and then the same captain captures the MG and runs away with it.
Very smart.
All infantry squads can have an additional infantryman.
T-70 cap in middle with its secure vehicle ability that comes at Vet 1.
With that stormtrooper squad right next to it.
Nothing he can do about it.
Nope.
And again, the Axis front line by AD, very, very weak. 2 players completely, oh wait, nope, there's some on the flank of the right. But middle is very soft. You have an Ostwind out though. Shoots down that plane.
Really do some work, that Ostwind. If it ends up on a flank or a retreat path for any of this, these USF infantry blobs, that Ostwind could really punish them.
The AD still has 6 AT guns in total.
Oh, Ostwind's going to find an incomplete mortar.
Oh.
Destroys
great pickup.
it.
Great pickup.
Yeah, that's a really good pickup for AD.
Cromwell's going to respond.
So is the T-70.
Jeez, the Allied infantry really snowballing here on the right. Look at this firepower.
Yeah.
Bars and LMGs.
Defensive anvil tactics are ready to be used by all units.
We have a caddy built for one of the Soviet players. And a Jackson in production. I think that's a great choice.
We've got a Tiger coming on the field.
Oh, they were saving.
We were saving. It's the standard Tiger one.
That is a great build for them. They need that.
They really do.
And honestly, they could use some artillery pieces of their own. I mean, look at this ambulance. The Allies have a lot of support weapons sitting idle. There's nothing to contest it. I'd love to see a Suka or a Werfer out from the Axis.
Yep. There is a Jackson in the build for one of the USF players. Heavy cavalry guy.
We are suffering.
Saving for his Pershings.
Great caddy hit on middle, wipes a machine gun, takes an Axis AT gun low. Tiger reveals itself to the Allies, who are now aware of its presence. We have a USF blob shifting. Ooh, some AT mines going down on that
On
left.
the active side, yeah.
Yeah. Those are devastating.
BaGGno really still reserved with all of their support weapons, though. Really interesting play. You don't see that that often. Like, they're organized in clumps, and they're not near the VPs. They've not, like, once the VPs have been captured, they're not pushing them up. They're where they are.
Which doesn't seem like their normal style of play.
No, but it's putting them in position to allow the Allies to capture it, throw their bodies at recapturing, and then allowing BaGGno here to just move in pretty freely post engagement and recapture. And it is showing them but it is, I'll restart that, but they do currently have the VP deficit, so maybe they do want to look at pushing these things up to stop those captures.
Yeah, great point. BaGGno does have them triple capped. And they are getting aggressive in the middle. A second Jackson out. Oh, Flame Half-Track takes a big hit.
He's gonna get out of there quick.
Stu 3 coming out. I think that's a decent choice for the Axis. Oh, the caddy's been discovered. Man, it's really getting spicy here in the middle. And we also have, a second Tiger on the very right flank. Looks like they're going to push for that right VP.
Oh, that Tiger on that back road, that's going to be devastating, because that road obviously aids tank penetration. That's not going to be noted.
And things just really picked up in the last 3 minutes. We went from like 2 light vehicles on the field to everyone's got tanks. And we got a Firefly and Jackson push up the middle. They want to see what's back here. Oh, they see a wounded tiger.
We see there's a wounded tiger there. They're going to back off because the infantry support and that rack. That's a calculated push.
I'd love to see the tiger on the right get involved.
I really think the Axis here are lacking in terms of artillery. That's what's really...
Yeah,
really,
they are.
It would be such a good counter to a lot of these USF blobs that we're seeing. They just need... Even just one Stuka on the field could really do some work. There's a lot of allied armor out now. We've got a T-34, we've got a Firefly, we've got 2 Jacksons.
I mean...
Got a Cromwell.
So many support weapons on the left. I mean, MGs, howitzers, 2 AT guns, 2 mortars. A Stuka would just be an epic choice.
I love this T-34 has just been... It has literally just... Not this T-34, this T-70. It's currently capping right now, but it has literally been wandering around that side of the map just to see if they've got any support weapons. They've been using it for recon. Oh, it does go engine damage right now, but it has recon this entire side of the map unfazed, and they know that the Axis have nothing on that side.
I think the Allies are fixing for a push on this Tiger. Ostwind and Stug are coming to support. There's 2 Jacksons and a Firefly and a Cromwell. Oh, and they all volley at the Ostwind and Stug. We're gonna try to smoke out of there.
Yeah, there's
rockets through the smoke.
Pershing's is out at the center as well. Pershing's is going to push up.
Oh, a Pershing enters the battle.
T-34 going to dive the Ostwind, I think. Going to see the Stug with his rear arm.
Oh, he sees the Stug rear. Oh.
Stug rear armor goes down to the T-34.
Great dive.
The hero of the Soviet Union.
Meanwhile, we have a call-in from the Axis. That's Overwatch. Sector assault.
Sector assault.
Ooh, suppressing.
That's devastating. The amount of tanks and infantry there.
Those tanks get out of the circle. T-34 is still full health, harassing AT guns behind the lines. Meanwhile, BaGGno's also pushing on the left flank, keeping aggression up everywhere all of a sudden.
Tiger is about to meet a Pershing and a Jackson. I don't like this push here.
That Tiger is wounded. That Pershing could take it, but that Raketin probably would hold him off.
Look at this T-34 on the retreat path.
Oh my goodness!
Back to base. He knows where the Tiger
big wipe.
can stop him. Getting all those Jaeger infantry. Weakened Ostwind as well. He's going to divert his attention, I think.
Wow. Going for the infantry. Big wipe. Oh my gosh, another squad wipe.
It's T-34, the hero of the Soviet Union. He's going to try and go home.
Oh my gosh.
The Raketenwerfer is trying to get there, obviously, to help out. The Tiger is going to try and find him, though. Tiger is on his retreat path. But honestly, this T-34 has done so much work. He can die a happy hero.
12 kills on him. That was a wonderful play. Good calculated risk. Oh, Axis, please build some artillery. But no, they got 2 more Stugs in production, which isn't a bad choice considering how much allied armor there is on the field.
And we've seen how devastating Stugs on a flank can be, so if they can be put to good use, I don't mind that choice. But yeah, really missing some artillery right now. And let's just look, the Axis composition right now, there's not a lot of fielded troops.
No. They are low on infantry. 2 more Volks in production. BaGGno's got the VP advantage, but AD does have a fair lead. 75 points about. This Flame Half-Track's still alive. That's impressive. Although BaGGno's gonna have him triple capped with the right here soon. Be interesting to see what are the Axis gonna prioritize, because they are pretty scattered at the moment.
These allies have got so much in their army composition right now. Only one allied player isn't in the 90s in terms of pop cap. And all of the Axis, the highest players on 66 pop cap. Like, that is devastating force matchup.
Yeah, that's a really good point. T-70 and 2 Zis guns coming up to the middle. Oh my gosh, this is... Another T-34 coming out. Yeah, one of the Axis players only has 2 engineers, no infantry.
Oh, we've got a Churchill coming out for the British. Interesting to note that the British picked up mobile assault, which means this Churchill also has crew repair as an ability, which is, I think, really good. I think that's the only thing they're currently using from their commander build, but it's you know, it's a fantastic ability to be able to throw smoke and instant repairs on all your tanks.
80's getting that right VP, but man, allies are just amassing armor everywhere, keeping the pressure up. T-34 pushing again on retreating infantry.
There is no weakness in the allied lines right now.
Oh, we got a ram on the Tiger and red smoke coming in. Is that going to be an IL-2? It is. It's a bomb strike. Pershing lands a shot. Oh, and the bomb strike takes out the Tiger. Epic play.
Yeah. Pershing is low, but yeah, no, that's a great play. Recon, the smoke goes down way too late there for the Axis.
But that smoke would have been indifferent because the T-34 gave him vision. It stunned the Tiger. IL-2 came in. And all of a sudden, man, back with that momentum firmly in BaGGno's hands.
Vector assault does go down. I think that is sector assault, isn't it? The planes currently in the air. No.
It is sector assault. Oh, it's Duka close air support, actually.
Close air support, which did push all of the allied tanks off of this flank very briefly, but they're in such a position that they're not going to be able to gain any land from that going down.
AD really needs to rally together to get on these VPs. But I like that BaGGno's harassing this left flank of theirs. It's really not allowing them to get a comfortable attack on the middle VP.
Oh, for sure. I would like to see these Stugs team up with the one remaining Tiger and go on a long flank right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually no AT on this left flank, just a couple machine guns. But there is a lot of allied armor that can move where needed.
Yes.
So speaking of which, the 2 Jacksons, Firefly and Cromwell.
And that's never a combination you want to see coming out from Hill,
No.
is it, really?
No.
Some of the fastest moving AT in the game, supported by, I think, the fastest medium tank.
Ooh. Looks like a big migration of Axis forces to this right side. I think they want to make a big push there, which is interesting.
Oh,
no!
The half track!
Hit a mine or something. Oh no!
No. All the Jacksons and
oh
stuff
gosh.
Like the T-70 gave it vision.
Oh
it just
goodness.
like, there's one! And they all went, oh, bang. Oh, dear.
This I think is questionable for the Axis to face off against all this allied tanks rather than, as you said, attack the soft spot in the line. But we'll see how it pans out.
The Tiger isn't pushing up with them right now. It's just the Stugs right now. They are going to take a Firefly really low, but they've unveiled themselves, I think, a little bit too early here. There is a Panther in the background. Pushing up when the Stugs go down. Cromwell does go low. There's quite a few low British tanks right now, but it's not a combined strike. And now this Churchill is going to go for the dive.
Oh, it hits a mine. Or gets snared.
Yeah. But if the Churchill throws up its infantry support smoke, there is a good chance that damaged engine will repair itself.
He's taking a lot of fire. Caddy coming on the racks. This Churchill can take so many hits.
Yeah, they can. They really can. He really needs to pop that smoke right now to deny all shots that are currently targeting it.
And it goes down. Yeah.
Go down. That could be a big loss.
AD during the chaos capped mid, but BaGGno's right back in there to take it back. Man, I think they have to go attack this left side. It's so soft. If only they knew. If they had some sort of recon or probe.
That's an interesting point. What do the Axis have in recon right now? Because the Allied have a lot of recon.
Honestly, they have smoke bombs, which gives you a brief moment of sight from the Grand Offensive. That's really all they have.
But look at this Major. Look at this USF Major, 3-star Major, pushing in with his bar just all the way in the back of the Axis lines right now.
Oh, they do get vision and drop red smoke on the Panzerschwer. Yeah. Wonder if that's...
they were looking to do. And these Rangers, the Rangers just picked up the PaK-40 so that the Volks couldn't. They got to steal the PaK-40 there.
Oh gosh.
Oh, finally, we got a Panzerwerfer coming in for the one of their Wehrmacht planes.
Thank goodness. They've needed that for so long. Look at these Zis guns just marching up to the Panzerschwer. Nothing to stop. They're just protected by that rifleman blob. Oh no, a Panther gets right in front of it. Get down, Mr. President. I'll take the bullets.
They're gonna sit there and repair the Panther. Oh. The Panther's getting bounces.
We're having a little bit of brain meltdown.
If that's intentional, it's an oddly weird play.
There is infantry here to support. I don't know if this is calculated or... Oh gosh.
Now its main gun's down. Has it blocked enough shots? Is that what they were doing? They were using a Panther to tank?
One of the more interesting plays.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Oh gosh, the Allies just have so much armor. Cromwell coming in to investigate.
The Allies are now starting to creep up that front line. Although a load of Soviet mortars could be in trouble in the mid. Pershing's also going very low in the mid.
Very low. There's a couple racks gotta move up, but the T-70 is harassing the racks.
Those mortars are all going to go down to that infantry. I'm guessing that's a misclick. I don't know that the Soviet player knew they were there. Both squads going down. That's a lot of veterancy wasted. And now...
Tiger cut out on the right, gets snared by the Firefly. Big Allied push. Panzerwerfer out in the open. Nothing to stop it. Churchill.
Yeah, that's gonna. Tiger goes down. Panzerwerfer goes down.
P-47's there to make sure of it.
I would. Oh, but the Jackson, one of the Jacksons goes down to a group of racks. Second one going really low to a group of racks. There's 2 racks.
Oh!
Yes, Jacksons. Okay, now can the Axis counter on this? They've got a lot of the Allied tanks either injured or down right now.
They should get the snare off on this Churchill from the Volks. They do.
This is a fresh as well, so if they kill this, this is a lot of economy damage.
The problem is these Allied infantry, Pathfinders and Airborne, both Vet 3, shredding them. But they do walk in range of the Panzerschwer. Is there hope for these Raketens to get the kill?
No, those Raketens need to get out of there.
They're getting out of there, yeah.
And the loss of one of those Raketens is actually devastating because both of those being Vet 2, they were very close to Vet 3 after killing those 2 Jacksons.
Oh, Stug goes down, but this Jackson's super low. The other one wants to get it. Stuka just fired a volley. I didn't see where it landed. Oh, on the Vet 3 Pathfinder paratroop, Airbornes, or paratroop, yeah. Very low, 1 model each.
Oh, wow. The
Panzergrenade goes down.
The Axis right now is devastating.
It's bad, yeah.
What?
They're not giving up, though. They're capping the right VP under duress.
Cyan player down to 21 pop cap right now.
Oh, no.
Allies. Well, having said that, one of the Allies is down to 37. But that's because all of his infantry squads right now only have 1 man in it.
Just look at, man, Orange player's veterans. He's got 3 Vet 3. squads. Look at, oh my gosh, Mr. Jones. 5 Vet 3 squads.
Yep. His army value is down right now because he lost his tanks, but those Vet 3 squads are, without a doubt, some of the most potent units on the map.
It's really sad that the Werfer had to go down. The Axis need it so bad to counter this infantry. Yeah. They just can't do it with fresh troops. There's a Stuka. It's got 9 kills. They're gonna have to land some good shots on this infantry to get back in this game.
Fresh Pershings on the field. And a 3rd Churchill. Wow. Double Churchill out for the Brits. Oh, it's a double Churchill Firefly combo. A fresh Pershings with a Jackson in support. It's a lot of armor versus a lot of infantry, and the armor in this case is going to win because those Churchills can take so many rack hits that they can support the other tanks like indefinitely. We do have a Stuka out for the yellow player. Let's see if this first volley of the Stuka can actually put down some USF troops. If so, it could be a change of the game. But
not really.
It did take something out in the back line there, a couple of the units, because it does have 10 kills on that first barrage.
Man, ironically, I think with bringing AD down this game is the lack of Panzerwerfer Stukas, which they got annihilated with on the other side. It's just unfortunate that they didn't return the favor when they really needed to. Overall, better play from them though this game.
Yes, for sure. We do have a King Tiger out.
It's gonna have to do a lot of work.
Yeah, but Trip Cap with 41 VPs and the front line being so close to your base, I think this is inevitable now. But BaGGno coming out with a really strong couple of games. I think this is going to be it for AD.
Yep. Not much you can do at this point.
Oh. What I will say about BaGGno, especially in the game, they definitely made mistakes, especially in those early game engagements.
Yeah.
But they didn't let AD capitalize on BaGGno's mistakes. They covered themselves really well, recovered on pushes, and it's just led.
Yeah. Yeah, both games BaGGno, you know, they just crept up with the armor lead. They I don't know if they just managed their fuel better to save up, or I think overall they're just making better build order decisions. The skill, the matchups to me seems fair. It seems like both there's not a standout players. There's not
yeah.
an unfair advantage in terms of game experience. I think it really comes down to those Werfers were a big thing, and then the Axis just not having enough armor on the field. The Allies, they group their armor in such an effective manner. Like those, if the Axis tank was out of position for a second, it was almost just gone. It was lost cause.
Yeah. I really think composition is what it came down to with this game, and BaGGno had their composition right both times. And it really showed, because I think all the players in these two games are equally matched. It's just what the Allies, in this case, and previously when they were the Axis, what BaGGno had to use to counter their own mistakes worked out a lot better than what AD had as a whole. So yeah, well, I think that's a well-deserved victory for BaGGno there. And yeah, I think, like I said before these games, this is going to be a pivotal moment, because even though AD lost here, they are still quite a strong team. And whoever they go up against in the losers bracket is going to be
Lego Islanders. Yeah, they're going Lego Islanders, so that will be interesting, because we haven't seen Lego Islanders play yet, but we do know that they beat the Four Horsemen, which lost a close Series 3 against Ghost Division. So yeah, that'll be one to watch out for. We only have one more game in the winners bracket. So BaGGno's moving on to the playoffs. Congratulations to them. We'll take a quick break, guys, and we'll tackle this last winners bracket game. We'll see you soon. Hey comrades, welcome back. We're ready to jump into the action. We have the Truppen versus Meme Team 6 moving into Red Ball Express. We saw the Truppen last time yesterday on Leanne Forest against their arch rivals, the Vengeful Ostruppen, and they won 2-0. This time they had faction pick in game 1, and we're skipping game 1 by the way, but they picked Axis. Meme Team 6 chose the map Red Ball Express. So as we go into game 2, the Truppen were victorious in game 1. The sides are flipping, so the Truppen will be allies. Meme Team 6 will be Axis. Continuing on Red Ball Express. So I'm going to go ahead and load up. Midge, did you have any thoughts going into this match? How are you feeling?
I'm just looking forward to see these teams play. I missed one of these teams playing because Greyshot covered the game with them, and I'm looking forward to just experiencing some new matchups in Company of Heroes. You know, always love seeing people play, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, we only saw a game 3 with Meme Team 6. Yeah, so we only saw a game 3 from Meme Team 6 on that was Steps, and they finished their opponent fairly quickly, so I don't think we got to fully see what they were capable of. By the way, I'm in game now. I got 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds. And I'll be starting on the Axis side.
Could you give me a readout again, just quickly?
Yeah, 22, 23, 24, 25. So we have, let's take a look. I didn't see the faction. 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht for Meme Team 6, 2 Soviets, a USF, and an UKF for the Allies. We've got 1 infantry company built. The other one looks like it's maybe going to be electing for some MG spam just to get out there. Oh, they have assault grins. Heading out to the fuel points. 2 Stern Pioneers going to the north, along with Panzer Fusiliers and Volks. Double OKW on the north.
Yeah, we've also had some commanders lock in for both sides, noticing that we've got the Brits locking in Royal Artillery, we've got shock motor tactics for one of the Soviets, and we've also got urban assault on the Allies for the USF. Just Vita to pick their commander. But you've had some lock-ins as well on your team. Actually, I think you've had all the lock-ins.
Yeah, that's surprising. Probably the most commander lock-ins we've had in the first 2 minutes. I do commend the allied picks. I like all of those picks for them. Yep. All strong. For the Axis, we have special operations, super strong in 4v4, mainly for those artillery flares. The unstoppable recon, no counter to that. Gives you vision anywhere you want it. Grand offensive, most popular commander I think we've seen in the tournament. A strategic reserves, and a Festung armor.
Really love the Axis unit micromanagement coming onto the south side VP and fuel, using hopping the walls manually to get pioneers all the way into the back lines before that Maxim can really set up and get to the front line, so they can really focus engaging the fuel point. But unfortunately they are going to get pushed back. They are hiding some Storm Pioneers at the back there, which is really interesting to see. But big engagements across the fuel points for both teams. I think we're actually going to see the Allies get pushed off in this southern farm. What are you seeing in the forest end?
Yeah, the Axis are getting very aggressive up north. Double Panzer Fusiliers, double Volks, pushing off some USF. Conscripts are chasing some Sturm Pioneers deep behind the lines. It looks like they're trying to wipe out some retreating riflemen. The Axis, Mean Team 6 getting very aggressive. I like to see it. Even look at the Maxim pointed the opposite direction, trying to hold off this intense flank. And looks like the Axis are gonna... Actually, the Allies have control of both fuels, despite the aggressive Axis play.
They do, but I think they're pushing back. The Allied infantry and the Axis will soon have control. The Assault Grenadiers are doing extremely good work. I think they just almost wiped a conscript squad, and now they're in the back lines harassing the Tommies over in the woods. We do have Allies taking control, though, of the center VP and one of the munitions. They're going to go pretty much uncontested in there for now, but having said that, Axis are now getting that control over the all-important fuel points.
And sorry for that visual glitch, by the way, guys. I had to get my game audio turned down. My timing's still on point, I think. I'm at 38, 39, 40 seconds at the 3-minute mark. Yeah, it looks like the Axis are now taking control. They really harassed that Allied infantry early on, and I like their use of aggressive units and MG placements on both fronts. And that's going to net them a positive fuel income. And the Allies are going to need to respond quickly so that doesn't get out of control.
Both sides seem to be starting to bring out some mortars to the field, looking to get that indirect play. But I think we've got a good mixed composition for both forces, both the Allies and the Axis, trying to complement with a equal amount of support weapons to infantry. We've seen it a lot recently, where a lot of Soviet teams, especially, will overly rely on the support weapons. But I think having a good mix of the infantry and support weapons from both sides is probably better right now in terms of this map in particular, because Red Bull is one of those maps where you need to be able to put pressure everywhere. And if you totally rely on support weapons, you can, unless you've obviously got the positions, you're going to struggle to, retake if you get pushed off, or in fact just attack a point that you don't hold. So it's good to see that people are diversified all of their comps, and I think that's across all the players of the teams right now.
I think when you have the Soviets facing 2 OKW, you almost absolutely need a Maxim, because his partner is a USF player, and it's just so hard to stop these Volks and Sturm Pioneers early on. And now we've seen they also have Panzer Fusiliers, and I think without some machine guns, typically USF is not teching towards the 50 cal, but they might have to if the Maxims aren't on the field, because as you can see, Panzer Fusiliers, Volks pushing this mortar. They need something to add some suppression to this front line, otherwise it feels like they could just walk all over. They already got this STG upgrades. Force to be reckoned with.
Jinx with the Assault Grenadiers there, pushing off a, I think it was a Soviet, no, it was a USF rifleman in the center. But I think the most impressive thing about that play was there was an MG42 facing from the Allied side to try and shoot the retreat path of the Allies as it ran towards the MG. At the moment, the Axis are all over the Allied lines.
Yeah.
Nowhere is safe as a retreat path right now, and I think that's really good work here from the Axis.
Yeah, Meme Team 6 keeping the pressure on. That really forward-placed MG42. They got infantry squads capping points, and man, if you had to take a screenshot of the map control now, you would really favor them to be the winners as this rolled into the mid-game. We do have shock troops out on the field by Meme, who's going to push off deadliest units, and they got some nice cover to just sneak up and potentially could get a grenade off on this MG. Oh, it's actually backing up preemptively. That's a smart micro.
Yeah. I like that shock trooper combination with the captain in the center there as well. The captain, very good medium range unit. Shock troops, very good close range. The bar upgrade. Yeah, that's a potent combination.
The allies are gaining some ground on the right. They got a Vickers set up protecting that fuel point. But they seem to be a little bit confused about the aggression elsewhere. Although the shocks are pushing off this MG in the middle, they're going to get a wipe on it. There's an MG42 up for grabs.
That's useful. We do have a 222 scout car coming out of the field for Jenks. We've got another supply half-track coming in. Probably going to go set down to become mechanized HQ for the green OKW player Razor. And we've got a rack also being brought in. Also, there's a flak half-track just coming into the field as well for Daka on the Axis side. Really making use of that early fuel lead, get those light vehicles out.
The shocks are doing incredible work. Just took out a Panzergren, but the shocks might go down to this Volk. Both healthy exchange of grenades happening. Oh, and the shocks do go down to the scout car, but here comes an AEC to back it up. Some scrappy fighting happening. Scout car is getting very low. Faust going into the AEC, and the scout car does go down.
AEC is a perfect combo to those scout cars with that 70mm gun on it. But here comes a flak half-track and a rack to try and punish the now injured AEC. Oh!
What just hit the flak half-track? Was
the AEC.
Wow, I thought that was an AT gun. It rocked it.
Another Faust, though, out on the AEC. There's the rack, unfortunately, has targeted the conscript. I think the AEC is going to get away with a scrap of its life unless these assault grenadiers here also have a Faust available.
That was some scrappy play, a quick exchange in the middle, some very decisive. Some bundle nades coming down on the shocks that are half health against these assault grins.
Oof.
My gosh.
We do have a Schwer coming down on the fuel point as well in the southern farmland area.
Yeah, both OKW players, this is smart for them. They got two battle group headquarters to give healing to their troops. They're looking to lock down this north side. And we've seen it in 4v4s in this tournament. You don't want to let a team get comfortable so that they can focus all their attention on other parts of the map.
Allies kind of doing the same in the other VP. They've got a Vickers, two Vickers, a Maxim, the Zis gun, as well as a mortar on that flank. I don't think any Axis infantry will be moving in there anytime soon. But this flak half-track in the center is really ripping through the shock troops and the conscripts in the middle.
Nice smoke grenade coming out from the rear echelon to block that machine gun. Riflemen on the flank. Looks like they are keen to put some pressure on this north. They're about to find an upgraded Panzerschwer. It's in the middle of teching up, almost finished.
Ooh,
and they're going to be in range. MG's going to give them vision.
Yeah. Something I have noticed is the AEC has been left.
The rifleman went down to the Schwer. It was immediate.
Oof. That's a potent loss. But the AEC is only just about now starting its repairs, which is a good minute it's been out of action currently. We do also have a M5 half-track coming out for the Soviets, probably going to get the Krautmower machine gun upgrades, get that AA out on the field.
Take a look at the super aggressive Panzerschwer above the left Muni points. Probably the most aggressive we've seen in the tournament so far.
Oh, wow, yeah, I see that.
Command half-track has been permanently established as a static post.
That, yeah, no, you're right. That is probably one of the most aggressive we've seen in the entire tournament. And also, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to stop all of the other headquarters that have gone static being flanked. So I think that's a really good placement.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get bombarded with mortars. I mean, the Allies' smart play would be to focus all that they have on that point. AT guns, mortars, anything to try to slow down their tank production. That would be the best way to punish. And the USF player is still moving a lot of forces to the north, but he's by himself. He does have a mortar. He's facing some blobs of infantry and machine guns. That's going to be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, there's also an Axis reinforced base just the other side of that farm field where the Schwer is, set up by the Wehrmacht. Reinforce and healing going on there. The Axis really digging in on these two flanks.
Some of the Axis aggression getting punished. The Panzer Fusilier got caught off guard trying to cap a forward point. Shock troops appeared around the corner and it went down. And there's some isolated another Volks. You can see the Allied infantry starting to blob up a bit more. And these individual pushes by the Axis are going to get punished.
Yeah, we've got, I think, what's amounting to be a push on the center coming in from those who have locked in the tree side flank, the forest flank. There's a Zis gun and some shock troops moving into position. They're also going to be able to destroy a Axis bunker before it gets a machine gun as well. So it's a really good time to push. The AEC is supporting. There's some Obers going up against some conscripts in the AEC right now. And I think those Obers are going to have to retreat if they're not careful here. They're going very low to that conscript squad, but the conscripts as well, very low.
Yeah, I like the look of the composition for the Allies right now. It looks like they are grouping together. They're planning an assault. You can see that they're trying to get some combined arms with their AEC, their machine guns and AT. Oh wow, big fight happening there. Another Ober almost going down. Big grenade on the conscript.
AEC is low again, and there is a flak half track and a rack moving up to punish. AEC's going to get away, but I worry for this British infantry being so close to that flak.
In kind, this is a nice response from Meme Team 6. Coordinated arms, they're pushing this north flank, which they're strong on. I really wish they put that Raketten on target vehicles only, though. That's triggering me a little bit.
Well, you say that, but it hasn't got veterancy yet. Maybe they're trying to see if they can snipe some models, get them XP on it early. While there is while there's not many Axis Allied tanks around, I bet it's probably the best thing it can do is get some shots off, try and get some XP. Get that all-important level 1 where it can camouflage.
Man, there's just a lot of carnage in the middle. Models and squads just dying left and right. Good grenade on a Maxim here by a Panzergren. Wipes out 6 models.
Allies responding as well on the other flank. The captain with his bar moving up, but he's going to meet the flak half track.
Oh, we have a new tank on the field.
Su-85 out.
That's quick.
That's a very, very quick Su-85. I was trying to work out how they've done that with only 1 fuel for a little bit of time, but they do have a fuel cache built by the Brits.
Oh, you know what?
And,
this might go punish the Schwer. It's gonna find it.
Yeah, it's gonna find it. And yeah, it's gonna do some damage, and I don't think there's anything the Axis can do about that. Let's also talk about what's building right now. We've also got a Centaur ACAC coming out for the Brits. There's a Jackson already out for Ronnie and the USF.
And there's just a single Panzer IV in production for... Yeah. Or wait, or is that a Tiger? I'm having a hard time telling by the icon. It's either a Tiger or a Panzer IV.
I think that's a Panzer IV. It's the Wehrmacht variant, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Panzer IV, yes.
But yeah, there's a lot of Allied tanks all of a sudden, which seems odd because of...
The Schwer went down.
Oh, wow. That's really going to punish. Yeah, there's a lot of Allied vehicles on the field now. which is going to be worrying for the Axis, because for a long time they had the fuel advantage at the beginning of the game. They used it for light vehicles, one of which didn't really survive. And also getting out their headquarters, obviously they take fuel. So now they're going to be surprised at, oh, we weren't that far ahead in terms of our fuel. Maybe we miscalculated here, because one Panzer IV is not going to do very well against 2 tank destroyers in the center.
Yeah, and the loss of that Schwer is not going to help them at all either, because that's not cheap to rebuild. Be interesting to see how they respond now that they've discovered the Centaur, the Jackson, and Su-85. The Panzer IV are smartly staying on the right side of the map to avoid all that mess.
And the Jackson's moving up to punish the other Schwer. This is really good work from the Allies, trying to cut off the Axis and their ability to build tanks. Speaking of tanks, though, we do have a Command Panther coming to the field for Razor, and he's going to go and help his Schwer HQ, I think.
Yeah, that is where they need anti-tank assistance. The Centaur just holding middle uncontested. Roquette might push up on that. And we have another Panther out all of a sudden for Leon of the Axis. So things are escalating quickly into an armor fight. The VPs are changing hands, allies taking both left and mid.
Oof, range is almost getting wiped by 2 Ober squads, who are now moving up on the 2 anti-tank tanks, the tank destroyers. That was the word I was looking for. Who are on target tank only. So, oof, a shock troop also goes low to a bundle grenade. On Ober gets away with the skin of his teeth as well there. This is brutal fighting.
Oh, another Ober almost goes down in return.
Oh, wow. Yeah. But that Ober is still in danger if the Su-85 gets a hit. Meanwhile, in the middle, we've got a Panther pushing down the Centaur. Centaur having to move back, but it's getting stuck on the British AT gun. It's going really low. That Panther's going to dive it. Is the Panther going to get it, or is the British AT gun going to scare it off?
Oh.
I think the British AT gun is going to scare it off. Smoke goes down to the center, but not before the smoke actually deploys. Panzer IV coming in to support his comrade as it retreats. Tank battles evolving all over the map. Also, did a Stuka bomb go off and decap the fuel over there?
That might have been. I did hear a plane. I thought that was just a crashing plane. It could have been. But at the same time, a Katyusha just launched into middle and said hello. The Panther dived up north and got introduced to the Jackson and SU.
This is honestly a bloodbath.
Now the Panzer IV taking advantage of all the tanks being up north and just working on the infantry here. The shock troops exposed.
Mortar pit going to go down to those shock troops though, but on the retreat path, having a Panther is not going to do great either. This gun does get a shot off though, forcing it to not be able to chase down those shock troops. But we do have an allied advance moving on the other fuel right now. The Schwer preoccupied with a ranger squad on the VP. Smoke from the captain covering a conscript squad and the Su-85. Su-85 is now taking shots on the undefended Schwer HQ. Jackson moving up to do so. If this goes down, this is going to be punishing. Absolutely punishing for the Axis.
Yeah, they need to group their Panthers together right now because it is so at risk of going down. It looks like it's too late. Panther sitting.
I think it is too late.
There's one Panther in the middle doing nothing. They needed to counter this sooner, and it does go down. So that's 2 Schwers down for Meme Team 6. They are hanging on to 2 VPs.
Oh, but look at these racks on the rear. Look at these racks on the rear. They're going to go for the Su-85.
That is a great flank.
Jackson is going low.
Now the Panther diving simultaneously. Oh!
Yeah.
But both racks just went down to something.
No, one escaped. One escaped.
I don't know what just hit it.
But this Panther is gonna get the Jackson, and now there's a Catty, and he's found the retreat base for the USF. Even if this Command Panther goes down, he's got a lot of information. Kills the ambulance. He's finding that Catty. The Centaur is stopping the Catty from running away.
Oh,
this is diabolical. Saved. No, but the Panther goes down to a Jackson fresh off the production line. And there is an IS-2 on the field. The IS-2 on the field. 2 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 on the field.
Well, great.
Vitaphobic getting an IS-2 out. Oh, this is going to be deadly when this arrives, because it is about to meet 2 Panzer IVs, which aren't going to be able to do anything once they see the big Russian Soviet behemoth, the mean machine in the name of Stalin, coming down to punish the Axis.
Well, if he's not careful, he is entering dangerous territory. A Panther and, well, I guess it's just a Panzer IV and a Panzer IV command tank. It could probably handle its own. But he does opt to back up, maybe wait for some support from these AT guns. Currently, the Axis... What happened?
The Catty wiped the 2 veteran Ober squad.
Oh, no.
They got very close, almost wiped out the 2 shock troops. Shock troops were bait for the Catty, and the Catty completely wiped them on the field, the field side of the south side of the field. I was just idly watching them, thinking the shock troops were going to go down, and the Catty just first barrage took out both squads. Absolutely shocking.
IS-2 reveals itself in the middle, gets a couple shots penned, going back to repair. But wow, man. I feel like you look one place, you're going to miss the action in another. Just lots of back and forth, and lots of honestly good team play by both sides. I like what I'm seeing. And it looks like both teams are content to take a bit of a breather. The Axis are enjoying a VP lead.
Although they've got a VP lead, look at the army values now. Razor losing those, losing his Schwer HQ. He's lost. He lost those 2 veteran Obers. He's now down to 25 pop cap right now.
Oh man.
With no Schwer HQ to be able to get tanks out. I'm not sure what he can do to support his allies right now. And you compare that to, say, Vita, who is at the top end of the game right now, with his 86 pop cap. It's looking relatively uneven.
3 shock troops to his name. Those have just been absolutely deadly this match. But on the other hand, so have the Obers and Panzergrens.
Yeah, but those Obers don't exist anymore.
Those ones don't.
Do. But look at this rack blob moving up with the protection of a flak half-track on the south side. It's 4 Raketenwerfers, probably heading towards that Jackson.
We do have a bit of a push happening. The IS-2's going deep into Axis lines. It finds a Panther. They drop some artillery down. What is that? Oh, it's incendiary.
Jackson goes half health to the
it's
racks
IL-2.
before they are pushed up by some Rangers. But look at this shocks with this IS-2 you were talking about. This is a big combat in the center here.
Yeah, things are getting scrappy. Shock's going wide on the flank, going for the mortars. IS-2, I would love to see more allies come to support this push. Here comes an SU to help with the Panther.
Ooh, that Panzer IV is going to get out by the skin of its teeth, I think. Body blocked by that big pile of wood.
A 6-pounder also in position to help.
Wow. These AT, the Su-85 here, there's a Sherman Firefly there as well that's going to be coming in. That flak half-track needs to get out of there right now. It's being punished by the center. Here comes the rack blob. The IS-2 might get to... Oh, Caddy coming down. Panzer IV goes down. What are the racks going to do? Are the racks going to be able to get some shots off on anything? Or are they just going to get pushed off by this Tommy squad coming in? This is a back and forth. The IS-2 is half health right now. If these racks get on the flank of it, it could spell trouble.
The racks just trying to round this corner to get their shots. Panther pushing up to give him vision, but man, he just encountered a Firefly. First time we've seen it. 6-pounder and an SU. It's going to have to back up, but here come the racks. There's nothing to stop the racks except one machine gun. Centaur coming up to try to...
Yeah, the Centaur attack.
But now the Raketens targeted the AT gun.
Yeah, these aren't on target vehicle. Yeah, they need to be on target vehicle now.
The Centaur goes down. There's 2 more racks on the left.
Yeah, the other half of the rack blob covering the flank, the center. That Centaur was starting to get veterancy, so that's good. That's a good pickup for the Axis. There is also a Sexton just coming out on the field for the British player. That might start punishing those headquarters and dug-in positions. especially if they know there's been a retreat, they can find the retreat path. Sexton can really punish retreating troops.
There's an invasion on the north by the Americans. Smokes were going up, blocking all the machine guns, and they're just trying to take the ground. It looks like they're going to be unsuccessful, although there was a lot of theatrics. They did encounter the 2nd Panzerschwer, helping there, and also a mini Soviet invasion of the middle, and they're just walking up next to a Tiger tank.
Yeah, well, this first we've seen of a tiger coming out, but the tiger's just not shooting.
I don't know what's happening.
It's just like, oh, okay, they're not. Those aren't Germans.
Spots the Su-85, then the shock troops. Yeah, it's an interesting delay there.
Yeah, he's taking some hits from that 6-pounder as well, which Tiger's already quite low. Some firebombs going down on the racks. That's a really good use of that call-in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, one of the racks does die.
Allies now managing to put the VPs in their control.
Here comes the Sexton, as I said, on the retreat base. It's gonna get... It's got 4 models of that rack. Oh, that rack goes down to the Sexton. As I said, deadly, deadly. First barrage coming out for the Sexton. 7 kills already.
There's also a Tiger Ace out on the field, so the Axis are starting to amass some armor. Oh, and a Calliope out for the ally. Hard to keep up with everything coming out. Just every second there's something new. Calliope's hammering a Volks. 1 Volk goes down, another very low. Incredible hits. A rack goes down. Amazing hits.
Fantastic first
19 kills on that Calliope.
Catty's now going to start firing on the other side's retreat base. The IS-2 pushing up against the weakened Tiger and the Panther that's there, scoring a lot of bounces.
Oh,
but here comes the Tiger race. Command tank offering vision.
Oh, it's dangerous for the IS-2.
Yeah, that's dangerous for both sides, I think, right there. I think they're going to back away, just saying, hello, we've got big tanks, you've got big tanks. You can't push like that anymore.
USF player continuing to harass the north, and it looks like finally the Axis are harassing the south. The Tiger Ace migrates over there, pushing off the MG, wipes it off the face of the planet. Assault Grins gonna take that fuel. I think this is smart by the Axis. Stop letting them have the south for just a couple of machine guns. They're gonna move that Tiger Ace, and this is gonna... And they got sweepers with them as well. Very good choice for the Axis to start putting even more pressure on the VPs. They have the advantage. I think it's smart to keep it up.
Yeah. Very much so. I do want to note here as a sort of worrying point for the Axis is that Razor still is floating way below 50 pop cap. He's had quite a few squad wipes. He had a couple of racks come out that have also been wiped since. His obers, again, his fresh obers that have just teched the weapons are low and trying to push against the USF base. Yes, they're trying to get those bundle grenades and try and wipe some things, but it's dangerously low. And if he keeps losing pop like that, it's not gonna be very helpful to his team. He doesn't have any vehicles on the field. It's a slight area of concern for me.
You gotta feel for him though, because his headquarters, the green, is being hammered by the Sexton, and he was the player I watched get nailed by the Calliope as well. So there's not much you can do other than just get your troops the heck out of there. Meanwhile, a big push happening on the south. The IS-2 and a Firefly coming in, but then Axis responding with their Tigers and a Panther. Here comes a call-in. Looks like the command artillery.
Is that British?
That was Axis.
No, that's the Axis command artillery.
Wounds the Firefly. SU coming up to help with the Tiger, and that's going low. Firefly's stuck on him.
Firefly's stuck. He's going to be hunted down by this Panther maybe, but there's a Zis gun there. There's the IS-2 there. Panther gets a bounce on the IS-T, but takes a lot of shells itself and goes half health and has to back away. Meanwhile, USF still keeping the pressure on the other VP, fighting Hours and Volks. The Volks are winning though, ever so slightly. Calliope firing though. This is gonna do some... No, it's gonna miss. It's just gonna go to the fuel point.
Just non-stop action on the south fuel as well. There's also competition going on for the middle VP. Both teams just very aware of all the points, and I love to see it. Nobody's sleeping on one part of the map. Everything is in contention. And that is what you want to see from a good 4v4 match.
This is an absolute bloodbath, this match. We've just, I just, as you were speaking there and looking over the center, supporting the IS-2 as it tried to push in for the fuel again. We lost a couple of shock troops from Vita. Yeah, it's just squad wipe after squad wipe. No, every time the Allies get some squad wipes on the Axis return the favor. Nobody is safe on this map. If you notice a lot of the veterancy, there isn't a lot of veterancy across the map. Only a few units. I think the USF hold quite a lot of veterancy. But if you look at, say, the Soviets, a lot of the Axis players really struggling with their veteran units. A lot of people getting wiped.
Yeah, speaking of which, shout out to Dakt with his Vet 3 flak half-track. 15 kills on that guy. That's tough to keep alive this late in the game with so many tanks rolling around. And the Axis have enjoyed some double fuel for a little bit. It's under contention now. Man, both sides just doing such a good job to take away and just constantly fight for that resource. But the Allies...
Command Panther back out. And it seems like the Axis are squaring up for a tank push in the center. A lot of vehicle pressure there.
Ooh, big boy ISU 152 coming out for the Soviet meme. This could get nasty.
Oh wow, and it's right next to the IS-2. This is big tanks. This is big tank combat. Is this the first time we've seen an IS-2 and an ISU 152 in the same matchup together?
Calliope raining down on the Panzerschwer up north. Just relentless artillery from the Allies and nothing to respond for the Axis. There's only, I think, one Panzerwerfer to their name.
No. The command P4 is very low. It has to go back for to repair. Yeah, this flak half-track is doing seriously good work. It's being kept behind infantry, so a lot of AT can't get close to it. But having said that, there is a Jackson moving up on it right now. They know they want it. The flak half-track is going very low here. I think the Jackson's gonna get a max range hit on it. No, the smoke goes up and the Tiger pushes in. Wow, that thing is a survivor.
Yeah, great micro, great use of the smoke. Wow, big tank fights happening on the south here. ISU with the Su-85 fighting two Panthers.
On Panther going very low.
Got infantry sections and a Firefly pushing on the flank. Axis gotta get out of there.
Where are the Tigers? They need the Tigers. Tigers are pushed up against the USF. One's on the half health. Where's the Tiger Ace?
Tiger Ace is way near base. It needs repairs. It's about half health.
Oh, wow, yeah. So these Panthers need to not push this fight. They need to not take this fight.
Oh my gosh, Railway direct hit on a Firefly. It has like 5% health. Oh, it almost takes a second one.
Oh my gosh.
Get out of there, man. Wow, that was incredible. I've never seen... It was the first shell directly hit that Firefly. He's lucky there wasn't a Panther there to follow that up.
IS-2 is punishing the support weapons of the Axis, though. It knows the tanks are weak. It's got free reign to push on that flank there.
Really good heads-up play.
Oh, the Tiger going really low in the center. Just took a max range hit from the IS-152. It's being chased by the AEC.
Oh my gosh, the IS-2 backing away from it. Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a Tiger! It got a Tiger!
It did it!
The little car that could!
God save the Queen, give that man a medal.
He's just
incredible.
That's gotta hurt the Axis to see their Tiger go down to an AEC. But that Tiger has been instantly replaced. One of the factors that is actually going to be changed in a coming update of Company of Heroes 2 is that people will not be able to instantly replace their big tanks in that manner, but here we have it. That is not the case right now, so there is still another Tiger on the field.
Wow. The Allies really starting to get some grounded control of the right and middle now, and consistently harassing the north. Calliope's raining on the headquarters in the Schwer above on repairing tanks. Looks like Axis are fixing for the Allies are fixing for a middle push. I think more railway just came down and wiped some Axis infantry. Some friendly fire.
Yeah, I did see that. Also, a Catty came down at the same time as it. So, yeah, double trouble. And again, I think that was Razor that lost infantry. The green Axis player not having the best luck this game. But now we're seeing a predominantly Allied controlled map. VPs are split, however, in favor of the Axis. So all still to play for.
Yeah, you can tell the Axis are trying to lean towards Razor to help him out, give him some support, because he is just getting pounded by artillery and this USF player. And now the Allies, looks like they're going to bring the fight over there. We have the ISU heading that way, a Vet 3 SU headed that way.
Tiger's going very low as well.
So low.
Jackson's going to dive it. I think he's got the confidence. That Tiger is super low. He knows he's got Soviet arms pushing that way. There's Tommy's in the center, but look at that rack blob. Now the Jackson is in trouble. Max range hit. Come on, Panther's going to get him.
Nice warfare on the British infantry.
Look at this AT blob of SU-85s.
It's nuts.
And the big boy IS-152 in the center here.
Oh, Caddy just misses the Shrek blob as it advances on that AT. The ISU needs to protect the SUs, but he's backing too far away. And the Shrek volleys lighting up an SU.
Look at this line of anti-tank tankage that's backing up here.
Gosh.
There's 2 Su-85, 3 Su-85s, 2 Sherman Fireflies, the ISU-152, and an IS-2. That is a lot of big, long-barreled guns that I do not want pointed at me.
And looks like they're ready to move forward. At least 2 Fireflies are, and they hit the command P4.
Jackson going low to a rack and some Obers.
We do have a bit of an allied push here. IS-2 and 2 Fireflies pushing on a Panther.
Already a deadly combo, but when you consider what's waiting behind to reinforce as well, there is such an overwhelming allied tank. Oh, I almost said Axis because that's normally the case, but no, it's the allies with the tank advantage here, I think. And they could really push if they coordinated a full tank push in the center. They could really destroy the Axis right now. But they're playing safe, and you got to commend them for that. They want to be in this for the long haul. They are down on the VPs right now. A trip cap feels much more prevalent, maybe swing some of those tanks around, try and beat up the already damaged Razor on that southern flank.
He has reinforcements now. There is a Tiger, Command Panther, but that little micro push didn't really pay off. The Allies threw away a Vet 2 Firefly to an AT gun, and the Tiger. Ooh, a nice warfer. Yeah, the Vet 2 Firefly went down in mid.
Werfer going to be answered with a Katusha. Almost wipes that Vet 4 MG34. Does wipe that Vet 4 MG34. Oh, again, it belonged to Razor. I feel so sorry for him today. He's not having the game. Oh, we've got Tiger versus IS-2 in the center. With the Su-85s backing it up, this could be thing. Panther's coming to help. Oh, IS-2 going. Taking some big hits here. It gets its Vet 3, but the Panther also going low. We've got red smoke coming down on the Axis.
IS-2 goes down.
Oh, there is just carnage in the center. We've got infantry blocking tanks, tanks blocking infantry. Nobody can really push up enough to finish the engagement. Allies are here, but I think it's a little bit too late. The IS-2 is already dead, with not much lost on the Axis side of things.
But there's nothing to stop this British infantry blob walking up, pushing all these Raketans back to retreat. There is a Panther and a Tiger trying to respond.
But also, look, VPs are currently even.
Wow.
Just. So the Allies know they don't have to push right now, although I think they're going to. Tommy's coming through what was once a tree line, supported by the IS-152.
2 Obers pushing up to the retreat base of the Americans. A caddy takes out one of them.
Yep. We get the pack howitzer, but IS-152 is about to be pushed by a Tiger in the center. It's supported by that Command Panther. It takes some big hits. It's on half health. Sherman Firefly is there to help, but I think they need to back that up. Tiger fires another shot. Unfortunately, it bounces. There's racks there as well that can move to assist.
The SU's to help, man.
The ISU-152 is in trouble, but it lands a massive hit on the Tiger. Tiger main gun goes down. Fireflies finish it. Panther is hungry though. Command Panther kills the ISU-152. But there is still a lot of veteran tank destroyers there. They land some massive hits on the Command Panther. Command Panther is super low.
But the racks are protecting him from the SU. The SU cannot push. And now Railway coming down. The Allies got to get their tanks out of there. Oh, but 2 SUs flanking from the right side.
There is another IS-2 in the center as well.
Wow, Ziskan and the double SUs on the flank. I mean, everyone's got to be careful of every flank. You don't know what could hammer you. Raketin just pointing the wrong way with an IS-2 right in front of it. This is awkward. Oh wait, that's a British. That's a British Raketin. That might explain it.
It's a British Raketin worker?
Oh, the 2 Panthers. Coming to explore. They're not going to like what they find.
AC being used to good effect. Covering the fresh ISU-152 that's on the field.
My goodness.
The Allies have completely replaced their big tanks, but the Axis have not been able to yet. They're down to the 1 Tiger. They do have a lot of Panthers rolling about.
Tickets currently not bleeding. The Allies are looking to cap this middle VP. RNG
So
Railway already coming down though.
Yeah, with the current Axis lineup of tanks is 1 Command P4, 5 Panthers, and 1 Tiger Ace, as well as the flak half track that we've seen, versus an ISU-152, an IS-2, 2 Sherman Fireflies and an AC, 1 Jackson, 1 Sherman Calliope, and 3 Su-85s. Forgive me if I'm wrong, I think the Allies slightly have the tank advantage right now.
Yeah, they do, but they do have the lack of mobility. These SUs versus the Panthers. If the Axis use their Panthers wisely on the flanks, I think they even out that advantage really easily as they're trying to attack him right now, but they're attacking head on. Not a smart play. Ziska turns towards the Command Panther. There's no way this survives. Yeah, that Command Panther goes down. IS-2 coming to support. Those other Panthers got to get out of here. I don't know what he's doing. Takes another Ziz shot, another SU shot, then an IS-2 shot.
Yeah, those
and the
Panthers
Fireflies. Look at the middle. The Tigers move. Oh. But here comes the
trying
Shrek
to
Blob.
cover his buddy. Razor there losing both his tanks. He'd finally got his army value back up. Now he's down to 17 pop cap. 17. That is an Ober squad and some pioneers. No headquarters on. Oh no, sorry. He does have the battle group headquarters on the map. I don't think he's got a Schwer anymore. No, he does. He does. Forgive me. I'm talking nonsense. But yeah, 2 infantry squads. That's it.
Meanwhile,
not a good push.
The Shrek Blob did take out a Firefly again. But a caddy pushed him back, did serious damage to those 2 squads. And wow, yeah, Axis got a heal. It does seem like oh my gosh, a Railway took out a Firefly!
Yeah, that went down on the Su-152, which reversed, allowing and into its place, the Firefly rolled backwards.
That's 2 direct hits for the Railway artillery to its name. My goodness, I've never seen anything like that.
Both on Fireflies as well.
Yeah. As the player mentions it in chat. Oh, yeah, goodness.
Rename that Railway artillery to the Firefly Swatter because, my goodness. I think as well the Brit has decided to change his tactic. He's not building Fireflies anymore. I think we've got a Comet. Yes, we've got a Comet coming onto the field. This is probably the closest equivalent I think the Allies can get to a Panther. in terms of speed and matchup, and as well as the ability to take on heavy tanks. I think this is a good call, honestly. They've got a lot of not very mobile tanks. Having that extra mobility, maybe if that plus the Jacksons, which is now supported by a standard Sherman, can get on a far flank, they could really do some damage. ISU 152 going very low though. Tigers coming in with some hits. Rack bounces. We got red smoke on the fuel. Panther going to try and dive it for the final shot. It's going low. It doesn't want to be sat there next to that Vet 3. Oh, it does go down. That Panther is got a bit too greedy. Main gun destroyed on the SU-85. Comet coming in to try and cover it. But it's about to run into 2 Panthers and a Tiger. That Comet is going to go quite low.
A Tiger just went down near the battle headquarters. It must have been to the Sexton or some sort of artillery. The weak teal Tiger goes down.
That's Sexton artillery, all right, coming in. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the Sexton is firing. It killed a Tiger. So the Brit player has killed a Tiger with an AC and a Sexton today. Not the conventional means, but hey, if you can succeed, I'm not going to stop you. But look at this sideswipe coming in from Vitaphobic, trying to put pressure on these weakened Axis tanks that have been trying to snipe all of his allies. The IS-2 now pushing up, but going quite low. This Vet 3 Tiger Ace really putting out the damage, but this Panther is gonna go low to it. I think it's diving purely to try and keep vision. I don't know why it's pushed all the way up. It's gonna go down to the IS-2 and the SU-85 there. Tommy's squad distracting the Tiger. I'm not sure what the Axis are doing here with their tanks. They're kind of putting them in piecemeal, which they really do not want to do against this firing line of AT.
I'd agree. The allied micro of their tanks, and mainly this flank from Vita on the right, it's constantly harassing the Axis. So if the Axis want to get aggressive and chase the wounded tanks, these SUs just push from the right and nothing to stop it. Really, the Axis needs some AT just to stop those. Right now, the allies do seem like they're running away with it. Axis tick down to 88 VPs. Oh my gosh, a Panzerwerfer just took a direct shot from an SU and survived. A sliver of health. Frantic repairs going down, and the allies putting pressure on the final VP. I think Axis only have time for one meaningful push at this point.
Yeah, I think that's been the real clutch of this game. It has been the VPs. I think it's the allies here we need to commend. They've had excellent micromanagement of the VPs, and there's just been some certain wipes on infantry mainly, if I'm honest, that has really demoralized some of the Axis pushes. However, IS-2 in the center going very low. Panzer Shrek Blob gonna possibly take it out?
No, the machine guns by Vita. Good job protecting his flank with those Vickers. I think that's the only thing that kept that IS-2 and SU alive. Only one conscript squad could have stopped it, but it wouldn't have been in time.
Comet's pushing up. There's red smoke going down in the center, or is that? Yep, it's Incendiary Barrage coming in. Oof. So, you know how I said Razor still had his headquarters? He doesn't have his battle group anymore. He does just about have the Schwer, but it's very low right now.
Oh, poor guy.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, dear. Honestly, not his game.
He has been harassed.
And the Sexton now punishing Daka Schwer Panzer headquarters. The first barrage killing quite a few pioneers there, but I don't think the Axis have noticed.
There's 3 Sextons on the field. This Vet 2 has 38 kills, and we know one of them is likely a Tiger.
Yeah, the Sexton is probably one of the most deadly mobile artillery pieces towards emplaced or entrenched areas because of the directness of the fire, the unrelentingness of the barrage. It can be really used, and here we go. We see another Schwer being destroyed by it, combined with some Catty. Catties, Panzerwerfers, and Stukas are great, but if you want something directly taken out, you want a Sexton.
Honestly, I think that is the meaningful difference in this game. Think about how many Panzer Schwers have gone down. given how close these tank battles have been, I feel like it's come down to just a lack of being able to replace due to losing those Panzerschwers and the fuel that it cost to replace them. I think that was the key difference maker in this match. And an otherwise really even, really well-balanced composition of the teams.
Yeah, and that's game.
That is game. The Truppen moving on to the playoffs. Meme Team 6 not out of it yet. They will get another chance in the losers bracket.
I do think both those teams were very well matched up in terms of skill level. I just think priorities was the thing that bit the bullet there, and some unfortunate squad wipes. I think Razor was kind of left there to die for his team a little bit. It was just being punished by artillery, squad wipe after squad wipe, and every now and then he got some help from Ducte, but he really could have used one good push to destabilize. It was Ronnie, I believe, on the USF there, just who just absolutely punished him all game, and I think that flank became very weak. Although they didn't lose that flank, the fact that they lost the Axis lost the other side flank, I think there was a lot of priority there. Basically is what we saw is 3 in the center and 1 on the side, which I think is what lost them the game. They didn't have enough control of those VPs and the ability to, push the allies off of the map once they took control. Because early game, the Axis did have control of most of the map there.
Yeah, and the Panzerschwers were helpful, but towards the late game, they became a liability real quick once the arty. Yeah. And the allies were very smart. You got to give them credit for targeting one base at a time with their combined. They had mortars, they had howitzers, calliopes, caddies, and sextons. And they were targeting those buildings one at a time, removing them. And I think the fact that the Axis had no counters to that. They had one Panzerwerfer. They had no LEFHs. They didn't have any dives or Stuka bombs. So they just kind of slowly bled out to this artillery. I think two game-changing options for them would have been if their trucks were safely behind their lines, or if they had some Stukas and or LEFHs to counter those artillery units. That would have leveled it out to a point that I think it would have been a much closer game towards the end.
Absolutely.
But regardless, one of the better games we've seen in the tournament so far. That was very enjoyable. I'm glad Meme Team 6 isn't out because they show a lot of potential. And obviously the Truppen have proved themselves to be a worthy opponent, and I'm glad to see them in the playoffs as well. So let's see. Next game we're going to cast. Midge, I think we go with the game that we want to see. Daka versus Knifjens. Mainly because we've seen Daka play in some really good games as well, and now they're fighting for their tournament life in the losers bracket. I'm curious to see what happens. I want to see him go through. We haven't seen a lot of the Knifjens. They were the ones defeated by Meme Team 6 in that game 3, which was unfortunately a short game for them. But they did bring Meme Team 6 to a game 3, so I think that they have some stuff we haven't seen from them yet. So that's a game I'm looking forward to. I think we cast that when we come back, but let's take a break first. We'll be back after this.
Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it!
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. All right, comrades, welcome back. We have so much more exciting Company of Heroes 2 on the docket. Next game, Daka versus Knifjens. Daka lost a very close Game 3 to Major Bones' Private earlier this morning. Now we're going to see them fight for their lives in the losers bracket against Knifjens, a team we haven't seen much from. They lost to a Game 3 against Meme Team 6 yesterday, but the game was short and we didn't really get to see their full potential. So it's going to be exciting to see if Daka can fight despite their tough loss and if Knifjens can show us a little bit of that team spirit we didn't get to see. Because obviously going to a Game 3, that means they won, and Meme Team 6 showed that they aren't a pushover team. Like they fought hard against the Truppen, and I'm just looking forward to this game. Daka was the faction pick, and they are on allies first. Knifjens pick the map White Ball Express. What are you thinking about Daka and Knifjens going into this, Midge?
Well, we've seen Daka go all the way for a 3-set game, and we've also seen Knifjens do the same. So both teams are renowned for taking the fight, making sure they're scrappy and going to that third game. So I reckon we're going to see the same again here.
All right, let's go ahead and load into Game 1. And I'm excited. Hope you guys are ready to go, because I have a feeling this is going to be a good one. All right, let's take a look at the commanders. We got 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht, Special Operations Doctrine, Grand Offensive. Very popular commander. I think every game we've seen at least one pick of Grand Offensive. Got some, got an Elephant Commander for the Axis. Couple Elephant Commanders. On the Allied side, 2 Soviets, USF, and a Brit. Glad to see an ISU commander in the loadout. Finally getting some more love later in the tournament. And I'm now just loading in Midge. I'm at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
My game hasn't quite loaded yet, so
okay,
I
I'll
will have
pause.
to be playing catch up. Okay, no worries. Yeah, no. Also, the ISU commander was the same person who was the first person to bring out the ISU the first time in the competition. It's Space Dingo, and he had that double SU-85 ISU combo, and I'm in now, so I'm at 5 seconds currently. In 6, 7.
All right, I'm at 8 now, so I'm just a second ahead of you. I'm taking a look at the Axis first. Got both OKW on the north side of the map, and 2 infantry companies going down for the Wehrmacht. Oh, all 4 commanders locked in for the Knifjens here on the Axis side. We have Grand Offensive, we have Fortifications for OKW, and Jaeger Armor, as well as Spearhead Doctrine. All great Axis picks. What are you seeing on the ally side?
So we've got Dragon actually already locking in Armored Assault Tactics, a good Soviet doctrine there, and he has also teched up for support weapons. The other Soviet hasn't teched. Space Dingo has opted to put his troops out on the field and focus conscripts at first, and we've got 2 Tommies building for the Brits, and we've got the Rifleman double Rifleman rear echelon combo for the USF. I think they're aiming to try and get ground coverage here on White Ball.
Ground coverage shouldn't be a problem for OKW, I'd imagine, with the double Sturms heading up north. Now with Panzer Fusiliers and Volksgrenadiers. Looks like they're going to split up, though. One player's going for the VP, the other's going for the fuel and a bit of a mid push.
Wasn't White Ball the map that Daka first went through with?
That I can't say for certain. I'm drawing a blank on if it was Daka or BaGGno. I know it was one of the two, but it's hard. There's been so many games, it's hard to know.
Yeah. Were Daka the ones I was very impressed with their infantry play on this map? I can't. And then they went through, and that's when they faced Major Bones' privates in winners round 2, and now they're here. I think that might be the case, but I could be wrong. Chat is probably correcting us as we speak. But if so, there's a history of them doing well on White Ball. That's all I was going to point out.
Definitely something we'll keep a look at as we go into the playoffs and try to get a handle on the picks of each team. Try to build their narrative and their see what kind of favorites that they might have. I know for instance, AD definitely has Road to Arnhem as one of their favorites. They've picked it twice now. But looks like the map's pretty evenly split. We have Knifjens securing the fuel and top VP, and we have Daka looks to be taking some control, although it's still contested. We have a flank coming on this Maxim. Seems like they are struggling a little bit on the bottom.
I like this Axis use, pushing up using the farm fences here for that yellow cover on the flank of the green cover, just giving the Axis that a little bit more survivability against the USF here. USF here actually struggling to hold back 2 players to 1. Finally getting a flank in with some conscripts coming over, but yeah, it was a really lovely play from the Axis. They're using the cover available to get that push up and really weaken the USF on that flank.
Yeah, really aggressive pushing here from Knifjen. I like it. They're walking into... It's either a Maxim or a... yeah, that's a Maxim in the house. A couple Grenadiers. There is some retreats happening, but the Axis are getting the fuel, so they are going to have double fuel, at least for a brief moment in time, which is always pleasant in the shoes of the Axis. And 3 Volksgrenadiers, yeah, getting aggressive up here on the top, keeping the Allies away from even getting close to that fuel. So nice aggression from Knifjen so far.
Yeah, and that side in itself, the top side here, is the harder side for the Axis to hold on to. So for them to have that much ground this early bodes well for them.
It feels like, man, with so Dragon's fully retreated, and it's really noticeable on the map. If you just take a look at the minimap, his lack of presence is felt as the top is just being easily held. Uh-oh, it looks like something happened. Feinstein says holy pudding in chat, but I don't know what happened there. Must have missed a wipe.
Maybe got a squad wipe.
Yeah, must have been something like that.
Something to note though, Space Dingo has finally locked in, mechanized support as we thought. The ISU 152 being his doctrinal picks, his support picks. We were bound to see him pick that commander, but noticeably, Axis, they've picked all their commanders now.
They did it right off the bat. I read those off first thing. Yeah,
really?
They chose immediately before the engagement started.
No, yeah, that's really interesting. Previously in the past we've seen Axis players tend to, or at least one team tend to hold off on their commander picks, and sometimes the people that pick their commanders right away get countered. So it'll be interesting to see if that has an effect on the match. Big engagement going in against all the infantry squads on this top side fuel. The USF are back in a vengeance and they're pushing off the Axis players, really taking a lot of model losses here.
Yeah, I like this aggression. It seemed like maybe they waited together to push together. Always a great move rather than going in one at a time. And they're really harassing this Axis infantry huddled around a tree for cover. Panzer Fusiliers around the green cover of the well. It looks like the Allies are going to come out the favorable trade. They're going for the top VP, and oh my gosh, like all of a sudden they're going to have a triple cap on the Axis just like that in a matter of minutes. It seems the map is flipping into Allied control. And just looking at the previous matchup, so Daka played Bruh, and I think you're right. I think that was on White Ball Express. That's starting to sound more familiar. Yeah, so that's, I think you're remembering that correctly. Axis are starting to push back on the right top side with some wounded Volks though, wounded Stern Pioneer as well.
Got a 222 scout car out for the Axis. Gonna start putting that pressure on those infantry squads. Don't think there's much AT out at all for the Allies, at least not on the southern flank. Actually, looking at the complement, I don't think there's any, but we do have a Stuart out for the USF for Alhobe here. I believe he's used the Stuart quite a lot in the games in which we've seen. I recall his tank usage as the USF and bringing that Stuart out, using it for both recon and support, but it's going to be matching up against the Lukes, so light vehicles all around for both teams. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting set of engagements coming up ahead. I've got a feeling in my bones.
Major's bones? I hope Daka's not going to like that feeling. They want to forget that feeling. The Allies are coming back to put pressure on this fuel, and now they're going to enjoy the benefits of double fuel if they can hang on. A couple of conscripts being introduced to the Lukes, and a couple Volksgrenadiers. Unless they get some, the Stuart looks like it might be anticipating a push around the flank. Gonna have to be careful though with this Raketten huddling behind the trees, waiting to unleash its first shot. Axis getting some retreats on the bottom side, and they're also gonna be capping the fuel as well. Just constantly trading hands here. Axis do currently have the 2 VPs. Let's take a look at what else they might have in production. Just have the Lukes out. Nothing else currently in the build. The scout car is wounded, getting repairs. But we do have a T-70 in production for one of the Soviets.
Yeah, Daka were definitely that team that went for that infantry weapon upgrade early, because Alhobe has gone with the infantry company again, so he's got riflemen with Browning LMGs out, a Stuart. That's gonna, if he's allowed to snowball with that, we saw how much damage he could do. Noticeably as well, we've also had Rube Tube lock in the British Royal Artillery, so we've got a full complement of commanders on both sides. There's a T-70 coming out for Dragon as well.
Yeah,
I
also,
think Daka are trying to go for their tried and true tactics, and you know, it's proven to be unstoppable on this map before. Let's see if it will be again.
they also just pumped out an Su-76, so they're snowballing with all these light vehicles coming on the field, and still only a 222 and a Luke's out for the Axis. We'll see. Oh, excuse me, actually, Mortar Half-Track has come out for them as well, but we'll see if they decide to compensate or how they're going to handle this light vehicle push by the Allies. If they're going to opt for AT guns or hold out for heavy tanks, we'll see. The Luke's is in trouble, though.
Yeah, T-70 and the Stuart pushing up on it. However, they're covered by a rack. The Stuart is forced to back away. T-70 now, engine damage. It's gone very, very low, and it does go down. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit of a loss there for Dragon. The team composition for Daka is starting to come back to me, and I do remember seeing that out of their players, Dragon might have been the one that often ended up with the lowest army value and a few more losses than his teammates. So him losing that T-70 early could be a worrying sign.
Yeah, it's really if the Axis can hold off these light vehicles, I would love to see them hold off for more medium tanks and heavy tanks and just avoid investing too much fuel, as now the Allies have. They could potentially delay and punish them in the middle game. Looks like the Luke's is wanting to square up against the Stuart. Stuart gets off at first shot though. But yeah, this USF 3 riflemen with the LMG is just deadly, and it does look familiar. I'm having flashbacks to watching the blob of his move around in the previous game. That's not fun to deal with.
Yeah, I think he combined that with a couple of captains with a captain with a bar and a lieutenant with a bazooka, and then really started shredding Axis infantry. However, this Luke's here has got something to say about that. It's quite an even matchup between Thierry Baudet and Ahobe on this flank. It's very back and forth. Two very evenly matched players, I think, with very similar army compositions almost.
Yeah, it's true.
Something interesting to note as well, though, the USF do already have their major out.
Wow, that is quick. 11 minutes in. Keep an eye on his build, see what's coming up next. But the pace of the gameplay seems to have really slowed down compared to the first 5 minutes, where ground was constantly being exchanged and there was big battles with multiple players. It seems it's kind of divulged into more one-on-ones. If you see on the right, we have one player pushing for the VP, we have one allied player pushing for the fuel, and then same up north, we have the 1v1 for that VP. It's interesting how that has kind of settled down, so to speak, and I wonder if that's intentional or it's just kind of naturally happening by both teams.
We've a rather splendid Cromwell tank coming out on the field for Rubtube. The Brits getting that really reliable medium tank out, which I don't think it's outclassed by anything on the field thus yet.
Oh.
I don't think the Axis have got a medium tank out, so it's going to do some real work, especially if it finds, for example, the mortar half-track or any of the support weapons. The Cromwell has one of those guns that's very useful against killing infantry, as well as fighting against vehicles. It's a very good all-round medium tank, so it's a really good pickup this early on.
Wow, and it's not hesitating to dive in, chasing an AT gun, finding a infantry support gun.
Well, that AT gun is the only thing nearby that will be able to counter it. No, there is another pack 14 nearby, but this could be bad if it gets double Fausted. It needs to get out of there now. Where's his infantry support? There's a sniper and a Royal Engineers right there. I don't think that's going to be enough. This Cromwell is in trouble.
It's going to get a third Faust potentially. No, the Gren's going to retreat, so I think it will just barely escape. But yeah, I think knowing how quick this Cromwell came out, he was a little too confident thinking he could just charge in there, but he almost paid the ultimate price. And I would hate to see the Allies throw away a second tank so early. Right now they do have the armor advantage. Stuart, Cromwell, Su-76, and the Axis still relying on a Lukes and AT guns to keep them at bay.
In the production for Shlomo, who has a really large army for an Axis force with a lot of support weapons and a lot of Grens, a lot of infantry. But yeah, he's got a Stug, but that's about as heavy as it's getting in the composition so far for the Axis. Maybe they're going to skip. Maybe they're going to skip mediums, and maybe they're going to try and go all the way for some surprise heavies. Now, that wouldn't surprise me at this point.
I mean, Terry, the blue player fighting up north, he's heavily invested in infantry as well. 4 Volks and 1 Ober, and they're all starting to get upgrades with guns. Only 1 Volk doesn't have a gun upgrade. So yeah, some interesting build order choices so far. I think fairly unique compared to other games in the tournament. One team going heavy into light vehicles, the other opting to hold off. But I'm glad that they're not over-investing in AT. We've seen the result of that with AD on Road to Arnhem, and they got punished by Werfers and Stukas. So I'm glad that they're using their snares on the Panzer Fusiliers and just using a couple of sprinkled AT guns to just force back these light tanks. I think they're handling themselves well so far.
Yeah, and we have... I can't speak right now because the VPs are being capped across the map is what I was going to try and say. We've got allies trying to catch the top. We've got Axis capping the bottom and the middle. It is a real back and forth. The VPs are so tight in score as well. Both teams have lost a little bit, but not enough. And it's just such an even matchup across the map right now.
But it's really staying into small engagements. There's just like machine guns, a little bit of infantry. The tanks are kind of staying back. The Allies are really playing conservatively now with their light tanks. I don't know if the loss of that T-70 scared them a little bit, but it seems like all the pushes are kind of reduced to 2 or 3 infantry squads with some machine gun support. Like even this battle for the fuel, it's 1 Gren versus 1 infantry section, but the Allies have a sniper in support, so they win the fight. So yeah, I think both sides are just kind of playing it slow, saving their energy, feeling out the other team. The start might have been a little too fast for them, and they're just all trying to get a grip on the pace of this game and what they're going to do next.
I do think that the allies have a few more mobile infantry units comparatively to the Axis. The Axis have picked up quite a lot of support weapons in their compositions. And the thing is with White Ball is you can't only really rely on support weapons because there's so many blind corners that an infantry squad can just quickly run round and dislodge you. Speaking of which, though, the Axis do exactly that on the center. Those Panzerfusiliers from Finistine coming in, pushing off the entirety of Dragon's support weapons, all running all the way back to base, but they have been caught by a 50 cal. It's like I'm saying, there's so many blind corners. To have so many support weapons in your composition can be devastating. Just one infantry unit can really ruin your day.
That was a great team play. He forced the machine gun's attention away from the fuel, and that's allowing his other teammate Terry to go ahead and get a cap on that. I do like...
Wow, Jackson out for the USF.
Yeah, so the allies are really snowballing. We do have a Panzer IV finally out for the Axis, but somehow the allies are running away with their tank production. I haven't seen the Stuka... Oh, speaking of the Stuka, it goes down to two guards and an Su-76. I was just going to check on it because I haven't seen it do anything. And that's
we do have an Ostwind coming in onto that flank as well right now.
A T-3485 is out as well for the Allies. They're really snowballing vehicles out. And I don't know how the Axis aren't responding or why the Allies have such a lead. Because it doesn't seem like the fuel balance has been that off. Oh, well now I'm starting to see why. 3 fuel caches down for the Allies, and that seems to really be paying off based on the results.
Oh, Lux goes down to the Jackson, tries to push the weakened T-3485 to keep vision for the Rakettenwerfer there. Gets instantly punished by the Jackson. I think that was the first eyes anyone had on the Jackson. Just straight double hit. The Lux explodes in a fiery inferno. There's a Panzer IV there trying to now cover the Rakettenwerfers. But it takes a hit from the Jackson as well. He's forced to go use the trees for cover. USF here really dominating this flank.
Yeah, there's some tank losses happening so quick. I think I could see why teams would want to be a little conservative because obviously nobody they're gonna punish the mistakes, and that's been apparent so far. You make one false move, the other team's gonna capitalize on it. Nobody is asleep at their post. We do have a blob pushing up the middle here, about to meet a Soviet blob of equal or larger capacity, but the Maxim should be a decisive piece of that engagement. Panzer IV trying to help.
Grenade going down on the Maxim.
Double Shrek upgrades on these Fusiliers, ready to go to work on some of these allied vehicles that are just dominating the field, really.
Stewart in the back line harassing the MGs and support weapons over on the top side, VP. Very defensive Schwer headquarter placement for the Axis players. I think that's a really good idea with how fluctuating the front lines are.
Yeah, the Panzer IV does take out a Maxim in the middle. It is immediately recrewed, but the 85 was too late to respond. Look at this, an Su-85 now out for the Allies on the right. They are really accumulating a lot of armor.
British is currently building a Churchill, the big armored Churchill, which could really help roll one of these flanks. The Axis complement is a lot of infantry and a lot of AT guns, which really do not penetrate the Churchill's hide. So bringing that onto the field is really good. Something I just wanted to point out with the British players, a lot of them do pick Royal Artillery, but are reluctant to bring out the Valentine. I think it's maybe because it shows off which commander they pick up too often. Like maybe it's a concerned choice to not show that you have Royal Artillery.
I think based on his current build, it was mainly saving for late tanks. But I think in 4v4, it can just come out a little too late to be effective. an armored car might be a more affordable choice to the 80 fuel. But one thing, I mentioned the 3 caches, but look at the current deficit in fuel income. Knifjens at 19 and Daka at 45. An incredible difference. They currently have both fuels plus the 3 caches, which is allowing them to snowball all these tanks, and that's really becoming a huge game changer.
Oof. Panzer Fusiliers, Shreks really just absolutely wrecked a Cromwell in the center. Now they're going to turn on this T-34-85, which is going instantly down to half health.
Meanwhile, the Panzer IV took out the Stuart up north. And the T-34 does go down.
Yeah, T-34 is going to go down. And now there are fewer vehicles on the map. And this is really good for the... But oh no, here comes the Churchill in the middle, getting those retreating Panzer Fusiliers, running over a couple of them, I think. Nope, doesn't actually have any kills, but it looked like it ran some down. I think maybe it was a pickup from something else killing those. But they now know that the Churchill is around, and the Churchill is going to really wreak havoc on some of these infantry blobs.
I'm very impressed by the scrappiness of Knifjens to be surviving and removing allied armor off the field without really trading too much in exchange.
Oof. USF did lose their MG, their 50 cal up the top to a nice flank from Thierry. Alhobi losing his Stuart and his 50 cal. That's actually going to hurt on his control of that flank right now, because he's got nothing that can help lock it down. But Dragon in the center, the person I maybe foolishly pointed out as the weakest link of their team, has an IS-2 out on the field, which is about to roll up the center of the map.
Man, this fuel resource obviously coming in handy, and they are putting it to use.
Sexton out for the British as well, starting to nail some of the infantry positions as that Churchill rolls up. Churchill managed to face check about 4 AT gun hits and is not even at half health. That is the wonders of the Churchill. Top Panzer IV just go up to an Su-85.
I missed that, but the IS-2 just creeped up the middle, shot an MG that was sitting near a mine, and deleted 4 models in one shot. So the Panzer IV, you say, it went down? Did it went down in the north?
Yeah, Panzer IV went down in I've been calling it, it's what I would call the bottom side, the side that has Space Dingo, and Space Dingo's Su-85 just popped up, poked in, and landed a really good kill shot on it. So there's now the only vehicle on this flank. Whoa, I say that, there's a Tiger out. Tiger in the center, about to meet the IS. Wow, there is tanks every time. I don't think there's tanks. But yeah, there is currently an Ostwind trying to hold off the Soviets in the south. There's a Tiger now putting pressure on the middle. Wow, it is constant. Yeah,
it's getting spicy, that is for dang sure. But if you had to look at the army values, it would seem like the Allies have an advantage with the... But they are losing tanks. I mean, I compliment Knifjens' ability to shift that advantage pretty quickly. We do have a priest out for the USF player.
Yep, and a Sexton out.
Sexton.
Yeah. It's a good shout because the Brits have still got the Cromwell, and they've got a Churchill out as well. Their pop cap is very limited to only be able to bring out 1 artillery piece, and they can't really field too many infantry units. The thing about the Brits is they've got very high pop cap usage. They can't field massive armies. So for the USF to also bring out some artillery, I think that's a really wise move.
Looks like the Axis were tempted to dive this IS-2. They did snare it. Panzer IV is at risk though if he stays in range of that thing, and a Jackson's diving on the top flank to go for the wounded P4, and it does nail it. Great micro, great heads up push there to see what was happening in the middle and capitalize on it.
Oh, if that Jackson stayed there, it would have maybe picked up a wounded Tiger as well. The retreat path not favorable there, but I think he just popped in for that kill and backed out. But yeah, that Jackson easily could have defeated that wounded Tiger.
Nice IL-2 Sturmovik strike to clear out middle, and now Allies taking the VP lead, although it's close, 372 to 334. Axis are going to have to take a moment to repair this Tiger and refit.
Yeah, but the vehicle advantage as well on the bottom side, the Su-85, the Su-76, the Cromwell, the Churchill, and the Sexton, backed up by AT guns, versus what is currently an Ostwind and a mortar half track, doesn't really compare. So I really want to see the Allies really roll up this flank now. They've got the ability to do it. They've got the infantry support as well. So I'd really like to see them flatten this side of the map, because they have the power to right now, and the Axis aren't really in a position to stop them.
But it does seem like the Allies are content to just hold. They have the triple cap, they have both fuels. They're just, I don't think they feel the need to push, which could be a mistake, because it is, I think, better to punish your opponent while they're weak. But they're just kind of opting to sit back, and it's hard to blame them for it, because they're feeling comfortable. They literally have almost the full map in their control.
Yeah, I agree. I think they really should be trying to punish right now. They know that the Axis have lost vehicles. They've definitely seen that the Tiger must be somewhere repairing, because they pushed it down. So why not try and go and punish those OKW players? At least try and find out, send something to scout out where those headquarters are. Because you've got a Sexton, you've got a Priest. You can start really punishing them if you know the location of those buildings.
Two things happening as you were talking. A Stuka bomb takes out an Su-76. Katyusha responds and takes out a Peck AT gun. Now the IS-2 pushing up the middle, so some sneaky artillery strikes, racking up some kills. Oh my gosh, the Priest has 17 kills on it already.
Yeah. That's 2 barrages, I think, from that Priest. Sexton only has 1 kill, not been as effective, and I think it is the harder hitting unit of the two, so it's a shame to see not as many kills on that. But this Tiger starting to punish the weakened Brits now. They put down some smoke to cover it, but yeah, it's starting to look a bit worrying. There's a Tiger going left on check. Oh, and there's a double Tiger on this side. Su-85 versus 2 Tigers. Sorry, Su-85 versus 2 Tigers. This is going to be dope. This Catty needs to get out of there. It's being Tiger dove. Space Dingo needs to get his Catty out.
And he does. Good micro heads-up play. There are guards nearby that could have buttoned the vehicle, but it just doesn't have enough munitions to pull it off.
Churchill trying to put some pressure on the Tiger.
Yeah, he's wounded. There's another IL-2 Sturmovik, which is mainly more damaging to infantry. It looks like this Tiger will get away in the cover of smoke, although another Su-85 coming to help support this right flank.
I would love to see the IS-2 flanking here to try and give some support as well.
Really, all the action happening on this right side.
I'd love to see the maneuvering of at least one of these 2 Jacksons as well. Starting to get some flank hits, use the faster vehicles to get on the other side of the Tigers on their retreat path, because there's nothing really stopping them. We do have a Jagdpanzer coming out to possibly help the Tigers. It's going to provide some of that more direct AT fire, and I think the Cromwell's going to possibly bite the bullet here if it's not careful.
Oh. ISU-152 emerges as the Cromwell reverses to safety with the protection of 2 6-pounders from the Brits as well, which lands double penetrations on the Jagdpanzer. He's showing his rear armor, takes another huge shot to its rear. ISU.
This is where you need it.
Lucky with the miss.
IS-2 is moving up in the middle. This is where I'd want to be seeing these the Allied tanks being a bit more mobile. They are faster currently on the field than a lot of the Axis. There's no Panthers around to really come and support. It's big Tigers and Jagdpanzers. You can flank those really easy with a couple of Jacksons, and even the IS-2 can really maneuver around those. But no, the Alhobe and Dragon here seem to be locked on their flank against Thierry and Feinstein, who have managed to kind of, although they don't have the VPs right now, but their infantry is putting enough fear into those 2 players in order for them not wanting to switch.
We do have a decap on the middle. Axis also decapping the right. And the VPs are getting worrying for Knifjens now. And again, just wanted to point out we see another IS-2, ISU-152 combo. Which I think will pay off nicely for them as the IS-2 uncontested, just walking up to a Raketin, blasting away at its face. Oh!
Yeah, we saw a lot of Axis model wipes coming in their inventory. A lot of army value dropping down. Thierry, who's been so valiantly holding against Alhobe, really down to just 33 pop cap right now. And now the Jacksons are moving up at the Parks Tiger and Jagdpanzer. They've found their headquarters. This is what I was talking about. Even the information here is going to be useful. But one of the Jacksons is going very low. But here comes the artillery. The priest is starting to hit down.
Yeah, great insight for the I don't know if it was worth the price of a Jackson, but yeah, those bases are going to get hammered now by the arty.
Yeah. I think it's a short-term loss, long-term goal, long-term gain there.
Sure.
It's a good target. It's the retreat base. They know if the Tiger maybe disappears off the map, that might be where it's going to repair, because there is a mechanized company there. Mechanized regiment headquarters, so the free repairs, they know that there's going to be vehicles parked there, and a sexton, as we saw in the last game where it picked off a Tiger, they can pick off those heavy tanks if they need to, especially if they're low.
Take a look what just came on the field by Shlomo on the right side, ready to go to work on the allied tanks.
An elephant. We do see a Panther as well coming on the top of the Thierry. He has replaced his missing infantry with the fast-moving Panzer V Panther, which is now about to go toe-to-toe with a Jackson. Look at this Tiger flank, though, on the bottom. It's using the very edge of the map to try and get around the Soviet players.
You get spotted by the guards getting in those buildings.
That would have been a lovely flank, though, if he had not been spotted. Like, if he had gone all the way around, maybe picked up that catty, that would have been huge for the Axis. Really good idea trying to use the whole map. VP's now looking very low for Knifjens.
Yeah, they got to be sweating it out. I wonder what they're thinking. I mean, they're struggling, and they're kind of in 1v1s on the right VP and middle VP. And they're just struggling to take any meaningful ground.
Well, they've got the elephant out now. I think they need Axis to try and overextend, and I think that's what they're trying to do with the Tiger. I think they're trying to draw in some of those allied tanks and have the elephant in a position to cover a retreat. But the Tiger has got engine damage right now. This will be the time that we'll see the Sharks begin to swarm. ISU-152 trying to land some shots, big hits. It's been target. It had been, I think it marked targeted there, or buttoned, I wasn't sure. But I think the smoke cancelled that.
Does get away. That was a good smoke call-in by the Axis. Oh! A Jackson just went down to the Panther up north.
Ooh! That's a good pickup. That's a really good pickup right now.
Axis bleeding more, 75 points.
Oh, elephant, big hit on the side of the Churchill. Churchill's already down. Engine damage. It's thrown its smoke. It is low. It's going extremely low. It's trying to hide it. Oh my gosh. The attack ground coming from those AT guns. It goes up. The big British tank is down.
Wow, just like that.
And an anti-tank gun went up as well from from the mortar half track, I think.
And simultaneously, go ahead.
Yeah, the mortar half track is now Vet 3. But yeah, as you're saying, simultaneously.
Thierry's making progress up on the north, and he decaps the top VP. And I have a son who wants to come help cast me. Hi, Hector.
Oh, the Tiger has found the priest. The priest is in trouble. Su-85 pushing in, but the priest does go down.
Oh, goodness. What a... I wasn't expecting to see the Tiger so far up.
No, aggressive push, and I don't think the Allies were expecting it either. Loss of that priest is going to be very, very painful. I had a lot of veterancy, but a fresh priest is on the field. But even so, that is fuel that can't go into another Jackson just yet. And now our Hobe on the north, who's been holding out on his own for pretty much so long, is really feeling it economically.
Yeah, it's definitely a scrappy fight of attrition up there. This Panther fairly uncontested while this Jackson is in repair. And now the VPs are in control of the Axis, although middle just got decapped by some suppressed conscripts. But I like to see this aggression by the Axis. I think they felt the pressure of those points, and they're taking some risks, and they're in big ways they're starting to pay off.
Yeah. Definitely. I'd love to see more of a rotation on the Elephant. I'd like to see it closer to the middle. So maybe, did you see where that plane crashed just then?
No, I missed it.
I think that should be where the Elephant is. So it can shoot over towards the fuel point over here and towards the middle VP and start engaging that IS-2 and really trying to help remove some of the heavy pressure on the middle, because I mean, VPs right now, all the Axis need to do is lock down this middle and lock down this bottom VP. They don't have to keep contesting the top, but the top is going to be contested, and we've got a push coming in. An Su-85 pushed up with 2 conscripts and 2 of those LMG Rifleman squad. There's a weakened Panther there, but not much else to support. The weakened Tiger is also being forced up. The IS-2 is pushed around that flank as well.
Wow. All 4 of those infantry vet 3, not something you want to be having to deal with. 2 Obers trying their best. Tiger lands a great shot on the conscripts.
The conscripts going really low here, and risk of death, but those USF riflemen holding back those Obers. And the IS-2, seeing the weakened Tiger, is going to take a shot. Jagdpanzer is trying to move up to help. IS-2 taking Su-85 coming in to support. Although Shrek squad smokes go down, now the IS-2 is in trouble. There's a T-34 in the center, and red smoke goes down, forcing those Panzer Shreks away.
Wow.
But we've had a full rotation really here for the Allies. Panther, for some reason, is trying to dive an Su-85 into what is a herd of Allied tanks. Jackson, ISU-152. Yeah, that feels like a possible miscalculation there from the Axis. But what they do know now is all of the Allied tanks are on the north here, and the south is completely uncontested.
It is really painful to have the Elephant sitting idle on the right as all that tank battle is going on in the mid and left. I agree, he's got to rotate. The VPs are draining for the Axis, currently at 55, and they have to attack middle together. Elephant can be such a big help. Even if it just pushed up, there's really no AT stopping it from creeping forward to hit the Sexton or the Churchill.
Yeah, 50 points now, but there is a Tiger on the rear of the T-34 in the center here. T-34-85 is about to have a bad day. Elephant has pushed up. I don't know what it's trying to shoot. Oh, it's shooting the fresh Churchill that's just sitting there taking a shot.
Glad it's doing something. T-34 goes down to the middle, to the Tiger.
Yeah. IS-2 was trying to move up, but a little bit too late. I think Jagdpanzer is going toe-to-toe against an Su-85 and not really winning. Does get its veterancy up, but health-wise, it is lower.
Big Stuka bomb on the middle wipes out. I don't even know what it was. I think it was a machine gun. Just gets cleared out. And now...
Ober's going low here to the IS-2. They want to get out of there. That's a Vet 4 Ober squad. Solo does
please.
die on top of the Raketenwerfer.
You can tell the Axis are starting to take the VP serious.
Here, they need to push off that infantry. Wow, this is getting bloody. This is getting bloody indeed. Axis back in control on VPs, though. They have stopped the bleed. They have stemmed the flow. The VP tourniquet has been applied. How long can they hold on to it, though? There's double Churchills on the bottom for the Brits.
Meanwhile, the ISU rotated all the way to the north and is about to kill the Panzerschwer. Oh, it only needed one more shot, but it's getting chased away. I would have stayed for that kill shot. There is a Sherman. But you can tell how seriously the Axis are
Churchill
taking.
possibly about to go into a Tiger on the bottom here. It's really low. There's one Tiger in support of it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the Tiger misses.
The friendly Churchill needs to place needs to put his smoke. Does he have the muni for the smoke? He doesn't have the muni for the smoke off. He's trying to tug of war it off of the map, but it's in vain. The Churchill does die, and now this one's engine damage, and it's going to go down. It's crewable, and then it gets finished off.
What killed the first one? It was just sitting there, and then it died.
An overshot from the Tiger. It didn't
Oh my
target
gosh.
It was being charged into it. The Elephant was fighting the one closest to the Tiger, and the Tiger was fighting the one over the top of the other Churchill.
Okay.
And that's two massive tank losses there for the Brits. Army value down to under 50 and that is two very expensive tanks. Over 200 fuel on each one of those, and about 600 manpower. So that is what, 1,200 manpower, 400 fuel, just up in flames.
And now we have a King Tiger out for the Axis, doubling down on potentially an armor advantage. ISU, Jax, and SU, though, coming to close in on its flank. That could be a deadly pincer if they commit to that. And some scrappy infantry fights going on for this middle VP. Both teams know how desperate the situation has become for the Axis, and the Allies want to wrap this up, and the Axis want to do everything they can to stay in it.
Yeah, the Allies have got to be careful, though, not to start throwing the game, because they know they're close to winning. Yes, they've got to try and retake that mid, but if they keep throwing things at it, like on their own, one by one, lose like they lost those two Churchills, this could really turn the tide of the game, and we've seen it before. We've even done it before. We've turned games at this low VP. It is far from over. They cannot be complacent now.
Yeah, very true. The Allies do seem to be conservative and apprehensive. Look how many tanks are just sitting back rather than being aggressive. We have IS-2 now starting to push up, but he's by himself. Is he going to meet a King Tiger, a Tiger, and a Jagdpanzer? They got to work together.
And look at this combined armor push now coming in. King Tiger, and Jagdpanzer looking to push up. Look at the infantry support they've got. I like this from the Axis. Jagdpanzer, though, is facing the wrong way currently. IS-2 is on that flank as well.
But it's interesting. It feels like the Axis have taken the initiative despite their point deficit. They seem like the more confident team right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They're using their units better. The Sherman going really low right here. Oh, some Panzer Fusiliers did just get squad wiped by the Katyusha. But yeah, I completely agree. Right now there is a Panzer Fusilier squad with a Panzer Schreck harassing the IS-2, going to try and force it away. Infantry trying to support, but behind those Panzer Fusiliers, the Axis armored line has reappeared. Although Vet 5 Volksgrenadier is going to go down on the centers of those Catties. Those Catties really, really picking off the veteran Axis infantry on this side, which, you know, could also be a deficit.
The Tiger goes down to a snipe from the SU and Jackson. That's a big loss for the Axe. That was a vetted Tiger.
Wow. Was that the Jackson or the ISU 152?
I couldn't tell. All three of them were over there. I don't know who got the kill shot. I imagine the SU is giving it vision at least, because it was long. Wow. And there's only one infantry squad protecting the North VP. I think the Axis would be keen to send some units over there. Take that.
There's another Churchill out for the Brits. And it's already being punished by the Elephant. This Elephant is really, really hates Churchills.
Yeah, the Brit does seem to be suffering on this flank now that all of his teammates have rotated middle. Seems like the Axis are kind of having a field day with just whatever's in their sights. That sniper has 40 kills though. Vet 3.
Really?
Yeah.
What the British sniper is this?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, and he's been damaging vehicles as well. Really good sniper micro. I love a good sniper micro. Sometimes I wish that I could just play a game where I don't really have to focus anything other than microing a sniper. Just putting down support weapons, let my team do the rest of it while I sit around with support weapons and a sniper, or artillery and a sniper. Favorite thing to do. But alas, it's not something you can always pull off in these games.
Oh, Vet 5 Raketin goes down. It was just caught way out of position here on the left flank.
About to lose another Churchill, possibly on the bottom. It's very low, but I think it is going to get away. Its health is like minuscule. Oh, it's like the moment.
The elephant just took a direct hit from a sexton. These sextons are relentless.
Yeah. Honestly, though, right now, what is stopping that elephant from pushing up and diving? Nothing. And I think it's got that in its sight. I think it knows how weak the tanks are. And these grenadiers here are going to confirm that.
It's going to see how weak
the vehicles and the elephant knows. There is an Su-85 that's rotated over this side, but I think he's trying to maneuver to the middle.
Oh, he can get snared, though.
He could get snared. That's very true. What is needed right now is a Panzer IV or a Panther just to run right down this flank where there's nothing, absolutely nothing, and appear on the side of the river.
As exciting as that flank is, really all the attention should be on this middle VP, because if the Axis lose it, they're really at risk of bleeding points quick.
IS-2's main gun is destroyed.
Oh
and it goes down. Panzerschreck gets it.
Oh my gosh. You're like a few seconds ahead of me. I gotta fast forward a little bit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. No, it's because when I click units, there's micro pauses in the game. I have to be careful. King Tiger, he's coming around challenging the ISU. Look at this, 2 Jaxes, 2 SUs on the top. The Allies are, I don't know why they're opting to be so strong up here on this north flank. The Axis aren't even really contesting that VP. I think they want to harass the flank.
Look at the King Tiger though right now.
It's low. Bouncing.
It does go down. I think, yeah, it's gonna go down.
Oh, it does. Oh, wow.
These Jacksons are gonna get punished though for it, I think.
They're
not
way
leaving
too
with the rest of their support. Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they thought the KT was crewable. It was for a second, but it was already destroyed. Oh, now he's diving for nothing, really. Some serious call-ins coming down here. We got zeroing Artie. Wow, the Jackson does make it out. Barely.
Oh, Ostwind giving sight almost for a Stuka bomb to almost finish off that Churchill. But there's a Firefly down on the bot there as well. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why there's such a heavy Axis allied presence, on this top side. They spread out across the map. They could really regain control and push the Axis off these VPs.
It seems like they're just so content, or they're so leaning towards holding the one VP. All they have to do is assault the other one and bleed him for a little bit to take him out. But they're playing so conservative. I think just leave one player on the north and just go assault middle or right VP to bleed your opponent. But
I'd go all the way right. I would. There's a captured Maxim and a weakened Ostwind there right now.
Yeah.
Yes, there's the elephant, but the elephant is so outmaneuvered by the Fireflies, the Jacksons, the IS-2s, which one of which has been replaced in the center. We've got the ISU-152. This amazing amount of allied armor could just switch around, especially how far up the elephant is pushed. The elephant is pushed all the way up. It's trying to shoot the sextons.
Oh,
it's
wow.
Very, very low. The elephant just shot through the Firefly, killing a sexton.
Oh, dang.
It curved the bullet.
How did it do that?
Wizardry.
Wow.
Axis wizardry.
I love to see this aggression from the elephant, but I think it does need to rotate middle. It's too vulnerable on its own. The allies try to catch it off with an IL-2 bomb strike, but he catches that happening. I'd love to see some mobile tanks from the Axis on this flank, and I'd love to see the elephant in the middle where it can be supported better. Meanwhile, the allies do decap middle, and they're kind of just pushing piecemeal conscripts, and they're going to go down to tigers and indirect. Engineers going in now. We have a Pack 40 on the flank. It's interesting to me how important this VP is and how small amount of resources are being committed to it. Now the allies seem to be grouping up a bit more.
Here comes an Axis rotation though. We've got a lot of tanks moving in the middle, and we've got to push it. Jackson's got his main gun destroyed. Elephant is moving so it can support the middle. It's in that flank. IS-2 is very low. Su-85 goes down to half health. This Panther and Jagdpanzer combo gonna finish the IS-2. This is a great push from the Axis. The Tiger that was repairing as well has now rejoined the fight, and they've backed the Axis vehicle motor pool into a corner. The front line is heavily damaged. There's a lot of artillery that it could easily be exposed here.
That was a great initiative, and this is what I'd like to see more of from both teams. I think whoever coordinates their tank pushes together can win this game and just take momentum. And right now the Axis are doing it more.
Yeah. The Brits, though, knowing that the elephant has moved over to the mid, I think they are gearing up for a push on this lone Maxim on the VP.
That would be very smart. They only need to hold that VP for a short amount of time to really put the Axis at risk.
Yeah, if that Churchill pushes in, gives smoke cover for the infantry, there could be an excellent push there. Meanwhile, there's still a battle raging for the middle.
The KT is flanking far up north, trying to catch this ISU off guard. But there's so much armor. I do not like the KT being alone up there with how much...
This is a fresh KT as well. It's gonna... it's trying to catch the fighting position, maybe?
That makes sense. The VP's getting closer and closer. 50 to 173.
So I think Shlomo just tried to do some scouting with his Fresh Panther, and it runs into this push coming out from the Brits. Flak Panzer, Ostwind, that's right, is moving to try and support the suppress the infantry. Churchill down here on his own, but the Axis have now had time to turn their guns instantly. This Churchill is going to go low. It's going to get caught on his Firefly brother. Tiger, Elephant, and Panther now coming in for the kill. They smell the blood in the water.
Massive push happening up north. The Tiger is diving the Sextons. Tiger goes down. There's a Jagdpanzer, took out a Caddy. It's a Vet 5 Jagdpanzer, way out of just... he's shot at an SU. The Axis are all of a sudden setting in everything. KT coming in to join the fight. The Allied armor is weak, but the Axis are committing almost everything they have, and they are capping the VP. Jackson goes down, but this almost seems unnecessary. It felt like they were in control, and now they've committed everything into just harassing the Allies.
Yeah, it really feels that way. It is at what cost? Especially as that KT, it didn't actually finish off one of those Jacksons. One of those Jacksons decrewed, so the shot cancelled. He killed one of them, but the other one hid behind the house. The Vet 3 one was now back in action. It really, what cost indeed.
There is a lot of wounded Allied tanks. The Allies decapped the right side, but the Axis are immediately taking it back.
In the engagement that I originally started on while you were pointing that out, that the Churchill and the Firefly did go down to the Axis tanks. So maybe that push at the top there was a diversionary tactic, so those Allied tanks on the top couldn't support the British. Because now the Brit is down to nothing but a Sexton currently, and a few very weak infantry. And now those tanks that were over there are free to start putting pressure again on the middle.
Wow. Certainly an exciting, I mean, I commend the Axis for trying to do something. It just felt unnecessary given the momentum, the way the momentum of the game is going, but we'll see if it pays off for them. I mean, the Allied tanks are all in repair.
Oh, Panzerschreck Blob snuck in and almost killed the final Sexton.
Oh,
They got stopped by the by Space Dingo's ZSU, the M17 MG, the Kraut mower, sitting in the back lines.
Looks like Shlomo's opting for a flank, or they're sending a Panther and the Elephants on the flank.
Panther going extremely low though, and Panther. Yeah, now you've met the dead Panther.
No. Yeah, one little overextension. There's so much AT on the field, you can just get punished. But the Allies, though, given all of the losses of the Axis there, it still feels like the Allies are cowering in a corner.
Yeah,
like the presence on the right. The presence on the right is now non-existent. It looks like the Brit player has just been so decimated, and now there's just the remaining 3 players are kind of huddling in this corner, which feels very strange.
There's a 5th Churchill out for the Brit. That's punishing in terms of call-ins. But yeah, there's so much effective firepower here from the Allies that just isn't being utilized a lot of the time. This match could have been over by now. They could have the win. And now the VPs, they're looking really even again. This could honestly go either way. The Allies are being really reserved. Yes, they've got the power, but they're not willing to use it. Whereas the Axis, they've got less power, but they're willing to take the risks. And right now, it's the risks that are prevailing. It's who dares wins right now.
Get this, the Axis are about to triple cap the Allies. They're currently decapping the top VP. There's so many, like, the ISU 152 could be stopping this, but it's just sitting back there. I don't know why. Like you said earlier in the game, the Allies have the faster, more mobile tanks. They should be the ones aggressing and flanking, and yet it's the Axis that are pincering and flanking and even pushing. And it's stuff. The Allies need to wake up and put this armor to use, because now they're about to be triple capped, and the points are so close, 50 to 83.
You know it's a bad day when a king tiger is the thing that's flanking you. It's not historically the
and
most
an elephant.
Mobile.
An elephant's on the flank too.
Yeah.
And okay, one engineer squad trying to come cap middle VP, supported by an IS-2. A Gren here to stop it. I mean, they're going for some desperate decaps. It's really striking, though, that it feels like the Allies are in the desperate position.
Yeah, the Shreks doing really good there to push off that IS-2. The IS-2 is really low. Tiger feels the blood in the water. It feels it can push up a little bit. It was really good use of smoke from the lieutenant to try and decap the top over there, and Allies do regain control of the top, but they haven't gained the center yet. And this elephant now is punishing the Su-85. Su-85 going exceedingly low to that elephant. Elephant now veteran C3. It is the Sniper King.
Allies are about to cap middle and start the bleed. Points are dead even, 50 to 51. A call-in comes in on middle. Who is that from? That's going to be IL-2 Sermovic from the Allies. That's going to make it hard. So now the Allies have the VP tick down on the Axis.
Ostwind is in the center though, but it's currently engaged on the infantry there. It needs to back up, not be supporting the infantry, and take down those IL-2 Sturmovics. Yeah, the race is on. For the first time in a long time, the Axis are dropping VPs. 44 to 51 now. Tanks pushing on every flank now. This is the moment the Allies need to wake up. They need to counter this. Do not let them get close.
It still feels like the Allies are holding back. Finally, I see SUs and the ISU coming to get into the fight. They've been sitting back there for so long, doing nothing.
This is that deadly combination we saw with Space Dingo. It hasn't really been utilized in this game, but we've seen him do amazing work with this. But having said that, one of the Su-85s goes down to a couple of Raketenwerfers in the Tiger.
Oh, there comes the Allied push. The King Tiger is weak. Jackson's pushing the flank. Axis decap middle. There's no bleed happening. 36 to 51. Oh, it's cruel, but goes down to the Jacksons.
Great Jackson volley there. Brit's about to lose another Churchill to an elephant. That feels like the running sentence of the day.
The Tiger's gonna dive it, and the Axis cap middle. Now the bleed is on the Allies. The Churchill does go down to the Tiger.
The KT wasn't killed though, so it is still recrewable. They can literally go and sit in it if they really wish. There's a Panther coming out. There's a couple of Panthers coming out for the Axis here. I think that's a really good choice.
At the 1 hour mark, 36 to 45. I don't think there's enough time to repair that KT. This game's going to be over before that's back in the fight. But now the Axis is going for the cap. Look at this 1 MG model trying to hold it down, but the Sturms are trying to decap. If they do, the bleed will... Oh, he just doesn't get it. The Allies got to do something, and something quick, because they are bleeding. It's about to be even again.
It's about to be even again at the 1 hour and 2 minute mark, essentially. And the thing is, right now, my money's on the Axis to win this.
They've had the momentum for so long, you gotta think they feel confident. The Allies have just played so scared, and I don't know why, but they've had everything they need to put this game away. And even still, the ISU sitting back here, not defending the VP, not pushing the middle VP. It's being underutilized.
This game has been a brutal bloodbath, and it's about to come to a climactic finish. We're at 36 to 28 VPs. Artillery is raining in. Heavy tanks pushing in. Tiger just picking up the IS-2 there, I think.
Yeah, and a Stuka bomb to make sure of it. Here comes 2 Fireflies from the middle.
Instantly being backed up by a second IS-2. The Elephant is extremely low here. It's going to have to get out. There is now no real support by that Tiger in the center.
25 points and ticking for the Allies.
This would be the time the Allies had one. This is the moment.
Oh, IL-2 takes out the AT gun. IS-2 coming to take shots from the Tiger while engineers are going for the decap. This is desperate mode. Firefly's coming around the flank of the Tiger.
Firefly.
Yep. I think they're happy to just draw fire.
Those 2 Fireflies are going down. There's the IS-2 is a main gun damage. There is no armor support anymore. We thought that this would be the time for the Allies. They just didn't commit. They have not committed. Their infantry is going to get wiped by the Panzerwerfer. It is looking desperate. 17 VPs to the 36 for the Axis.
Currently no bleed happening. Here comes the Caddy now. But there's SUs back here. Where's the Allied? There's an SU. Okay, it's finally coming to the middle. T-34 coming to push off.
Look at this. There's some Volksgrenadiers and Grenadiers in the back line as well, just to harass even more. Stop that infantry getting to the front.
Oh, and they snare the quad car T-34 trying to stop the Panzer Fusiliers, but it's going to go down to a Panther in the back lines. Oh, look at this. An engineer versus Panzer Fusilier. The middle VP is being lit up with insane amounts of artillery.
Yeah, it's all of this Allied artillery gun, one after the other, just landing in. We've had call-in after call-in. Everything is low right now. Both teams are on the brink of destruction. It's just whoever can capture this middle VP will take this game. 17 to 36 right now. Those Panzer Fusiliers still standing there.
And
do you know
Daka does manage to push off the Panzer Fusiliers under some serious fire from a Panzerwerfer. But these guards...
You know, we said about that King Tiger. It's almost fully repaired.
Oh my gosh. The game is lasting incredibly long. No points are bleeding because the middle is neutral. Tiger showing its rear to a Jackson on the flank. Jackson's going to start harassing. This is the play the Allies have needed for so long. Get aggressive. Use your tanks. It's going to force the Tiger's attention away from the middle VP. Now the Axis infantry, though, is uncontested on the middle.
Yeah, something I've noticed is there is a sincere lack of Allied infantry on the field compared to Axis infantry. The Axis have more infantry to throw at this middle VP. I mean, the Brit player is currently down to not even his original sniper.
Huge caddy coming on him, though.
Oh, that is painful. But here's that fully repaired King Tiger, and it's going to overextend itself to try and get that catty, get those barraging things. I think it knows that there's nothing now that can stop it right now.
Look at this, though. The Allies using a cloaked sniper to decap the right side underneath the nose of a machine gun, even though Axis take middle. So now, if they cap this, the bleed could shift in the other direction, and I don't think the Axis are even aware.
RubeTube here using snipers to the best advantage. First we see one with probably before it died 50 kills, and now a fresh one to sneakily cap where that MG just can't see it.
Here comes an SU trying to finish off the KT. And now the Allies have capped the right with that cloaked sniper. Now the Axis are bleeding. Do they even know that they're bleeding? There's so
I
much
think
action in the middle.
There's a Panther over there. There is an MG now moving to try and cap, but it knows it can't cap. There's a Panther Grenadiers on the flank trying to kill that sniper.
Oh my gosh. 14 to 30.
The they can't see the sniper still.
Oh my gosh. And the Axis are bleeding all while they don't know
28 to 14. 28 to 14. They cannot find the sniper. Just start lobbing grenades. Something. Like, run him over. That's what you need to do.
Oh, now they're searching. They find him. Now the sniper's in trouble.
Sniper's going to go down, and that decap is going to be happening. But have they done enough? Has that sniper done enough? Can they hold on? But the Axis are putting pressure on the two allied VPs. There is infantry pushed up in the backlines. I don't see anything. There's a Panther in the backlines destroying all of the allied artillery. It's gotten the priests. It's going for the final priest.
No.
It gets the final priest. It's going for the catty. It knows there's a catty. Blood is in the water. This Panther flank may have put the nail in the coffin. Another Panther comes in. Oh, and that, I think, is going to be it for the Allies. I don't know what they can throw at this anymore. This has been a slog of a game. And my goodness, I am looking forward to game 2 of this. Because this is the games that we love. This is the games that we've seen both Daka. Look at this. What a warm-up game. Oh, dear. Wow. That game went from being completely Allied dominated to Axis biting the grit, going full ball, and yeah, heart rate of 220. They managed to win that. That was, oh wow. Wow. Skippy, that game, 22 final VPs to the 0.
It's horrifying to think we almost skipped game 1 to jump into game 2. I'm so glad we came back. Wow. Yeah, that was an incredible game. I mean, so Knifjens really showed us what they're made of. You know, we didn't know. They lost to Meme Team 6 in a game 3. We only casted game 3. We knew Daka would bring a performance, and they did, but I am surprised. I think they got too confident with their lead, and they thought, "Oh, we'll take care of the VPs later."
Let's have some fun.
Well, I don't know. They're having fun. I think they just were so conservative. Knifjens ran away with the momentum.
Look at the damage. It's over 80,000 damage for every member of the Axis team, with not one ally beating that. The highest ally was Space Dingo, one of our tournament MVPs, I think, but 79,000. He didn't even break 80,000, whereas every member of the Axis team did. They took the fight. They went in there. They did damage. Every time they took losses, every time they were on the back foot, they didn't stop fighting. And that is what brought them that victory, I think.
You have to give... I'm still loading the stat screen, by the way. I haven't seen it yet. It's taken forever.
Oh, it is like all of the graphs are just insane. Absolutely insane.
Wow, that is a lot of damage. Yeah, even the allies, every player at 58,000 or better, that's just a lot of damage. Big tank fights. 200 kills and above for all the allies, which is Daka. Wow, 324 kills for Sierra. I'm impressed with Knifjens. They brought they took control of a game they were behind in, and they took the aggression, and Daka, they kind of cowered under it, and I think they underutilized their tanks. And the poor Brit player, he just got slapped around on that right side, which ended up being a big difference maker. Because if he could have held that VP a little bit, it would have changed the game.
The British as well aren't a faction that you can do that with. The Brits aren't meant to be the teammate that you throw to just hold on their own. They have the smallest, probably the smallest fieldable army because of their high pop caps. They are expensive to replace. If you want to do that and leave one like teammate to the frying pan, put a Soviet down there who can afford loss and can just bleed people out. Right. A Brit is not what you want. The Brits are there to support any other flank. They are the probably best faction for their supports. Their support weapons, their AT guns, their tanks, and even their artillery, like the Sextons, which are then they are so powerful. But you cannot leave them to just be beaten and clobbered like that. That was brutal to watch. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of this series.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's take a quick break, guys. Get some refreshments because we got a lot more KOTU coming up for you. Hope you're having fun, and we'll be back after this. Hey comrades, welcome back. I've just crammed in a handful of children's snacks trying to refuel myself after that. I don't know what you call that game. Edge of your seat, sweaty, just high heart rate. Like, my gosh, I mean, Mitch, how are you feeling after casting? But I think that was even closer than the first major in privates versus Daka, which now Daka is played in 2 of the closest games we've witnessed so far in the tournament.
I mean, I'm drinking tea, but to quote the game, I think I need something stronger. Honestly, that was an insane game to watch, and an insanely long game. So many different plays, different tactics. There was just so much to analyze with that game as well, in terms of choices, maneuvers. Like we were just discussing off screen, that if Daka had won on that back sniper cap, which couldn't be found for a while, it would have been the most demoralizing thing for the Axis team there, for Knifjens, who had put in so much effort and did come away with the win. But also now we've got to think of Daka. They've just lost a game that I think, I could be wrong, but for halfway through that game, they were sure that they were going to win. And now they're back on white ball with a loss. So, and possibly playing a side that they might be not as comfortable with. They're now on the Axis. We got Knifjens now on the Allies. I don't know where everyone's heads are. Just there's so much going on, and I can't wait for this next game, because honestly, there's so much that we could sit and analyze about that match. Just build choices, vehicle choices, choices of maneuvers, where we think things should have been placed that weren't placed, or like what do you think? Because my goodness, that's so much information, so much high octane action we just had. That wow, what a game!
What I just popped in my mind that I can't shake is the context of Daka in this tournament. They won their first game pretty decisively against Bruh on white ball. Then they meet Majors Privates and they win their first game in a really close one, but then they lose 2 and now they lose another. So they've lost 3 games in a row in the tournament, and now they're fighting this next game for their tournament life. When you think about that, like contextually in your mind, you have to have some mental fortitude to be in a positive mindset and to like realize this is a tough opponent. We have to fight hard. We can't be making mistakes. So I think in the context of their mental state after losing 3 times, losing 3 tough games, that's actually a big focus for me in terms of how they're going to play. If they're going to be aggressive, if they're going to be making more or less mistakes, how conservative they're going to play. So that to me is what's most interesting, I think. And it was really cool to see Knifjens come out. I think we saw their full potential as a team in that game, and that was exciting because they are a worthy opponent. They are not going to be pushed over by Daka, and yeah, I'm just excited to see how that plays out in the next game. And that first game, we commented a lot about strategy and feeling, which was like, this is one of the first games that seemed really obvious to me, and I don't know why. But when I said the allies were huddling in the corner, it just really looked and felt like that. And I'm interested to see how it feels this time, and how the dynamics, like, is there going to be a confidence shift? Is there going to be a momentum shift? And who's going to gain that early, I guess. So that's what I'm looking out for.
Yeah, and I said yesterday on yesterday's castings that I thought Daka we're gonna see them in the semis, in the finals. I thought we'd see them match up against Major Bones again. And now with Knifjens coming out and pulling that sort of play, I'm not so sure. Like, this is a brutal matchup. These two teams both feel like, after that game, deservingly so, feel like they should be further on in the competitions. But this is losers bracket right now. Whoever, if Daka loses this, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah.
And Knifjens go through. But if this goes to a 3, it's all to play for, because these are two very strong teams who both deserve places, and they're fighting for their tournament lives right now.
And I want to point out, because I haven't recapped it since yesterday morning, that there's $500 in cash and prizes on the line. So it's not chump change, and I think it shows in the play. Like, people don't want to give up. This is money. Each player could walk away with $100 and Code 2 supply coins and a copy of Three Kingdoms for PC, another Relic game. So yeah, a lot on the line and a lot of pressure. So let's see how Daka handles it, given the context of their losses, and we'll see if Knifjens can carry. I mean, they're coming off a tough loss too. The Knifjens, they lost in game 3 to Meme Team. So it's time to get scrappy. I'm loading into the game now. Sides are flipping. Knifjens on the allies got 2 Soviets, 2 Brits. Daka with 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht. I see a close the pocket in there.
Yeah, but the allies aren't going to have the support of the USF.
Yeah.
Who we saw Alhobe in that last game, how well he did in that early game with the Stuart and his rifleman. And an allied team without a USF does make me worry in these 4v4s, because it does leave a certain gap in the sort of composition, so to speak.
All right, I'm in game now. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Starting on the Axis side, which is Daka. 2 Stern Pioneers going out. We have 2 infantry companies in production. Pretty standard. This has been actually probably the most common build by the Axis, which is normal. I think you get 2 MG42s. You got your 2 Stern Pyres going out. And then you get your infantry company techs, so you can get some grenadiers out there. So more of the same on this side.
I'm just enjoying the chat between the teams. They're like, oh, another game like the last one, but let us win, yeah. And then just like, I was like, I can't handle 3 games.
Neither can I.
Right. No, we cannot handle the 3 games. But there's something in the back of my mind saying they're going to go to 3. They're going to go to 3. But both Soviets right now have teched the Special Rifle Company and have both locked in commanders. We've got mechanized support tactics. That ISU 152 is going to be back. And we've got Soviet combined arms, the ML-20s guard rifles, and the Recon and the IL-2 precision bomb. So interesting there. We've also got a lot of caps coming in for the Allied team pushing out. Also, something to note about the Allies right now. Both Brits are on one side with both Soviets on the other. When we've seen this happen before, I've questioned it in the fact that I think it should always be a Soviet and a Brit and a Soviet and a Brit, so they can complement each other.
Yeah.
That's the point of 4v4 of having the faction split, why you don't always all play one's factions, because the other factions are what cover you.
Yeah.
So to match them up on the sides, even if that's how it spawned on the map, I would be like, no, guys, we need to switch this up, because you've got to complement me with this, I've got to complement you with that. And yeah, so that's something to watch for.
just to point out, the teams do have control over which slot they take. So that was an intentional decision, or they didn't know that they could pick based on their position in the queue. But yeah, I agree. It is better to mix them up. Axis coming out. Daka with the early VP control, and they got the fuel on the right. The fuel on the left still neutral.
Got the double clown car, one of them getting fausted as the penals climb in.
That's an interesting strategy off the bat.
Yeah. Maybe that is mobility to try and help the Brits a little bit. Maybe they want some mobile squads to be able to run around the axis a little bit more, run around those emplacements. Thierry going very low with his infantry sections here, but keeping them on the field.
Yeah.
To see that. But so far, the Tommies not being able to push up. This is the thing, because the Tommies have kind of a relatively weak start against Axis. They're currently down on the VPs, and they're already starting to tick down for Knifjens. We know how much that can do psychologically to a team to already be losing VPs this early in the game. So let's see how Knifjens handle this.
It does seem to be just kind of a casual standoff for the middle. Big attention going on to this fuel as the allies have yet to capture. There's
one of the Brits locking in Royal Artillery. You've got some commander lock-ins as well.
Yeah, we've got Overwatch. Maybe we'll see some Goliaths. We've only seen a couple so far in the tournament. Luftwaffe supply. Oh, close the pocket. Encirclement Doctrine has been picked for the first time in the tournament. That would be something. Oh, you know why? It's actually a great pick for Whiteball. Look at the cutoff points. Two points, and they're wide on the backside of each edge of the map. That could be something special if that gets pulled off.
Yeah. I hope you're using a Wehrmacht sniper trying to fight a Wasp with it. The Wasp getting fausted.
Allies finally taking the fuel.
Yeah, I like this kind of choice from the allies here. A Wasp, the clown cars. Mobility is on the forefront of their mind. And look at this push from Thierry up with the Vickers. It's all the way pushed past the VP. And now we have VPs controlled by the allies. It is a switcheroo again. Same sort of early game. What back and forth is happening. And look at this Lewis, this Vickers. I always get the Lewis and the Vickers confused. This Vickers gun placement. How aggressive is that Vickers gun placement?
Clown car pushes and takes out an MG42 in the middle VP. You know what is interesting though, is Knifjens in the early game last time only had the Lukes and the mortar half track and a scout car. Like they were very underinvested in light vehicles, and Daka was over-invested in light vehicles. They had a Stuart, they had a T-70, AEC, you know what I mean? And now, Knifjens is really investing in like light vehicles, 2 clown cars and the Wasp, which is interesting. It's definitely a change of pace from how they started last game.
Yeah, there is an AEC in the production as well for TB.
Yep.
He's got that. He's got an AEC coming out, which is going to be unmatched on the entirety of the field right now. I mean, racks obviously, but there isn't an Axis vehicle that's going to be better than that right now. So it's going to dominate the for a little while, as long as it doesn't get picked off. There is a 222 coming out, and I know there is a flak half track in the build, but both of those are weak to the AEC, and it's 75mm gun. The AEC is a potent force to be reckoned with. It's got that smoke, it's got that powerful gun, and it's got very high armor for a light vehicle.
You know, it is at risk to the 222 though, is these clown cars. Very weak to the guns on that bad boy. This machine gun trying to hold off some Panzer Fusiliers, pushing off the sniper coming in to deal with that too.
Wasp also. Brits. One Brit has teched for 5 squad infantry, one hasn't. We don't have any Brens or Piats coming out yet. And this 222 might be about to find the scout car. It's pushed all the way up, but here comes some penals.
Now a Vickers has gone down to middle, so there's a fair MG trade. AEC on the hunt for the scout car. About to find it.
About to find it. Bounce from the scout car shot. The AEC the dominant vehicle on the map. This is if it's utilized well and is microed well, the AEC can really do some damage right now. But look at this group up in the center. 3 Axis players have got infantry supporting one another there. They want this middle point.
And
I noticed
meanwhile,
that
the right.
on the top. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the right's empty, and the allies are taking it with 1 engineer squad.
Yeah, 2. AEC on the prowl.
Oh, the Wasp roaming around middle at weak gets taken out by a rack. That was questionable micro there from Knifjens.
I think it was trying to go for that MG in the building, but it didn't see the rack because of the elevation of the map there.
Yeah.
Didn't come into view right away, blocked by the sightlines of the church. And currently got an engineer squad facing down the barrel of a flak half track. Yeah, just like I would not want to be stood that close to it. But
it was a distraction. Yeah, it was a distraction.
Look how low that is. Oh, it does go up. I thought it was going to survive then. Holy moly.
Well played.
Well played. Yeah, no. I even fell for the distraction. What a great play. You know it's a good play when it confuses the commentators. 222 though found the clown car, putting some damage out on that. And it's gonna go on hunting. Is the AEC anywhere nearby? No, it is not. So yeah, free roam on that.
Where is the 222? I can't even find it.
Far south. It's stopped for repair now. The clown car did get away.
Wow, the Knifjens does have a triple cap, but it looks like that's going to be halted. Oh my gosh, the 222 is right next to a Soviet mine on that VP.
Space Dingo here, using the supply zone drop that we know so well from our Goliath World Challenge. It's bringing in fuel, which is going to be of use. Maybe they're looking to rush early Panzer IVs by trying to get a fuel advantage from that call-in. Well, actually, saying that, he's got all Stugs as his doctrine, so I think we're going to see Space Dingo fill up on Stugs.
The scout car gets hit with the mine as it was triggered by grenadiers right next to him. Killed 3 models and took out half the health of the scout car, so that mine doing its worth. We have a mortar pit up from the Brit. 2 Zis guns protecting it. Looks like they're looking to hunker down.
That mid placement for the mortars is dangerous. Is a really good position for that for the allies. Also, we've had our final lock-ins for the allies. We've got Vanguard operations coming out, so we got to see forward logistics gliders possibly, and that glider commando captain or glider officer coming in with the British version of the URA.
The last pick for the Axis, not very exciting. More Grand Offensive, but it works.
I mean, yeah, Grand Offensive is the staple diet of an Axis team. I think. Also, we got a Bofors being built in the middle. That Bofors is going to wreak havoc with these supply drops coming in for the Axis. The Axis constantly trying to bring in that fuel, and literally across the river right now, the Bofors goes up and tries to shoot down one of the supply planes.
Interestingly, the Axis builds a Muni cache, and they are dropping all this fuel. That might be part of the strategy behind that.
Yeah. We know that a strong economy wins wars, and that is no different in Company of Heroes. So, utilizing all this fuel call-in, it does cost munitions to call in. It is a direct trade, isn't it? No, it's manpower call-in, isn't it? Manpower. So,
I believe so.
Yeah, it's manpower for trading it for a economy of your choice. And you know what? It can change games if utilized correctly.
We do have a T-70 in production for Knifjens, which again is going to be uncontested by anything other than snares and AT guns from the Germans. So the Allies are really pulling ahead with the light vehicle usage. Daka's trying to get this top VP. They do manage to get the right one. Nothing defending it though.
I really don't know what the Axis right now are going to be able to put out in terms of artillery to unhinge the Brits from the center now that they've got the Bofors and the mortar up.
Well, Overwatch Doctrine does have an LAFH, so that could be an option for them. And Luftwaffe Supply has Stuka bombs and incendiaries, so I think once they get to those levels, we'll probably start seeing some of those solutions enter the field.
That's true, but the Bofors by then will have fallen off.
Yes.
Really, relatively.
It'll have served its purpose, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a really good early focus for the Brit to lock in that middle, make sure they've got that VP. And yeah, the VPs do tell a story. Allies are up almost 100 points now. Almost.
Yeah, that would be concerning. I mean, Daka is the one on the chopping block this game. I would not want to be bleeding VPs and being the one that's on the desperate side of things. But man, they sure are collecting a lot of fuel at this point. I'm surprised the Allies aren't getting more aggressive on that.
They've got a Stug coming out now. We do know that Space Dingo has got all of the Stug doctrines that he can fit and muster. And now the Stug, I think, is the dominant vehicle on the field. So that weak T-70 there needs to get out, or that Stug's going to punish it.
Oh, he hits a mine. It's not going to... Oh, and it misses its shot. That's unfortunate.
AC, I think, also. Yeah, a mine.
Lands a second shot, though.
Yep.
Oh, Panzer IV coming out, so Axis are skipping light vehicles, going straight to mediums.
Yeah.
And they take out an AT gun. That's a big pickup.
Second Stug in production as well. Yeah, Daka are definitely bringing the fight now. They've got their tanks starting to roll out. Let's see how Knifjens respond, because as you know, even if Knifjens got on the back foot, there is a chance they can pull it back, because they did last game.
That losing that AT gun was a big loss for Knifjens. That was one of the key things holding back the P4 from the Bofors, and now it's sitting vulnerably exposed in the middle of the map. Finally, as this gun appears, Panzer IV is forced to back off, but Bofors is at half health. Oh, and a plane crashes into the forward assembly, taking out 3 engineer models. RNG not acting nicely to Knifjens there.
Did it deny the supply coming in or not? Is
that's a good
other
question. I didn't see. I don't see any boxes on the ground. Maybe it did. Top has been pretty quiet.
Oh, Alhobi lost his sniper, and the Brits have a sniper. I wonder if there was a counter-snipe duel going on there. There's another Panzer IV on the field, out for Dragon now. Yeah, Axis really doubling down on their medium tanks. I think they know that there's nothing that the Allies have got right now to really counter them too much. Other than that AEC, there's a Katusha out now. But I'd take a boatload of Panzer IVs and Stugs over a Catty any day right now.
We also have another exciting unit that's just entered the battlefield. It starts with G.
Starts with G.
Goliath.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where?
He's it's currently at his green base. Hasn't been moved forward yet. And he's also got a Panther in production. So Axis, it looks like Daka's going to take the early tank lead this game. And it makes sense because Knifjens did commit pretty hard to the light vehicle play, which did afford them the early advantage, but now they're going to pay the price as the heavy or the Axis mediums come out.
Yep. We did just see one of the clown cars go up.
AT gun goes down again in middle to this P4. Bofer in danger. Nothing to stop this P4.
Yeah. Do you know what else is interesting that we should probably know is up the top here, we have a 1v1 again.
It looks like a 1v0. I only see Terry just holding it. Oh, do you mean on the bottom? You see, what colors are you looking at?
I'm looking at red and blue.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen blue push it much. Has he been? Okay, yeah, his P4 is wounded, so.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just he's been losing is the reason.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's when I would give it up. Like I've seen that situation happen so much in 4v4. Said like if you can't win against your 1v1, get defensive, hold your flank, but send the rest of your stuff to support the team where they can win.
Another catty out, or is that the same one I'm seeing twice? I think it's the same one.
Yeah, there's only one.
Even though dangerous now, there's a panther on the field, and we know how much panthers like to prowl around the back lines and kill people's artillery.
The Goliath's getting sneaky on the right VP. Look at this hiding spot behind the trees there. That could be deadly.
Yeah.
Little corner.
That's going to be perfect to roll out and blow up. You've just learned something, haven't you?
Stoogs and Panthers just push up to take out the Bofors.
Yeah.
And now they're out, just like that, in a blink of an eye.
Yeah. Daka here. Really, really looking to dominate. But again, last game, they looked to dominate around the midpoint. Can they hold off? Can they win it? Because their heads are on the line right now. Their tournament lives depend on the power of Panzer IVs, a Panther, and 2 Stoogs, which right now, I'd give it to them. But at the same time, they've got to capitalize.
Yeah, I think they have to take advantage of them now, of the Allies not having a counter. And Fireflies in production. 2 Fireflies in production, and an Su-85 just came out, so their window of advantage is quickly closing. They could have taken out the mortar pit. I mean, there's one AT gun that's stopping them, one guards troop. They could have also rushed and taken out the mortar pit and probably the forward assembly if they were, but again, Daka is on the chopping block. I don't think they want to get too risky and lose a bunch of tanks, so you can't blame them for not.
I think they've got to, though. I think their problem last game was they weren't risky enough.
I agree. Yeah.
And the risk that Knifjens took was what won it for them. So, yes, patience is a virtue, but right now it's causing them more issues than I think it's worth. Also, again, something to note is Daka have put all their vehicles on one side where they might get backed into a corner.
Yeah. It's true.
Just
the middle flank is weak.
Everything's on one side. Stoogs may be going for a dive, though.
Oh yeah, they're Stoogs. That's a weird choice to have the Stoogs on the flank. And the Space Stingo has access from Daka, has a recon overflight. He could be reconning middle to see if and when they should push. He's busy dropping a lot of fuel though.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of munitions to drop some recons.
Yeah, 2 Sherman Fireflies are out on the field right now, which are going to wreak havoc on those 2 Panzer IVs. AEC's now pushing up. We're looking at the top side here. And, Panzer IVs are in retreat. One's going exceedingly low. AT gun also pushing up. Firefly pushing up. AEC pushing up. All the healthy Panzer IV pushes to try and cover his friend. A couple of bounces there. I think he's going to get away with it. The Su-85's got engine damage on this flank. I think
here come the Stoogs.
Yeah, the Stoogs are moving in. The Firefly is facing the wrong way.
Oh, a satchel on the Stoog and a Firefly there to finish it. Oh, it's a crewable Stoog. He's going to shoot his friend. Don't want the Allies to have that.
No, you do not. Stoog, you gotta kill your friend.
He does. Oh, but he kills him. He sacrifices his own life to the Firefly to do it.
Oh no!
Wow, that's a tough loss.
Yeah, that was. Those of you who have read our classic men, it didn't quite go like that when you had to put your friend down.
The Goliath is on the prowl. On the right VP. Oh, and he finds a new hiding spot. Very advanced.
He was uncovered there, though, so those Penals might have uncovered him for a brief moment.
He's going for it.
Hang around. I think it's the wrong time. He uncovered there slightly behind the building as well.
Not gonna work.
It's not, no, it is not.
Mortar Pit has picked up 18 kills. You can see the Circlement Doctrine at work. Although he's using it. Wait a second. They have closed the pocket.
Close the pocket just happened.
It's activated.
Brandenburg is the stormtroopers. The Brandenburgs just decrewed it on one
Oh my
side
gosh.
and the on the other. Close the pocket is happening. The artillery is raining down. That mortar pit stands no chance. That forward in placement.
Oh my gosh, it's happening.
A tournament. Close the pocket. It is Skippy. This is like your dream right now.
I can't
surely.
believe it. I cannot believe it.
And also, the Axis not worrying about what's going on. They have pushed their vehicles up. They are going in for the kill. They want to catch any retreating people.
Wow.
Their infantry is also pushing up. Can they capitalize on it, though? Can they capitalize?
I think so. I mean, what? There's one allied Firefly. Oh, there's another one was just... I mean, that's huge, and they also destroyed the caches while it happened. Incredible team play there by Daka.
Yeah.
Knifjens had no idea that was coming.
No. But they know to expect it now. If they can pull it off more than once, that'll be the day. But yeah, look how decimated the middle side is. The building's gone, the forward assembly's gone, the mortar pit's gone. There is nowhere for the Allies to hide on this side of the map. Well, meanwhile, the Axis, yes, they've lost their building, but the church is still up, and yeah, so many buildings damaged in that. They lost their income for that moment. However, Panzer IV going low here to a Firefly Stuka bomb, getting a kill or missing? I think it missed.
It missed, yeah.
Panzer IV going very low to the Sherman Firefly. I think the Firefly might pick it up, or unless it doesn't want to dive, Panzer IV is going to get away by the skin of its teeth.
I'm still in shock that just happened, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed, and when I saw him pick that commander, and I saw the 2 cutoff points, it is a great map for it, because those points are pretty easy to neglect. They're off the side of the map, and obviously
they're quite easy to sneak the squad around too.
Yeah, not usually defended.
People don't really use the full width of this map only to pull off sneaky maneuvers like that.
Right.
Something we should also notice right now, trip cap. It's a trip cap, and now the points are very much in Axis favor, with the Allies now on the back foot again. There's Fireflies out. There's a Churchill in the build. It's not looking good right now for the Allied team in terms of what they have and what they're up against.
No, it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle. Satchels goes off on this Panther, and it goes down, but it's crewable, so... Oh! The SU goes down to the 2 Stoogs. Panther immediately being repaired by the Stern Pioneers. That's tough RNG for Knifjens.
What I would say right now, again, though, is we're kind of seeing this reservedness from Daka and their vehicles. I'd be wanting to make the most of that close the pocket right now by having them moved up more, making sure that the Allies can't regain that foothold, especially while they're low on vehicles, low on men. You know, not letting them get in, because they don't have their mortar pits. They have a catty. There isn't much arty on the field.
Panzer IV is going in deep.
Yeah, but they're gonna bite the bullet for it. Sherman Firefly on the rear there. He's going in alone as well, unsupported with this dive. Maybe he's got the big figure coming out. Maybe there's a reason he needed the pop cap. I don't know. I just don't think it was worth it.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He's at 44 pop cap. And at the same time, ISU 152 comes out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. We got that, and we've got a Churchill. Now, again, Knifjens have a chance to push it back. This game is going to be so tight.
It's definitely momentum with Daka at the moment. I mean, being close, having your pocket closed is demoralizing enough. There's also a 3rd Stug. Look
There's
at
a
this.
tiger coming out right now.
Oh.
For Dragon. Dragon has got a tiger out. The big cat is on the field.
This teal player, Space Dingo, is just blobbing up. He's got 3 Stugs, an Ostwind, and a 222. Oh, and he's decapping this point again. Close the pocket. There's the close the pocket. They did. They closed the pocket again because they decapped the left side with the Stuka bomb.
Yeah. This is gonna hurt.
The pocket is closed. Quad car getting lit up. ISU's frantically in retreat. The quad car goes down to the artillery. Oh no, I cannot believe it. They're about to stop it though. They do cap it back.
Knifjens are
That
in fear of this close the pocket. What can they do to stop that though, no?
honestly, it's so frustrating because there's really not a lot you can do because the Stuka bomb decapping your point is, I mean, unless you have caches, I mean, that's your only answer to that. Oh, and now an airstrafe coming in from the Axis. Sector assault.
Yeah. Straight in the center of the map as well, right where all the vehicles were trying to regroup.
It feels so disrespectful, but Daka's doing what they gotta do to win. I mean...
Yeah, talk about fighting dirty, and boy, are they bringing the fight. They do not want out of this competition. They know their lives are on the line. This close the pocket method is going great, but look at this Tiger. The Tiger is overextended as the Axis tanks, allied tanks have managed to push back up, but
Yeah.
Stug's on the flank.
Look at the
They're bringing
flank.
it fly low. Here comes the Churchill. Churchill taking a lot of damage from that Panther Stug combo.
It looks like they don't want to
We've
push.
seen Churchill's face check elephants, face check a lot of vehicles. It took a lot of damage from Stugs there.
The Tiger does get away.
The secret power of a Stug.
Wow.
Not which have been upgraded for with their machine guns either.
Man, I bet Knifjens is in shock, considering I'm still in shock that we just saw that twice in a match.
They don't know what to do, I don't think. They don't know how to come back from this as it looks. I think... Skippy, we're going to go for a game 3.
It seems inevitable. I think all they can do is quadruple team one side and see if they can create a window for themselves.
Yeah.
They have. That's their only option, I think. They are taking the top VP.
So if we do, hypothetically, go to a game 3, who is going to have the picks? Do remind us of that, because that is also going to be an interesting point.
Yeah.
Because if Daka have the ability to bring out this potency, this close the pocket, again, it could be dangerous for Knifjens.
I would doubt we'd see it again, only because if Knifjens is going to be very aware if it's in their commander loadout, and they will do everything they can to be prepared for it. Knifjens has the faction pick, and Daka will have the map pick for a game 3, if it comes to that.
So we can probably expect Knifjens to retake the Axis.
I think so. I'd imagine they'd want to get this taste out of their mouths, and they'd test their first win to we're strong on Axis, let's go back to Axis. I think that would be the human nature at play for sure, even though they're probably fine as an allied team, but this would be demoralizing for sure.
Yeah. Oh, good squad wipes coming in the center for the allies, taking out a couple of Vox Grenadiers.
There is a push happening from Knifjens on the north, but it's only 2 players scraping something together. I'd like to see all of them try. The ISU's under repairs. Crocodile coming out.
They build caches on those back locations.
Yeah. 65 points though. They're bleeding quick. Only 2 Ostrins and a Stug on the right side. Oh, no.
Dragon's Tiger pushing alone. Is possibly going to get snared. No, the Firefly shot was a second too late for the snare to take effect.
Oh, they're trying to close the pocket again. You can see these stormtroopers going back there. They're going to find the cache. There is a Churchill.
It's a Churchill there. That's not what you want to see when you round the corner.
They're building a cache on the right point as well, so they are learning.
One of the biggest anti-infantry vehicles. The Churchill. Now the Panzer IV coming out.
They tried to Stuka bomb that point yet again, but it doesn't work with the cache there. ISU coming to play in the middle. But yeah, they don't have enough time to come back into this, I don't think. They're losing the top VP again.
Yeah. Wow, what a brilliant tactic. I think it just caught Knifjens completely by surprise there, didn't it?
That is the secret to it. I mean, it's hard to anticipate that coming, especially on a map like this where you feel like you have a good grasp. But those points back there are just they were so easy to decap, as we saw. Gotta give credit to Daka for being heads up and knowing that it was achievable on this map in that fashion, and then executing. They did it twice.
Yeah.
It's gonna net them a win that they desperately needed, and they get to carry their energy over and momentum to the game 3.
Yeah, I wonder. The thing is now, with us commentating on this, the rest of the competition are gonna know that this is a possibility, which just means there's a good chance this won't be the only time we see it, or maybe it will be because of that fact. You don't know. People, this is the thing. You don't know, because also I've got a feeling a lot of people that are playing in the tournament will be watching this, and they're going to be watching to see how the other teams play in their early games, and the thing is, there's going to be tactics here that some teams think of that other teams won't, and then they might pick up on or find counters to. So the whole next stage of the competition is going to be a completely different shape to what this early stage is as well.
All of a sudden, I'm having a little bit of a gut check. Firefly just takes out a P4, and Knifjens has 2 VPs capped. They have 2 points. But let's not count our eggs before they hatch. Now a panther's gonna go down in the middle.
It got down as well. It was trying to get that crocodile.
Oh my! All of a sudden, a big shift in momentum. Could the Knifjens bring this? IS-2 dangerously low.
Yeah, Daka have had a massive reliance on medium tanks this game.
Yeah.
The Stugas and a Panther was the strongest thing they've had. They had a Tiger, but the Tiger's back repairing.
A Goliath coming on the flank of the ISU in the middle. Oh, it's spotted though, just in time.
It does kill the engineers that were repairing it though. But yeah, so now the ISU 152, the SU 85, and combined with the Churchills.
Wait, a Suka bomb coming on the ISU. Oh, it hits it.
Oh my God, I'm a second behind you, and I've just seen that. Holy moly! That was devastating. I think they might have just put one straight back in though.
And there is 2 LEFHs on Daka's side. Wow. Just when you think the ISU dodged a bullet, a bigger bullet heads right at him.
Dodge this.
You could tell he heard it last second. Tried to start reversing. No, there's no replacement for it out yet. But all of a sudden, the axes seem a little weak. I mean, look at the right VP. There's 1 Volks and 1 Jaeger and a scout car holding down the right side.
All it takes though is 1 decap. That's all it takes, really.
No, it has to be 2 decaps since Knifjens has 2 points.
Oh, Brandenburgs that were called in the building get destroyed, but they're trying to get that Bofors before it finishes. There's a Bofors going down on the top VP.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
This would be incredible if Knifjens, the scrappiest team I've ever seen, managed to hang on with 2 points. I'd love to see him assault this right side. There's literally a scout car over there now. That's it.
Even the thinking here, though, Knifjens need to keep fighting, because if we're talking about a morale offensive here, they need to do as much damage, make Daka put as much effort into this win as possible to go into game 3.
True.
And props them. They've got a really, really good composition. Honestly, the game changer here was this Churchill Crocodile coming out to be able to push back the Axis infantry, which has been supporting these medium tanks. SU-85 though going up big time in the middle as the Stugs come in and just nip at it like hyenas.
Wow.
Off pretty much in one volley. And we got a King Tiger, a Kong Tiger. The King Tiger, the Tiger B, now in the center as well. Axis heavy tanks.
Yeah, but the Allies are pushing this north flank, but oh man, lots of Axis infantry going for the VP. This could be it for Knifjens, unless they're quick.
Well, the Crocodile is on that flank. It needs to be moved though. It's going to get pushed off by the Tiger. Yeah, I think this is going to be the decap. Something needs to stop that infantry from finishing that cap, otherwise this is game over. The Crocodile, I think, is now being moved over there, but there is a King Tiger there. The Kong Tiger that I was just repeatedly saying is probably what's going to put the nail in the coffin here. Although it is at half health, the
Very
infantry is starting to
close.
get capped.
No,
They need-
yeah, that's it.
No, it's going to get capped. That's it. That's game. Needed a piece of infantry just to stand on that.
He
but
tried.
Wow.
There was one
Yeah.
infantry section round in the corner. He just couldn't make it.
So a game 3.
Wow.
A game 3. We are going to a game 3. So historically, these teams have gone now into their, what is this between them? This is going to be the fourth set. The fourth set of game 3s.
Yeah.
Oh my! Out of 5 matchups, I think. That's
Well,
two.
Daka, no, yeah. Out of 5, yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
The scrappiest teams in the entire tournament, scrapping it out.
If Knifjens could hold that VP, I wouldn't count them out of that fight. I think they would have been capable.
Yeah, that was.
Which is incredible. They did start swinging some momentum in their direction,
Yeah.
which is impressive. They got fight in them.
So, I don't know what else to say. I can't believe that this is going to a game 3. Like,
Let's sit on it. We'll take another little break. I'm gonna get you this next replay, and we'll be back after this, guys. Stay tuned.
don't normally
Oh.
see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're
Oh, no.
retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's going to hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it!
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill's really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
Got more
is
pioneers.
going to go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. Well, guys. We've seen some incredible games today, but we're not done. We're going to a game 3 of Daka versus Knifjens. And just to recap, the series so far. Game 1, White Ball Express, the closest game we've ever seen in this tournament so far. The final score was 22-0 with some insanely scrappy play. Then followed up by a game where we see Close the Pocket not once but twice to tie up the series. It's just been, this series is crazy, and we're heading to a game 3, which I have high hopes for. I hope it's going to be good. Here's what's really interesting though. Knifjens has the faction pick, and they chose allies, and I thought they would choose Axis just given that they just had their pocket closed. White ball. That sounds like a derogatory term, but it's not. And then
That's a bit,
you'll get your pocket closed. I'm gonna close your pocket.
I'm going to close it.
And then Daka chooses the map Steps, and it's interesting because Knifjens lost on Steps in the game we casted yesterday. It was a game 3 game. We watched them lose on Steps in a real short order. So I don't know if that's in the back of Knifjens' mind or what, but it's in the back of my mind. So they must be thinking about
allies
it.
on Steps as well, and they lost, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh no!
So-
Okay. I'm so excited. This series. This is why we love Company of Heroes. This is why we love tournaments, and this is why we play the game. It's for these rivalries, these matchups.
And this is the losers bracket. I mean, what are we going to see? What are we going to see in the playoffs and the semis?
Yeah, I know.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah, that's another point. One of these two teams are fighting for their tournament lives right now. One of these teams go home empty-handed, other than the memories that they've built through the times, the plans that failed, the plans that succeeded. It all comes down to this for one of these teams.
Well, that was such a good hype. Now I got to load into the match now, so we're jumping in. I can't follow that up, so beautiful hype speech. We're jumping in. Okay.
I'm also really interested to see that Knifjens have gone the double Brits, double Soviets move again. No USF.
I want to. The first thing I noticed is that Close the Pocket is still an option, and Alobi is the commander loadout. That would just be the ultimate disrespect if they somehow manage to close the pocket again. But Steps is a good map for it, so I mean you can't blame them.
Yeah. It's the exact same commander's loadout.
Yeah, game's loaded. I'm at 5, 6.
I'm at 5.
7.
It's cool.
Okay.
That's good. We're there. This is it.
This is it. Game 3. Knifjens versus Daka. Loser goes home. I'm taking a look at the allies first here.
Okay.
Support weapon Compania going up for the Soviets. The other one going for tier 1. Special rifle.
Commanders looking in for the Axis. We've got elite armored and grand offensive already locked in. Yeah. What are you? It's just the energy, the anxiety for these teams for me right now is.
I mean,
getting heart palpitations just watching.
Imagine what they're feeling.
Yeah, have teched in infantry companies, both going down for the Wehrmacht players. What are you seeing over for the Allies?
Not much, just conscripts coming out. We have some penals in production, 1 commander pick, or 2 now, Soviet Combined Arms, and Guard Motor. Oh, that's interesting. So we're not going to see any Soviet heavy tanks in this match, which could come to bite them in the butt. Vickers coming out. In terms of positioning, it looks like a pretty even split. No real double teams. It looks like one going north, one going middle, maybe going to flank the island, and then one going straight for the fuel on the island. But again, both Brits are together and both Soviets are together. This is interesting by Knifjens.
Yeah. Currently, I'd say the Axis have the favor on the field in terms of captures, but we'll see how that turns out after these first engagements.
Okay, so middle fuel is going to be neglected in the early game. And Axis are sending 2-1 to cap the top VP, and the rest to capture the mid VP. That's interesting. You don't normally see double commitment up top for Axis.
No, but what we are seeing right now, allies are really losing VPs. They're down to 480, and the game has only just begun. If the Axis can keep their control, they're already going to be putting Knifjens on the back foot in their VPs. This is a really nice move from Daka, to be fair. They've got them trip capped currently. And we know how much psychological damage VPs can do early game. We've spoken about it multitude of times. So Daka, it could be a well laid plan here.
That is super interesting and something I have never seen, especially on steps, for all 3 VPs to be contested first thing. And it's absolutely got to be an intentional morale demoralizing choice for the Axis to do that. And man, I think it is a really smart play, because now not only now the allies don't have any fuel or VPs. They are going to go ahead and cap the bottom, but not until the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, and at 3 minutes of triple cap is 100 points almost. So, you know, that's pressure. That's a lot of pressure, especially when tournament lives are on the line. I hear vehicles. We've got the light vehicles back out for Knifjens. We've got the light scout car and the universal carrier coming out. Old Faithfuls. They did do well with these last game, and to be fair, I think I preferred them here than on white ball, with the being able to cover much more of the map. The map is very wide for this one. You need that maneuverability, and the scout car is going to punish, or try to punish, Space Dingo squads in the center here.
Wow, and they managed to triple cap again, Daka, and we're going to see 100 points lost with under 5 minutes. They are going to decap the top, but the damage is kind of done. That is a big early point lead for Daka. Knifjens do get the bottom fuel, but Daka has the middle fuel, and they seem to be strongly in control of this match.
Yeah. Right now, for me, panic would be setting in. If I knew our tournament lives were on the line, and I knew that we're already 110 points down, I would be worried if I was on Knifjens. So the psychological valuation here, Daka have really gone hard on those VPs, and right now it's working for them.
They managed, Knifjens decaps the top with no contention, and they're about to take the bottom as well. So not all hope is lost. I think it's just a bad start. And I think this light vehicle should be able to help them regain. I mean, we saw them fight back from from an incredibly low VP disadvantage, so.
Just saw a Vickers get stuck in a death spiral and unfortunately go down for Feinstein over on the island. The island being very heavily contested by both teams. Lot of infantry out, just whittling each other away. Which is another thing you don't always see on steps anymore. It used to be the thing, but now what you see is one team will take it and the other team will go, fine, forget it. We don't need the island. We'll focus the rest of the map. But no, constant pressure going down. Oh, grenade wipe on that MG.
That's brutal.
Oh, but a squad wipe in return on those Panzer Fusiliers.
Now, Knifjens is threatening to return. Oh, and an engineer goes down from that Wehrmacht player. Oh, and they're going to chase these Grens off with the Wasp.
Look at the VPs now. It might flip the trip cap for Nif.
It's gonna flip.
It's gonna flip the trip cap the other way. Oh, what is happening? What?
Oh.
How are they messing with me so?
Very aggressive battle group headquarters. So OKW is committing down here to the bottom. You know, it was really interesting. I just saw an infantry support gun appear right as the headquarters finished. How does that happen? I didn't know that was possible.
No, I don't know how that...
Like, as soon as the headquarters was finished building, the support gun just showed up. That was very odd. I don't know.
Is there a
bug? I'll have to look into that.
Is there a bug? Yeah.
Also, another very aggressive headquarters placement up north. So what's interesting about that to me is that it's almost forcing the split of those players because you're committing, or you're going to sacrifice that building to an allied push if you're not going to defend it. But that'll be interesting to see if that's a consequence for them that they might pay later. But they are trip cap now. Knifjens has flipped it, and they have both fuels. It is middle is under contention now.
Brits also still yet to call in their commander choices. We have had Space Dingo again lock in the Luftwaffe support doctrine for those supply drops. And yeah, we've got elite armor and ground offensive still that was locked in earlier. But those supply drops can make big changes on this map. We know how useful they are. We've utilized that. This is the map, if there are any, to use those supply drop call-ins because they are relatively well protected. 2-2-2 in the middle, harassing. We've got another AC on the map. It seems that Daka are responding with light vehicles this time to the Knifjens light vehicles. It's a light vehicle showdown. We've got an AC versus we got two 221s. There's a 222s. We got a 221 on the map as well. There's a T-70 out that's just been fousted. There's the Wasp. There was the scout cars for the Soviets, but I think they've since exploded. Very heavy investment in those light vehicles.
Riketten sneaks a shot on that T-70. But yeah, I think the light vehicles are so strong on this map, it just makes sense to get involved. Otherwise, you give your opponent too much ground while you stall. So I do like that from both teams. A big heavy push from the Axis on the bottom. Like, they're completely pushing the allies off here.
But now, we were saying there was a lead. Look at the VPs. Pretty much even again. This game is going to go to the wire. I can feel it right now.
Yeah, it definitely could. The VPs, you can tell, are a point of contention. Although the top one is defended by nobody at the moment. That could be taken pretty easily, but a lot of intentionality in the movements, and I like the aggression. Here comes those fuel drops on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Daka here can now control the island, they're going to have free fuel from those fuel drops all game. And that can really change steps because of the reliance on vehicles on steps. That is not what you want to let the Axis do. To be fair, the Allies need to start pushing in again on the island. They can't let them have the fuel for free anymore. That's a really good command pickup, and if they get control of the island for the rest of the game, it's going to be one hell of an advantage.
I think it was a strange choice by Knifjens to put a Bofors here on the flank from the island. That seems to me like it could get easily destroyed. It's going to be hard to wheedle them out. The Axis are getting pretty comfortable with their machine guns. Yeah, Rikettens now. The Axis, Daka is looking stronger.
Yeah, Daka are currently looking stronger. And the VPs are still in Daka's favor. They have evened out a bit more, but again, Daka has the double cap currently, and could quite easily get the triple cap if only they just sent a unit down there. Oh, this gun goes down to a flank from the Grenadiers in the middle VP. 2 T-70s, though, take out the 222 scout car. Oh, and a Pack 40 hit on one of the T-70s sends it in the retreat. Now we've got the infantry battle for the mid. Massive battles going on.
Man, I'm almost at a loss for words just like observing all the action. I feel tense for both of these teams.
Yeah.
I actually feel more tense for Knifjens at the moment. I feel like they're stalling out, and I'm kind of unsure of how to approach this fight that they're being presented.
Do you know what I would love to see from the Brits here, at least one of the Brits here, is commandos. I'd love to see, they've both got the, one's got commando regiment and one's got vanguard and commandos. I'd love to see commando inserts for those back caps and those sneaky plays. I think that could really, really help Knifjens out here, especially if you get, for example, vanguard operations and bring that forward logistics glider in. If you can utilize that and start getting some decaps on certain sides, get it round any of the emplacements that might get put up by the Axis. I would really like to see commandos. I think it would change the tide of some of this battle.
Unfortunately, an AEC just went down in the south, but there was traded with the Vickers taking out the 222. Now Knifjens are coming to cap the middle VP to stop this drain. Really interesting composition from the Axis. I mean, we have 221s, we have Raketans, Leagues, a lot of support weapons. A blob of Grenadiers heading up north.
Yeah, massive push on the munition side VP. I think they know that there's nothing. Well, I don't think they know that there's nothing there because they're showing up in force, and they're going to be pleasantly surprised when they don't see anything.
Look at the middle of the map, though. Literally nothing from the Axis. The Allies, granted, only have 2 machine guns, but the Axis literally have nothing stopping them from sending troops right up the middle, all the way to their base, or flanking from top or bottom. The Allies find that out. I'd love to see Knifjens capitalize on that.
We've got the capture of the munition side VP going in now, and there's a really big bundling up of Soviet units in the middle. Oh, I could see a danger if they could get it out of Panzerwerfer or a Stuka bomb, to really open up some flanks for the Axis here. But look at this combination. The Krautmower coming in, backed up by a T-70. They're coming to retake this munitions VP in force. The yellow player, Shlomo, coming in. Look at this combined arms. Penals, T-70 and the Krautmower sending those Grenadiers away.
They do get baited into a Pack 40, though, forcing both of those vehicles back. There was a lot of potential to wipe some Grens there, but that Pack 40 really well microed, put in position. Daka is staying really strong with their aggression, and I think Knifjens is kind of crumbling a little bit. It feels like they're desperate. 15 minutes in.
Wasp goes up.
Wasp goes up? Oh, what?
It got too aggressive on the island. It was trying to take out the Lees and the MGs, and it almost did, but a rack just sent it up, and it just exploded.
Oh, there's a mortar pit. Just wiped a support weapon down here. Oh,
Yeah,
and it just wiped a League as well. Mortar pit.
It was I think the Wasp was actually getting vision, which now makes the trade a little bit better. I think also looking at the ranges, that is a micromanaged mortar strike as well. That is the human player. Hang on, we've got a pioneer squad for Al-Hobi with a Piat. We've got Germans using a Piat right now.
Yeah, the Germans had a Vickers as well. That's a mortar pit took down a Vickers and a League. And now all of a sudden, bottom is very soft. It's just machine guns and AT guns. That mortar pit could definitely... Oh, and they're getting flanked by infantry sections, so Knifjens coming to try to take control.
The backline as well.
Oh, wow. They're really forward.
There is combat happening on every corner of this map. No stone is being unturned. No cover unused. It is a brutal fight all over. Yeah, the support weapons are gone mainly from the island now. Now the island is looking open, but there is a Panzer IV out for Daka here. This could change things.
Yeah, I'm still feeling nervous for Knifjens, and it feels like they're being forced to respond to everything Daka is doing.
Yeah, they are working reactively rather than actively right now, and they need to take the initiative, I think, in some of their pushes. I'd like to see a combined push, maybe up into the mid. That Schwer, though, is activated through the mid, so they can't push too far. But they need to start opening ground somewhere rather than just, reacting to where Daka are moving and almost allowing them to go.
Yeah, because Daka has them triple capped yet again. They're at 250 points, only 17 minutes into the match.
I like this T70 though from Shlomo on the bottom. It was currently reconning that top fat, found nothing, and now they have flanked the MG and the Pack 40 here.
That is a smart play. Get around it and wipe this out. Yeah, I think they will be able to.
Yeah, now they can start putting pressure on the middle as well. Although that rack in the center was turned, T70 is going excruciatingly low.
Wow.
Are those Penals going to be able to take that Pack 40? If so, that could be a good pickup. But here comes a load of Grenadiers. Krautmower's going to hopefully suppress them enough.
Wow, 3 rifle grenades coming, but they all miss. It's a lot of munitions. Yeah. Here comes a P4 though. I'm gonna need to set up that Pack 40 and put it to work.
Yeah, there's a P4 on the island as well, so there's 2 P4s out for the Axis. There's a Stug coming out. Space Dingo with his tried and true. He's got 2 Stugs out. He's got his favorite little vehicle being called in.
Man.
And I don't know what the allies have to counter this Axis medium vehicle. It's the same story as the last map. The Axis medium vehicles might run away with this, but Knifjens, as we saw in the first game, they can fight themselves out of a corner. Can they do it again?
They take out the 221. The Panzer IV is marked and getting out of there. The Stug is aggressing up north. Knifjens, meanwhile, does have the 2 VPs. They're trying to hold on, but Shlomo has 230. Oh my gosh, Shlomo has 1,700 manpower, but 33 pop cap. Somebody needs to question why he's not building more.
Yeah, he just lost his Krautmower to the Stugs. But yeah, I don't know what he's saving for, because he doesn't actually have anything under his commander in terms of big call-ins that you would necessarily think he'd be holding on to that. Maybe he needs to tech.
Yeah, he's not even tier 4 yet. I don't know what he's doing.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's waiting for tier 4.
He's replacing his quad card now. I question that. I feel like that's hurting his team. Still has 1,300 manpower. Looks like Dragon's saving for a Tiger, potentially floating his manpower and fuel. He's only 1 CP away. And Daka is decapping the top VP. Okay, so...
yeah, I'm trying to work out what Shlomo's doing with that.
He's finally teching, at least.
Yeah, maybe he was... maybe he's gonna go for like a...
He should build 2 T-34s, I guess. I don't know.
T-34 rush, yeah. That's like a... Again, it feels reactive, though.
Yeah.
It feels reactive. So
Brumbar. Yeah.
Yeah. Punishing that Bofors. Bofor's gonna go up. And if it goes around the corner, it's gonna find that mortar pit as well. So, I think the Brumbar's an excellent choice for this composition from the outset. That mobile siege gun is gonna siege.
This is what I saw happening once they built that Bofors there. It's just, they can't protect it. And it doesn't gain them any ground. All it does is try to keep them from pushing. But if the island is strong with Axis infantry, they're going to be able to hammer away at these emplacements. I think it's just ending up being a waste of an investment. Su-85 comes out up top.
Brits have locked in their commanders. We've got Royal Artillery and we've got one of the Commando regiments. None of the 2 that I wanted to see. We've got the mobile assault doctrine, which has the infiltration commandos and the land mattress. The land mattress is going to be useful, but I would have liked to see the standard commando regiment actually. I think here for the quick cap, the smoke operations. You know, the sort of more capturing utilities rather than that sort of defensive artillery sort of more rounded approach.
I gotta think that exhaustion's coming into play here. Doesn't the pace of game just feel so slow compared to, and that could be the map steps. It is a larger map, but just across the board, it feels like everything's happening in slow motion. And Knifjens is just it's not they're not reacting fast enough to keep their VPs in the game.
Cromwell trying to protect the mortar pit. Mortar pit does go up though. Sherman Firefly trying to push that Brumbar.
Misses.
No!
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm ever so slightly ahead of you, I think, because that Sherman Firefly just bit the dust. Rack,
yeah,
Pack 4, Pack 40 there, all fired at once, just annihilated it.
Oh my gosh. I'm hurting for Knifjens right now. I really am. I think their only hope is top, and they need to hit it aggressive, and they're just not doing anything. They cannot count on bottom being decapped. It's so strong. And yet they're not getting aggressive on top either.
Yeah, BaGGno is holding top valiantly with his Stugs and his now Panzer IV and his Grenadiers. He is pinning down players on that flank. Like, people are finding it hard. Like, people are probing, but they just can't displace him from there.
Oh no! That Stuka bomb was incredible. It wipes the quad car, Su-85 half health, and it destroys 2 mines of the allies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is brutal. But yeah, I think that early VP lead, you can only fight up against early VP leads so many times, and Knifjens have done it in every game so far. So the psychological value of these games really must be coming into play now.
Yeah, I think so. Tiger just entered the field. Dragon was saving for it. Found the Cromwell. You know what they really need is some anti-infantry tanks up top. They're trying to root out this machine gun, but they have AT guns and Su-85s. They need some T-34s or a Cromwell to come help up there.
Yeah, there is a Cromwell on the map as well, but it's going toe-to-toe with not Tigers, Panzer IVs, which the Su-85 really should be doing.
Yeah.
But they're up the top fighting infantry. It's another Stuka bomb coming in somewhere, and I didn't see where that... Oh, it went down on the British anti-tank gun.
You know, when you think about the positioning with Knifjens having both Brits on the bottom, you probably think it was their vision to have the island locked down with the Brits. But that's just not how it worked out. Both OKWs had the same idea.
And
or one of them.
This is the thing I mentioned in the previous game for Knifjens. They've stacked Brit and Soviet, rather than trying to complement one with the other. That they lost last game with it, and they're losing this game currently with it. I question that, trying to put the 2 Soviets on one side and the 2 Brits on the other, because the Brits, again, I've spoken about it, they're a great faction. I play Brits, but they need support of other factions. If you've ever auto-matched and it's a game of all Brits, you struggle, especially when you're fighting down the massive tanks now. There's a Tiger on the field, there's a King Tiger in the center, there's a herd of Stugs on one flank, and Knifjens, it's looking dire for them right now. 100 VPs to 368.
One Stug did go down. Look at this battle group headquarters is really low. I don't know if there's some arty going on it or what, but I think Knifjens' only hope is to get aggressive in the middle and top and to push, destroy the OKW buildings, and just hold on to those top 2 VPs, and if you can, the middle VP. Oh, KT hits a mine in the middle. It's a little vulnerable now.
BaGGno has rotated all of his infantry to the middle now. He's found the forward HQ of the 2 Brits. And his units are going to be a little bit worse for wear after the push, but he went and got that information.
2 SUs going to work on the King Tiger. Oh, there's a call-in. What is that?
King Tiger is
That's
damaged.
a bombing strike. This could hit the KT. Oh, it does. KT goes down just like that. Accomplishing nothing.
That's a big win, but look at the Stugs. The Stugs are on the prowl. The medium vehicles.
Wow. The column.
Yeah, they've
They're
maneuvered.
pissed.
They've given up on the munitions VP, and they are re-maneuvering to the middle to put that extra pressure on the Axis.
So are the SUs. One goes down, and now there's a T-34 85 in the middle to help.
Cromwell is very damaged, though. There's a Panzer IV there that's weak. There's infantry everywhere. There's a Brumbar coming on the flank as well. It's going to try and deal with some of the infantry. This German Firefly half health trying to push up with the Su-85s.
Oh,
the Tiger is coming in, though.
Panzer IV just barely survived. Now Knifjens just coming to life after killing that KT. Like, this is our time to shine. I'd love to see them keep pushing.
They have the VPs. But there is a Tiger in the center. There's a weak Firefly trying to shoot at it. The Brumbar is relatively low. And there's a Panzer IV on the flank. There's a Panzer IV on the flank that's about to go up. Unless it gets some bounces. Oh, it's Kurble. Kurble Panzer IV.
Ooh, big incendiary barrage on the forward headquarters on 2 machine guns and an AT gun. 1 machine gun goes down.
And look at these grenadiers on the retreat path as well. Alhobe there with his grenadiers. Mark target or button went down on the on the Tiger. There's an elephant in the mid. All the Axis big tanks are now in the middle. There is a serious battle going on. But like you said, Knifjens have got the double cap right now. They are not bleeding. The Axis are. There is Royal Artillery currently going down on the Tiger and the elephant.
Yeah, it is scary though how the Axis are snowballing into these tanks. They do have both fuels, but I want to believe that Knifjens can hold off, that they can pull some sort of miracle. I've been on this side of the map before doing the exact same thing, just investing in AT guns, investing in anything to destroy these tank destroyers.
Elephant's pushed up. It gets a large shot on the Su-85, but takes a little bit of damage. I like that the Allies are repairing this P4, and they're gonna try and take it. But some Obers just destroyed one of the AT guns in the middle, and now they're gonna push up. Are they gonna see these engineers repairing this P4?
Where is this P4? I can't find it.
It's on the top where the forward assembly is.
Oh, now I see it. Okay. Wow.
Big push in the middle though from the years of Space Dingo, supported by one of the Stugs. Really weak Soviet tanks there from Sierra.
Ooh, yep, Stug goes down. A Stern Power went down to a Zis barrage. The Grenadiers really want to... Oh, they're in for retreat. Elephant, wow.
Wow, what a shot up. Defying the laws of gravity there. They hit that Sherman Firefly. But we've got an Allied Panzer IV up as well. I just seen that. He's like, hang on. That used to be mine. We've got another KT out. The King Tiger B is on the field. Wow. Axis heavy tanks here. Really starting to show up. We've got a herd of Fireflies in production for the 2 Brits. 1 Su-85 out for... Again, Shlomo really sitting on the manpower.
Yeah, that's weird. Get some AT guns, get some T-34s. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
He only has 1 SU. You could get another Su-85.
Yeah, but that I'd take an Su-85 and 3 Zis guns. Like, oh, but the elephant is going low in the middle right now. It is really low. Taking a volley of fire. Main gun down. Look how weak this elephant is.
Su-85 chasing. A bounce. Oh no, it's worth it. Dive it, man. He gets it! Wow.
Wow, what a massive pickup for Knifjens there. But the Knifjens are bleeding again. The King Tiger managed to cover a capture in the center whilst the Soviet armor was distracted. There is an Su-85 that's weak to trying to push it, but it gets 2 bounces so far. It feels weird. I don't know why, but Sierra hasn't been able to repair his tanks. They've both been weak for a while with no repairs.
Yeah.
Just don't know where they are. Tiger is back on the prowl in the center. There's a lot of Fireflies, and Su-85 is maxing up in the center, but they need to turn their attention to the VP, not the fuel right now. The VPs are lacking. It's 90 to 330 right now. And Knifjens are on the edge. They are fighting for survival right now, but they haven't given up.
Yeah, Sierra has guard motor and could be using the vehicle repairs. They just don't have the muni for it. And unfortunately, both engineers are at base, but they're sitting idle. So they're not taking priority to get that T-34 repaired, and that's hurting them bad. And, and they're sending in a Su-85 wounded. Oh, man. Sketchy.
Get a flank on the side armor of that King Tiger, which is half health right now from the 2 Fireflies just moved in for the center. We got the P4 diving the Stugs as well. The Sherman Firefly that was with it did go up. There's 2 Sherman Fireflies in the mid. Are gonna meet a wreck if they're not careful. The captured P4 is going low to an Ostwind of the Stug. It's trying to maneuver, but it does go down. Red smoke going down next to the King Tiger and the Panzerwerfer, though. Think it was Royal Artillery. Oh no, it was Command Artillery, I think. Possibly covering its own retreat. Su-85, though, going extremely low.
Too close.
To try to dive that Stug.
AT guns gotta reverse out of there's not enough. Oh, here comes the Cromwell to help. The Vickers getting set up.
Red smoke, though. Whose red smoke is that?
That is Stuka Incendiary, yeah. But Knifjens, both VPs, they got the middle fuel as well. They're starting to stabilize a bit, and they've knocked out 1 KT and 1 Elephant already.
Yeah.
They're holding their own. And now they've got some breathing room.
They do have some breathing room. It's just how they capitalize and how they hold on to it. I'm really worried by the fact that it's taken this long for a lot of these vehicles to be repaired. And now we've got an Su-85 not getting repaired currently as well from Shlomo, who is still sitting on 2,000 almost.
I can't believe it. Someone tell him to build something.
Yeah, please. I wish we could just peek in their ears like, excuse me. You need to build some AT. Like, I don't know why he's holding on to it. I can't see anything.
The Fireflies found the Werfer and just took it out for free.
Oh, that's a
walking
big
up the middle. Now Knifjens taking the aggression. Look at.
There was a Schwer HQ there. When did that go down?
I don't know. Yeah, that's down, and now they found the mechanized headquarters, and they're attacking that.
Oh,
they're gonna.
Looking around the back, I think.
My gosh, Cromwell's getting aggressive on the middle. All of a sudden, Knifjens grabbing this game by the horns.
Yeah.
Panther and KT coming to respond, though.
This is something that happens to Daka. We've noticed it, that they do struggle to... They get a bit complacent when they start winning, and it allows people to make risky maneuvers and, you know, top them sometimes. That's how Knifjens won the first game. They might get a repeat of it here right now, but the King Tiger's back. The main Tiger is fighting a Cromwell, and that is a bad matchup. That Cromwell needs to get out of there. Luckily, its speed allows for the Tigers, a couple of Tiger shots to miss, and it is going to get out. But still, slightly risky engagement there. But look at this. The Kraut mower in the center, stopping those Obersoll Darton from capping, and the Tiger's going to start taking the volley of fire from the Su-85s, the light and the Sherman Fireflies here, the line infantry of tank destroyers. Wow,
gosh,
that Kraut mower just face checking.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe how confident. I think he knows he's not the important target, and he wasn't. But wow, the confidence.
The King Tiger's been pushed off. There is a new elephant on the field as well.
Wow,
that's something to note. This.
Look up north. The Daka's just rolled in with two Stugs, P4 and a Panther.
Thanks, Dingo, and his medium vehicles. He is all over that. And there's no one going to be able to stop him. The Sherman Fireflies are moving around there alone, but they alone won't be able to take out two Stugs and 2 P4s. That's a really bad matchup. He needs some extra help. I think there is another Firefly moving over. There is a land mattress firing. He's wiping squads in the center. I doubted the pick. I doubted the pick of Mobile Assault. I am second checking that right now. What are these guards doing? There's 2 guards up high.
He's microing his SU on the flank, I think. He was distracted.
There's Mark
Panther
target.
at risk. And the P4's at risk. Panther goes up. The P4 goes up.
Oh my goodness.
Knifjens got to push this.
Yeah, but there's a
time.
two Fireflies going relatively low, so this SU-85 and Firefly combo need to get out of there a little bit because the other two have been pushed off. One is engine damage. SU-85, the Vet 3 SU-85, the Elephant Slayer is also going low. One of the Firefly, the other one is going to take damage. It's engine damage.
The Elephant found the SU from middle.
One SU from middle going. The Elephant is pushed up. There is
another KT coming up.
Momo, you've got 1,700 manpower right now. You can't repair your vehicles fast enough. Build some more engineers, maybe. Just something, please.
Build 2 SUs, man. Oh no.
There is a lot of injured tanks right now for the Allies.
Yeah.
If these there is a full health King Tiger, Elephant, and Tiger about to close. This feels like the end for a lot of these tanks. Some of the heroes we've seen this battle.
They're trying to get away. The KT's pushing them, and the Elephant's pushing.
Yeah,
Daka does get the cap on the mid.
In comes the heavy tanks, like the Mexicans on the last day of the Alamo. The heroes are wounded, but they will drop one by one. Yeah,
this is the nail in the coffin. Knifjens can't hold off. They tried their best.
The SU-85 is hidden somehow. It managed to avoid the Elephant. But again, Knifjens about to be trip capped with not much left. 45 VPs. Some great play though from Knifjens. Look, the Tiger's about to die. The really, really low health SU-85, the Elephant Slayer.
Almost.
Went like, I've got to keep using the Alamo as a reference, like Jim Bowie. Just like on his deathbed. Sure, takes out as many people as he possibly can. Almost gets away with it too. Wow.
I really, I feel for Knifjens with slow-mo floating so much manpower the whole time. I don't know if he knew it. It might be. I don't know. It's obviously a mistake. I think it's just a lack of game experience, or I've done that all the time. I've even seen other streamers do it. If you get too focused on other things, it's a big to do that.
The Tiger and Tiger are right now in the back lines, though. They almost paid for that with their lives. But yeah, that's game, and unfortunately, we're going to see Knifjens leave the tournament to a well-deserved Daka win. I said yesterday, Daka wouldn't be the last time we saw them in the tournament. Yikes. Honestly, yikes. What a game.
What a series.
Yeah, what a series.
Man, I'm exhausted after that one.
Yeah, I really am.
That means, yeah, Daka's staying in. They're moving on to the playoffs. Speaking of playoffs, let's go ahead and take a look now that we have all the teams assembled and who's going to the playoffs. Here from the losers bracket, we did have some reports of Great Eastern Railway defeating Ghost Division. Due to time, guys, we're not going to cast that game. That is the final result. Daka, Meme Team 6, and AD all moving on to the playoffs via the losers bracket. Congratulations to those teams. Let's also just recap who we have from the winners bracket. Gondor calls for aid, Majors Privates, BaGGno, and the Truppen. So now that we have all these teams, we can figure out who is going to be facing each other in the playoffs. And yeah, I guess we'll get to that after this. We're gonna take a break. Midge, thanks so much for all your help casting. And guys, please follow Midge, Twitch and YouTube. He makes a lot of great gaming content. I'm sure you'd love to check it out, especially if you've. He puts a lot of comedy in, and obviously he's got the sultry voice. He's got the looks. Check him out. Give him some love. Okay.
I don't know how to react to that.
Just blush, I guess that's all you can do.
I'll just have my face here. It's fine.
Let's take a long breather. My voice is gonna need a break, and we'll be back for the final game after this. Thanks, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm exhausted. Another 9+ hour day of Company of Heroes 2, but gosh, it's been so much fun. I hope you've been enjoying it, because this is just the start. This was the entry-level games leading us to the playoffs, to the semifinals, and to the finals. This is, it's only gonna get better from here, and that's kind of just unbelievable, because we've seen some epic games. Now, speaking of the playoffs, you saw the recent bracket with all the teams that have advanced to the playoffs. We have Majors Privates, we got Gondor, we got Great Eastern Railway, the Truppen, AD, BaGGno, Meme Team 6. The real question is, who is going to be playing who in the playoffs and advancing to the semifinals? Sorry, my brain froze. There's so much casting. My brain is just shutting down, literally. So let's get through this. I'm going to show you guys. Here's a graphic. The playoff reveal for King of the Noobs. Majors Privates versus Meme Team 6. Now, Meme Team 6 got a get out of jail free card from the losers bracket because their opponent had to forfeit due to a scheduling issue. Gondor calls for aid versus Daka. That is one I'm really looking forward to. Gondor and Daka both look super strong. I think that's going to be an epic game. BaGGno versus AD. This is a rematch of the winners bracket round 2 game. AD did lose to them, but there was a couple of close games, and I'm excited to see if AD can respond, fix their weaknesses. From what I remember, it was really just a matter of build order for them. I think the matchup was actually really fair. Anyway, we can discuss that more pre-game. The Truppen versus Great Eastern Railway. That should be a good game as well. And guys, this is all happening next weekend right here on Twitch. Same start time, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard, 5 p.m. Central European. You're not going to want to miss it. I'm not sure if we're going to need to go to 2 days. I think we might split it up into 2 days and just have some more manageable stream times. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. I'll play it by ear and just see how many... it's kind of dependent on if all of them go to game 3s. It's like... I don't know. Anything could happen at this point. So with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm going to refuel. Get ready for next weekend. I'll see you guys then.